I am dead. I caught my wife in bed with another man, and they teamed up to kill me. They threw me into the river and disguised it as suicide by jumping into the river. Qin Ruoyao took my suicide note and called the police in a panic. Several ships tried to salvage the body in the river, but to no avail because she provided wrong information. She knelt by the river, crying heartbreakingly, "Husband, please don't die. Why are you so depressed that you want to commit suicide? You can't make money, and you've lost your fertility. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Hubby, don't die, please come out quickly, hubby. Wow, if you die and leave me alone, what should I do?" She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a day, her lips were pale, and she was on the verge of collapse. Her appearance was enough to bring tears to anyone's eyes. The people around sighed, Qin Ruoyao must be deeply in love with Lin Xian. How could Lin Xian be so worthy of her? If I had a wife who loved me so much and was so beautiful, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Many reporters and media were present, taking photos and recording videos while discussing. Perhaps Lin Xian is the only person whose death was not mourned by anyone. Who would feel sorry for him? A gigolo who does nothing. I watched all this with hatred in my eyes. This hypocritical bitch. Still acting here. I couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. I am so stupid that I was fooled by a woman. My whole life has been a joke. As the real young master of the Lin family, he was excluded by his adopted son and had no place to stand in the Lin family. The woman I have always liked and tried to please is just using me. The people who cared about me were pushed away by me. I am filled with hatred, but I cannot take revenge because I am already dead. At this time, there was a lot of celebration on the internet. It's good that Lin Xian is dead. This is the result of evil deeds being punished. Sisters, let's celebrate tonight and congratulate Yao Yao on her escape from the sea of suffering. Congratulations to Yao Yao for escaping from the sea of suffering. Qin Ruoyao is a person in the entertainment industry, known as the national goddess, and everyone thinks that I am not worthy of her. I died, and her fans, passers-by and even the entire internet were cheering. Qin Ruoyao waited by the river for a whole day, but finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. The fishing team gave up after a day and a half of fishing. My soul came to the Lin family. Chia's second sister Lin Qingyan saw the Weibo and was surprised. "Dad, Mom," Lin Xian jumped into the river and committed suicide. Jiang Shuqin was stunned. How could such a shameless person like him commit suicide? This must be fake news. The Weibo has spread everywhere. Many police officers and firefighters are at the riverside. Everyone is congratulating Qin Ruoyao for escaping from the sea of suffering. Jiang Shuqin snorted coldly. He wanted to commit suicide, but we didn't force him, so what does it have to do with us? Today is Lear's birthday, we are happy, don't mention him. Lin Chang also said, "Yes, celebrate Lear's birthday, drink. Don't think about anything else." The Lin family sat around the dinner table, having a great time and laughing. My heart is completely cold. These are my biological parents and sister. They were so indifferent when they heard the news of my death. My soul returned to the river. Watch the sun rise and set, and the sunset fade away. There was a dead silence in my heart. The people closest to me ignore me and regard me as a shame and a burden. My beloved wife has always used me and treated me like a dog. Only Su Huan cared about me, but I lost her. "Su Huan, you must hate me," I said in a hoarse voice. How could she not hate me for treating her like this? I still remember her painful and desperate expression at the wedding. The sun sets and everything becomes dark. My soul is floating on the river. Suddenly, countless flashlights shone. I was stunned. I saw a group of people wearing diving suits walking towards me, led by a woman in black. She was beautiful, noble, with a proud figure, and had the aura of a superior, yet seemed extremely fragile. My pupils suddenly contracted. It's Su Huan. Why is she here? Wasn't she already extremely disappointed with me at the wedding? For 5 whole years, she never appeared in front of me again. Su Huan's face was pale, her eyes were dark, and she looked exhausted. Find them all for me, she ordered in a hoarse voice. Everyone who finds him will get 1 million. The first person to find him will get 100 million. She was determined to find me at all costs. The river water is cold, and she doesn't want me to be alone here. Yes. President Su. The salvage workers are full of energy. They began the salvage operation in a mighty manner. After 2 full days and 2 nights, finally one night, my body was found under the water plants on a deserted shore, entangled by the water plants. The moment the body was fished out. Ugh! Except for Su Huan, everyone felt so nauseous that they vomited. After 4 days of soaking, my corpse had taken on the appearance of a decayed giant, with lips turned outward, tongue sticking out, eyeballs bulging, limbs fat and thick, and muscles inflated and bulging as if they would burst with a poke. The body was stained with a dirty green color and emitted a foul odor. I was dumbfounded. Is this me? Not to mention others, even I feel like vomiting. A salvage worker said, "Boss Su, he has become like this, and I can't recognize whether he is Mr. Lin Xian. Do you need to check it?" "No, it's him. Even if he turns into ashes, I will recognize him." Tears welled up in the corners of Su Huan's eyes. She squatted in front of my giant corpse. He stroked my swollen face and said hoarsely, "Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well." Crystal tears dripped onto my dead body. Then, in front of everyone's incredulous gaze, she lowered her head and kissed the corpse's protruding lips. Everyone. I feel sick of myself when I see the dead look on my face. How could she bring herself to do that? My understanding of the extent of Su Huan's yanderiness has increased a lot. This time, I rarely resisted her yanderiness. Su Huan licked her lips in satisfaction. Those beautiful eyes were filled with morbid paranoia. "Ah Xian, even if you die, I will leave my scent on you." My body was brought back by Su Huan and preserved in a huge transparent ice coffin. For the past 2 days, she has been with my body day and night. A quiet night. The servant in Qin Ruoyao's villa was knocked unconscious. When she was making love with Lin Li, there was a knock on the door. They ignored it. There was a constant knock on the door, and Lin Li's interest was disturbed, so he opened the door angrily. Seeing 4 men wearing sunglasses and masks and black suits at the door, he was stunned. "Who are you?" A bodyguard curled his lips and said, "Master Lin, our President Su wants to invite you to a gathering." "Boss Su. Are you talking about Su Huan?" "That's right," the bodyguard replied. A strong fear suddenly rose in Lin Li's heart. Su Huan, it's really her. The helmsman of the Su family chaebol. Hasn't she completely given up on Lin Xian? I just died not long ago, and she came to Lin Li. Before he could come up with a solution, the bodyguards tied him up and stuffed a rag in his mouth. Qin Ruoyao widened her eyes in horror and frantically took out her cell phone to call the police. She just pressed a 1. A bodyguard snatched the phone away. "Want to call the police?" "No way. Miss Qin, come with us." Night garden. Butler Wang walked into Su Huan's bedroom. He said respectfully, "Miss, those 2 have been caught and are now in the dungeon." "Okay, I understand." Su Huan looked at me gently and said, "Ah Xian, I will go and avenge you. Wait for me, I will be with you soon." My soul followed Su Huan to the basement. Qin Ruoyao and her adulterer Lin Li were tied to the cross. Lin Li's legs were shaking. "Miss Su, I was wrong, please forgive me, it was Qin Ruoyao who wanted to kill Lin Xian. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened. "Lin Li, how dare you slander me? It was you who proposed to kill him, and you were the one who did it. You said that as long as he died, we could be together without any hindrance. When disaster strikes, everyone runs away." Su Huan smiled gently, but her beautiful eyes were full of coldness. "Stop pushing, you will all die. No one who kills Xian will survive." Su Huan approached Lin Li with a knife. In his terrified gaze, he stabbed the knife into his body with force. "Ah!" Lin Li screamed. Su Huan was familiar with the human body structure and knew where to stab him so that he would not die immediately. She stabbed again and again. "How dare you kill the man I took care of with all my heart? How dare you?" Drops of blood dripped from Lin Li's body, and Su Huan did not stop until he died. Her fair face was stained with blood, but she was still stunningly beautiful. Qin Ruoyao was frightened to death by Lin Li's miserable condition. Throw water on her to wake her up. Su Huan ordered expressionlessly. Crash. A basin of ice water was poured on Qin Ruoyao. It's your turn. Su Huan curled her lips. She lifted Qin Ruoyao's chin with a bloody knife. Qin Ruoyao, I really envy you. He really loves you. He escaped from me again and again for you and even threatened me with death. You got him, why don't you cherish him? My unattainable love for her was trampled upon by her. You all deserve to die. Qin Ruoyao stared at the knife with fear in her eyes. Miss Su, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, please let me go. Qin Ruoyao, do you know? I wanted to kill you a long time ago, but he liked you. If you died, I was afraid he would be upset. Now I don't have to worry about it. The white tiger on the side stared straight at Qin Ruoyao. Su Huan untied Qin Ruoyao's rope herself. She thought Su Huan had let her go, so she knelt down and kowtowed as if she had survived a disaster. Thank you, Miss Su. Thank you, Miss Su. Su Huan curled her lips into a smile and raised her hand. The white tiger pounced towards Qin Ruoyao. Ah! Qin Ruoyao screamed in fear and fled frantically, but the white tiger bit her leg. She was no match at all. Crack! Crack! The white tiger tore off the meat and chewed the bones. Qin Ruoyao watched helplessly as her flesh was torn off, her eyes filled with despair and regret. She regretted it and shouldn't have provoked me. This woman who likes me is a lunatic. It's terrible. Half an hour later, Qin Ruoyao died. Master, he's dead. The bodyguard stepped forward. Su Huan's beautiful face, covered in blood, curled up into a bloodthirsty and gorgeous smile. Ah Xian, I helped you get revenge. I stared at her blankly. My wife betrayed me, and my parents and sister were indifferent to the news of my death. I care about the people I care about, but no one really cares about me. On the contrary, it was Su Huan, the girl whom I had always hated, who avenged me personally. Su Huan staggered back to her room. Opened the ice coffin and gently caressed my face. Ah Xian, I'm here to see you. She murmured, a determined smile on her face, and took out the knife and pointed it at her slender wrist. Su Huan, don't! I screamed. I tried to grab her wrist to stop her, but my hand passed through her wrist. As a spirit, I can't touch her. Su Huan had stabbed the knife at her wrist. The blade cut through her tender skin and pierced into her artery. The gushing blood made the red spider lily beside her even more beautiful. Su Huan also lay in the ice coffin, leaning on my chest. The coldness faded away, and she smiled gently. Ah Xian, heaven or hell, I will always be with you. It's great to die with you. She squeezed her slender white fingers into my swollen hands and interlocked ours. When the blood stopped flowing, she curled up her lips into a gorgeous smile and closed her eyes. I covered my heart. It hurts so much, it really hurts, like a sharp knife stabbing into my heart and churning it. Su Huan, I lost you. If I have another chance to laugh at him, it would be wishful thinking. There will never be a chance to start over in this life. How can someone like me deserve it? My soul continues to wander. I attended Su Huan's funeral and saw my parents and sister crying heart-wrenchingly over Lin Li's death. What a stark contrast. When I died, they happily celebrated Lin Li's birthday. When Lin Li died, they were in pain and despair. I stood in front of Su Huan's tombstone. I don't know how long I had been there when I was suddenly sucked into a huge space. Everything around me was white, and a hollow and chaotic voice rang out. Lin Xian, congratulations on being chosen by the heaven as the Son of Luck. You can be reborn. As the Son of Luck, you are endowed with the ability of photographic memory, extraordinary learning ability, and some knowledge of other worlds. In addition, you have a space that you can enter with your mind. If you stay in the space for an hour, it will take only 1 minute in the outside world. There are countless things to learn in the space. Son of Destiny. Rebirth. A space where time flows extremely slowly. Oh my God, is there such a good thing? But there is no free lunch in the world. I asked, Why choose me? What are the conditions? Because Su Hua is the lucky heroine, she committed suicide for you, we don't want to see this happen again, the condition is, you stay with her. I said, yes. Must be willing. I'd be a fool to refuse. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt a flash of white light in my head, and my headache started to ache. I squatted down, covering my head. It hurts so much. It's like countless things are drilling into my brain. In just 1 minute, the pain disappeared. I feel like I have grown a brain. That empty voice sounded, you can go now. My eyes went dark and I was sent back to my original world. The timeline goes backwards. I opened my eyes quickly. Looking at the room decoration, I feel a little dazed. This is the Lin family, my room. I was standing in front of the bathroom mirror and saw myself in the mirror wearing a royal blue suit and a red wedding flower on my chest. This is. My eyes trembled violently, and I ran out of the bathroom to pick up the phone on the table to check. I actually went back to my wedding day. In Xia State, men can get married at the age of 21 and women at the age of 20. Now I'm 21 and I'm really back. On this day in my previous life, Su Huan came to grab my marriage. She hooked her finger under my chin and said something chilling, "Ah Xian, you are so disobedient. You dare to marry another woman without my permission, huh? In that case, then return to the cage I built for you, Xian. You are no longer free." Her voice was like that of a demon, echoing in my ears, as if to put inescapable shackles on my soul. I knew that if I was caught and taken back, I would never have the chance to be with Qin Ruoyao again, and I would lose my freedom and would have to stay with her day and night. I don't want this. I grabbed a knife and put it against my throat. The knife cut my skin and scarlet blood flowed out of the wound. I threatened her with my life, "Su Huan, I am not your plaything. I never agreed to be with you. Why are you forcing me? If you ruin my wedding today, all you will get is a corpse. Su Huan, can't you just let me go? Give me freedom and let me be with the woman I love." My eyes were determined. If she forced me, I would cut my artery. Su Huan's eyes at that time were filled with pain, despair, and tension. I seemed to see helplessness in her, like a little animal that had lost its support and was licking its wounds alone. That day, she stared at me for a long time, then suddenly smiled mockingly, "Okay, as you wish, I will let you go and let you marry Qin Ruoyao." She left with her bodyguards, and I married Qin Ruoyao as I wished. Since then, she has never appeared in front of me again, and I can only learn about her from the internet. I clenched my fists. This day is the turning point of everything. I want to change my destiny. When Su Huan comes to grab my marriage, I must go with her obediently. I think it's almost time, so I prepare to go to the wedding venue. I came out of the room and saw the Lin family sitting on the sofa with sullen faces. The atmosphere in the living room was depressing. "Are you determined to marry Qin Ruoyao?" asked her biological mother Jiang Shuqin with a gloomy look in her eyes. I said calmly, "Yes." Okay, Lin Xian, you are awesome." Jiang Shuqin gritted her teeth, "How could our Lin family produce such a shameless person like you? As the eldest son, you are awesome to marry into the Lin family." "That's right, I'm marrying into the family." I felt inferior in front of Qin Ruoyao, regarded her as a goddess, and obeyed her every word. She asked me to marry into the Lin family, and I agreed without hesitation. One reason was to lick her, and the other was to escape from the Lin family. Who would have thought that going to the Qin family would just be like jumping from one fire pit into another? In the Qin family, I am not a son-in-law, but a servant. The Qin family dismissed the servants to save money, and all the laundry, cooking, and cleaning fell on me alone. Jiang Shuqin's face was full of anger. "Lin Xian, if you dare to marry Qin Ruoyao today, you don't have to go back to the Lin family anymore." Lin Li's eyes lit up. Mom wants to kick Lin Xian out of the Lin family. Sure enough, his plan was correct. I like Qin Ruoyao and chase after her like a dog. He made a deal with Qin Ruoyao anonymously, gave her 3 million and asked her to marry me. He is also his father's biological son, so why can't he inherit the Lin family? He was afraid that Jiang Shuqin would know his identity, so he came up with this plan. He wants to use Qin Ruoyao to make me break off completely with the Lin family. Qin Ruoyao will also completely destroy me, making me a waste and unable to manage the Lin family company. Lin Chang puffed on his cigarette, with smoke all around him. Lin Xian, if you don't go and marry her today, you are still a member of the Lin family. Call and cancel the engagement now. He was afraid that it would be embarrassing if the news of my marrying into another's family got out. I said word by word, I must marry her today. The wedding will not be cancelled now. I will go to the wedding scene and marry Qin Ruoyao as usual. When Su Huan shows up, I will break off the engagement with Qin Ruoyao in front of her to show my sincerity. Bang. Lin Chang slammed the table. Lin Xian, I am your biological father, you don't listen to me. I asked sarcastically, you, your mother, and your sisters, do you regard me as your son or brother? If so, why should I still regard you as my biological father? I swept my cold eyes over these dearest relatives. I was abducted when I was young and ended up in an orphanage. It was very poor there and having enough food and warm clothes was a luxury. Seeing some of the orphans being found by their biological parents and some being adopted, I longed for family affection and hoped that I could have a family too. When I was 13 years old, Lin Chang found me and told me that I was his long-lost son. I was very happy and thought I had a home. After returning to the Lin family, I tried hard to fit in and to please them, but they were always prejudiced against me, thinking that I was an orphan with no parents and no education, and that I was not worthy of the Lin family. Lin Li, they only have Lin Li, their adopted son, in their eyes. His grades were originally better than Lin Li's, but during those 2 days of the college entrance examination, he felt dizzy and his head was buzzing. There was no doubt that he had failed the test. He usually could get first place in the exam, but in the college entrance examination he only scored over 300 points, not even passing the second-tier line. The Lin family thought that he cheated in the usual exams, and his true colors were exposed in the college entrance examination. Now that he thinks about it, it must have been Lin Li's doing. In their eyes, Lin Li was a well-behaved, sensible and capable person. As for their good-for-nothing biological son, they never took him seriously. What's even more ridiculous is that it was not until he died and he saw their reactions to his death that he realized completely that, in their eyes, he was no better than an outsider. If an outsider died, they would have a little sympathy, but when he died, they were just indifferent. Ha, how ironic. They are blood relatives. In this life, he no longer needs these so-called relatives. Lin Chang said angrily, I didn't expect that I would raise such an ungrateful son. You think you have grown up and become capable, right? Then get out of the Lin family. If you have the guts, don't ever come back. Lin Xian had no expression on his face. Let's go. Lin Chang said in a deep voice, sign this relationship agreement before you leave. Lin Xian glanced at the lawyer beside him and sneered. He was really eager to get rid of him. It just so happened that he didn't want to have anything to do with the Lin family. Lin Xian signed the relationship agreement without hesitation. Fortunately, he didn't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Holding the severance agreement, Lin Xian left resolutely. Lin Li said, Mom, I want to attend my brother's wedding. Jiang Shuqin looked disgusted. Aren't you ashamed to attend his wedding? Mom, if none of my brother's relatives go, I'm afraid he will feel uncomfortable. What's more, if this gets out, people will gossip about him. So let me go on behalf of the Lin family. Lin Li looked like he was thinking about the Lin family. Lin Chang nodded, then go ahead. Lin Li got into the Ferrari, which was a gift from Lin Chang on his 18th birthday, and cost 8 million. Lin Li picked up the phone, baby. He called gently. Qin Ruoyao scolded him coquettishly, Brother Li, you knew what day it was today, why did you call me? Lin Li said hoarsely, I missed you. Honey, how about we meet at the Grand Hyatt? I've already booked a room. Why are you still thinking about this at this time? Qin Ruoyao blushed, I still have to attend the wedding. Lin Li curled his lips and smiled, there are still 40 minutes left, there's still time. Qin Ruoyao thought of Lin Li's skills in bed, and her heart was burning with excitement. Lin Li was also the second young master of the Lin family. He was deeply loved by the Lin family and would definitely inherit the Lin family's wealth in the future. She must catch this man Lin Li. Qin Ruoyao said delicately, "Okay, I'll be there right away, brotherly, wait for me." Qin Ruoyao stopped the car at the entrance of Grand Hyatt Hotel on the pretext of feeling unwell and wanting to rest for a while. She walked to the front desk and asked softly, "Hello, my friend has booked room 601, and I'm here to get the room card." The receptionist gave her a suspicious look. She remembered that the customer at number 601 was a handsome man. She was wearing a wedding dress. The receptionist asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" Qin Ruoyao replied, "My name is Qin Ruoyao." "It's Miss Qin. Here is your room card. Please keep it safe." The receptionist handed the room card to Qin Ruoyao. The receptionist looked at Qin Ruoyao's back and sighed. Are people nowadays so good at having fun? The bride and groom had sex in the hotel before the wedding even took place. As soon as Qin Ruoyao swiped her card to enter, Lin Li grabbed her wrist and pushed her against the door. Lin Li looked at her with fiery eyes. "Baby, you are so beautiful today. Today is the wedding of Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xian." Just before the wedding, Lin Xian's wife was lying under him, moaning lewdly. "It's exciting to think about it." Qin Ruoyao blushed. "Don't mess up my makeup and hair later, I still have to attend the wedding." There were clothes all over the floor. After everything was over, Qin Ruoyao leaned on Lin Li's chest and said tenderly, "Brotherly, you are so great. How do I compare to Lin Xian? Do you feel more comfortable?" "Brotherly, I am yours. I have never let that idiot Lin Xian touch me. Even if we are married, I will not let him touch me." "Very good." Lin Li smiled with satisfaction. Qin Ruoyao requested that the wedding be kept simple, with only a simple ceremony, no brothers or sisters, no bride receiving ceremony, and only guests from the Qin family and the Lin family were invited. When it was almost time, Qin Ruoyao reappeared at the wedding reception, her face flushed. She pretended to say, "Lin Xian, I was too tired just now and fell asleep in the hotel. Fortunately, I made it in time. I ran here. It was so hot." Lin Xian recognized Qin Ruoyao's current appearance at a glance. It was exactly the same as the expression she had on her face in the previous life when she and Lin Li were caught in bed by him and had just made out in bed. Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao, these two bitches, actually hung out together on their wedding day. Lin Xian felt that the green grassland above his head was big enough. They have been hooking up together so early, it's his fault for being blind and not seeing it. Lin Li, dressed in a suit and tie, came over with a red envelope, his eyes showing a look of satisfaction. "Brother, Mom, and Dad are still angry, and my elder sister and second sister are busy with work and don't have time, so I will be the only one to attend your wedding with this red envelope." Lin Li raised the corners of his lips. "I wish you and your sister-in-law a happy wedding, a long life together, and a son soon." Qin Ruoyao took the red envelope and said gently, "Thank you." Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao looked at each other ambiguously. Under Lin Xian's nose, Qin Ruoyao quietly pulled Lin Li's sleeve. "Brother, I won't disturb you and sister-in-law for now. I'll go in first." Lin Li's eyes were filled with provocation. Lin Xian's wife will lie under him and moan every day in the future. It's a pleasure to think about it. Lin Xian sneered. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. After being reborn this time, he will make Lin Li and Qin Ruoyao pay the price with his own hands. Not only Lin Li, but also the Lin family, he must deal with them all together. Lin Xian greeted guests at the door with a normal expression. At this time, 5 black business cars were driving quickly on the road. In the front car, a stunning beauty was sitting in the back seat. Even with the sunlight shining on her face, her expression was still as cold as ice, and the hostility around her was flowing madly. The person driving the car was Su Huan's secretary, Jiang Qing, and cold sweat was dripping down her forehead. It's over, isn't it?" President Su's mood changes completely with Lin Xian. As long as he behaves well, President Su's mood will be sunny. Once Lin Xian disobeys President Su, it will be a storm. This time, Lin Xian, this troublesome guy, actually took advantage of President Su's business trip to marry Qin Ruoyao. As soon as President Su got the news, he gave up the big cooperation and rushed back to China. She had never seen President Su so angry before. She felt as if the world was about to be destroyed. She didn't even dare to breathe in the car. This kid, why can't he just behave himself? Jiang Qing thought in despair. Oh. Su Huan laughed softly, what a naughty dog. She also wanted to give him a certain amount of freedom so that he wouldn't resist her so much. As a result, he actually wanted to marry another woman. In that case, she might as well lock him up and let him be a canary with broken wings. Jiang Qing shuddered violently at Su Huan's sneer. Su, Mr. Su. Jiang Qing asked cautiously, should we call young Master Lin to ask about the situation, or call him out? Su Huan chuckled, why bother? Just go and rob it. He should bear the consequences for being so naughty and expose himself to the woman he loves, that he belongs to her. Jiang Qing was stunned. Mr. Su, is he going to steal the bride? Ms. Su, I'm afraid that if you go over and try to snatch the bride directly, young Master Lin will resist fiercely. She was worried that Lin Xian would be pushed too hard and would end up in a desperate situation. Su Huan said in a cold voice, even if he wants to commit suicide, I won't let another woman get close to him. He can only be hers. Jiang Qing didn't dare to say anything. The wedding went smoothly. The MC introduced with a smile, this is the bride Qin Ruoyao, Ms. Qin. This is the groom, Lin Xian, Mr. Lin. They are childhood sweethearts and have known each other for 8 years. During these 8 years, they have known each other, fallen in love, and now, they are finally getting married. Let us applaud and bless this loving couple. The guests present, except Lin Li, were all close friends of the Qin family. They all looked down on Lin Xian and said with disdain, this Lin Xian is useless. Although he is the eldest son of the Lin family, he is not favored at all. How could Ruoyao like him? It's such a pity for Ruoyao. She is so pretty, but she married such a poor boy. If you ask me, if it weren't for Ruoyao, no one would be willing to marry Lin Xian. His only advantage is that he is willing to marry into the family. No one applauded them. The whole audience was silent. The MC was embarrassed for a moment. It was the first time he encountered such a scene. No one blessed the newlyweds. Fortunately, the MC had sufficient professional training. He quickly regained his smiling face and continued with a smile, next, we will proceed with the process of exchanging rings. Mr. Lin Xian, are you willing to marry Miss Qin Ruoyao? Love her and be loyal to her. The host recited the oath slowly. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian. Lin Li held the red wine, the corners of his lips raised with pride. Lin Xian, as long as you marry Qin Ruoyao, you are basically ruined. Lin Xian looked towards the door in confusion and frowned. Why hasn't Su Huan come yet? If he really exchanged rings with Qin Ruoyao, no matter how he expressed his loyalty later, it would be useless. Lin Xian was slow to answer. People started whispering below. What's going on? Why does he look a little reluctant? You're overthinking it. Lin Xian is like a dog in front of Ruoyao, how could he not be willing? He is so lucky to be able to marry Ruoyao, how could he not want to? The MC tried to smooth things over, look, our groom is so happy that he can't react. Mr. Lin Xian, are you willing? There was another eerie silence. Qin Ruoyao's face darkened, Lin Xian, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and say you agree. Shut up. Lin Xian yelled irritably. Qin Ruoyao widened her eyes. Lin Xian actually dared to yell at her. Lin Xian kept his eyes towards the door. The MC has a slight headache. First the guests were unwilling to bless them, and now the groom refused to answer whether he was willing or not. He had never encountered such a difficult wedding. Helplessly, he could only hold the microphone and repeat again, Mr. Lin Xuanlin, are you willing to marry Miss Qin Ruoyao? Love her and be loyal to her for the rest of your life. He doesn't want to. A female voice as chilling as ice rang out. What happened again? To ruin the party? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It's Su Huan who is here. She is finally here. 16 bodyguards in black clothes and wearing sunglasses appeared. They ran in and stood on both sides of the red carpet with their hands behind their backs. Where had the Qin family ever seen such a scene? They took a step back in fear. The MC's heart was completely hanging. It turned out that he was here to ruin the show. Fortunately, he was originally bald, and his thick hair was because he was wearing a wig, otherwise he would have been bald this time. It just seems like there's something good to watch. The MC, who should have been serious, had a gossipy gleam in his eyes. Hiss, the sound of people gasping for breath was heard in the conference hall. A woman walked out from the middle of the red carpet. She was wearing a black evening dress and seemed to have just attended a party. She had smooth black hair, which was simply tied up with a hairpin. The black dress that was tailor-made for her was a tube-top style, with a slender waist that could be held in one hand. She was a natural beauty. She has an exquisite face, which can be described as peerless beauty. It is such a woman who could have attracted countless men to flock to her, but her face was frosty, cold and beautiful, with an air of being inviolable, and she also had an aura that looked down on the world. Su Huan's appearance caught everyone's attention. Their mouths were wide open, their eyes filled with amazement. This is so beautiful. Lin Li was also looking at Su Huan in amazement. He had seen countless beauties, but this was the first time he had seen a woman this beautiful. Such a woman is like a poppy. She looks dangerous and charming, making people unable to resist the desire to conquer her. If I could capture her. Lin Li's mind became active, and he looked at Su Huan with a determined look. Qin Ruoyao, standing on the round platform, had a look of jealousy on her face. She was the campus beauty of Shangqing University and had an extraordinary appearance. In front of this woman, she actually felt ashamed of herself. Su Huan stepped on high heels, stepped onto the steps and came to the stage, and said word by word, Lin Xian doesn't want to marry another woman. Qin Ruoyao felt the invisible pressure from the woman, and asked with fear, who are you? Today is Lin Xian and I's wedding, what are you doing here? Su Huan glanced at her indifferently, treating her as an aunt and ignored her. Ah Xian. Her slender white fingers hooked Lin Xian's chin, and her voice was as cold as ice, you are really disobedient. You dare to come and marry another woman without my permission, huh? Everyone's eyes widened, their hair messy in the wind. This woman came for Lin Xian, and it seemed that she had a special relationship with Lin Xian. Is this kid Lin Xian so popular? First, Ruoyao insisted on marrying him, and then a beautiful woman came. It seemed like they were trying to steal the bride. The cold woman whispered in Lin Xian's ear and said softly, since Ah Xian is so disobedient, I can only take him back to the cage I built for you. Ah Xian, you are no longer free. Su Huan said exactly the same words as in her previous life. Lin Xian had rehearsed this scene from his previous life countless times. He planned to express his loyalty to Su Huan first and say that he was willing to leave with Su Huan. Qin Ruoyao would definitely be angry and question him. He will scold Qin Ruoyao, and he has already thought of the words. After scolding Qin Ruoyao, he will announce the cancellation of the engagement with Qin Ruoyao. If he does this, Su Huan's anger will probably disappear by more than half. He can show his loyalty to Su Huan very well. Lin Xian thought for a long time and said, Su Huan, I'm willing to go with you. Before he could finish, Su Huan placed a finger on Lin Xian's lips. Shu, Xian, don't talk. Lin Xian was puzzled. What happened? Su Huan glanced at Jiang Qing and said, bring it here. She ordered coldly. Jiang Qing handed over a red wine glass filled with scarlet liquid. Su Huan held the scarlet liquid in her mouth. Then he kissed Lin Xian's lips. Lin Li clenched his fists tightly. This woman was defiled by Lin Xian, she is so dirty. Su Huan passed the liquid in her mouth to Lin Xian. Her nose was filled with the sweet fragrance emanating from the woman, and Lin Xian's mouth was full of the smell of alcohol. Some wine slipped from Lin Xian's mouth, and Su Huan licked it off. Lin Xian felt that he was a little drunk and his head began to feel dizzy. Su Huan whispered, Ah Xian, go to sleep. There is a drug in this wine that can make people unconscious. Lin Xian's mind was full of thoughts. It was all over. He wanted to use this wedding to show his loyalty to Su Huan, but ended up being bewitched by Su Huan. He could not clear himself of the fact that he wanted to marry Qin Ruoyao. After returning, Su Huan will definitely punish him severely. Su Huan, you misunderstood. Lin Xian tried hard to explain, but as soon as he said a wrong word, he fainted completely, and 2 bodyguards supported him. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened. He is my groom. You actually knocked him out in front of everyone. Qin Ruoyao. Su Huan narrowed her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her. The neck is so thin that it would break if it was twisted slightly. She is Ashuan's favorite woman. If she dies, will Ashuan stop thinking about other women? Su Huan's beautiful eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. I really want to kill her, but Ashian will hate her. Su Huan suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and said in a cold tone, I warn you, you'd better stay away from him. Otherwise, she was not sure when he would cut her into pieces. Qin Ruoyao felt cold all over. She actually saw murderous intent in this woman's eyes just now. Yes, murderous intent. No, no. She couldn't let this woman take Lin Xian away from the wedding, otherwise, wouldn't this be a slap in her face? Qin Ruoyao raised her voice and asked, Security, where are the security guards? How dare the security guards step forward when they see this scene? No one dares to stay at the scene. Su Huan took Lin Xian away, and all the bodyguards also retreated. The guests were whispering. You can tell at a glance that this woman is very rich. She has such a beautiful face and a good figure. Ruoyao is far inferior to her. Lin Xian is such a lucky guy. I'm just curious, where does his charm come from that makes such a beautiful girl like him? This beauty is just playing with him. Believe me, she will dump him soon. Some of the young men sounded sour. I wish I could replace Lin Xian. Qin Ruoyao, wearing a white wedding dress, watched her groom being taken away by another woman. When I heard these guests comparing themselves with that woman and saying that they were not as good as her in every way, Qin Ruoyao was so angry that she almost went crazy. This was the first time she had been humiliated like this. Qin Ruoyao stamped her feet. Lin Xian only has her in his heart. Humph, what if this woman takes Lin Xian away? As long as she waves to Lin Xian will wag his tail and beg for mercy at her like a dog. The host's eyes were filled with excitement, and he seemed to be very satisfied after eating the melon. Oh, this is so exciting. According to this scene, the groom was taken back by this stunning woman, and he was bound to be punished. This is the punishment between a man and a woman, hee. Night Garden. Butler Wang paced back and forth in the garden anxiously. I thought Lin Xian would recognize the situation and stop running away, but it turned out that he was just pretending. As soon as the young lady left the country, he took the opportunity to marry another woman. Master Lin will definitely be furious this time if he does this. The other servants in the night garden also had miserable expressions on their faces. This time the young lady will surely be furious as ever. Why? I really don't know why their young lady must be with Lin Xian. Su Huan's car drove into the manor. Everyone's heart was lifted. Be prepared for the coming storm. The car stopped, and Butler Wang stepped forward, opened the door, and said respectfully, Mississippi. Su Huan didn't say anything, but an aura of destruction emanated from her body. Butler Wang glanced at Lin Xian, who was lying unconscious in the back seat of the car, and silently lit a candle for Lin Xian in his heart. Lin Xian was locked in the bedroom. Su Huan sat in front of the bed. She shed her coldness and gently stroked the man's face. Xian, how good would it be if you could always be as obedient as you are now? Why can't you like me? Su Huan's voice was suppressed, each word was pronounced with a fragile and pitiful tone. I saw you being so nice to other women, and I was so jealous that I was going crazy. Xian, stay by my side. Of all things in this world, I only want you. Su Huan stared at Lin Xian lying on the bed for a long time, then staggered to her feet. She couldn't stay there any longer. As soon as she saw Xian, her mind was filled with the scene of Xian and Qin Ruoyao standing together in wedding dresses. She was afraid that she would lose control and hurt her Xian. Su Huan walked outside. Go prepare a coffin that can accommodate 2 people. Su Huan ordered in a slightly hoarse voice. Butler Wang was stunned for a moment. Miss, what are you doing? No matter who of us dies first, we must kill the other one. Su Huan ordered in a calm voice. Whether they die in heaven or hell, they will die together. Butler Wang looked serious. Miss is afraid that young Master Lin will commit suicide. If young Master Lin commits suicide, Miss will be buried in the coffin with him. Su Huan walked to the martial arts arena. Master. A group of people shouted in unison. Su Huan said calmly, practice martial arts with me. Fear appeared on everyone's face. Master wants to practice martial arts. The master's fighting power was so terrifying that they couldn't resist him at all. Moreover, it seemed that the master was in a very bad mood, with a face as pale as ice. Isn't this making them human sandbags? Su Huan walked to the competition stage. All of you come up. Su Huan's eyes swept towards the shadow guards in the first row below. The shadow guards walked up trembling. When facing Su Huan, these shadow guards used all their strength, but they were still unable to resist Su Huan. Bang. Bang. The sound of flesh hitting the ground continued to be heard. Su Huan kicked away one shadow guard after another. They lay on the ground, holding their chests and groaning in pain. Some of the shadow guards had bruised faces and noses. After venting her anger on the shadow guard, Su Huan's anger faded a little. Su Huan returned to the room and went into the bathroom. She soaked herself in the bathtub. Lin Xian woke up and looked at the ceiling with a look of despair. After being drugged by Su Huan, all his plans were disrupted. Su Huan thought that he wanted to marry Qin Ruoyao, so it would be extremely difficult for him to please her. Oh. Lin Xian sighed. I just got reborn and it was hell mode from the start. What a fucking life. He should think carefully about how to appease Su Huan. Otherwise, if a Yandere like Su Huan went crazy, it would be scary. Splash, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Lin Xian looked over. Su Huan is in the bathroom. Lin Xian's mind began to become active, and he had to take the initiative. Su Huan was wearing a bathrobe and walking barefoot on the floor as she walked out of the bathroom. Suddenly, Lin Xian appeared and pushed Su Huan against the wall. Su Huan subconsciously grabbed Lin Xian's neck, but when she saw that the other person was Lin Xian, she released the strength in her hands. With such close contact with Lin Xian, Su Huan's heart beat uncontrollably. Su Huan, I want to talk to you about the wedding. Lin Xian said. Wedding. Su Huan raised her lips. I ruined your wedding with the woman you love. Xian, do you hate me very much? Lin Xian shook his head. No, Su Huan, even if you didn't knock me out, I would still follow you obediently, really. He may have hated Su Huan for locking him up and not giving him freedom before, but after seeing her avenge him and commit suicide for love, he no longer hated her at all. Oh. Su Huan laughed softly. Xian is really good at coaxing people. Are you afraid that I will kill Qin Ruoyao, so you are acting with me here? Lin Xian. Well, nothing he says now is right. If Su Huan said she hated her, she would go crazy. Saying you don't hate is just acting. Hiss, what a headache. Xuan, if you dare to run again, I can't guarantee that I won't do something to Qin Ruoyao, your parents, and your sisters. Su Huan said the coldest words in the most gentle tone. In his previous life, Lin Xian would definitely be hysterical with Su Huan. Is there such a good thing? He wanted to disobey Su Huan again and run away. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Lin Xian shook it off. It was not worth trying. Su Huan was too Yandere. What if she really made him into a specimen or never let him out again? He should try not to annoy the Yandere in front of him now. Xian, if you want to act, keep acting and don't think about escaping from me. Everyone you care about will be safe. Otherwise, don't blame me. Su Huan said in a low voice. Forget her, Xian, and put your heart and body on me. Lin Xian recalled a sentence from a novel he had read before. If you want a woman to shut up and calm down, just kiss her. Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Su Huan's red lips. Su Huan was stunned for a moment, and then ridicule began to spread in her heart. Xian is such a proud man, but he is willing to do this to protect Qin Ruoyao. He really loves Qin Ruoyao to the extreme. It's really enviable. There was an ambiguous atmosphere in the air. The beautiful woman who looked like a fairy pushed Lin Xian down on the bed. Lin Xian frowned. Isn't this a bit wrong? Shouldn't the men be on top and the woman be on the bottom? Su Huan said in a hoarse voice, Ah Xian, if you want to protect Qin Ruoyao and the Lin family, then please me with your body. Lin Xian had expected from the beginning that he would be eaten by Su Huan. But at this moment, Lin Xian's heart began to beat faster. Lin Xian was drained. When Lin Xian woke up the next day, Su Huan was no longer by his side. Thinking of all the crazy things that happened last night, Lin Xian felt a little uncomfortable. It was Su Huan who was in charge of the whole process last night. Lin Xian returned to his room and opened the cloakroom that Su Huan had prepared for him. He was stunned. This place is filled with all kinds of clothes, shoes, hats and the like, and it seems that all of these were specially tailored for him by Su Huan. He was unwilling to use Su Huan's things before, so this cloakroom had never been opened. Lin Xian took a set of clothes and went into the bathroom. He dressed up nicely and even had a male servant come and cut his hair short. In the restaurant downstairs, Su Huan was already sitting at the dining table. Miss, do you need to ask young Master Lin to come down for breakfast? Butler Wang asked respectfully. No need. Su Huan's red lips curled up. He was tired last night, let him rest for a while. Is that what he thought it meant? Butler Wang's face was full of surprise. Did the young lady finally eat Master Lin? Butler Wang's eyes lit up and said, It's good to eat it, it's good to eat it. There is an old saying that if you want to conquer a man's heart, you need to conquer his body. Young Master Lin has always been resistant to the young lady. If you eat him, maybe he will pay more attention to the young lady. Under the shocked gazes of the servants, Lin Xian disappeared downstairs. Miss, Master Lin is here. The servant opened the dining room door. Su Huan raised her eyes and saw Lin Xian dressed up. Her pupils shrank slightly and she looked a little dazed. Butler Wang looked shocked. This is young Master Lin. Lin Xian coughed and said, How about it, Su Huan, do I look handsome like this? Yeah. Su Huan nodded. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as her mood didn't change, it was good. Su Huan's temperament was unpredictable, and he was afraid that if he changed his hairstyle, Su Huan would start to have wild thoughts again. Master Lin, please take a seat. Butler Wang pulled out a chair, which was the seat opposite Su Huan. Lin Xian glanced at her and did not go over. Instead, he came and sat next to Su Huan. Lin Xian has always been resistant to the young lady, and every time he eats, he wishes he could sit in a place as far away from her as possible. Why did you end up sitting next to the young lady this time? Su Huan's eyes never left Lin Xian, her beautiful eyes full of inquiry. Wasn't he angry because of what she did to him last night? Lin Xian felt uncomfortable being stared at. What's wrong? Su Huan retracted her gaze and ordered, Serve me dinner. Oh, okay. Lin Xian vaguely remembered that Su Huan liked to eat shrimps. He peeled shrimps for Su Huan and then placed the peeled shrimps next to Su Huan's red lips. Su Huan took a light bite. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh that when Su Huan wasn't acting like a yandere, she seemed very well behaved and easy to get along with. Come on, go on, eat more. Lin Xian seemed to be addicted, feeding Su Huan mouthful after mouthful. Butler Wang didn't notice for a moment that Lin Xian actually fed Su Huan a piece of mutton. Steward Wang said in surprise, Mr. Lin, wait. Lin Xian looked at Butler Wang in confusion. The lady is allergic to lamb. Before he could finish, Butler Wang saw Su Huan eating the piece of mutton. Butler Wang. I know I'm allergic, but I still eat this lamb. Lin Xian was puzzled. Butler Wang, what's wrong with Su Huan's preference for mutton? Butler Wang, it's okay. What else can he say? Su Huan felt an itch in her throat and stood up from her chair. I'm full. He returned to his bedroom, took out a bottle of anti-allergy medicine from the drawer, and swallowed it with water. Lin Xian always felt something was wrong. He quickly finished the food in his bowl and followed him upstairs. Su Huan took the medicine, but a lot of red rashes still appeared on her body. She took some ointment and applied it on them. Lin Xian pushed the door open and walked in. Su Huan cast a dangerous look towards the door. When she saw that the person coming was Lin Xian, she was obviously stunned for a moment. The cold aura in her body subsided, and she covered the rash on her arm with her hand, trying to hide the truth. "Why are you here?" Lin Xian strode over and pulled down her hand. Her fair and slender arms were covered with red spots. "What's wrong with your hand?" Lin Xian asked with a frown. "It's nothing serious, just a little allergic." Su Huan pursed her lips. "Allergy." Lin Xian thought of the unfinished words of the butler. "Are you allergic to lamb?" If you're allergic, then how did you eat the mutton just now?" "Because," Su Huan opened her red lips slightly, "this is what you fed me, Xian." As long as he fed her with his own hands, she would eat it without hesitation even if it was poison. She couldn't bear to reject his kindness to her. Lin Xian was silent. With her Yandere personality, this was indeed something she could do. In fact, he really didn't understand why someone as beautiful and capable as Su Huan would fall for him. Before, he thought that Su Huan only regarded him as a beloved toy or plaything. It was not until he died and existed as a soul that he saw her, well, kissing him who had become a giant and was so disgusted by the corpse that he realized that she really liked him, the kind that was willing to give her heart to him. Lin Xian had a cold face, and for the first time in front of Su Huan, he spoke in a domineering and forceful manner, "Don't abuse yourself like this in the future. I will slowly understand your taboos and preferences in the future. You don't have to accommodate me anymore." Su Huan looked at him steadily, with stars twinkling in her eyes. Perhaps because he felt that he was too serious, Lin Xian added, "I will feel bad if you do this. I will apply medicine for you." Gentleness and sincerity are the key. He should be nicer to Su Huan and not do anything weird. Maybe then Su Huan will not imprison him. Lin Xian squeezed a little ointment onto his hand, and then gently applied it on Su Huan's arm. "It's done, Su Huan, how do you feel now? Do you feel better?" "There are still some allergic areas that haven't been applied." Su Huan's eyes dimmed. "Ah. Where else?" Lin Xian was a little confused. He looked around her arms and neck. Weren't the places with rashes all covered with medicine? "I'll tell you." Su Huan took Lin Xian's hand and came in front of her. "Lin Xian." His hands trembled. Su Huan whispered in Lin Xian's ear, tempting him, "Xian, apply the medicine for me, okay?" There was a sense of ambiguity in the air. Lin Xian just felt his ears itchy. Why didn't he realize before that Su Huan was quite attractive? Lin Xian couldn't refuse at all, he just nodded blankly, "Okay." Su Huan's beautiful eyes were filled with smiles. "That place is blocked by clothes." Su Huan took Lin Xian's hand and moved it to the buttons of her white shirt. "Be good, Xian, untie it." The woman's voice was slightly tempting. Lin Xian followed her request and unbuttoned his shirt with trembling hands. All the buttons were undone. This was the first time that Lin Xian saw Su Huan's body. He turned off the lights last night and didn't see the woman clearly at all. Lin Xian was stunned. Suddenly, he felt something sticky flowing out of his nose. A wipe of the hand. Looking at the red on his hand, Lin Xian's face turned red. "Lin Xian, you are such a loser. This is just the beginning, and you're already bleeding from the nose." I'll go take a shower." Lin Xian covered his nose and ran into the bathroom. A dark light flashed in Su Huan's eyes, and she whispered, "It turns out that Xian likes my body, that's great." In the bathroom. After Lin Xian's nosebleed stopped, he splashed cold water on his face. After finally calming down, the image of Su Huan with her clothes half unbuttoned automatically appeared in my mind. The nosebleed started again. Lin Xian. Lin Xian stayed in the bathroom for 15 minutes before coming out. Su Huan was sitting on the sofa flipping through a magazine. Lin Xian thought Su Huan would apply the medicine herself. Unexpectedly, the bottle of ointment was still on the coffee table, untouched, clearly waiting for him to apply it to her. Su Huan closed the magazine. "Come here." The tone did not allow for argument. Lin Xian took a deep breath and moved to Su Huan's side. "Su Huan, continue to apply the medicine." "Yes." Lin Xian closed his eyes and reached out to Su Huan tremblingly. He didn't dare to look. He didn't dare to look. He's already bleeding from the nose even though he's still wearing clothes. What will happen if he takes them off? Just thinking about it makes me want to have a nosebleed again. But how do I help her take it off? They say there is a button on this shirt, why can't he find it? Lin Xian fumbled around randomly. Lin Xian's hands seemed to be on fire, igniting heat wherever they went. Su Huan suddenly grabbed Lin Xian's wrist. I don't need you. I can do it myself. There was suppressed forbearance in his voice. If this continued, she would be unable to resist throwing him down, as she had an important meeting to attend later. Oh, okay. Lin Xian withdrew his hand. As he breathed a sigh of relief, a slight sense of disappointment rose in his heart. The fingertips still had a warm and soft touch, and Lin Xian felt his fingers were inexplicably hot. Su Huan had already taken off her clothes and was applying ointment. It's strange to say, except for some rashes on the neck and arms, this is the only place that has them. Lin Xian wanted to see it but didn't dare to. There were two villains fighting in his heart. By Sharon, Lin Xian, you are a gentleman, do not listen to, see, or say anything that is inappropriate. Huang Sharon, what kind of gentleman is that? There is no gentleman in front of the woman you love. What's wrong with watching this? Not only can you watch it, you can also make love with it. Hee. By the way, they already made love with it last night, and Lin Xian was squeezed dry without a drop left. Little white man, this is too vulgar. Huang Sharon, you are so innocent, go read your monk novel. This is about loving each other and falling in love. If you don't want to read these, do you want to read pure chatting under the quilt? Bai Sharon had nothing to say. The yellow villain punched the white villain and sent him flying. Lin Xian, come on, you have done even the most intimate things, what can't you do? Huang Sharon waved the flag and shouted. It's just a look, it won't be a problem. Lin Xian prepared himself mentally and glanced at him secretly. Su Huan had a blank expression on her face and was applying medicine to herself seriously. It was precisely this serious look that made her seem even more lustful. The nosebleed started flowing again. Lin Xian, fortunately, Su Huan didn't see it this time. Lin Xian rushed to the bathroom again. When he came out, Su Huan had already put on her clothes and returned to her cold and indifferent expression. As soon as Lin Xian saw Su Huan, he thought of the scene where Su Huan applied medicine to him just now. He cursed inwardly. Lin Xian, your mind is full of pornographic garbage, you are depraved. Ah Xian, come here. Su Huan's voice was a little hoarse. Lin Xian walked over. Su Huan pulled him towards her, turned over, and pressed Lin Xian down on the sofa. Their bodies pressed together. Lin Xian could feel the softness pressing against him, and his wild thoughts began to run wild again. What is she doing? Are you going to squeeze him again? It was so intense last night, and I don't know if it will be the same again today. Ah Xian. Su Huan raised Lin Xian's chin with her green jade fingers. Whose figure is better, mine or Qin Ruoyao's? Lin Xian, it's you, of course it's better if it's yours. He didn't lie. Su Huan not only has a good appearance, but also has a top-notch figure. She has a plump figure, long legs, thin waist and graceful curves. Qin Ruoyao looked like a pure little white flower, with a dry body. Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Have you seen Qin Ruoyao's body? Lin Xian, who had a strong desire to survive, shook his head wildly. I have only seen yours. As for other women's bodies, I have only seen them with clothes on. Su Huan, from Ah Xian's tone, it seems that he regrets that he has never seen other women without clothes. Lin Xian. A calm and self-controlled woman like Su Huan could actually act unreasonably. But she's pretty cute in this aspect. Lin Xian's brain was full of thoughts, and he raised two fingers seriously. Su Huan, I've seen you, and other women's are no longer in my eyes. The coldness on Su Huan disappeared. Obviously she was very satisfied with Lin Xian's answer. Even though she knew it was just a trick to please her, she still enjoyed it. Su Huan bit Lin Xian's lips lightly. Be good, this is a reward for you. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, breaking the charming atmosphere in the room. Su Huan walked to the bedroom door, opened it, and looked at him coldly. "What's the matter? It's so cold." Su Huan's secretary Jiang Qing touched her arm. "Mr. Su doesn't seem to be in a very good mood. Could it be that Lin Xian has offended President Su again?" Mr. Su, there are still 20 minutes left. It's time to go out for the meeting, otherwise you might miss it." "Okay, I understand." The moment Su Huan closed the door, Jiang Qing noticed Lin Xian standing behind President Su. There seemed to be a lipstick mark on his lips. And Mr. Su's clothes seemed a little messy. "Oh my God. Did they just?" Jiang Qing covered his mouth. No wonder Mr. Su looked in a bad mood. Who could be happy when a good thing was interrupted? Fortunately, Mr. Su did not take his anger out on her. In the bedroom, Su Huan put her clothes in order. Then, he walked in front of Lin Xian. "Just wait for me at home. Remember, don't think about running away, and don't think about looking for Qin Ruoyao. You can't escape from my palm. If he dares to run again." "No." Then she would chain him up for life and make him her bed slave. "I promise I won't run." Lin Xian raised 2 fingers to promise. "Run." He wasn't that brave. Su Huan came downstairs, and the housekeeper smiled and said, "Miss, has Master Lin figured it out?" Butler Wang is now in his 50s. After Su Huan returned to the Su family, he has been with Su Huan and has long regarded Su Huan as his own daughter. The young lady only has Lin Xian in her heart. It would be great if young Master Lin could stay with her sincerely. Think it through. Su Huan raised her lips in a mocking smile. He just became smarter. This is just a way for him to escape from me. He is protecting the woman he loves and is afraid that I will hurt her. But it would be best if I could act for the rest of my life, otherwise. Su Huan's eyes were dark. Butler Wang's body trembled. He could foresee that if Lin Xian was really pretending as the young lady said, then if he revealed his true thoughts in the future, the young lady would probably go crazy. Upstairs, after Lin Xian charged his phone, as soon as he turned it on, countless QQ messages popped up. These messages were basically sent by Wang Dai and Qin Ruoyao, as well as phone calls from Wang Dai. Lin Xian called Wang Dai back. "Xian Zi, how are you? Why can't I get through to you after calling you all day?" Wang Dai asked anxiously as soon as the call was connected. Lin Xian said, "My phone ran out of battery and was turned off. I didn't notice it. I just turned it on." Wang Dai breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're okay. By the way, Xuanzi, how was your wedding with Qin Ruoyao? Is Qin Ruoyao willing to spend her wedding night with you?" "Lin Xian, the wedding is off." "Break it." Wang Dai glared and was furious. "It was that little bitch Qin Ruoyao who broke off the engagement, right? She is really playing with your feelings. If you ask me, Xian Zi, I don't think she really likes you, otherwise she wouldn't ignore you at school. Also, she didn't even allow your relatives and friends to attend the wedding. She just doesn't want everyone to know that she married you. She is deliberately breaking off the engagement just to embarrass you." Wang Dai was sincerely standing up for his good friend. Xian Zi was too humble in front of Qin Ruoyao, a pure bootlicker. If Qin Ruoyao told him to go east, he would never dare to go west. Even if Xian Zi was slapped and insulted by Qin Ruoyao, he would not be angry at all. I remember one time, Qin Ruoyao was sick and was discovered by Xuanzi. Xuanzi skipped class and ran out to buy medicine for her. Xuanzi gave her the medicine secretly, and when Qin Ruoyao took it, she was discovered by other students. Qin Ruoyao was afraid that her relationship with Xian Zi would be exposed, so she slapped Xian Zi in public and said condescendingly, "Lin Xian, I don't like you. Can you please stop pestering me? It's disgusting that you keep pestering me like this." He was present at the time, and he still remembers these words. At that time, everyone was accusing Xuanzi of wanting to be a toad and want to eat swan flesh. After the incident, Xianzi still blamed himself madly in front of him, saying that he was careless and should not have let anyone find out. His good brother has been Pua to the extreme. He didn't know why Qin Ruoyao married Xianzi. In short, it couldn't be because she loved him. Xianzi, promise me that if she breaks off the engagement, then she's done. Let's not go and beg her to continue marrying you. Wang De was really afraid of his dog-licking brother, so he continued to lick Qin Ruoyao with his tongue sticking out and his tail wagging. Lin Xian, I was the one who broke off the engagement. Wang De was stunned, thinking he had misheard, and scratched his ears with his fingers. What did you just say? Lin Xian repeated, I broke off the engagement myself. Make sure you heard it right. Wang De was surprised and asked, you called off the engagement. What's going on here? With Xuanzi's personality, he would never take the initiative to cancel the engagement even if the sky fell. Xian Zi. Wang De couldn't help but worry, did something happen? Maybe I can help you think of a solution. Lin Xian said quietly, nothing, I just figured it out, I think living off someone is not bad. Freeloader. Wang De was speechless. Xian Zi, with our looks, we are not handsome young men. Let's not have those unrealistic dreams. With our conditions, we can't live off this rich woman. Wang De advised. Lin Xian, I actually ate it. This soft rice was forced upon her by Su Huan. Wang De rolled his eyes, then tell me, what kind of soft rice is it? Lin Xian replied, a large manor, dozens of servants, a room of more than 100 square meters, a chef, bodyguards, luxury cars, a leading company, and a female tycoon. The more Wang De listened, the more confused he became. Then the female tycoon you are talking about, is she a woman in her 50s or 60s? Lin Xian, no, she is only 3 years older than me, has a great figure, is very beautiful, and shines wherever she goes. Ha 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 ha. Wang De held his stomach and laughed. Xian Zi, your daydreaming is too great. Will that rich woman you mentioned fall in love with you? Ha ha ha, stop dreaming and let's get back to reality. No. Wang De's laughter stopped abruptly. He asked worriedly, Xian Zi, are you mentally ill because of the stimulation? No, let's meet. Where are you? I'll find you. Lin Xian sighed, let's talk about the meeting later. Qin Ruoyao and I are a little angry about her marriage, so I have to coax her down first. He is still locked up, how can he meet? Okay, then remember to contact me if you have any problems. Wang De was relieved to see that Lin Xian was fine. Lin Xian hung up the phone, lay on the bed with his legs crossed, and boredly counted 1 pleasant goat, 2 beautiful goats, 3 lazy goats, 4 boiling goats, 5 warm goats, red wolf, and big bad wolf. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep again. Su Huan had squeezed him too hard last night, so he needed to catch up on some sleep. He slept until 1 o'clock in the afternoon and was woken up by a QQ message sent by Qin Ruoyao. Lin Xian got angry and he was in a bad mood when he woke up. Baby Yao Yao, Lin Xian's note to Qin Ruoyao on his phone. Lin Xian, who was the woman who took you away at our wedding? What is your relationship with her? Baby Yao Yao, your relationship is not simple, is it? Lin Xian, you keep saying you love me, but you are having an affair with another woman behind my back. Is this your love? Baby Yao Yao, are you with her because of her money? I didn't expect you to be such a money-hungry person. I really misjudged you. Baby Yao Yao, I had a huge fight with my family for you and overcame many obstacles to marry you, and this is how you treat me. Baby Yao Yao, I order you to leave her immediately. Baby Yao Yao, Lin Xian, why don't you reply to my message? Are you feeling guilty? Tell me. Baby Yao Yao, if you don't reply to me, don't come to see me again. Our marriage is over. Qin Ruoyao's anger could be felt even through the screen. Lin Xian opened his phone and quickly browsed through the messages. I just want to call myself an idiot. It was such an obvious PUA, but he didn't even notice it until he died in his previous life. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Lin Xian changed his note to Qin Ruoyao and replied, then cancel the engagement. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened, you actually want to break off the engagement with me? Lin Xian, yes. Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xian, do you know what you are talking about? What you said today will make me hate you. If you want to marry me again in the future, dream on. Lin Xian rolled his eyes, ask yourself, are you comparable to her? I'm a fool, I would choose you instead of her. In his previous life, he was a fool. Qin Ruoyao was so angry that she almost died, but she couldn't find any point to refute. That woman radiated just by standing there. The appearance that she had always been proud of was nothing compared to that woman. And that temperament made people jealous and crazy. If they had no intersection, she would not think there was anything wrong, but the key point was that she snatched Lin Xian away. Qin Ruoyao was furious. Okay. Lin Xian, this is what you said, don't kneel down and beg for my forgiveness in the future. Lin Xian, don't worry, this day will never come. Lin Xian had always been flattering Qin Ruoyao and obeyed her every word before. Qin Ruoyao couldn't accept this sudden change at all. She was so angry that she started smashing things in the house. Why, Lin Xian, why dare you talk to me like that? And you even said that I am inferior to that woman in every way. Has he forgotten how he licked me before? Lin Xian, I'm not done with you. Oh, Yao Yao, please don't break these things. They all cost money to buy. Mother Qin looked at the things all over the floor, feeling so distressed. Mother. Qin Ruoyao hugged her mother and cried, why did Lin Xian treat me like this? Mother Qin patted Qin Ruoyao's back and comforted her, it's okay, Yao Yao, Lin Xian is not a good man, we don't want him anymore, my precious daughter is beautiful, what kind of man can she want? If Lin Xian dares to do this to you, then let's make him regret it. Qin Ruoyao was still crying hard, Mom, why did he do this to me? And who is that woman? Su Huan was noble, beautiful, and appeared to be powerful, which made Qin Ruoyao jealous to the point of going crazy. Mother Qin's eyes flashed with coldness, Lin Xian, that kid, must be a gigolo, being kept by that woman. But Mom, how can someone like him be worthy of being supported by her? She didn't understand why a man she looked down upon would be kept by a woman like that. What was so good about Lin Xian? Mother Qin said, who knows? Maybe some people just have such bad tastes. Yao Yao, Lin Xian still likes you. A person's love can't change so much. Just wait and see. When he goes to school, he will definitely wag his tail and apologize to you again. Really? Qin Ruoyao's eyes were sparkling with tears. Of course it's true, Yao Yao, if he dares to do this to you, you can't forgive him so easily. Yes, Mom, I will. A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Ruoyao's eyes. If Lin Xian really apologized to her, she must humiliate Lin Xian. Lin Xian threw his phone away and let out a breath. Comfortable. The words he prepared before the wedding were not in vain. Lin Xian didn't realize that Su Huan had already come to his room while he was chatting with Qin Ruoyao. Lin Xian only set up special attention for Qin Ruoyao on QQ, and the message reminders were different from those for ordinary friends. Half of Su Huan's face was hidden in the shadows, her lowered eyes concealing endless coldness. Lin Xian muttered, why is it so cold? Then he noticed Su Huan by the door. Huh? When did she come back? And she didn't look very happy. Su Huan's temperament is really unpredictable. No matter what the reason is, it's never wrong to go along with her. Lin Xian approached Su Huan and asked anxiously, Su Huan, what happened? As soon as he said this, he regretted it. Asking about the Yandera's affairs, isn't that courting death? Su Huan's eyes seemed to be filled with a storm. Silence. Breathtaking silence. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva. Who could tell him what was going on? What had he done wrong? Butler Wang, who was passing by the door, heard a bang, stopped and turned to look at the door. He remembered that the young lady seemed to have come to young Master Lin's room just now. Butler Wang smiled and shook his head. Nowadays, young people are having more and more fun. He is getting old and can't keep up with the times. Butler Wang specifically ran to instruct the servants not to go to Lin Xian's room to disturb them, and the servants all showed ambiguous looks on their faces. At this time, in the room, Lin Xian's back was pressed against the door, and he looked at the woman in front of him. Gudong. It's the sound of swallowing saliva. He was pushed against the wall by a woman. Su Huan pursed her lips, and there was suppressed pain in her eyes when she looked at him. Lin Xian, why? Su Huan suddenly covered him with a kiss that was filled with madness that could not be refused. Lin Xian felt a sharp pain on his lips, which made him frown. Is this Su Hua born in the year of the dog? She keeps biting him. Why? A line of crystal tears slid down Su Huan's face and dripped onto the back of Lin Xian's hand, which was incredibly hot. When Lin Xian opened his eyes, he saw Su Huan like a little animal that had lost its relatives, begging for warmth from him frantically. Is she crying? Lin Xian frowned. What on earth had happened? Su Huan pressed Lin Xian down on the sofa. Lin Xian, remember, you are my Su Huan's man, no one can take you away. The one who possesses you is me, not Qin Ruoyao. Don't even think about being with her. Another crazy afternoon. Ah Xian, why, since you want to act, why can't you just keep acting, why do you still contact her? Lin Xian vaguely heard Su Huan speaking in his ear with suppressed pain. At that time, Lin Xian was completely immersed in the pleasure of sex by the little woman on his body and had no energy to think about this sentence. It was not until Su Huan entered the bathroom and heard the sound of water splashing that Lin Xian reacted belatedly. Could it be that Su Huan was so crazy because she knew that he had secretly contacted Qin Ruoyao this afternoon? No wonder. Lin Xian picked up the clothes on the ground and put them on casually. He hissed in pain when the wound on his body was pulled. Su Huan was too crazy. Every time she did that, she would leave many marks on his body from being pinched by nails and bitten by teeth. Su Huan came out of the bathroom. Lin Xian hurriedly took his phone and went up to explain, Su Huan, this is the chat record between me and Qin Ruoyao this afternoon. Yes, I contacted Qin Ruoyao, but I didn't have any ambiguous relationship with her. Su Huan looked at the contents and was obviously stunned for a moment. Su Huan, I've thought it through. I won't like Qin Ruoyao anymore. I will stay by your side obediently and try my best to be your man. Lin Xian expressed his sincerity. Yeah. Su Huan was obviously comforted by Lin Xian, and the hostility in her body disappeared completely. Su Huan's red lips were close to Lin Xian's ear. Ah Xian, if you want to act, just keep acting. If what happened today is not a misunderstanding, then I will cut off all your communications. Lin Xian was helpless. Well, Su Huan thought he was acting. But this is normal. Before Su Huan went abroad, he was still quarreling with Su Huan. After Su Huan went abroad, he couldn't wait to marry Qin Ruoyao, making Su Huan abandon the big cooperation and rush back to grab the marriage. He is indeed a troublesome person. Lin Xian sighed and thought, forget it, he would use practical actions to let Su Huan see his sincerity in the future. Su Huan, let me apply medicine for the wound on your shoulder. Lin Xian felt guilty when he saw the wound on Su Huan's shoulder. He was so bold that he actually dared to bite Su Huan. However, Su Huan didn't seem angry. Instead, she became even more excited. She squeezed him so hard that not a drop was left. Jiang Qing walked into Yuan with the contract. Butler Wang, where is President Su? The company had something to ask Su Huan, and she called Su Huan several times but Su Huan didn't answer. She could only come to Yuan to find Su Huan in person and bring a contract for her to sign. It's strange to say, their CEO Su is a workaholic. She would go to the company even if she had a high fever of 39 degrees. But she didn't go to work this afternoon and no one called to notify her. The lady is resting in her room. Are you taking a break at this time? Is Mr. Su feeling unwell? Jiang Qing asked in a worried tone. That's not the case. Butler Wang coughed lightly, she's just a little tired. Master Lin is with her. Secretary Jiang, you don't have to worry. Jiang Qing disagreed and said, Butler Wang, Miss Su needs to rest, why are you letting her stay alone with Lin Xian? This is too dangerous. Butler Wang said, Secretary Jiang, Master Lin has changed a lot now. He won't do anything to Mississippi. You can rest assured. Jiang Qing looked at him suspiciously. Lin Xian was robbed of his marriage by CEO Su, shouldn't he hate CEO Su? How could he be nice to CEO Su? Butler Wang added, and if Master Lin kills the young lady, will she resist? Jiang Qing was silent. Will not resist. At this time, Su Huan, wearing a white suspender nightgown with a layer of gauze on the outside, walked down from upstairs. Her black hair fell in front of her chest, giving people a feeling of tranquility and beauty. Jiang Qingwei was stunned for a moment. Ms. Su was abducted at a very young age and was trained to be a cold-blooded killing machine. At the age of 16, she returned to the Su family and lived in a bloody storm all the time. She became the head of the Su family chaebol by stepping on countless corpses. She herself had to be on guard against assassination attempts at all times. For 2 months, she was stranded on an isolated island, and twice she almost died. If Ms. Su had not experienced all this, she would have been a carefree socialite with a smile on her face. Su Huan walked downstairs and asked, "What's the matter?" "Boss Su, this is what's going on." Jiang Qing told Su Huan the truth about the company's affairs. Su Huan nodded, "Well, let's follow their company's requirements." "Boss Su, there is also this contract, please sign it." "Good." When Su Huan was signing the contract, Jiang Qing was standing behind Su Huan. What did she accidentally catch a glimpse of? There was a glaring bite mark on her shoulder. This bite mark was obviously made not long ago. Thinking back to what Butler Wang just said, Lin Xian was accompanying President Su. So just now Mr. Su was talking to Lin Xian. Jiang Qing suddenly thought of 2 words: beautiful women are the root of trouble, and the king does not attend court early in the morning. After Su Huan signed the contract, Jiang Qing did not stay, but just looked at Lin Xian who was coming down the stairs. In this world, the only person Mr. Su cares about is Lin Xian. I hope Lin Xian will not let Mr. Su down. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian and Su Huan lived in peace. That night, Su Huan was leaning on the sofa in the bedroom and reading a financial magazine. The woman who had just finished bathing was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water, with her long, wet hair draped over her shoulders and the black veil on her body highlighting her proud curves. Lin Xian mustered up his courage and walked in. "Su Huan. What's up?" When the time came, Lin Xian became a little cowardly again. He originally wanted to ask Su Huan to give him freedom, but this would undoubtedly touch the reverse scale of Su Huan, the Yandera woman. The words turned into, "Su Huan, wet hair is not good for your health, let me help you blow dry your hair." Lin Xian picked up the hair dryer and blew Su Huan's hair. The woman's soft black hair passed through his fingers. Unexpectedly, even Su Hua's hair was so beautiful and soft, and he had never noticed it before. He was blind. After blowing her hair dry, Su Huan pressed Lin Xian down on the bed with her soft body. Her hair fell on Lin Xian's face, bringing with it a fresh fragrance that smelled very pleasant. This posture. Gudong. Lin Xian could hear the sound of himself swallowing his saliva. Su Huan lifted Lin Xian's chin and opened her red lips. "Xian, you are so good to me, I really want to eat you." "Is this the way you eat it?" A sense of anticipation rose in Lin Xian's heart. It's just that Su Huan was too crazy every time and he couldn't bear it. Su Huan's beautiful eyes flashed with morbid madness. "This way, we can become one, and never be separated for the rest of our lives." Su Huan looked quite serious, her nail-painted fingers moving around his throat. Lin Xian said weakly, "Well, there is no need to eat me. I can provide you with emotional value." "Su Huan, don't you like me who is alive?" "She likes it." Su Huan's eyes dimmed. But she was so scared, afraid that this was just a dream, and when she woke up and returned to reality, he would still be the one who wanted to escape. Su Huan laughed softly. "Okay, then I'll give you this chance. If you want freedom and don't want to be locked up." Su Huan bit the man's Adam's apple gently. "Please me tonight, a Xian." She took Lin Xian's hand and brought it to her waist. "Good dog, take it off." Lin Xian was numb, completely numb. He lay on the bed with his eyes open, looking hopeless. He is a real man, but why is it always Su Huan who takes the lead in bed? TMD. After a nap, Lin Xian walked downstairs with unsteady steps. Butler Wang looked at him with ambiguous eyes. "Master Lin, the young lady went to the company. She said you were tired and asked you to have a good rest." By the way, Master Lin, I made some soup especially for you, have a drink." Steward Wang came close to Lin Xian and whispered, "This is the tenfold tonic soup, which is very effective for men. This tonic soup is my exclusive secret recipe, and I have eaten it many times. I will not teach it to outsiders easily. Lin Xian covered his lips and coughed lightly. I don't need this. Steward Wang gave Lin Xian an understanding look. Master Lin, I know you are a little overwhelmed. I am an experienced person, so you don't have to be shy in front of me. Lin Xian really wanted to refuse. This was too embarrassing. But he wanted to regain his male dignity in Su Huan. He couldn't stand being suppressed every time. He couldn't refuse this tonic soup. Lin Xian had a look of ready death on his face and drank the whole bowl of tonic soup in one breath. Steward Wang smiled and said, Master Lin, I will make this tonic soup for you every day. Just eat it for a week. Lin Xian was depressed and didn't want to talk. He had just finished breakfast when his good brother Wang Dai called again. Hey, Xuanzi, why haven't you come out for several days? And you won't let me go find you. Don't tell me that the rich woman is angry and imprisoned you. Lin Xian was silent. Can he say that? Xianzi, what's wrong with you? You didn't go back to the Lin family, and I couldn't find you anywhere. We are good brothers, and you can't even tell me. Wang Dai never believed that Lin Xian was living off a rich woman. He thought Lin Xian was hiding something from him. I'll come to find you later. Lin Xian said helplessly. If he doesn't go out, his good brother will call the police. Lin Xian hung up the phone and asked Butler Wang, is there anything I can do to show off? Well, it's not shameful to show off with your woman's things. Of course there is. Butler Wang brought Lin Xian to the underground garage, pointed at the luxury cars and said with a smile, a month ago, the lady gave these to you as a birthday present. It was in a red gift box, and inside were all car keys. At that time, you threw the gift box to the ground. You also said that you don't want the things the lady gave you. Lin Xian. Damn it, he had to get up in the middle of the night and slap himself. Su Huan also gave him a black card, but he never used it. There was only one time, when Qin Ruoyao treated people to a meal to save face, but the meal cost tens of thousands of yuan and she had no money to pay, so she called him over to pay, but he also had no money and didn't want to use the black card at first. Qin Ruoyao kept crying pitifully in front of him. He couldn't bear it, so he used his black card to pay for Qin Ruoyao. When Su Huan found out, she blocked his card and stopped giving him money. Lin Xian secretly hated. He was really crazy in his previous life. Isn't it good to have a free lunch? He didn't have to work hard, but he had a mansion, servants, endless money, and a beautiful wife. Why bother marrying into the Qin family and being a maid? No, it's the old man. Lin Xian touched the Koenigsegg and sighed, this car is so rare, if I sell it, it will definitely be more than the price I paid for it. Oh, he is really poor. Looking at these cars, his mind is full of money, and so much money. Lin Xian let out a breath. It seemed like he would have to work hard to make money. Butler Wang took out a bunch of car keys and asked, Master Lin, which one do you want to drive? Lin Xian said, Koenigsegg. This car is so cool, he wants to try it. Butler Wang gave the key to Lin Xian. Lin Xian got into the Koenigsegg, stepped on the accelerator, and drove out. A Maybach followed closely behind, with Butler Wang and two bodyguards sitting inside. The two bodyguards were arranged by Su Huan to keep an eye on Lin Xian. As for Butler Wang, he was worried that Lin Xian might do something weird, so he followed him out of concern. Lin Xian drove the car to the downstairs of Wang Dai's building and parked it. The cool car attracted a lot of people's attention. Wow, so cool. A boy whistled with his hand. What kind of car is this? It looks very expensive. Isn't it expensive? Do you know what kind of car this is? Koenigsegg 11, the world's most luxurious car, known as the Nordic Ghost, worth 100 million. Is this car inlaid with gold? Ah, there must be a handsome guy in here. With this luxury car, his charm will increase infinitely. A girl held her face in her hands, looking forward to it. Her eyes were fixed on the car, waiting for the person in it to get out. Su Hua specially sent someone to put a car film on the car. People inside can see outside, but people outside cannot see inside. Her companion was a boy. Seeing the girl he had a crush on showing a fangirl look, he said sourly, "Don't even think about it. Who can drive this car but a middle-aged man with a big belly?" Lin Xian opened the car door and stretched out a long leg. Everyone watched closely. Lin Xian was completely exposed in front of everyone, wearing a white shirt and black pants, with handsome features, sharp edges and corners, full of youthfulness, and a sense of wantonness and publicity. The people around gasped. "This is so handsome." Butler Wang and 2 bodyguards also got out of the car and walked to Lin Xian's side. "Master Lin. Very stylish." The infatuated girl tugged at her male companion's clothes and said, "Old Six, this is not what you said. The middle-aged man with a big belly is really too handsome. He is definitely a beautiful boy. But this kind of beautiful boy, alas, is destined not to be attracted to her, he can only look at her." The male companion had nothing to refute, he just hated that he couldn't be like him, rich and handsome. No, just having one of these would make him very happy. "Handsome guy, can you add me on QQ?" A girl dressed in a pink dress came forward with a red face. Butler Wang looked at her with hostility. "Lin Xian, no QQ. Girl, is there a phone?" "Lin Xian, no." The girl heard Lin Xian's rejection and walked away awkwardly. Lin Xian thought to himself that he was a gigolo, but that didn't mean he would let others eat his gigolo. When the others saw that the girl was turned away, they all gave up. Lin Xian leaned against the car and lowered his head to send a WeChat message to Wang Dai, "I'm here, come down." "Okay, I'll be there right away." Wang Dai ran downstairs with a piece of bread in his mouth. When he saw the Koenigsegg in front of him, the bread in his mouth fell to the ground. "Xian Zi, I saw a luxury car, it's so cool. Let me show you. Koenigsegg 11. The world's top sports car, isn't it very cool? Photo. Wang Dai bombarded Lin Xian with messages frantically. "Did you see the rich kid in the photo? He is the owner of this car. Damn, God gave him a good family background and a good appearance. It is so annoying to compare yourself with others. Xian Zi, if I could own this car, no, I'd better not daydream about this. If I could sit in this car and take a ride, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. By the way, Xuanzi, where are you? Why don't I see you?" Lin Xian raised his head and saw Wang Dai not far away, and he began to want to tease him. She walked over, put her hand on his shoulder, raised her eyebrow and asked, "Dude, I think we two are quite compatible. Are you interested in going for a ride with me?" Wang Dai's hands trembled. There is such a good thing. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Could he be trying to bite his kidney? Only. Look at that Koenigsegg 11. Wang Dai swallowed his saliva vigorously. Someone who could afford to drive such a car and looked so stylish would never do such illegal business. Wang Dai smiled so hard that his eyes narrowed into slits. "Thank you, brother." Wang Dai sat in the passenger seat. "Oh, this chair is comfortable. Wow, the decorations here are so cool and look very expensive." As the car drove out, Wang Dai's eyes lit up. This is so motivating and so cool. It is indeed a limited edition luxury car worth over 100 million. Lin Xian, who was driving, raised his eyebrows and asked, "Brother, I saw you looking around just now, are you looking for someone?" Wang Dai slapped his head. How could he forget Xian Zi? "I'm looking for my brother." Lin Xian said, "Then I will send you back, so that your brother won't be anxious waiting." "No, that's not necessary." Wang Dai waved his hand quickly. "My friend was halfway there when he had to go back for something else." Wang Dai took out his cell phone and secretly sent a WeChat message to Lin Xian. "Xian Zi, I'm sorry, that rich boy invited me for a ride. This is a chance to ride in a top-of-the-line sports car. If I refuse, I will regret it so much that I will jump off a building. Xian Zi, wait for me to come back from my ride, I will come to find you." A vivid interpretation of the saying, when you see a car, you forget your friends. Not long after he sent the WeChat message, Lin Xian's phone rang with the WeChat notification sound. Wang Dai took a look and thought it was a coincidence. "Brother, how long have you been driving this car? Did your father buy it for you?" Wang Dai looked drooling. Lin Xian, it's my first time opening it. It's a birthday present from my girlfriend. Oh, he wants this girlfriend too. Wang Dai was extremely envious. Just for his birthday, he could easily spend 100 million yuan for a Koenigsegg. The world of the rich is really different. Come to think of it, my good brother also had his birthday last month. I didn't have any money, so I gave him a mobile phone. Wang Dai noticed Lin Xian's cell phone. Why is this phone the same as Xuanzi's? A 1,500 yuan Xiaomi phone. Shouldn't a rich young man of this level use a mobile phone that costs more than 10,000 yuan and is shaped like a bitten piece of fruit? Lin Xian chuckled, you are quite nice to your friend. This voice is also so similar to Xuanzi's. And he looks like Xuanzi too. A very strange thought emerged in Wang Dai's mind. Is he Xuanzi? Just as he thought of this, Wang Dai shook his head violently again. This is impossible. How can Xuanzi afford a Koenigsegg and be so handsome? Lin Xian stopped teasing Wang Dai, stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. Wang Dai looked around and saw tall trees everywhere. The leaves blocked the sun, making it seem eerie and dark, and no one was passing by. Wang Dai swallowed. Could it be that he really wants to have his kidneys cut? Lin Xian suddenly turned sideways, staring at Wang Dai. Wang Dai sat upright, his heart pounding violently. If he is not a waist-bearing person, could he be bisexual? This rich young man has taken a fancy to him. That. Wang Dai hugged his chest like a girl, with a look of alertness on his face. Brother, I am straight, I don't have sex with men, even if you have money. Lin Xian was speechless. What is he thinking about? Lin Xian, Wang Dai. Wang Dai was stunned. How did he know his name? He didn't tell him who he was. Lin Xian patted his shoulder helplessly. I am your adoptive father, Lin Xian. Wang Dai. Wang Dai stared at Lin Xian without blinking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. You are really Xuanzi. Wang Dai's pupils shook violently. No wonder he felt so familiar. No, Xuanzi, you had plastic surgery, why are you so handsome? Also, what's wrong with this car? Wang Dai was still dizzy and felt a sense of unreality. Wow, it's really a good guy. This rich boy turned out to be Xuanzi, his good brother who grew up with him. Lin Xian shook his hair narcissistically. I have a good foundation, it's normal to dress up and look handsome. As for this car, I told you, it was given by my girlfriend. Yes, the bodyguards following me are her people. Wang Dai said in disbelief, are you really a gigolo? He thought he was just joking. Lin Xian, absolutely true. Wang Dai grabbed Lin Xian's arm and said, Xuanzi, can you take me with you to eat gigolo? I have bad teeth. Lin Xian smiled coldly, don't think about it, she is mine alone, and she can only look up to me. Wang Dai touched his arm. Why did he feel that Xuanzi seemed to have a possessiveness towards that girl? Illusion. It must be his illusion. Xuanzi. Wang Dai stopped joking and said seriously, this woman is quite rich. She is willing to give you this Koenigsegg 1-1. She likes you. You have to behave well, and you can get laid in the future. In this way, Xuanzi will have no energy to care about Qin Ruoyao, that little bitch. Lin Xian nodded, okay. Wang Dai smiled and said, Xuanzi, take me for a ride. You drive. Lin Xian threw the car keys to him. Wang Dai's hands were shaking. Really? Wang Dai sat contentedly in the driver's seat of the Koenigsegg and drove for more than an hour. Xuanzi, let's go eat. Wang Dai said, touching his rumbling stomach. Lin Xian looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. He called Su Huan. Su Huan was having a meeting with a group of senior executives of the company. A manager was talking about his project. This mountain forest has an excellent geographical location and beautiful scenery. If it can be developed well, it will definitely bring rich profits to our company. What do you think? Su Huan glanced at the senior executives present. The other senior executives nodded and said, I also think this project is feasible. In addition to natural sightseeing tourism, building some large amusement parks and some hotels will bring in very good income. Hey, Su Huan chuckled. The project manager's heart was lifted. Oh no, Mr. Su's smile is basically the prelude to the coming storm. President Su is always serious. Although she is a woman, she is iron-fisted. Once she gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. Su Hua's eyes fell on the project manager. You know, there is a kind of deer in the place you mentioned. Now its population has been greatly reduced. It will soon be included in the second-class protected animals, and that area will also become a key protected area. The project manager's eyes widened. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, "Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I overlooked it. It's over, it's over. He is finished. He actually made such a big mistake. Given President Su's temper, he will most likely be demoted." Su Huan tapped the tabletop with her fingertips. Every sound made the project manager's heart tremble. At this moment, Su Huan's cell phone rang, breaking the silence in the meeting room. Su Huan casually opened her phone and pressed the answer button, but her finger accidentally touched the speakerphone. Su Huan. A clear and magnetic voice came from the phone. The senior executives pricked up their ears. It's a man, and the voice is quite nice. However, Miss Su is not interested in men, so no matter how nice the voice is, it is of no use to her. President Su was very angry now, and this man had undoubtedly walked into her trap. Everyone lit a candle for Lin Xian in their hearts. Unexpectedly, Su Huan, who was originally emitting cold air and looked like she was going to destroy the world, suddenly softened her aura. Everyone, what happened? Su Huan picked up the phone and said softly, "Wait a minute." Everyone's eyes widened. President Su could actually be so gentle at times. I was shocked. Su Huan said calmly, "You guys take a rest first, I'm going to answer a call first." Su Huan walked out of the meeting room with her cell phone. As soon as Su Huan left, the senior executives were furious. There is no elite style at all. Now they are like the old men and women sitting at the entrance of the village discussing gossip. What's going on? What's going on? Why did President Su suddenly become so gentle and lovely? I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. The voice on the phone just now was from a very young man. Judging from his voice, he looks pretty good. Could it be that Ms. Su has a boyfriend? Boyfriend? That's impossible. Ms. Su is pure and has few desires. There are countless men who have rushed towards her. Do you think she has let them touch even the corner of her clothes? Don't mention it, I really think there's hope this time. Hey, what do you think? If Ms. Su were in a relationship, would she be the one being oppressed, or would she be the one oppressing the men? Boss Su has such a strong personality, so he must be the one who suppresses men. I don't think so. Didn't you see how gentle President Su became just now? No matter how strong a woman is, she will become a little woman in front of the men she loves. They had a heated discussion. Most people still think that even if this man is really Su Huan's man, he is being kept by her to satisfy her physical needs. People like Su Huan only care about work and will never immerse themselves in a relationship. In Su Huan's office, Su Huan said softly, "Ah Xian, I'm fine now. What's the matter with you looking for me?" This was the first time that Lin Xian took the initiative to call her, and her eyes were filled with joy. Were you working just now? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Yes, I'm in a meeting. Su Huan replied. It's noon now, time to eat. Su Huan, you have to take care of yourself. Lin Xian reminded. Yeah. Su Huan's eyebrows curved slightly. It's great that he is like this. She really hoped he would never change. Otherwise. There was a hint of hostility in Su Huan's eyes. Even if she had to cut off his hands and feet, she would keep him by her side. If he wanted to commit suicide, she would let him die and then make his body into a specimen to keep it with her, or she could eat his ashes so that they could become one. Lin Xian said, "Are you in the company? I'll go and accompany you." Su Huan wanted to nod, but suddenly thought of what Jiang Qing had said to her. Don't push him in too hard, give him enough space. But she couldn't bear to refuse. Su Huan was silent for a long time. Lin Xian waited a long time for Su Huan's reply, and asked doubtfully, "Su Huan." Su Huan spoke up, pinching her brows, "You don't have to come over, I'm a little tired, and I want to take a nap in the company at noon. Then remember to eat on time." Lin Xian still reminded him worriedly. "Well, I'll listen to you." Su Huan raised her lips. After hanging up the phone, Su Huan took the phone back to the meeting room. The top management, who were discussing heatedly, suddenly stopped talking the moment Su Huan came in. Su Huan sat back in the main seat. "Manager Lin." Her voice was obviously not as cold and hard as before. Mr. Su." The project manager was sweating. Su Huan threw the project book he handed in onto the table. "Go back and draft a new one, work overtime, and give it to me within 5 days." The project manager was stunned. "That's it, gone." Su Huan frowned. "Any more questions?" "No, Mr. Su, I will work hard this time, do a good investigation, and draw up a good project plan." The project manager shook his head quickly. "That's all for today. Let's adjourn the meeting." Su Huan stood up from her office chair. "Mr. Su, I'd like to ask, what is your relationship with the man who just spoke to you? Is he your subordinate, or?" A senior executive asked boldly. Everyone looked at Su Huan. There is a gossip gleam in the eyes. Su Huan glanced at the higher-ups. The senior executive wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was so confused that he dared to ask about Mr. Su's private affairs. Amid the trembling of the top brass, Su Huan gently opened her mouth, "My man." Finally, Su Huan added, "He is also my boyfriend." This sentence also shows that Lin Xian is not her kept lover, but her boyfriend with equal status. All the top executives have mouths big enough to fit an egg. Male, boyfriend. Or was it said so gently by President Su? This President Su really has a boyfriend. Oh my God, I'm shocked. As soon as Su Huan left, the senior leaders started discussing like the old men and women under the tree at the entrance of the village. I read novels about domineering CEOs in female genres. President Su should be one of those domineering CEOs. Her boyfriend is a little boy. Once you fall in love with someone like President Su, it's for life. There are also many domineering CEOs who are a bit yandere. Hee hee, I wonder if President Su is one of them. Boss Su is a yandere. Come on, how is this possible? Don't be so sure. Didn't you not believe that Ms. Su had a boyfriend? Everything is possible. Wang Dai's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to Lin Xian and Su Huan talking on the phone. Damn. The rich woman who supports Lin Xian has such a nice voice, and she looks so young. Wang Dai felt jealous and annoyed. Why hadn't he met such a rich woman? Xian Zi, how did she fall in love with you? Wang Dai imagined in his mind, could it be that this rich woman got drunk and had a one-night stand with Xian Zi in the hotel? Or did Xian Zi save her? She had no way to repay him, so she could only pledge her love to him. Lin Xian shook his head, I don't know either. Why did Su Huan look at him? Lin Xian and Wang Dai went to the hotel to have a meal. Wang Dai's stomach was full and he burped with satisfaction. This chef's cooking skills are amazing. I will come here often in the future. Waiter, pay the bill. Butler Wang gestured. The waiter came over with the bill. Sir, the total for your table is 29,998 yuan. Puff, Wang Dai spat out a mouthful of water. 29,998. Just these 5 dishes, nearly 30,000 yuan. Is this food inlaid with gold? Swipe the card. Butler Wang took out a black gold card. When the waiter saw the black gold card, his hands trembled. There are only 10 black gold cards in the whole country. Is this a black gold card? Wang Dai said in surprise. He watched the video and the person said that there are only 10 black gold cards in the world and only extremely wealthy people can get them. Butler Wang nodded, it is the secondary card of the black gold card. Speaking of which, this secondary card of the black gold card was given to Master Lin by the young lady. What a pity. Master Lin didn't know how to cherish it. He used the card to pay Qin Ruoyao, and the young lady got angry and took the card back. Butler Wang said dimly. Lin Xian covered his heart and said, "Don't say anything." He regretted it. Wang Dai had an expression of wasting natural resources. He pulled Lin Xian aside and said earnestly, "Xuanzi, listen to my advice. The rich woman who supports you is very rich. You should seize the opportunity. It will be no problem for you to live a comfortable life." "Oh, that's true." Lin Xian sighed faintly. "I realized it too late. He has been living a life of luxury for a long time. After living a hard life for so long, there must be something wrong with his brain. It's not too late. If you hadn't married Qin Ruoyao, you would have made it in time for everything." Wang Dai slapped Lin Xian on the shoulder. "Xuanzi, my brother's future happiness depends on you. You eat the free rice of the rich woman, and I eat your free rice. Dream on in broad daylight. Your father will not live off anyone." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at him. "Tisk, so stingy." Wang Dai complained. "Master Lin, the young lady just sent a message saying that you should take your friends shopping. You can buy whatever you need. The young lady will pay the bill." The butler stepped forward respectfully. Lin Xian seemed to be thinking about something. Su Huan's desire to control him didn't seem as strong as before, so it seemed that going along with her was indeed a solution. Lin Xian and Wang Dai came to a shopping mall, which was home to various international top luxury brands. Su Huan had arranged everything for Lin Xian's food, clothing, and accommodation. He had nothing good to buy. When he passed by a watch counter, he was attracted by the watches on it. They happened to be a couple's watch for a man and a woman. "Sir, this is a true love watch, designed by Master Crichton, and it is one of a kind in the world." The salesgirl introduced with a smile. "How much is it?" Wang Dai asked curiously. It was obvious at a glance that the watch was worth a lot of money. "Sir, these two pairs of watches are worth a total of 15 million. "How much?" 15 million. Wang Dai was shocked. He had calculated his salary after graduation to be 10,000 yuan a month. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him at least 125 years to earn 15 million. "Let's pay the bill." Butler Wang took out the secondary card of the black gold card. "Okay, please wait." The salesgirl took the card with a smile. "And the watch next to it, wrap it up as well." Butler Wang pointed to the black watch next to it. "Okay, this watch is 3 million, the total is 18 million, please keep it." After the salesgirl settled the bill, she gave the card and 3 watches to Butler Wang. Butler Wang gave the 3 million watch to Wang Dai. "Is this for me?" Wang Dai pointed at himself and asked in disbelief. "Well, Master Wang, you are a good friend of Master Lin. My young lady specifically asked me to buy you a gift as a meeting present," Butler Wang said with a smile. Normally, Wang Dai would have to think for a long time before spending 30 yuan, but Su Huan was offering 3 million yuan, and he didn't dare to accept it. "Daha, since she gave it to you, just accept it," Lin Xian said. Wang Dai took the watch tremblingly, feeling dizzy and a bit dreamy. A watch worth 3 million is in his hands just like that. Wang Dai almost knelt down and called them his adoptive father and mother. However, he planned to put the watch away and not use it, in case the rich woman and Xuanzi had a quarrel and she wanted to take the watch back. He didn't want to make things difficult for Xuanzi. After shopping in the mall, they prepared to go back. Wang Dai lived in 2 directions from Lin Xian. Wang Dai insisted on taking a taxi back by himself. He wanted to digest what happened today by himself. Xuanzi is living off a rich woman. Xuanzi has severed ties with the Lin family, and a rich woman on Xuanzi's list gave him a watch worth 3 million. Each of these things was too shocking for him. Lin Xian went to pick up the car, and several boys surrounded his Koenigsegg. "Whose Koenigsegg 11 is this? It's so cool. It must be some rich second generation. There must be a lot of people who can afford this car." Qin Ruoyao happened to pass by and heard their discussion. She took out her cell phone to check the price of the car. When she saw the words 100 million on it, her hands trembled. 100 million. Yao Yao, this car is actually worth 100 million. The lackey Li Siu's mouth is so big that a duck egg can fit in it. Yao Yao, do you think the person driving this car is a rich second generation or an older man? Qin Ruoyao couldn't help but wonder what kind of person the owner of this car would be. If he were a young man in his 20s, his family must be very wealthy, and should be better than Lin Li's. Lin Xian brought Butler Wang to the car. Oh. Li Siu looked excited. Yao Yao, he is so handsome. I didn't expect the owner of this car would be so handsome and so young. Qin Ruoyao's heart was pounding. He is even more handsome than Lin Li. Yao Yao, I heard that these rich second generations like pretty and gentle girls the most. If you can get in touch with him, he will definitely like you. No way, how could I be so charming? Qin Ruoyao blushed. Yao Yao, you have too little confidence in yourself. You are the campus belle of Shangqing University, and the goddess of so many people in our school. If you don't have this charm, how can anyone like you? Young Master Lin, Miss Qin Ruoyao is watching you. Butler Wang said to Lin Xian in a low voice. What does it have to do with me? Lin Xian got into the car without even looking at Qin Ruoyao. Butler Wang frowned. He had been observing young Master Lin's expression. Young Master Lin, could it be that young Master Lin really doesn't care about Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xian drove away. Qin Ruoyao looked disappointed. He left just like that. She wanted to get close to him just now, but his bodyguards were protecting him. She had Northwest chance to get close to him and she didn't know if she would have the chance to see him again in the future. Royal Hotel. Secretary Jiang, what do you think we should do? Xiao Xingfan was extremely anxious. Jiang Qing also frowned, she really couldn't think of any solution. Xiao Xingfan looked up at the sky. Hey, it would be great if there was a fire extinguisher to put out President Su's fire, but I'm afraid there is no fire extinguisher in the world that can put out President Su's fire. Fire extinguisher. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up. Got it. Secretary Jiang, have you come up with any solution? Xiao Xingfan asked hurriedly. Let a man be the fire extinguisher. Jiang Qing curled his lips. Men. Xiao Xingfan looked suspicious. Ms. Su got so angry because of men. She has never been interested in men. How could there be a man to calm down Ms. Su? It's good that those stinky men didn't add fuel to the fire. Other men can't do it, but maybe he can. Jiang Qing said with a smile. Who? Xiao Xingfan looked curious. You'll know in a moment. Jiang Qing said mysteriously, I'll go make a phone call. Jiang Qing called Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the note on his phone and frowned. Jiang Qing is Su Huan's secretary. She has always been hostile to him. Why did she take the initiative to come to him today? Secretary Jiang, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Xian asked after answering the phone. Master Lin, something happened here with President Su. We need you to come over quickly and help. Jiang Qing said anxiously. Lin Xian was even more confused. What kind of help could he provide? However, since Jiang Qing had approached him, it shouldn't be a trivial matter. He could use this opportunity to improve Su Huan's trust and favorability. Okay, where are you? Lin Xian asked. Jiang Qing told him the address, which was only 5 minutes away from where Lin Xian was, so Lin Xian drove over. Xiao Xingfan returned to the private room. At this time, a handsome young man was kneeling in front of Su Huan, and a pot-bellied man was standing beside him, trembling. Xiao Xingfan looked at the stunningly beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead frantically. Tell me, what are these things? Xiao Xingfan's face was full of despair. President Su was discussing cooperation with the CEO of Fangxin Technology, but the fearless CEO actually sent a man to President Su. The key point is, the man even touched President Su's arm. You know, President Su has never been interested in men and always keeps his distance from them. Now Mr. Su was sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face, as if he wanted to kill someone. Jiang Qing was waiting anxiously at the hotel entrance. I hope young Master Lin can arrive in time to put out Mr. Su's anger, otherwise both they and this boss will be finished. Finally, Lin Xian drove to the hotel. Jiang Qing's eyes lit up and he walked up quickly. Master Lin, come with me quickly. What happened? Lin Xian wondered. As Jiang Qing walked, he told Lin Xian the whole story. By the time they finished talking, they had arrived at the door of the hotel's private room. So, Secretary Jiang, are you here to ask me to put out the fire? Lin Xian swallowed. Yes, only you can put out Mr. Su's anger. Then you think too highly of me. Su Huan, this Yandere girl, is angry, and he dares to get close to her. Isn't this courting death? Master Lin, you have too little confidence in yourself. Jiang Qing opened the door of the private room. Secretary Jiang, Lin Xian wanted to say something, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Qing disappeared from his sight. Where are the people? Master Lin. Jiang Qing's voice came faintly from behind. Lin Xian was startled. As expected, there aren't many normal people under a Yandere like Su Huan. What's wrong? Lin Xian had a bad feeling. Master Lin, you can do it. Come on, Ali. Jiang Qing pushed Lin Xian in. Lin Xian, what a trap. What a trap. Everyone in the private room looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Xingfan, so the person that Secretary Jiang mentioned who can quell President Su's anger is this pretty boy. Is this sure to work? After Jiang Qing pushed Lin Xian in, she also came into the private room and closed the door. She still stood behind the door, so Lin Xian couldn't leave even if he wanted to. This fucking life. Lin Xian had no choice but to go ahead. Su Huan. Wang Jiangai, this young man is very brave. He even dares to call Mr. Su by his full name. This man is actually even more handsome than the men he brought with him. But there is a high probability that President Su will not be interested in it. When Wang Jiangai thought of this, he regretted it deeply. He should not have sent a man to General Manager Su earlier. He thought that the boy was very handsome and had a good figure, so he wanted to give him to General Manager Su, but he didn't expect that he would touch her sore spot. Lin Xian moved in front of Su Huan. Su Huan, don't be angry. Being angry is not good for girls. It will make you age quickly. Lin Xian racked his brains to come up with this sentence. What are you doing here? Su Huan asked in a deep voice. Put out the fire. Lin Xian muttered for a moment. No, I'm here to keep you company. I want to wait for you to get off work and go home together. Su Huan frowned. Lin Xian took the tissue away from her hand and said, Su Huan, stop wiping it. You are so delicate and tender, you can't leave any wounds there. Wang Jiangai, he must have seen it right just now, this guy actually touched Su Huan and Su Huan didn't react at all. Xiao Xingfan also stayed where he was. What did this pretty boy just say about waiting for President Su to get off work and go home together? Su Huan pursed her lips, her aura still chillingly cold. Lin Xian really didn't know how to make Su Huan not angry, so he simply closed his eyes, lowered his head and kissed Su Huan's red lips. Everyone in the room. Xiao Xingfan's eyes were about to fall out. What's going on? Is this man too bold? Wang Jiangai was also worried. The boy he brought just touched Su Huan, and she looked like she wanted to kill someone. This man actually kissed her, she was probably in great danger. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Su Huan hugged Lin Xian's waist and kissed him back with her eyes closed. At this moment, the coldness from Su Huan's body had completely disappeared. Everyone. What kind of fantasy plot is this? Su Huan, who has always been like a flower on the mountain, would actually fall in love with a man one day. Seeing that Su Huan's aura became gentle, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she was no longer angry. Let's continue discussing cooperation. Su Huan said expressionlessly. Wang Jiangai felt a little dizzy. Is this the way to get through this stage? During the subsequent discussion on cooperation, Wang Jiangai discovered that in front of Lin Xian, Su Huan actually behaved like a little woman. The cooperation went smoothly and both parties signed the contract. Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to work with you. Wang Jiangai stretched out his right hand and wanted to shake hands with Su Huan, but when he thought of Su Huan's cleanliness around men, he put it down. Well, it's a pleasure working with you. Su Huan nodded. After discussing the cooperation, they also went back. After walking a short distance out of the private room, Lin Xian took the initiative to hold Su Huan's hand. Su Huan was stunned. Su Huan, we are boyfriend and girlfriend, isn't it normal to hold hands? Lin Xian smiled gently. He discovered that Su Huan was not very scary. As long as he went along with her Yandera nature would not erupt. So he had to try his best to be nice to Su Huan so that his life would be much better. Su Huan murmured, boyfriend or girlfriend? Yes, we will be husband and wife in the future. Lin Xian decided that he must hold Su Huan's thick thigh tightly. Looking across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, there is no thigh thicker than Su Huan's. Xiao Xingfan and Jiang Qing followed behind them. Xiao Xingfan pulled Jiang Qing aside and asked quietly, does this pretty boy live with Mr. Su? You little white face, if President Su hears you yelling, you'll be in trouble. Jiang Qing rolled his eyes at him. Doesn't he look like a gigolo? His name is Lin Xian, right? A student of Shangqing University. Besides good grades, does he have other specialties? By the way, I heard from my sister that this Lin Xian is Qin Ruoyao's bootlicker, and the whole school knows it. He had been staring at Lin Xian in the hotel private room just now, and finally recognized Lin Xian. The first reaction was that Lin Xian was not worthy of their President Su. Assistant Xiao, you must be respectful to Lin Xian. He is the one that President Su likes. No matter how he is not, if you disrespect him, President Su will know and you will be in trouble. And as long as he can make President Su happy, this is far better than his talent and ability to make money. With President Su's current status, she has everything she needs materially. What she lacks is a close confidant. Only Lin Xian can enter her heart. She was hostile to Lin Xian before because he hurt Su Huan's heart time and time again and had too much contact with Qin Ruoyao. Now Lin Xian seems willing to stay by President Su's side, and this is enough for her to eliminate all her hostility towards Lin Xian. Xiao Xingfan frowned and said, but he used to be Qin Ruoyao's licker. He seems to be very nice to President Su now, but maybe he is just pretending. It is too sinister for such a person to stay with President Su. No, I have a hunch that Lin Xian is not pretending this time. He has thought it through. Jiang Qing said with certainty. Secretary Jiang, how did you know that? Xiao Xingfan asked. Jiang Qing glanced at him, women's intuition. Xiao Xingfan. Goddamn intuition. Return to Night Garden. Su Huan got out of the car, looked at her hands, her brows knitted tightly together, and there was a faint sense of coldness on her body. Su Huan, why don't you leave? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Su Huan pursed her lips and just looked at him. Since Lin Xian was reborn, he has become very sensitive to Su Huan's emotions. He can see that Su Huan is not in a very good mood. Su Huan was fine in the car just now, why did she suddenly become so cold? Seeing that Su Huan refused to leave, Lin Xian had no choice but to go up to her, hold her hand and take her away. The cold aura on Su Huan disappeared. Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that Su Huan was in a bad mood just now because I didn't hold her hand? Su Huan is decisive and ruthless in the business world, and the term ice beauty is her byword. Who would have thought that an ice beauty like Su Huan could be so childish? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with shock. Is this Master Lin? I didn't expect Master Lin to be so handsome. When I first met Master Lin a few days ago, I thought he was not worthy of the young lady. Now it seems that he is locked up, and the Civil Affairs Bureau has moved in. Hey, have you noticed that the young lady seems to be in a particularly good mood when Master Lin is around? Yes, I noticed it too. It's amazing. I never thought that a young lady would bow down to a man one day. After dinner, Lin Xian took out the couple's watch and said, Su Huan, I saw this watch when I was shopping in the mall and it suits you very well, so I bought it. Of course, I didn't have money, so I bought it with your black gold card. He only had 300 yuan and his pockets were empty, so he could only use Su Huan's money first. He would start his money-making plan in the evening. Su Huan, when I make money in the future, I will use it to buy you a gift. Yes. Su Huan raised her lips. I'll put it on for you. Lin Xian personally put the watch on Su Huan, and Su Huan also noticed that Lin Xian was wearing the same watch. Hers is white and Lin Xian's is black, one black and one white, obviously a couple's watch. There were twinkling lights in Su Huan's eyes. By the way, Butler Wang, please send someone to move the desk from my original bedroom to my and Su Huan's room. He needs to write a novel and needs a desk. Su Huan ordered, move the desk to my study. Will I disturb you if I use the computer? Lin Xian struggled. If he really moved the desk to Su Huan's study, then basically as long as he returned to Yuyuan, he would have to stay with a Yandere like Su Huan all the time, which would be really stressful. Su Huan, no. But, Lin Xian wanted to struggle again, there are a lot of private company matters in your study. It's not convenient for me to go in. Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously, Xian doesn't want to stay with me. No. That's absolutely not happening. Lin Xian shook his head frantically. Be good. Su Huan raised her hand and rubbed his head. Lin Xian, isn't this action usually done by boys to girls? It seems that Su Huan has always been the one taking the lead in matters between men and women. No, he has to stand up and work hard to make money and build up his own power. He wants to be the man who can suppress Su Huan. That day, Lin Xian began to type on the keyboard to write a novel. This time when he was reborn, he had space and endless knowledge of entertainment in other worlds. Many novels were completely engraved in his mind. He wants to build his entertainment empire. First of all, he needed money. He planned to use the novel to earn some startup capital for his business. He would withdraw when he had earned enough startup capital. He could not make much money just by relying on royalties. What was important was the copyright of the novel. The content he plans to submit to the novel website this time is not easy to be adapted into film and television dramas, and he does it purely to earn royalties. He will keep the novels that are easy to be adapted into film and television dramas and have been very popular in other worlds, and then post them on the novel website he created. He will also set up an entertainment company to produce novels, films, and TV shows, and train stars, all in one package. In addition to entertainment companies, there are also video websites, games, short videos, etc. He will proceed step by step. Lin Xian sat in front of the computer and typed for an hour. His hands were fast and the content of the novel appeared in his mind naturally without him having to think. In this hour, he wrote 8,000 words. Lin Xian's hands were very sore. No, he still felt it was too slow. Pa, Lin Xian slapped his head. He was so stupid. He forgot that he had another space with a space flow rate of 60:1. Wouldn't it be better to write novels in space? Lin Xian tested it and found that the content of the novel written in the space could be displayed on his real computer. Lin Xian went into the space and typed with confidence. He also found that when typing in the space, he did not feel sleepy or his hands were sore. Lin Xian was typing very quickly in the space. In the study, Su Huan only saw him sleeping on the table. Su Huan took a blanket and covered him. She stared at him for a long moment, her brows slightly curved. This is her Su Huasman. Su Huan gently kissed Lin Xian on the lips. Xian, don't change back, okay? It took her a long time to feel his tenderness and his kindness to her again. If he turned back into the Lin Xian who loved Qin Ruoyao and was willing to do anything to escape from her, she would not be able to help but lock him up completely. She will kill everyone he cares about. Su Huan left the study. Uncle Wang. Mississippi. Butler Wang said respectfully. What did Xian do today? Su Huan asked, pinching her brows. After Master Lin picked up Wang Day today, he drove to the suburbs for a ride, and then went out to eat and do some shopping, Butler Wang replied. Hasn't he gone to find the Lin family and Qin Ruoyao yet? No. Butler Wang shook his head. That's great. There was a darkness in Su Huan's eyes. Xian is willing to act well. She was madly trying to drive away all the people he cared about and take away all his care and love. But she can't. She herself was trapped in darkness, and he should be the one living in the sunshine, and should not fall into this abyss with no end in sight with her. By the way, Miss, Master Lin met Qin Ruoyao today. Su Huan's hands tightened in an instant. What did they say? Master Lin ignored her. I even reminded him specifically, but he said Qin Ruoyao had nothing to do with him. Miss, I feel like Master Lin may not care about Qin Ruoyao anymore. Butler Wang didn't dare to be too sure about what he said. After all, it might be an act. Has he changed? Su Huan murmured, I really hope he has really changed. But even if he is just acting, he can only be my man forever, even after his death. Su Huan's eyes flashed with morbid paranoia. Lin Xian typed 200,000 words in his space, wrote an outline, and then submitted the book to Feiyuan Novel website, which is the largest paid novel platform. After doing all this, he came out of the space. When he woke up, he noticed the blanket covering him. Lin Xian was stunned. Was this the blanket that Su Huan covered her with? Lin Xian looked in the direction of Su Huan. Su Huan was looking at the computer very attentively. He couldn't help but watch in fascination. It is said that men are the most handsome when they are working, and women are no exception. Su Huan has a unique charm when she is serious about her work. Lin Xian once again cursed himself for being blind. Why didn't he notice Su Huan's beauty in his previous life? Su Huan has a good figure, a good family background, and is very beautiful. She is also very nice to him. Except for being a little yandere, isn't she the perfect girlfriend? Ding ding ding. The sound of Lin Xian's QQ message came. Lin Xian opened his phone and found that it was a message from Qin Ruoyao's follower Li Siyu. Li Siyu, Lin Xian, what's wrong with you? It's been several days, and I haven't seen you come to see Yao Yao. Do you still want to pursue her? Li Siyu also didn't know that Qin Ruoyao and Lin Xian were married. She continued to send messages. Li Siyu, you are not good looking and you have no money. If you want Yao Yao to like you, you must persevere, understand? Li Siyu, Yao Yao has been in a bad mood these days, you should take this opportunity to coax her. By the way, Yao Yao has taken a fancy to a bracelet worth 1,000 yuan. I will send you the location and picture. You buy it first, and then I will pass it to Yao Yao for you. He will definitely be very happy to get this bracelet. Lin Xian sneered. She must have chosen this bracelet herself. Li Siyu often took advantage of his liking for Qin Ruoyao and asked him to treat her to meals, buy her milk tea and give her gifts. The funny thing is that he was actually deceived by her. The money he earned from working 2 jobs and his scholarship was all spent by Li Siyu and Qin Ruoyao. He had a problem with his brain before, which is why they treated him like an ATM. They can never get even a little bit of benefit from him in this life. Lin Xian replied, no money. Li Siyu frowned, Lin Xian, don't you go to work and earn money for the 2 months of summer vacation? Or did you spend all your money? How can you pursue Yao Yao if you don't have money? Aren't you the eldest son of the Lin family? If you don't have money, go home and ask for it. I tell you, you can't catch up with Yao Yao like this. Lin Xian was disgusted and replied to her, is a piece of trash like Qin Ruoyao worth pursuing? Li Siyu widened her eyes. Lin Xian actually dared to say that to Yao Yao. Li Siyu, Lin Xian, I have taken a screenshot of the message you sent me just now. If you don't want me to tell Yao Yao, then bribe me. How about this, I will pay for your meals next month. Lin Xian, I really envy your face, it's thicker than a city wall, bullets can't penetrate it, it's safe. After saying this, Lin Xian blocked Li Siyu. This kind of trash is better off out of sight than out of mind. Li Siyu was furious. She actually dared to say that he was thick-skinned. Li Siyu wanted to send a message to question Lin Xian, but found out that she had been blocked by Lin Xian. Ah. Lin Xian, who the hell are you? How dare you, a brainless loser like you, question me? Li Siyu was so angry that she immediately took a screenshot of Lin Xian's words that Qin Ruoyao was trash and sent it to Qin Ruoyao. Li Siyu, Yao Yao, this Lin Xian is too outrageous. He actually dared to call you trash. When you go to school, you have to teach him a lesson. Qin Ruoyao's face looked ugly, and at the same time, a feeling of worry arose in her heart. Why did she feel that Lin Xian had become different since the wedding? Qin Ruoyao looked down on Lin Xian and felt that he was not worthy of her, but she also enjoyed Lin Xian licking her, which made her feel extremely fulfilled. Lin family. Lin Qingwan did not go to work because she felt a little dizzy. When she took medicine and returned to her room, she saw many servants entering Lin Xian's room. "What are you doing?" Lin Qingwan asked with a frown. "Miss, Madam asked us to clear out everything related to the young master from our room," the butler replied. When Lin Qingwan thought about Lin Xian leaving the Lin family, her heart ached. "Don't move yet, let me go in and take a look," Lin Qingwan said in a hoarse voice. "Yes, Mississippi." Lin Qingwan walked into Lin Xian's room. This was her first time in Lin Xian's room. When she entered, she was stunned. The size of Lin Xian's room was not even 1/7 of hers, and it looked to be only 6 or 7 square meters. The decoration of this room is also extremely simple, with only a chair, a 1.2-meter bed, a desk, and a small wardrobe. "Has Lin Xian always lived here?" Lin Qingwan asked in disbelief. "Yes, when the young master came back at the age of 13, Madam arranged for him to live here, and it has never changed. Madam said that she was worried that a life of luxury would make the young master grow up crooked, so she said that he should be raised in poverty." Mother Wang sighed. Alas, she had seen everything that the eldest young master had been doing in the Lin family over the years. No one in the Lin family cared about him. As long as he made the slightest mistake, they would beat or scold him. Several young ladies also often laughed at him behind his back. For the eldest young master, the Lin family is not his home, but hell. Lin Qingwan was still standing there in a daze. Living in such a small room, she had never noticed that he was the young master of the Lin family. Lin Qingwan checked Lin Xian's things and found that the things Lin Xian left at the Lin family were very few. He only had 2 pairs of sneakers, which were very old and had holes in them. It was obvious that they had been worn for several years. There were only 2 sets of summer clothes, and very few clothes for other seasons. You could tell from all of them that they had been worn for a long time. There was nothing else in the room except the necessary daily necessities. As for Linley, his room is filled with all kinds of sculptures he likes. He buys 20 to 30 pairs of shoes a year, has a whole closet full of clothes, and a wall of fine wines. She remembered that Lin Xian left empty-handed. "Auntie Wang, have Lin Xian always worn these clothes and shoes?" Lin Qingwan's voice was slightly choked. "Yes, miss, it has always been like this. The young master's living expenses are only 400 yuan a month. You all have drivers. The young master has to take the bus to school every day. He has no money to buy shoes and clothes, and the mistress and the master don't buy them for him. In the past, the young master only had a few sets of school uniforms to change back and forth. It was not until he graduated from high school and went out to work and earn money that he had a few more sets of clothes to wear." Mother Wang also really felt sorry for Lin Xian. "You said that Lin Xian went out to work and earn money by himself. He still only has 400 yuan a month for living expenses." Lin Qingwan was stunned. 400 yuan, don't the children in the Lin family earn tens of thousands of yuan a month? After entering university, my living expenses were raised to 200,000 yuan per month. "Yes, the eldest master went to college and worked 2 jobs while studying," said Aunt Wang. After learning all this from Wang Ma, Lin Qingwan couldn't help but wonder, what did Lin Xian get from their Lin family? What did he get? Care? Love? A rich life? None at all. Suffocating, so suffocating. She didn't think there was anything wrong before, until today when she saw with her own eyes where Lin Xian lived and heard about Lin Xian from Aunt Wang's mouth. Only then did she realize that the Lin family owed Lin Xian too much. Lin Qingwan walked downstairs. "Sister, what happened? Why are your eyes so red, as if you've been crying?" Lin Qingyan asked curiously. "Have you been to Xiaoshuan's room?" Lin Qingwan said with a sob. "Sister, what are we going to do in Lin Xian's room?" Lin Qingyan pouted in disgust. She would never go to that dirty person's room. "Mom, Dad, and second sister, I went there today and saw Xiaoshuan's living environment. Do you know what his room looks like?" Lin Qingwan said with a sob. She wanted to cry when she thought of what Wang's mother said. The Lin family members all frowned. Xiaoshuan's room is very small, only a few square meters, and can only accommodate a desk, a bed, and a small wardrobe. The clothes and shoes he wears are all worn out. Dad, Mom, he is your biological son. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he lives this kind of life. Look at the other brothers and sisters. Which one of them doesn't live in a large room of 100 square meters? Each room is connected to the study and cloakroom, and has countless clothes and shoes. Xiaoxian has none of these. 400 yuan a month is not enough for him to live on, so he goes out to work to earn money. Lin Qingwan finally shed tears. Lin Chang frowned and looked at Jiang Shuqin. You are responsible for the household affairs, why did you arrange such a room for Lin Xian? Don't you usually buy clothes for the child? And you only give 400 yuan for living expenses. Jiang Shuqin felt even more disgusted with Lin Xian. He has already severed ties with the Lin family, yet he is still causing trouble for her. Didn't I cultivate his spirit of hard work and perseverance? He has been in the orphanage for so long, how come, after returning to the Lin family, he can't get used to the hard life before? Not to mention that the life in the Lin family is many times better than that in the orphanage. Jiang Shuqin said confidently, even if that's the case, he has already developed a habit of stealing. If we give him money, that will be terrible. Look, Lin Xian is always chasing after Qin Ruoyao. No matter how much money he gets, he still spends it all on Qin Ruoyao. Even if he doesn't have a rich life, he still lives well. Lin Chang frowned. It was indeed the case. Okay, he has nothing to do with our Lin family anymore. Wanner, let's eat. You don't need to discuss Lin Xian's affairs with us anymore. He has severed ties with us for Qin Ruoyao. Don't bother with him. Lin Chang ordered. Lin Qingwan hesitated to speak. Didn't Xiaoxian marry into the Qin family because he was heartbroken by the Lin family? But Lin Qingwan looked at Lin Chang's ugly face and finally said nothing. Now my parents and several younger sisters have deep prejudices against Xiaoxian. She didn't want to see her own brother wandering around, so she wanted to find some time to persuade Xiaoxian. Dad, Mom, I actually have something to hide from you. Lin Li said nervously. What's the matter? Lin Chang frowned. Actually, my brother didn't marry Qin Ruoyao. Lin Li replied. What? Lin Chang was stunned. Why didn't they get married? A friend of mine attended their wedding and said that a very rich woman brought a dozen bodyguards and took him away from the wedding banquet. I was afraid that you would think too much, so I didn't tell you. Okay, this is really amazing. Jiang Shuqin was furious, he is really promising. First he married into the family, and now he is supporting her. Mom, is there any misunderstanding here? Lin Qingwan frowned. What misunderstanding could there be? She has just become a phoenix and looks down on our family. Jiang Shuqin sneered. Lin Chang also had a gloomy expression. His own son had fallen into depravity and was kept by someone else. If this got out, where would the Lin family put their reputation? Even if they cut off their relationship, they will still be criticized behind their backs. Lin Chang took out his cell phone and prepared to call Lin Xian. When he was looking through the address book, his hand suddenly stopped and he asked in a deep voice, "Do you have Lin Xian's phone number?" Jiang Shuqin said nothing. Lin Qingwan was stunned. Lin Qingyan pouted. She had blocked and deleted Lin Xian a long time ago, so where did the call come from? Before, Lin Xian would call her all the time, and she was really annoyed. No one in the Lin family could find Lin Xian's phone number. Aunt Wang said, "I have the eldest young master's phone number." Looking at Wang Ma's address book, Lin Chang entered Lin Xian's number into his mobile phone and called. "Hello, the number you dialed is currently busy. Please call again later." A cold mechanical prompt tone came from the phone. Lin Chang called using Wang Ma's cell phone and actually got through. Lin Chang's face turned dark. Lin Xian actually dared to block him. Auntie Wang. Lin Xian quickly answered the phone. Lin Xian, are you being kept by someone? Lin Chang asked through gritting his teeth. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be his biological father. He sneered and said, "Chairman Lin, I have already signed the severance agreement and asked a third party to witness it. Do you want me to remind you that we no longer have any relationship?" You have no right to interfere in my affairs. Lin Xian hung up the phone without saying a word. Lin Chang was so angry that his chest heaved violently. Jiang Shuqin leaned back in her chair with her arms folded, sneering coldly. Now that Lin Xian has someone to back him up, he feels that he is very capable and doesn't need to rely on our Lin family anymore, so naturally he won't listen to you. Lin Qingyan curled her lips in disdain. Those wealthy women who keep men are just playing around, they will soon lose interest. Does Lin Xian think he can be with that man for life? Just wait. It won't be long before he is disliked by that person and will think of returning to our Lin family again. It's just like she usually likes to hang out with those young handsome guys. No matter how much she likes them, after staying for too long, she will soon get bored and then move on to someone else. Jiang Shuqin said coldly, well, I want to see how long he can be so powerful. For some reason, Lin Qingwan felt suffocated when she heard their words. Also, none of their family had Lin Xian's phone number, not even her. She remembered that there was a call from him before. Lin Xian would often call her. She later warned him not to call her no matter what happened because she still had to work and had no time to pay attention to him. Since then, Lin Xian has never called her. One time when she was deleting her address book, she deleted Lin Xian's number. They are relatives, close relatives, but no one has his phone number. At the dinner table, Lin Li picked up some food for Jiang Shuqin and said, Mom, don't think too much. My brother is just young and hot-tempered. When he gets frustrated, he will naturally understand that the Lin family is his real support. Lear, you are more obedient and sensible. Jiang Shuqin looked at him lovingly. You are my mother, it is my duty to respect you. Lin Li said caringly. Lin Chang deliberately put on a stern face, you only care about your mother and don't care about me as your father. Dad, this is your favorite braised pork. Lin Li had no choice but to put a piece of braised pork into Lin Chang's bowl. Only then did a smile appear on Lin Chang's face. Lin Qingyan also held the rice bowl and said, where's mine? Where's mine? Brother, you can't be partial to one and ignore the other. Lin Li also picked up a piece of sweet and sour fish which Lin Qingyan liked. Lin Qingyan curved her eyebrows and said, my brother is really sensible. They are having a great time here. Lin Qingwan, who was sitting in the room, watched this scene and felt inexplicably upset. Xiaoxian and Xiaoli were treated so differently in the Qin family. Xiaoli is the group's favorite, while Xiaoxian is bullied by everyone in the Qin family. On Lin Xian's side, the editor of Feiyuan novel website added Lin Xian as a friend. The entire male section of their website is named after plants, and the editor to whom Lin Xian contributed is a female editor named Morning Glory. Morning Flower, I have read your novel. It has a good rhythm, good writing style, and enough exciting parts. We can sign a contract. When will the male protagonist's other women come out? Lin Xian replied, there is only one female lead. Morning Glory frowned, this won't work. A single female lead can't get along in the male channel. The male lead should collect all the good-looking and excellent girls. Morning Flower, also. The male protagonist should act stronger in front of the female protagonist. You are acting like a gigolo. A male protagonist like this can't get by in a novel. Lin Xian couldn't help himself when he saw the last words. What's wrong with being a gigolo? Being able to have a living is a blessing. Lin Xian typed away on the keyboard and replied, my novel is like this, I can't change it. Morning Glory's face darkened, the market is like this. If you don't change, your novel is doomed to fail. Lin Xian, not a single word will be changed. Morning Glory, okay, you are so tough, right? I won't accept your novel. I don't have time to deal with a novel that is destined to be a big flop. Morning Glory deleted and blocked Lin Xian. Morning Glory, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry? Lavender, who worked in the same office, saw that Morning Glory had a gloomy face, and she couldn't help but wonder who made Morning Glory so angry. There is an author whose writing style is very good, but he insists on having a single female protagonist. The male protagonist also eats the female protagonist's clothes. I told him about it, but he refused to change and was stubborn. In order to find a sense of identity, Morning Glory also sent the novel to the editor group. The editors all shook their heads after reading the novel. This novel could have been a hit, but it had a huge flaw: the male protagonist was a gigolo. Those readers will basically run away when they see such poisonous points. Oh, what a pity. Lavender sighed. Morning Glory snorted coldly. Even if this novel is successfully signed, it will not be popular. He will turn back when he hits a wall. Dogtail Grass also saw the novel posted in the group. He clicked on it out of curiosity, and was fascinated by it. The relationship between the male and female protagonists in this novel is handled very well. Although the female protagonist is a yandere, she also respects the male protagonist very much. The male and female protagonists are committed to each other. Dogtail Grass added Lin Xian's button. Dogtail Grass, hello, I am Gawiko, the editor of Feiyuan novel in charge of the male section. I have read your novel and it is very well written. I would like to sign a contract with you. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Don't you think my novel is not suitable for the current market? Dogtail Grass, it doesn't fit the market. The current list is full of stories with multiple female protagonists, or male protagonists playing ambiguous roles with multiple girls. Most authors will cater to the market for money. But novels need to be diverse and you can't just stick to one formula all the time. I always feel that your novel is extraordinary. I want to give it a try. If your subsequent manuscripts can maintain this level, I will give you a strong recommendation. He is an old editor of Feiyuan novel website, and almost all of his good authors have been poached by Trumpet Glory. Now, there are only a few novels that are popular under his pen. He hopes Lin Xian's novel will become popular. Lin Xian, okay. Dogtail Grass, then you update 4,000 words a day, until you reach 120,000 words, and I will arrange for your book to be published. Lin Xian, I'm short of money, I need to get it up online quickly. I've already saved the manuscript, 150,000 words, and I expect to finish writing 400,000 words tomorrow. Dogtail Grass. How much? Can you write 250,000 words in one day? Lin Xian, yes. He has the space to write 200,000 words, which would only take him a few dozen minutes in real life. Lin Xian, is it a little too little? If it's not enough, I'll write a few 100,000 more words. Dogtail Grass. He suspected he was bragging. His novels are well written, but he is too good at bragging. Normally, it would be a pain for some authors to write only 4,000 words a day. Of course, it's not because they are busy. Some authors are stuck in writing, but most of them are just typing a few words and looking at their phones for more than 10 minutes. After typing a few more words, I petted the cat, typed a few more words, and played with my nails. In short, I do everything except typing, and the 4,000 yuan a day is like squeezing toothpaste. Sometimes when I really can't make it in time, I just make up some excuses like feeling unwell or being busy, and then ask for leave. It would be a blessing for an ordinary author to update 10,000 words. And he can type hundreds of thousands of words a day. This is absolutely impossible. Even the tentacle monsters are not as fast as him. Dogtail Grass, then let me see the remaining manuscripts you have. Lin Xian, okay. Lin Xian sent the manuscript over. Dogtail Grass was fascinated by the show. The more he watched, the more exciting it became. The ambiguous scenes between the male protagonist and the female yandere were enough to make him bleed from the nose. And the slapping of the male protagonist in the face was so satisfying. Dogtail Grass watched for 2 full hours before contacting Lin Xian. Dogtail Grass, publish. Please publish 100,000 words first. I highly recommend it to you. It will be available the day after tomorrow. Lin Xian, okay. The day after tomorrow is also the day when the school year at Shangqing University starts. Before that, he has finished writing the novel. In 2 days, Lin Xian wrote 1 million words, and wrote hundreds of thousands more words to prepare to post them on another paid website. The charges started in the early morning. Lin Xian posted 200,000 words in one go. Together with the previous ones, the total was 300,000 words. Dogtail Grass was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw the author update so vigorously. Other authors would feel bad for a long time if they accidentally published 2,000 extra words, but he just directly published 200,000 words. My brother is awesome. Dogtail grass, brother, take it easy, save some for next time. Lin Xian took a screenshot of the typing interface and showed it to Gawiko. It's okay, I wrote 800,000 words yesterday, that's enough. In addition to being short of money, Lin Xian also had another reason, which was that he could understand the reader's feelings very well. When he used to read novels, the days of following the updates every day were simply too hard to endure. So he posted more so that readers could read enough. Dogtail grass, brother, I kneel down to you. He actually typed 800,000 words in one day. Even the donkeys in the production team didn't work as hard as him. Damn, what kind of hell speed is this? Dogtail grass, brother, why don't you send me the manuscript and I'll help you fix the typos. He wanted to use his position to, get an early look at his novel. Lin Xian, okay. Lin Xian sent the entire novel over. The novel was not long, only about 1.2 million words in total. If I write another 300,000 words, I will have the finale. Gawiko started reading Lin Xian's novel. Originally, he planned to read for an hour and then go to sleep, but he ended up reading all night long. The next day, Dogtail Grass went to work with dark circles under his eyes. When Lin Xian returned to the bedroom to prepare for bed, he found Su Huan leaning against the head of the bed. It's already 12:30, Su Huan, why haven't you slept yet? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. He remembered that Su Huan had a very regular schedule. Unless she went to meet a big client, she would usually go to bed at 10 o'clock. Ah Xian, come here, Su Huan said in a hoarse voice. Lin Xian had a feeling that Su Huan was in an uneasy mood. He slowly moved towards Su Huan, wondering what was going on. Su Huan was so moody. As soon as Lin Xian reached the bed, Su Huan pressed him down on the bed. Ah Xian, you are mine, forever. The corners of Su Huan's eyes were slightly red and her eyes were watery, making her look particularly charming and seductive. She closed her eyes and kissed the man's thin lips. Lin Xian saw that Su Huan was in a bad mood, so he obeyed her and held the little woman in his arms. There were ripples throughout the room. Lin Xian touched the little woman's hair and said, Su Huan, what happened to you? I'm fine. Su Huan lowered her eyes. Tomorrow, he will go to school, out of her sight again, and he will meet Qin Ruoyao. She was so afraid that this time when he went to school, he would stop acting with her and become the same person he used to be, who always confronted her and wanted to escape from her. I'll take you to wash your body first. Lin Xian carried Su Huan sideways into the bathroom. The next day I had class at 9 o'clock. Lin Xian slept until 8:10 and when he came downstairs for breakfast, Su Huan was already sitting at the dining table. She was wearing a burgundy evening dress today, which made her skin look whiter than snow. She looked noble, beautiful, and nobody dared to desecrate her. Her expression was as cold and heartless as usual, completely different from the little devil she had been last night. Lin Xian's mind involuntarily emerged the image of Su Huan pestering him last night. Really attractive. Lin Xian's ears turned a little red. He coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment and sat at the dining table, eating breakfast quietly. After Su Huan finished eating, she slowly wiped her mouth with a towel. I'll take you to school later. Su Huan usually drives luxury cars worth millions or tens of millions. She rarely drives cars like Rolls-Royce. But for Lin Xian, she wanted to raise him in wealth. Lin Xian sat in the passenger seat, and Su Huan's eyes flickered slightly. The Su Group was originally a shareholder of Shangqing University. Since Lin Xian entered Shangqing University, Su Huan spent a large sum of money to purchase shares of Shangqing University. Now, she is the absolute controlling shareholder of Shangqing University. Su Huan only needed to say hello and her car could drive directly into Shangqing University. Su Huan parked the car directly downstairs of the teaching building where Lin Xian was. At this time, in classroom 605, Qin Ruoyao entered the school wearing a white dress and a pair of high heels, which made her look particularly pure and lovely. Here she comes, the school beauty is here. Many men looked at Qin Ruoyao with fascination. It feels like the school beauty is getting prettier and prettier as the summer goes by. If I could date her, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Everyone was sighing at Qin Ruoyao's beauty, but one person had a unique perspective and asked in surprise, "Where's Lin Xian?" There's no breakfast on Qin Ruoyao's desk this time. Before every class, Lin Xian would prepare breakfast and drinks for Qin Ruoyao, rain or shine. This time, Qin Ruoyao came over, but Lin Xian didn't. You said, is it possible that Lin Xian will stop licking Qin Ruoyao? What a joke. How could Lin Xian not lick Qin Ruoyao? If he doesn't lick Qin Ruoyao, I'll take his head off and kick it like a ball. Wang Day heard these words as soon as he came in. He grinned and said, remember, kick it like a ball. The man rolled his eyes at Wang Day and said, Wang Day, I know you have a good relationship with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian likes Qin Ruoyao. Even though Qin Ruoyao rejected him countless times, he still chased after her. Isn't this a dog licking? Since I am a bootlicker, I will basically lick till the end, so my head is destined not to be used as a ball. Lida, let's make a bet. If Xianzi stops licking me, you have to pay for my lunch and breakfast this semester. If I lose, I will pay for your breakfast and lunch. Make a deal. Lida agreed without thinking. TSK, if Lin Xian doesn't want to lick him anymore, it would take the sky to fall. Qin Ruoyao came here in a hurry today and did not have breakfast. She thought Lin Xian would buy breakfast for her. The result is nothing. Qin Ruoyao was very hungry, and when she heard about the bet between Wang Day and Lida, she felt even more depressed. She went outside to get some fresh air and Li Siyu followed her. Many people were looking downstairs, and Li Siyu also noticed the luxury car parked downstairs. Yao Yao, look, it's a Rolls-Royce. It costs at least tens of millions. This is the first time someone has driven a car of this level to our school. Li Siyu excitedly grabbed Qin Ruoyao's arm to look. Qin Ruoyao also looked over and began to wonder who was inside. At this moment, the atmosphere in the back seat of the car was inexplicably cold and depressing, making it hard to breathe. Lin Xian was worried. What's wrong with this Yandere Su Huan? Su Huan, I'm going to class. Lin Xian said nervously. He always had a feeling that he couldn't leave easily this time. Wait. Su Huan leaned over, put down the backrest, and pressed her soft body against Lin Xian's. There were many students from Shangqing University gathered outside the car. They looked into the car curiously, but it was pitch black. They couldn't see anything. They could only see the car vibrate. Gudong. Lin Xian swallowed nervously. Su Huan looked like he was going to do something. Could it be that he was going to give him to a Yandere like Su Huan? It seemed possible that he could do that. It seems quite exciting. Thinking of Su Huan's charming appearance yesterday, he wanted to do it again. Ah Xian. Su Huan's slender white fingertips brushed across Lin Xian's chest through his clothes, bringing up an ambiguous ripple. Tell me, who are you lying under now, huh? I'm lying under Su Huan. Lin Xian answered weakly. Su Huan raised her red lips and said, remember, you are my man, Su Huan. If you dare to have any ambiguity with other women, then Xian, I will lock you up. Su Huan's hand reached Lin Xian's Adam's apple. In fact, she wanted to cut off his hands and feet, but she couldn't. She wanted to see him alive like this. No, I will stay away from those women. Lin Xian sensed the danger and hastily assured that he must obey a Yandere like Su Huan. Good boy. Su Huan's eyebrows curved, and she bit Lin Xian's lips with satisfaction, and said vaguely, this is my reward to you, Xian. Lin Xian felt both nervous and excited, and couldn't help but touch the back of the little woman on him. He thought that he was really led astray by Su Huan. In his previous life, he was such a pure person, and he was still a virgin until his death. It has only been less than a few days since he was reborn. Even when he was hanging out with Su Huan downstairs of the teaching building, he not only did not resist at all, but was looking forward to it and excited. The driver was a little curious about what reward Su Huan gave to Lin Xian. He turned around and saw, he shouldn't be in the car, he should be under the car. The driver kept his eyes fixed forward. Mr. Su, have you forgotten that there is a living person sitting in front of you? The temperature of the air was getting higher, and their clothes were a little messy. When the fight was about to break out, Su Huan left his lips and bit his Adam's apple hard. Lin Xian hissed in pain. He seriously suspected that Su Huan was a dog and liked to bite people so much. Su Huan didn't let him go until blood oozed out of it, and then she took the blood into her mouth. "Ah Xian, this is the mark that belongs to me that I left on you." Su Huan looked at the teeth marks with satisfaction. The hostility in Su Huan also faded away. Su Huan, can I go to class now? It's almost time." "Yeah." Su Huan was particularly easy to talk to at this time. She got up from Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian straightened his clothes and got out of the car. He is still wearing a white shirt and black pants today, with slightly parted hair, looking very youthful. "Wow, so handsome." A girl immediately screamed like a crazy fan, her eyes were full of stars. "He's even more handsome than our school hunk, this is the real tall, rich and handsome guy. Aw, this is so handsome. Look at that unruly look. I'm going to faint after this." The screams of those girls fell into Su Huan's ears, and their obsessed eyes were also seen by Su Huan. Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously. "I really want to hide him so that only she can see him." The driver wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's over. Why is Miss Su in a bad mood again? Her temper is really unpredictable. Just for driving a car, he gets a salary of 25,000 yuan a month. It's okay for President Su to beat him up. He can't complain." "Mr. Su, are we going to the hotel now?" the driver asked cautiously. "Yeah." Su Huan retracted her gaze, pinched her brows, and suppressed the crazy thoughts in her heart. Upstairs corridor. "Yao Yao." Li Siyu pointed at Lin Xian and said excitedly, "It's the boy who drove the Koenigsegg that day." Qin Ruoyao was also excited. She didn't expect that they would meet so soon. "Yeah, I saw it too." Qin Ruoyao said calmly, as if she didn't care much. "Yao Yao, last time he drove a Koenigsegg, and now he's driving a Rolls-Royce, his family must be very rich." Qin Ruoyao's eyes flickered slightly. His family background should be many times better than Lin Li's. The car Lin Li drives is worth just over 10 million, but the cars he drives are worth over 100 million, and there are more than one. Qin Ruoyao's mind began to become active if she could be with him. "He came to our teaching building. Is he also a student of our department?" Li Siyu's tone became even more excited. "Yao Yao, it would be great if he could fall in love with you. But you are so beautiful, it would be hard for those men not to like you. Siyu, you'd better stop talking. I'm not that charming." Qin Ruoyao blushed slightly. Lin Xian came to the 6th floor and walked towards the classroom. Qin Ruoyao saw him from afar, her eyes flickering slightly. "Siyu, I'm going to the bathroom first." Qin Ruoyao walked towards the bathroom, and the direction she walked was also the direction Lin Xian came from. "Ah, this boy has been promoted to the school hunk in my heart. When the school bell and the school hunk meet, do you think sparks will fly?" a girl said excitedly. "I really admire you girls. When you see a handsome man or good-looking man or woman, you think about pairing them up." A boy rolled his eyes at her. Also, he is really impressed by some gay men. When they see two slightly good-looking boys walking together, they will say that they are a perfect match and that they are definitely together. He and his good brother were scolded and finally gave in. Seeing Lin Xian and Qin Ruoyao getting closer and closer. Qin Ruoyao suddenly twisted her feet and fell straight onto Lin Xian. Some students were even more excited when they saw it. The school beauty falls on top of the school hunk. Isn't this the plot of an idol drama? They are about to start a sweet campus romance. Lin Xian dodged by turning sideways in time. Qin Ruoyao fell flat on her face. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she didn't fall on him, otherwise if Su Huan knew about it, he would definitely be punished. Everyone was stunned. He actually dodged. Qin Ruoyao was also confused. She originally planned to fall on him and then thank him properly so that she could get closer to him. As a result, he let her fall like this without even helping her up. There were a lot of people gathered in the corridor now. Many people who disliked Qin Ruoyao just felt very happy. Qin Ruoyao was too naive and too good at pretending. This time, there was finally a man who didn't fall for her tricks. It was the first time for Qin Ruoyao to make a fool of herself in front of so many people. She felt so aggrieved that she was about to cry. But this man is still here, and she needs to leave a stubborn impression in his mind, so she can't cry. Luo Yuan, another dog of Qin Ruoyao, saw his lover fall, and hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and went over to help Qin Ruoyao up. Yao Yao, are you okay? Luo Yuan asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Ruoyao glanced at Lin Xian and shook her head. Your elbows and knees are all bruised, and you still say it's okay. Luo Yuan's eyes were full of heartache. He glared at Lin Xian. When you saw someone fall, couldn't you catch it? You actually dodged it. Are you a man? Lin Xian sneered. Who is she to me? Why should I catch her? It wasn't me who caused her to fall, what does it have to do with me? Luo Yuan, I'm really fine. Don't blame him. It was my own carelessness. Qin Ruoyao said apologetically, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. My friend didn't understand the whole story just now, so he misunderstood you. Please bear with me. Qin Ruoyao was afraid that Lin Xian would misunderstand the relationship between her and Luo Yuan, so she hurriedly explained. Lin Xian put one hand in his trouser pocket and said, walk carefully, don't think about throwing yourself into my arms, I won't fall for it. Qin Ruoyao's face was full of embarrassment. Did he see that she fell on purpose? And his voice always seemed familiar to her, as if she had heard it somewhere before. Lin Xian walked straight into the classroom. Wang Dai whistled. Xian Zi is so handsome. It's quite satisfying. Xian Zi used to chase after that bitch Qin Ruoyao, but now he finally stands up for once. Lin Xian walked into classroom 605. Everyone in the classroom was dumbfounded. Is this rich young man a student in their class? Shangqing University has a small class system, with 28 students in each class. Unlike other schools, which often have several classes together for classes, when there are many schools, there can be as many as 150 students in a class. Except for elective courses, professional courses at Shangqing University are basically taken together in the same class. A boy asked curiously, classmate, did you go to the wrong classroom? Lin Xian, yes, that's it. Yao Yao, he should be a transfer student. Li Siyu guessed. Qin Ruoyao couldn't help but curl her lips. They are in the same class, so it will be much easier for her in the future. She must take him down. Lin Xian walked straight to the seat next to Wang Dai and sat down. This is the solution you want. Lin Xian put the USB drive on Wang Dai's desk. Wang Dai held the USB flash drive in his hand like a treasure and said, you are really amazing. I have been thinking about it for 3 days and 3 nights, but couldn't figure out the program code. I just sent it to you yesterday, and you figured it out. Wang Dai sighed. This good brother of his is extremely talented in computers. The other students in the class were surprised. Wang Dai actually knows this rich kid. And they seem to be very close. This rich kid can afford a Rolls-Royce, so his net worth should be at least over 1 billion. How did a poor guy like Wang Dai know him? Have you noticed that this rich boy looks a lot like someone? Who? Others asked curiously. Lin Xian. The more I look at him, the more they look alike. The only difference between them is that he has less thick bangs and a pair of black-framed glasses. Their voices are also very similar. They also have one thing in common, they have a good relationship with Wang Dai. Hey, do you think he could be Lin Xian? How is this possible? How can a poor guy like Lin Xian who can't even afford clothes afford a Rolls-Royce? And this dress looks very expensive. Lin Xian used to wear some cheap clothes. Wang Dai was eating the bun in his hand and asked curiously, why did you change your car? Where is the Koenigsegg one you had before? Lin Xian, this Rolls-Royce is one of the cars in the garage, I just drove it casually. At that time, Su Huan asked him what car he wanted to drive, and he pointed to one at random. Wang Dai stopped eating the bun. He swallowed and said, tell me the truth, how many cars do you have in your garage? I don't know how many there are. Cars of various brands, probably about 10 or 20 Ferraris, Bugattis, Rolls-Royces, and Maybachs. Lin Xian only remembered that Su Huan gave him a garage full of cars. The others stared with wide eyes. Is this so rich? The total amount must be several billion, which means his net worth is over 10 billion. No one thought that Lin Xian was lying. After all, there was no need for someone who could afford a Rolls-Royce to lie. Wang Dai almost knelt down. Xuanzi, no, Godfather, do you still need a son? Xuanzi. Everyone was shocked. Is he Lin Xian? Groove. Qin Ruoyao's expression turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian, he is actually Lin Xian. Why didn't he catch her just now? And are all these cars he drives owned by that woman? Qin Ruoyao clenched her hands. She couldn't accept that the men she had always disliked had become so handsome and rich. There are 3 minutes left until class starts. Lin Xian's phone kept beeping. It was Dogtail Grass contacting him. Your novel is a blast. From this morning till now, the average number of chapter subscriptions is 1,500. This is because your words are too long, and most people haven't read all the chapters. And today is a weekday, and many people don't have time to read novels. According to this trend, it is expected that today's minimum average price will reach 10,000. The paid chapters have 200,000 words, and the author gets 3 cents for every 1,000 words, which means he can earn 60,000 yuan a day. This is an excellent result for a newcomer. Lin Xian was not surprised by this result. After all, this novel was also a huge hit in another world, but he also added a lot of content to it. Lin Xian, yes. Dogtail Grass, brother, are you a big shot from some website who jumped to feiyue.com? Lin Xian, newcomer. Dogtail Grass. After class, Lin Xian put away his cell phone. As soon as the get out of class was over at noon, Su Huan's people delivered the food in time. Seeing this huge amount of food, there are vegetables, meat, and a lot of seafood, lobster, king crab roe. Wang Dai's eyes widened. Ouch! Is this the life of rich people? This meal alone is equivalent to his annual consumption. Let's eat together. Lin Xian glanced at Wang Dai. Okay. Wang Dai was not polite either. He ate until his mouth was full of oil. He touched his stomach and leaned back in his chair. It smells good, it smells so good. Xuanzi, the cooking skills of your chef are really good. Lin Xian was still messaging Su Huan. Yeah. He responded casually. When Su Huan's people saw that they had finished their meal, they came in, cleaned up the dishes and left. Wang Dai opened the Feiyue novel website, and as soon as he entered, a book popped up. Is the heroine a yandere? Or is she the only heroine? Interesting. Wang Dai glanced at the author's homepage. There was only that one novel by the author, and he was a new author. Wang Dai didn't have high hopes for this novel. New authors usually write poorly and he usually wouldn't click on a book. It's just that the routines of those novels nowadays are very similar, and he is a little tired of it. This novel seems to be quite novel, and the website has given it a high recommendation. Maybe there will be surprises in it. Wang Dai clicked on it, and after seeing it, he was fascinated. Lin Xian said, Wang Dai, go back to the dormitory. I'm reading a novel. I won't go back. Remember to bring the book to me in the afternoon. Wang Dai didn't even raise his head. Okay. Lin Xian went back by himself. He was pestered by that little woman Su Huan for a long time last night. From bed to bathroom, he didn't sleep for long. He was really very sleepy and needed to go back and have a good sleep. Most people have gone back home, and there are very few people in the teaching building now. As soon as Lin Xian reached the stairs, Qin Ruoyao stopped him. Lin Xian glanced at her, ignored her and continued walking forward. Qin Ruoyao was so angry when she saw Lin Xian ignoring her like this. Lin Xian. Qin Ruoyao stamped her feet and said angrily, how dare you ignore me? Who are you, a big shot? Why should I care about you? Qin Ruoyao, you'd better stop being so narcissistic. Lin Xian sneered. Ever since he discovered Qin Ruoyao's true identity and started a new life, he no longer had any love or attachment to the woman in front of him, only hatred. Lin Xian. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will ignore you from now on? Qin Ruoyao was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Lin Xian, really? That's what I want. Qin Ruoyao's face flushed red. She took a deep breath and slowed down her voice. Lin Xian, is it that woman who forced you to do this to me? It must be that woman. That woman didn't allow Lin Xian to get close to her. What's so great about this? Qin Ruoyao, if I follow her, I can drive a Rolls-Royce and a Koenigsegg, and have someone to serve me. I don't have to worry about money. I'm very happy about it. But when I was chasing after you before, I often acted according to your mood, and all my money was spent on you. I lived a very happy life. Lin Xian's face was full of sarcasm. Qin Ruoyao, anyone who is not a fool knows whether to choose her or you, right? He was a fool in his previous life. Lin Xian, why are you so superficial? As a man, you don't make progress and even want to live off others. You have no dignity at all. I really misjudged you. Qin Ruoyao's eyes seemed full of disappointment. Qin Ruoyao, you can live off a rich man, but why can't I? We are all human beings, don't be so hypocritical. In this life, Lin Xian only feels that living off a rich man is delicious. Lin Xian, don't forget how you licked me before. Qin Ruoyao saw that Lin Xian had repeatedly contradicted her and could no longer maintain her previous gentle and weak appearance. She glared at Lin Xian and said, if you regret it in the future, I will not forgive you even if you kneel down in front of me and beg me. Lin Xian, don't worry, this day will never come. Come to think of it, Qin Ruoyao, you are stopping me from saying these things. Could it be that you can't bear to leave me and have fallen in love with me? Lin Xian said with sarcasm on his lips. How could I possibly like a gigolo like you? Qin Ruoyao said angrily. There was no way she could possibly like Lin Xian, a good-for-nothing. Without that woman, Lin Xian was nothing. He had no money, only a good-looking face. In that case, why are you still stopping me? Lin Xian's face turned cold. Qin Ruoyao gritted her teeth and stepped aside. Lin Xian walked past her without even looking at her. He knew that people like Qin Ruoyao only liked money, and she would like whoever had money. Who knows, once his career was successful, Qin Ruoyao might cling to him like a dog. Li Siyu came up with milk tea. Seeing Qin Ruoyao's red eyes, she asked with concern, Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? By the way, Yao Yao, when I was waiting for the elevator, I saw Lin Xian coming out of the elevator. Did you run into him? Did Lin Xian ask for your forgiveness just now? Li Siyu snorted, he must have been apologizing in a humble manner just now, right? Yao Yao, did you teach him a lesson? Remember, don't forgive him so quickly. Men are all moral. The easier it is for you to forgive him, the less he will cherish you in the future. See you, Lin Xian didn't apologize to me, but insulted me instead. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip and said aggrievedly. Ah. How is this possible? Li Siyu was stunned. Siyu, do you think he doesn't like me anymore? Qin Ruoyao was feeling a little down. She looked down on Lin Xian, but she really couldn't accept that the men who had always obeyed her and given her unconditional love suddenly stopped caring about her one day. That's impossible. Li Siyu said firmly, Lin Xian must be playing hard to get. You have always refused to accept him, so he wants to use the method of playing hard to get to make you care about him. Is this a game of playing hard to get? Qin Ruoyao murmured. Li Siyu swore, Yao Yao, don't worry. He licked you like that before, it's impossible for him to stop liking you in just a few days. From now on, you must stay cool in front of him. After a while, he won't be able to bear it anymore and will come up to you again. Yeah. Qin Ruoyao nodded, and her uneasy heart was completely relieved. It turns out that he is playing hard to get. Qin Ruoyao's lips curled up into a smile. This Lin Xian is really getting smarter and smarter. But if he uses this method, will she fall in love with him? It's just wishful thinking. When Lin Xian walked back to the dormitory, he attracted a lot of attention along the way. Many girls had obsessed looks on their faces. He's so handsome. Lin Xian is much better looking than in the photo. Ah, he's looking at me. I'm going to die. I'm going to faint. If I had known that Lin Xian was so handsome and rich, I would have pursued him long ago. You'd better stop daydreaming. Lin Xian likes the school beauty. I don't think so. Maybe Lin Xian doesn't like her anymore. Don't forget that when the school beauty fell in the corridor, Lin Xian didn't help her up and let her fall flat on her face. After Lin Xian returned to the dormitory, he scooped up water and washed his face. Then he fell on the bed and fell asleep. Their dormitory was for 2 people. When Lin Xian was not returning to the Lin family or being locked up by Su Huan, he would often sleep in the school dormitory, so his bed was always tidy and did not need to be made. Last night Su Huan kept him awake until 4 o'clock, so he only slept for 4 hours. Now he was so sleepy that he fell asleep in less than 3 seconds after lying on the bed. Yili also returned to the dormitory. He was Lin Xian's roommate, and on the surface he seemed to be very good friends with Lin Xian. He looked at Lin Xian, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, his face gloomy and his eyes full of jealousy. He had seen everyone's discussion about Lin Xian on the forum. He drove a Rolls-Royce to school and wore high-end clothes. Now he has become very handsome. Lin Xian actually took away his position as the school's most handsome boy. He didn't understand how such a noble, mysterious and beautiful woman could fall in love with Lin Xian. The cars that Lin Xian drove must belong to that woman. He was really jealous. He was no worse than Lin Xian, so how could that woman look down on him? No, he must find a way to make that woman abandon Lin Xian. Yili was about to go back to his bed when he suddenly found a piece of pink paper under the table with a heart on the exposed part. Yili picked up the piece of paper, and when he saw the content on it, his eyes lit up with excitement. Lin Xian, you're done. Yili took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Su Huan. Mr. Su, hello. I am Lin Xian's roommate. I found this on Lin Xian's desk. This is what he wrote to Qin Ruoyao. Mr. Su, you are such a beautiful woman. I don't want you to be hurt by Lin Xian. He sent a photo. He likes Su Huan. Last year, when Su Huan sent Lin Xian to school, she pressed Lin Xian in the car and kissed him, and he saw it. He fell in love with her at first sight, and later he got her phone number under the pretext of monitoring Lin Xian. He also often gave Lin Xian advice and encouraged him to escape from Su Huan. Lin Xian, that fool, really believed in his words and often did what he said, hurting Su Huan in various ways. But he didn't understand why Su Huan still kept Lin Xian with her. Seeing Lin Xian coming to school today made him feel even more uneasy. He always felt that everything seemed to be out of his control. Now that he has the opportunity to make Su Huan hate Lin Xian, he naturally will not let it go. After Yili sent the photo, he put the love letter back to its original place. At this time, night garden. A noble and elegant woman in a red dress was sitting on the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed on the photos on her phone. This is Xian's handwriting. As expected, he had been acting these days. As soon as he arrived at school, he couldn't help but show his affection and confess his love to Qin Ruoyao. Love letter. He wrote a love letter to Qin Ruoyao, which was really full of deep affection and love. It's really enviable. Ah Xian, you are really naughty, Su Huan said in a low voice. All the servants in the room lowered their heads, feeling uneasy. They rarely saw the young lady get so angry. It must be Lin Xian who caused it. They really thought that Lin Xian was willing to stay with the young lady, but he ended up angering the young lady on the first day of school. As Butler Wang entered the living room, he felt the depressing atmosphere inside. He lowered his voice and asked a servant, "What's going on?" "I don't know either. It seems the young lady received a message and that's it," the servant replied. Butler Wang looked at Su Huan's expression and frowned. The young lady had always been calm and composed. Even when she was surrounded and faced a life-or-death situation, she did not show the slightest fear. There is only one person who can make her lose control like this, Lin Xian. What is in the lady's cell phone? Butler Wang picked up the phone from the table, which had been slightly bent by Su Huan's hand. Love letter. It's written to Qin Ruoyao. Butler Wang's eyes widened. No wonder the lady is so angry. But he always felt that there was something fishy going on. Could it be a misunderstanding? There was a dark undercurrent in Su Huan's eyes, which seemed to destroy everything. She stared at the phone intently. You actually wrote a love letter to Qin Ruoyao, Xuan, you are getting bolder and bolder. Butler Wang secretly called Lin Xian. Lin Xian was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly woken up by a phone call. He put the phone to his ear and gritted his teeth and said, "What's the matter? Tell me." "Master Lin, you've gotten into big trouble," Butler Wang said anxiously. Lin Xian was confused. He had been in class all day and went to sleep as soon as he returned to the dormitory. What trouble could he get into? Could it be that he and Qin Ruoyao were talking at the stairs, and they were secretly photographed, and then the video was sent to Su Huan, causing Su Huan to misunderstand? Phew, that's easy. The trouble you are talking about is about the conversation between me and Qin Ruoyao, right? Butler Wang, you are really wrongly accusing me. It was Qin Ruoyao who pestered me, and I always kept my distance from her and didn't say anything out of line. Lin Xian explained. That's not it. Butler Wang said, Master Lin, did you write a love letter to Qin Ruoyao? Lin Xian was completely confused. Love letter? What love letter? I don't know who sent your love letter to the young lady's phone. She is very angry now. Master Lin, you are in great danger. Love letter. Lin Xian recalled frantically, and he finally remembered that he had indeed written a love letter to Qin Ruoyao. Butler Wang, I wrote that love letter before I saw Qin Ruoyao's true face. Now I am wholeheartedly staying with Su Huan. The timing is wrong. It doesn't count. Lin Xian cried out in injustice. That was written by him when he was extremely stupid, not by him who has reformed himself now. Steward Wang sighed, Master Lin, you should think about how to coax the young lady, otherwise, you will have no freedom. Butler Wang hung up the phone. Lin Xian brainstormed on how to eliminate Su Huan's anger. He couldn't let go of the freedom he had fought so hard for. Got it. Lin Xian suddenly had an idea and began to search through boxes and drawers for the love letter. Finally, 5 minutes later, he found the love letter under the table. Lin Xian took a photo of the love letter, extracted the text, and then sent it to Su Huan. After thinking about it, he added another paragraph. Su Huan, I missed you during the half-day I was away. I wanted to kiss your nose, eyes, lips, and see you being moved by me and unable to stop. Su Huan, I am yours, and I have always been your man. Night Garden. Su Huan was already immersed in her own world. She held a fruit knife in her hand. The sharp blade cut her tender skin, and drops of scarlet blood dripped from her hand. When Butler Wang saw this scene, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't go forward. He was worried that it would cause her to become ill. Butler Wang clasped his hands together, hoping that Lin Xian could quickly come up with a solution. In this world, only Lin Xian could calm the young lady down. There was a hint of paranoia and madness in Su Huan's eyes, as well as a hint of fragility. Ah Xian, why don't you keep acting? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Su Huan's lips. As expected, people like her don't deserve warmth. Every time she thought she had received warmth, her fantasy was shattered by reality again and again. She overestimated her own abilities and tried to grasp the light in the dark hell. Su Huan's fingertips traced the bloody tip of the knife, with a morbid paranoia in her eyes. Ah Xian, she whispered softly, Ah Xian, since you are so naughty, then go to hell with me. Butler Wang's body trembled. If young Master Lin fails to handle the love letter issue properly this time, the consequences will be absolutely serious. Ding ding ding. Su Huan's cell phone rang with the notification sound of incoming QQ messages. Su Huan ignored him and just stared at the bloody knife in her hand. Butler Wang's eyes lit up. The young lady only has Master Lin as her friend on QQ, so the message must have been sent by Master Lin. Butler Wang coughed and said, Miss, your QQ is ringing. Do you want to see what it's saying? It should be young Master Lin contacting you. Su Huan's empty and numb eyes fell on the mobile phone on the table, but she had no intention of looking at it. Butler Wang could only pick up his phone. When he saw the message from Lin Xian, his eyes almost popped out. Master Lin's trick is really clever. And the following paragraph, it's about the fun of young people. He is old now and doesn't understand. Boss Su, do you want to take a look at QQ? This is a love letter from Master Lin. Su Wan still didn't say anything, just stared at her phone. Butler Wang said, Miss, if you don't reply to him, Master Lin will be worried. What if this is a misunderstanding? If you do this, it may affect your relationship with Master Lin. Su Wan hesitated to move, and Butler Wang coughed and said, Miss, you just broke this phone. I'll replace it for you. Butler Wang pretended to leave with his cell phone. Wait. Su Wan said hoarsely, give me the phone. Butler Wang showed an expression of as expected. He handed the phone to Su Wan. To be honest, Butler Wang was still a little nervous. He didn't know whether the young lady would believe it. Su Wan stared at the love letter over and over again. Was it for her, not Qin Ruoyao? The coldness on Su Wan's body faded away. She glanced at Butler Wang, who was looking up at the ceiling. He knew nothing. After reading the contents of the love letter, Su Wan's lips curled up slightly. Butler Wang let out a deep breath. Young Master Lin was more effective and could be called a fire extinguisher. After Su Wan finished reading the love letter, she read the following paragraph sent by Lin Xian over and over again. She called Lin Xian and said, the love letter is well written. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately Su Wan was no longer angry. Su Wan, you can rest assured. I wholeheartedly want to stay by your side now. I won't even look at other women. Lin Xian assured. Ah Xian. Su Wan suddenly shouted. Su Wan, the paragraph you sent later. Lin Xian's face turned red. In fact, not long after he sent it out, he regretted it. The words were so corny that he got goosebumps after reading them. I like it very much. Su Wan had a smile on her lips. I will satisfy everything Xian wants. I will wait for you to come back home tonight. Lin Xian, it's not good to indulge like this every day. But Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wan should no longer be angry, as the storm is finally over. Yili seemed to be sleeping, but he was actually eavesdropping on Lin Xian's conversation. His face looked very ugly. Lin Xian actually dodged this matter. And Lin Xian's attitude towards Su Wan. What on earth was going on? Why did Lin Xian's attitude towards Su Wan change so quickly in such a short period of time? Yili pretended to be woken up by Lin Xian. He asked curiously, Lin Xian, were you talking to Qin Ruoyao on the phone just now? Congratulations, your relationship has become so good now. The person who was talking to me was Su Wan. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yili. Yili, he trusted him very much before and felt that Yili was his best friend besides Wang Dai. It turned out that he liked Su Hua. He became friends with him with a plan. He still can't forget Yili's smug and arrogant smile when he found out that he was married to Qin Ruoyao and Su Wan had no contact with him anymore. In his previous life, Su Wan often punished him, and Yili's contribution was indispensable. Yili is also the person he wants to deal with after his rebirth this time. I won't offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, I will return it 100-fold. First of all, he needs to give Yili a good beating. Yili frowned and asked in confusion, Lin Xian, why are you suddenly so nice to Su Wan? It's nothing, I just thought it through. I feel she is a good person and I want to be with her. Lin Xian said lightly. Yili was anxious, Lin Xian, you'd better think it through. Su Wan is a Yandere, and Yanderes can do anything. Her appetite will get bigger and bigger. Even if you compromise, she will lock you up sooner or later, and then you will have no freedom. Yili looked like he was doing good for Lin Xian. By the way, Lin Xian, don't you like Qin Ruoyao? Don't you want to be with the woman you like? If you agree to be with Su Wan, she will definitely not let you have contact with other women. Lin Xian sneered, Yili, I see you really don't want me and Su Wan to be together. Yili said, of course I don't want you to be together, Lin Xian, you are my friend, I want you to be with the woman you love. Then let me ask you, since you keep saying that you are doing this for my own good, why did you secretly send this love letter to Su Wan? With a bang, Lin Xian slammed the love letter on the table. Yi still looked calm. Lin Xian, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm helping you escape from Su Huan. Are you doing this for me or for yourself? You know it clearly in your heart. Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. Qin Ruoyao, Yi Li, Lin Li, everyone around him had amazing acting skills. Yi Li, I know you like Su Huan. I want to tell you that you have no chance. Su Huan likes me and you can't take her away from me. Su Huan doesn't like you either. When you followed me, you must have seen Su Huan several times, right? You were the most handsome boy on campus, and I had thick bangs and black-framed glasses. Even if I was ugly before, Su Huan still only had eyes for me. She never even glanced at you from beginning to end. Yi Li, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Nothing is more murderous than this. Yi Li's calm expression began to crack and he clenched his fists tightly. Indeed, Su Huan looked down on him, and he also secretly seduced Su Huan, but Su Huan was not moved at all. Su Huan only has Lin Xian in her eyes. He thought that only if Su Huan was completely disappointed in Lin Xian, would he have a chance to get promoted. So he has been helping Lin Xian escape from Su Huan, and also tried to make Lin Xian do things that Su Huan hates. Yi Li, I was deceived by you before. I listened to you and ran away from Su Huan frantically. I tell you, I have awakened now and will never fall into your trap again. He will hold on to Su Huan's thigh tightly. Yi Li looked unhappy. How does Lin Xian, this idiot, know all this? Bang! Lin Xian suddenly punched Yi Li in the face. Yi Li was beaten so hard that blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were blazing with fire. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Nothing, I just feel itchy and I don't like you. Lin Xian pinched his wrist. He had learned several sets of leg techniques in the space, which could be used now. Lin Xian, are you crazy? This is Shanqing University. You will be expelled if you hit someone. Yi Li gritted his teeth and said. Expulsion. What are you afraid of? Su Huan is the director of this school. He has a strong backing. What is there to be afraid of? Bang! Another punch hit Yi Li's stomach. Yi Li gritted his teeth and endured it. Lin Xian stunned, and said, Yi Li, even if you are good, even if you look good, Su Yan will not like you. Give up on this idea, she only likes me. Look, no matter how I treated her before, she never left me. Now I am willing to stay by her side, and the two of us will never be separated. Yi Li, I will always step on your head. I have taken away your position as the most handsome boy in the school. I have taken away your first place in the woman you like. I will fall in love with her, marry her, and have children with her. Lin Xian looked like a villain. He wanted to irritate Yi Li, otherwise Yi Li would not fight back. Yi Li finally couldn't bear it anymore and punched Lin Xian. Lin Xian could have dodged, but he didn't, allowing Yi Li's fist to hit him in the face. The punch was very heavy and should have left some marks. Lin Xian was satisfied and punched Yi Li a few more times before he stopped. He didn't want to let Yi Li go so easily, but he couldn't go too far. If he beat him too severely, he would be in the wrong, as he was a good citizen. Yi Li's handsome face had a swollen mouth and his eyes could hardly be opened. Lin Xian, just wait for me. Yi Li gritted his teeth and said, I will make you drop out of school. Then you go, I'll wait. Lin Xian put one hand in his trouser pocket and pulled hard. This way, night garden. Su Huan changed into a suit skirt and came down from upstairs. Well, miss, do you think it's credible what young Master Lin said about the love letter he sent to you? Butler Wang asked curiously. Su Huan looked at her with a mocking expression. Uncle Wang, it was you who told a Xian about the love letter incident, so a Xian sent those things to me. There would be no such coincidence in the world. Not long after Yi Li sent the love letter to her, a Xian contacted her and sent her a love letter as well. Then there is only one possibility, someone tipped off Lin Xian. Miss, since you think that letter was written to Qin Ruoyao, why didn't you investigate the matter of Master Lin's love letter? Butler Wang was shocked. It turned out that Miss knew. As long as he is still willing to lie to me and coax me, that's enough. I don't dare to ask for too much. He is much better now, even in acting. I can't bear to tear up our seemingly beautiful relationship. There was a hint of bitterness in Su Huan's lips. I see. Butler Wang looked at Su Huan with heartache. Who would have thought that Mr. Su, who was so powerful in the business world, and Su Huan, who became the head of the Su family by stepping on the corpses of her brothers and sisters, would be so humble to a man? I hope Lin Xian won't let her down, otherwise this couple is too cruel. Miss, I feel that Master Lin may really want to stay with you this time. Butler Wang comforted. He told me that the love letter was written before he saw Qin Ruoyao's true face. He is not the same person now as he was in the past. It's okay if he doesn't want to. Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously. He can only be my, Su Huan's, man. If he doesn't want to, I will chain his legs and feet and lock him up forever. Butler Wang. Well, the lady's Yandarin nature has kicked in. Su Huan's cell phone suddenly rang. When Su Huan saw Lin Xian's note on the phone, all the anger in her disappeared completely. Ah Xian. Su Huan said gently. Butler Wang. Only young Master Lin can restore the young lady to normal. Of course, her Yandariness was also caused by Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed and said embarrassedly, Su Huan, I got into a fight at school and need to call my parents. I'll ask my secretary to handle it. Su Huan actually wanted to go to school, but she needed time to calm down and she couldn't scare him. Jiang Qin hurried to Bai Linjiang's office. Bai Linjiang frowned and asked, Secretary Jiang, you are so anxious, is there something important that you need me to do? Yes, it's very important. Jiang Qin replied, you should go to Shanqing University right now. Is there a dispute over equity between Shanqing University and President Su? Bai Linjiang looked curious. No, President Su asked you to deal with a student fight. Jiang Qin replied. Me. Bai Linjiang pointed at himself, shock written all over his face. He is a gold medal lawyer and his ability is among the best among lawyers. How can you let him deal with a fight between students? Isn't this a waste of talent? Secretary Jiang, I still have Wang's case to deal with. Why don't you let my lawyer Wang go? He is quite capable and will definitely handle it. Bai Linjiang was very reluctant. It would be too embarrassing for him to deal with a fight between students. Jiang Qing smiled and said, Secretary Bai, this is President Su's request for you to go. He is a very important person to President Su. If you handle it well, you will definitely get some benefits. A very important person. Bai Linjiang also felt a little interested and nodded, okay, I'll go over right away. Yi Li's parents were also natives of Yundu. They lived next door to Shanqing University and quickly rushed to the principal's office. They were dressed in gold and silver, looking like nouveau riche. When Ye's mother saw Yi Li's bruised face, she felt heartbroken. Oh, son, my son, why were you beaten like this? Ye's mother pulled Yi Li, her eyes full of heartache. Father Yi walked over with a gloomy expression, are you the one who beat my son? Lin Xian put one hand in his trouser pocket and said, we were fighting each other. He couldn't beat me. Who should I blame? Lin Xian, you're lying. Yi Li said angrily, it was you who beat me unilaterally. Then how did I get this scar on my face? Lin Xian pointed to the corner of his mouth. Yi Li choked. He fell into Lin Xian's trap. No wonder Lin Xian kept irritating him. No wonder he didn't dodge when he could when Lin Xian hit him. Yi Li stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy expression. Good, that's great. You're really getting smarter. Mother Yi said excitedly, my son has always been gentle, polite, and kind. He wouldn't even step on an ant to death. How could he hit you? You must have caused that injury yourself. Auntie, even if I did it myself, do you have any evidence to prove it? Then can I also say that the injuries on Yi Li's body were also inflicted by him? Lin Xian's tone was extremely arrogant. Why are you so unreasonable? Do you have any manners? Ye's mother glared at you. Father Yu was very calm and said in a cold voice, even if you were injured, you only had one wound, but my son has more than 10. Principal, does your school have a rule that those who fight will be expelled from school? The principal nodded and said, yes, there is one, but we need to wait for Lin's parents to come over before we can discuss it. Father Yi sat on the sofa and said, okay, I'll wait a little longer. I want to see who can raise such a good son. After waiting for 10 minutes, Bai Linjiang still hadn't arrived. Oh, Lin Xian's parents probably feel that they are in the wrong and won't come. Ye's mother said sarcastically. Why are you in such a hurry? He has a long way to go and hasn't arrived yet. Lin Xian said slowly. Okay, then I'll wait. Mother Yi snorted coldly. She had heard from Lear that although Lin Xian's family had some money, he was not favored at home, and his parents should not protect him mindlessly. Da-da-da. Jiang Shuqin walked into the principal's office wearing high heels. Lin Xian frowned. How could he forget that the phone number he left at the school was the Lin family's? The school was worried that students would falsify information. If the situation required the parents to be contacted, the school would also have to call and contact the parents. Jiang Shuqin's face was grim. Lin Xian, today is your first day at school and you've already caused trouble for me. You're really amazing. Are you Lin Xian's mother? Ye's mother said disdainfully. Jiang Shuqin gave Lin Xian a serious look. Her face has been completely disgraced by this rebellious son. Yes, I am. Jiang Shuqin took a deep breath. Tell me, your son beat up my son, what should we do? Ye's mother said condescendingly with her arms folded across her chest. How much money do you want? I'll give it to you. Jiang Shuqin gritted her teeth. Jiang Shuqin had already determined on the way that it was Lin Xian's fault. He has always been a corrupt and lawless person. If it wasn't his fault, whose fault could it be? When she arrived at the principal's office and saw Yi Li with a bruised face and nose, she became even more certain of her thoughts. Since it was Lin Xian's fault, she could only apologize humbly. Money. Are we short of money? Ye's mother sneered. I want him. Ye's mother pointed at Lin Xian, kneel down and apologize to my son. And slap himself 20 times while saying he was wrong. Not only that, I want him to apologize to my son publicly on the school radio. Tisk. Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian, why don't you do as Auntie asks? Jiang Shuqin ordered with a dark face. Lin Xian ignored her and looked at the principal. Principal, I have nothing to do with her. My relatives haven't arrived yet. The assistant principal glanced at the phone and frowned. That's right, this is the number registered. Lin Xian, you are such an ungrateful person. I came here with good intentions to deal with your fight. In order to prevent you from being expelled from school, I begged others humbly. What's this attitude of yours? Jiang Shuqin stared with her eyes wide open, her chest heaving violently. She felt that her kindness had been taken for granted. This is a rebellious son. Lin Xian pulled his lips coldly. Miss Jiang, we have severed our relationship. It has been notarized by a lawyer, written in black and white, and signed. We no longer have any relationship. It is not your turn to make the decision about my affairs. Okay, it seems like you've grown wings. Fine, then I don't care anymore. I'll have you expelled from Shangqing University. Principal, please deal with him according to your school rules. Jiang Shuqin crossed her arms over her chest. She wanted to see where Lin Xian could go without the help of the Lin family. The principal frowned. It seemed that Jiang Shuqin was indeed Lin Xian's mother, but they had severed their relationship. Jiang Shuqin's attitude towards Lin Xian is really not like that of a mother. Which mother would admit her son's mistake right away? In his impression, Lin Xian was actually a good student, and his grades were top-notch in the computer department, which was full of talented people. Student Lin Xian, have the parents you contacted come over? The principal asked kindly. Already at school. Lin Xian replied. Okay, then wait a few more minutes. The principal nodded. Jiang Shuqin's face was filled with shame. Lin Xian also called his parents. Who was the parent he called? Could it be the woman who supported him? Bai Linjiang, dressed in a suit and tie, rushed into the office. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the road and I'm late. Bai Linjiang smiled apologetically. He introduced himself. My name is Bai Linjiang, I'm a lawyer, sent by Lin Xian's parents. I will be in charge of Lin Xian's affairs. The principal looked shocked. Isn't this someone close to Mr. Su? When Mr. Su came to sign the share transfer agreement that day, he brought this lawyer to the school. Is there any relationship between Lin Xian and President Su? Lawyer. That's great. They hired a lawyer for just a small fight. They have a lawyer, but we don't. Ye's mother laughed disdainfully. Husband, go call my brother. Ye's father had no choice but to call Wang Gao. The other party had a lawyer. If he didn't hire one, he was afraid that his son would be at a disadvantage. Jiang Shuqin said sarcastically, Lin Xian, this is clearly your own fault, yet you still called a lawyer to excuse yourself. Have you learned all the principles of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom that your teacher taught you? Bai Lin Jiang narrowed his eyes. Who are you? I am the one who gave birth to Lin Xian. Jiang Shuqin replied. We have severed our legal ties, Lin Xian added. So that's how it is. Bai Lin Jiang smiled slightly. Since you have severed your relationship, you are an outsider, principal. It's not appropriate for an outsider to be present in mediating this dispute. Jiang Shuqin's eyes widened. You actually want to drive her away? The principal naturally did not dare to offend Su Hua's people. He said in a very good manner, yes, I understand. Ms. Jiang, please leave. The principal ordered her to leave. Just go. I don't want to stay here. Jiang Shuqin looked at Lin Xian solemnly. He was indeed an ungrateful person. She had raised him for 8 years and she even endured the pain of labor in October to give birth to him. Is this how he treats her? Lin Xian, the Lin family will no longer be involved in your affairs. I want to see what you can accomplish. When Jiang Shuqin went out, she slammed the door shut. Lin Xian sneered. It didn't matter. He was too lazy to deal with these brainstem missing bastards from the Lin family. Bai Lin Jiang smiled slightly and said, now we can talk about the fight between my young master and classmate Yi. I have already understood the general situation. Ye's mother interrupted him, wait, my brother hasn't come yet. Brother. Bai Lin Jiang frowned slightly. Yes, my brother is also a lawyer. His name is Wang Gao, and he works for Junsheng law firm. Mother Yi raised her chin high. Junsheng law firm is the best law firm in Yundu. She didn't believe that this lawyer could defeat his brother. Bai Lin Jiang said gentlemanly, okay, I'll wait for him to come over. The principal is ready to watch the show. Ye's mother seemed to think that her brother was very awesome, and they probably didn't know the identity of lawyer Bai. Wang Gao came over quickly. When he saw Bai Lin Jiang, he frowned, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Bai Lin Jiang looked at his watch and said, then let's get started. What are your demands? I give Lin Xian 2 choices. One is to drop out of school, and we will also tell the police. The second is to kneel down and apologize to my son, slap yourself, say you were wrong, apologize to my son on the radio, and pay my son 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. Ye's mother said arrogantly. She must seek justice for her son. Bai Lin Jiang smiled slightly, we don't agree with your request. We can only compensate Mr. Yi for his medical expenses. Our young master is also injured and needs to be examined. You need to compensate our young master for his medical expenses. We'll calculate the difference in medical expenses later. If Mr. Ye's medical expenses are higher, we will compensate him. If our young master's medical expenses are higher, Mr. Yi will compensate us. This is what it means to confuse right and wrong. Ye's mother glared and said, you wish. Isn't this a result that both sides can't stand? Even if her son's medical expenses are more than Lin Xian's, it's only a matter of a few hundred yuan. This amount of money is not even enough to send away beggars. Wang Gao stepped forward and said, lawyer, I'm afraid your proposal is inappropriate. Wang Gao laid out the legal provisions. While Wang Gao was speaking, Bai Lin Jiang kept smiling and didn't say anything. Ye's mother smiled proudly, her brother was indeed very capable. Looking at the lawyer opposite her, she was speechless. Only after Wang Gao finished speaking did Bai Lin Jiang slowly say, Lawyer Wang, I will refute the 3 points you mentioned one by one. Wang Gao originally thought that he was confident about their fight this time. As a result, in the verbal battle with Bai Lin Jiang, he had no chance of winning and was always suppressed by the opponent. Wang Gao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who is this person? Why is his ability so powerful? After Bai Linjiang finished speaking, he smiled slightly and said, so the best way is to reconcile, as I said. Of course, you can also choose to make a big fuss or call the police. Then my young master and classmate you will both be expelled, which is not good for either side. Mother Yi clenched her fists. No, Lear must not be fired. Ye's mother pulled her brother aside and said, Xiao Gao, think of a solution quickly. Lear can't get beaten in vain. When she thought of her son's bruised face, her heart ached. Let's settle it. Wang Gao sighed tiredly. The other party's lawyer is very powerful. Even if we go to court, we won't have the upper hand. Just like he said, it won't benefit anyone if the matter gets out of hand. No matter how unwilling Ye's mother was, she had to swallow her anger for Yili's future. Have you discussed it? Bai Linjiang always had a smile on his face. He was known as the Smiling Tiger because he always won the case with a smile. The Su Group is also known as the ever-victorious general. Since Su Huan took over the Su Group has never lost a case. Lin Xian, just wait for me. Let's just forget about this matter. You don't have to pay for the medical expenses. Ye's mother pulled Yili away. Yili looked grim throughout the whole process. When he learned that Su Huan's lawyer was coming to handle the case, he knew that he could not handle Lin Xian. He didn't understand why Su Huan liked Lin Xian so much. What good was that loser Lin Xian? Even though he hurt her so much, Su Huan still loved him so much. Lin Xian and Bai Linjiang also came downstairs together. Thank you, Lawyer Bai. Lin Xian said. Bai Linjiang looked at Lin Xian. He was quite handsome, a young and handsome guy. Why did President Su care so much about him? No, that's not possible. Bai Linjiang shook his head. A strong woman like Ms. Su is only focused on work and would never be obsessed with men. Even if she were looking for a boyfriend, she would look for a stronger man, not a fresh-faced guy younger than her. Master Lin, what is your relationship with President Su? Are you relatives or friends? Bai Linjiang was really curious about who was the person that would send him, a big lawyer, to deal with a student fight. Lin Xian, neither. Bai Linjiang, then what is your relationship? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. I am her man. Bai Linjiang. President Su's man. What shocking news. Yili looked at Lin Xian's back from a distance, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It is said that distance creates beauty, and once you get it, you will not cherish it. Maybe now that Lin Xian has compromised, Su Huan will soon get tired of him. He will wait for the day when Lin Xian is abandoned by Su Huan. Wang Gao got into the car of Ye's father and mother. Ye's father and mother were planning to take Yili to the hospital, and it just so happened that they were going to the law firm on the way. Wang Gao kept frowning as he thought about Bai Linjiang's identity. There are not many lawyers with such ability. Who is he? I'm so angry. My son was beaten like that, but he's not hurt at all. Ye's mother said indignantly, gritting her teeth. Father Yi sighed, that lawyer is too powerful, and we really have no evidence to prove that it was Lin Xian who picked it. From what he said, it was our son who beat Lin Xian first, and Lin Xian couldn't stand it anymore, so he beat Lear. Husband, you must find out who is behind Lin Xian. We must teach them a lesson. Don't worry, I will. Father Ye's face was gloomy. An idea suddenly occurred to Wang Gao. That person is. He quickly took out his phone to search, and it was really him. Bai Linjiang. Sister, brother-in-law, do you know who that lawyer is? Wang Gao asked anxiously, with panic in his voice. Ye's mother replied, from what I heard from him, his name seems to be Bai Linjiang. What's wrong? His identity, sister, do you know who he is? Oh, I don't care who he is. Mother Yi said disdainfully, no matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than you real estate? No, we are really no match for him. Wang Gao's heart sank. They had offended him today. If they remembered it, then his lawyer position and his sister and brother-in-law's company would be in jeopardy. Father Yi had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, who is he? Wang Gao, Su Group's top lawyer, Bai Linjiang. What? Su Group. Ye's father widened his eyes in horror. Mother Yi curled her lips. Nowadays, we live in a society that values the rule of law. No matter how powerful their company is, what's the use? What else can they do to us? What do you know, woman? Father Yi glared at her. Su Group is the largest company in the country. Their methods are amazing. They employ a large number of computer talents, public relations teams, and legal teams. These are the best in the country. Our company is not an iron bucket. It won't be difficult for them to find out our company's omissions. Besides, their company is financially strong. Even if we can't find anything, what if they support our rival company and suppress us? How can we deal with it? Father Ye's face was filled with panic. If they were really targeted by the Su Group, they would be finished. So powerful. Ye's mother's face was full of shock. Hubby, Lin Xian is from the Lin family. No one in the Lin family can get close to the Su family. The person behind Lin Xian should not be from the Su family. Maybe he just has a relationship with that lawyer. Father Yi pinched his brows and said, no matter what, I must be fully prepared. He must check the problems within the company and take precautions. As for the others. Father Yi looked at Yi Li and said, Lear, buy something and go apologize to Lin Xian. Dad, Mom, don't worry too much. Lin Xian is just a little lover of the Su family. The other party doesn't value him, so it's convenient for them to send by Lin Jiang. Don't make a fuss. Yi Li said. If she really valued Lin Xian, she wouldn't just send a lawyer over, but come here in person. Lover, that's good. Father Yi breathed a sigh of relief. In the upper-class circles, everyone basically treats their lovers as a playful couple. The other party should not make a big move against their company. Lear, keep your distance from Lin Xian in the future and don't provoke him. Father Yi warned worriedly. Okay, I got it. Yi Li said perfunctorily. Su Group, Chairman's Office. The company's top management is reporting to Su Huan. Jiang Qing walked in with a cell phone. Mr. Su, the president of Shanqing University said he wants to contact you about something important. Su Huan took the phone and put it to her ear. What's the matter? Mr. Su, this is what's going on. The principal said respectfully, tomorrow is our school's opening ceremony, and the school would like to invite you to give a speech to the students. In the past, he would contact Jiang Qing, and after Jiang Qing asked Su Huan for her opinion, he would tell him the result. As the chairman of the Su Group, Su Huan was basically very busy, and Su Huan had never agreed to participate in this small speech at the school. When I saw Bai Lin Jiang coming to deal with Lin Xian's affairs today, I felt that the relationship between Lin Xian and Su Huan was unusual. I was thinking that Su Huan might agree this time. Su Hua asked, how much? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The principal replied hurriedly. Mr. Su, you have to go to Linkheng at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. There is an important cooperation that you need to deal with. Jiang Qing reminded. Hearing this, the principal lost hope. Mr. Su, since you have something to do, forget it. Su Huan, I will be there on time. Jiang Qing shook his head. Well, President Su is now obsessed with men. The President Su who was only focused on work is gone forever. The principal was stunned. President Su actually agreed. The chairman of the Su Group came in person to give a speech to the students. If this gets out, it will be big news and will also be helpful for the enrollment of Shanqing University. Okay, Mr. Su, I will arrange everything for you. The principal hung up the phone happily. Lin Xian must be related to President Su. And President Su treats Lin Xian differently. As long as he holds Lin Xian's thigh tightly, he is holding President Su's thigh tightly. Well, it's not shameful for a principal like him to rely on a student. The senior executives in the office looked surprised. Agreed. No, why would Mr. Su attend such a small speech? Doesn't Ms. Su hate this kind of speech? She has never even attended the company's annual meeting and never accepted media interviews. Lin Xian was on his way back by car. The dogtail grass dripped on him madly again. Dogtail grass, bro, it's exploded, it's really exploded. The average price is now 15,000. In the evening, when everyone gets off work or school, it's the peak reading time, so the average price will probably increase by another 20,000. Dogtail Grass, 35,000 on the first day. This is a good result that many great players can't match. I can feel the joy of Dogtail Grass through the screen. In the morning, he thought that the average order was only 10,000, but in just 8 hours, it increased from more than 1,000 to 15,000. I guess everyone thought it was good and recommended it to their friends. Another reason is that everyone finished reading the book. Dogtail Grass, brother, you are really awesome. I kneel down to you. Lin Xian touched his chin. He did not completely copy the novels about another world in this novel. He added a lot of plots of his own design, basically combining other people's plots with his own plots, and then wrote it in his own writing style. To be honest, he was still a little nervous, worried that his poor writing skills would result in the novel not performing so well, but the result was unexpected. I made about 210,000 yuan that day. Phew, the money earned from writing novels is still too little. He should just quit after publishing all the chapters this month. The male editorial department of Fei Yuan novel website was going crazy discussing Lin Xian, the newcomer who suddenly appeared. This result is amazing. 1 out of every 8 people who click in is willing to pay to watch it. Even platinum stars don't have such a high subscription ratio. This novel was published on the first day and put on the shelves the next day. This is the first time I have encountered such an operation. The key is that it became a hit. This novel was the one that was rejected by Morning Glory, and then picked up by Dogtail Grass. I guess Morning Glory must be regretting it to death. A group of editors hung their heads and stamped their feet. They also wanted to sign the novel, but they did not dare to do so for fear of offending Morning Glory. Don't say anything. I regret it too. Why didn't I sign him? My commission. Dogtail Grass's commission this month is estimated to be hundreds of thousands. Morning Glory took annual leave to go on a honeymoon with her new husband. She didn't know about Lin Xian's novel. The men's editorial department collectively kept the secret from her. This Morning Glory has poached many successful authors from under their hands. They all disliked Morning Glory and were looking forward to her coming back from her honeymoon and seeing her expression when Lin Xian's novel became a hit. Morning Glory also has a group of novel authors, and the authors in it are also discussing Lin Xian's novel crazily. It's just that they are happily on their honeymoon and don't have time to read these news. Lin Xian took a look at the data in the background and generously uploaded another 100,000-word novel. Dogtail Grass, brother, take it easy. Is there anyone who can update hundreds of thousands of posts a day like you? Other authors are reluctant to publish their works even if they have manuscripts saved, because if this novel becomes popular, the next one may not be so popular. They like to publish little by little, and the longer the serialization time, the more money they can make. There was an author who had been writing for more than 10 years and had a novel of almost 50 million words, but he was still reluctant to finish it. Lin Xian is the first one to update as crazily as he does. Lin Xian, I'm short of money. Also, readers will like my updates like this. Dogtail Grass. Dogtail Grass, that's fine. But brother, please don't post the entire novel in one day. You are awesome and you are willful. However, with his writing style and plot design, it should not be difficult for him to write another hit. Maybe this Lin Xian can create his own era of novels. Lin Xian, yes. After Lin Xian quit, he looked at the time. There were only 10 days left in this month. He didn't want to wait, so he decided to publish all his novels within 5 days. He needed to make some money quickly as his startup fund. Lin Xian also published another novel on another website. The heroine is also a Yandere type, but the plot design is completely different from the one on Fei Yuan novel website. The operation is the same as the previous one. 100,000 words were published on the first day and put on the shelves directly on the second day. When Lin Xian returned to Yiyuan, Su Huan had not returned yet. The chef was cooking and Lin Xian walked in. Master Lin. The chef called out respectfully. Lin Xian said, let me do it. Master Lin, I can do it. No need to trouble you. The chef clenched the spatula in his hand. What? You don't believe in my cooking skills? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The chef didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Xian, and his expression seemed to be saying, what else? The first time young Master Lin cooked in Yuan, he exploded the kitchen. Fortunately, young Master Lin was fine at that time. Master Lin, if you get hurt while cooking, the lady will not let me go. I have to support my 80-year-old parents, father-in-law and mother-in-law, a wife, and 3 children. I can't lose this job. Please spare me. The chef said in embarrassment. The job at Night Garden paid too much and he didn't want to quit. Lin Xian, if you don't let me cook, I will tell Su Huan that you insulted me. Chef, this is shameless. He really didn't want to nod, but Lin Xian's words hit the nail on the head. Okay. The chef nodded frustratedly, but Master Lin, I have to stay in the kitchen and watch you. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He tied on an apron, turned on the gas stove with ease, poured oil, put in vegetables and seasonings. The chef was stunned. The dish was cooked quite well. Master Lin, when did you learn how to cook? The chef asked curiously. Didn't he blow up the kitchen a month ago? Maybe my cooking skills have suddenly awakened. In fact, he learned it for Qin Ruoyao after marrying her in his previous life. He went from being a man who could cook in the kitchen to a man who could be compared to a 5-star chef. He is the house husband in the Qin family. He does all the cooking, washing and cleaning. Fortunately, the meal he cooked in this life was for Su Huan. As Lin Xian finished the last dish, the chef breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was able to keep his precious job. Lin Xian prepared a table full of food and waited for Su Huan to come back at the dining table. By the time the food was getting cold, Su Huan hadn't returned to Yi Garden yet. Butler Wang walked into the restaurant and said, Master Lin, the young lady has gone to Linking to deal with work matters. She may be back late. You can eat first. Lin Xian wasn't that hungry either, so he shook his head and said, it's okay, I'll wait for her to come back. Lin Xian walked to the sofa in the living room and started playing with his mobile phone. He went to bed too late last night and wanted to catch up on some sleep at noon today, but because of the love letter issue, Lin Xian was very sleepy. In just half an hour, he fell asleep leaning against the back of the sofa. When Su Huan came back, it was already 8 o'clock. She looked at the figure on the sofa and was stunned. Ah Xian was waiting for her. A feeling of warmth surged into Su Huan's cold heart. Is this what home feels like? She's home, and there's someone waiting for her. Small. The servant just called out a small word respectfully when he saw Su Huan put her finger to her lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Su Huan walked in front of Lin Xian, stood in front of him and looked at him for a long time, then squatted down. She rested her head on the man's legs, her expression full of attachment and dependence. She recalled the night when it was snowing heavily and she had a fever and he covered her with his cotton coat. Because she didn't sleep well, he let her rest her head on his legs, and they spent the night like that. During that period, although she had been living on an isolated island, sleeping in the open air and not having enough food or warm clothes, she still felt it was the happiest time. Later, when she returned to the Su family, she didn't dare to look for him. She herself was in danger of power seizure. She had escaped death several times, and she didn't want to implicate him. It was not until she became the head of the Su family that she sent people to find him. She finally found him, and that day she went to meet him with joy, but she saw him giving flowers to another girl and confessing his love to her. He also lost his memory and forgot what happened between them. She was going crazy with jealousy. He is her, Su Huan's man, she won't allow him to be with other women, she won't allow it. She snatched him back and forced him to be with her. This night garden was the cage she built for him. It's just that she wanted to see him alive and full of hope for life, and she couldn't bear to keep him locked up like this. He can go to school and return to the Lin family. But he was really naughty. He kept pursuing Qin Ruoyao and hurt her heart. These days, his obedience also made her feel like she was in a dream. She seemed to see him 5 years ago, gentle, considerate and caring about her. If this is a dream, she hopes that she will never wake up from it. Ashwan, is it okay to stay like this forever? Su Huan murmured, and her slender and beautiful fingers stroked Lin Xian's handsome face. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xian was about to fall asleep on the sofa when he woke up with a start. Su Huan stood up as if nothing had happened. Su Huan, you're finally back. Lin Xian frowned. Why did Su Huan's eyes look red, as if she had been crying? Forget it, he should not ask about the Yandere thing. Lin Xian moved closer to Su Huan and sniffed. Smell of alcohol. Lin Xian frowned and said disapprovingly, look at you, you're drinking again. Drinking too much is bad for your stomach. Drink less next time. Also, don't work too late in the future and make sure you get enough rest. Lin Xian kept on talking. In his previous life, he married Qin Ruoyao, and he still often followed Su Huan through the internet. 5 years later, half a year before his death, when Su Huan was 29 years old, the news that Su Huan would not live for another 3 years was exposed, causing a sensation on the entire internet. Lin Xian didn't know why Su Huan was sick, but it was always a good thing to keep her body in good health. Su Huan smiled and said, okay, I'll listen to you. Butler Wang's eyes were filled with tears. Master Lin only used 2 sentences to make the young lady agree. He had warned the young lady before not to be too obsessed with work and to take care of her health, but the young lady ignored him. It was still Master Lin's words that worked better. Butler Wang looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a big, shiny treasure. If young Master Lin didn't run away and was obedient, well, he would be quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Xian cooked a bowl of sobering soup for Su Huan and watched Su Huan drink it obediently. The servant also brought out the hot food in the pot. Steward Wang smiled and said, Miss, this is what Master Lin cooked for you today. After saying these words, Butler Wang asked the servants to leave the restaurant and close the door. Well, they'd better not act as a light bulb, so as not to affect the performance of the young couple. Su Huan was stunned, looking at the table full of food, all made by Xian. Lin Xian coughed and said, Su Huan, my cooking skills are not as good as those of Yuan's chefs. Please don't despise me. He picked up some abalone, oysters, shrimp and other seafood and put them into Su Huan's bowl. Seeing that Su Huan had no intention of picking up her chopsticks, Lin Xian frowned and said, Su Huan, do you think these don't look appetizing? If they don't suit your taste, I'll ask the chef to make them for you. Xian. Su Huan looked at Lin Xian and said seriously, you don't have to please me. You just need to stay by my side and don't flirt with other women. That's enough. You don't need to do anything else. I want to see the disguised but real you. The pretense was about his obedience to her, but the truth was that he didn't need her to be so cautious in front of him. Su Huan, I am just being myself now, without any disguise or caution. Lin Xian smiled gently, isn't it normal for a boyfriend to cook for his girlfriend? Su Huan's pupils shrank slightly. Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Su Huan, I want to be a good boyfriend to you. I will care about you and love you. Maybe because of what I did in the past, my words may not be credible, but I will use time to prove it to you. These were also Lin Xian's sincere words. Su Huan is one of the few people in the world who is truly good to him, and he wants to be with her until the end. And he found that after spending time with Su Huan these days, he seemed to care about her more. Su Huan looked at him steadily. Xian, I believe it. Just don't lie to me or I'll go crazy. Eat quickly, the food won't taste good if it gets cold. Lin Xian picked up a piece of shrimp and placed it on Su Huan's lips. He had already learned from Butler Wang about Su Huan's preferences for food and her food taboos. He would no longer feed Su Huan something she was allergic to like he did that day. Su Huan bit off the shrimp meat obediently. Lin Xian looked at her and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Su Huan was quite cute. In the restaurant, there were handsome men and beautiful women, one feeding the other. It was an indescribable beauty. After feeding Su Huan, Lin Xian also started eating. Su Huan kept looking at him with her chin in her hand. The expression seemed as if it was looking at its prey, waiting for the opportunity to tear it apart and swallow it. Lin Xian felt hot all over, and he felt very uncomfortable being stared at, so he finished his meal in no time. Su Huan leaned forward, her soft black hair falling on Lin Xian's shoulders. She whispered in the man's ear, Xian, I want dessert after dinner. Su Huan had several buttons of her shirt undone. From Lin Xian's perspective, he could see the scenery in front of the woman, which made people want to find out more. Cough. Lin Xian looked away in panic. Then what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. I can also make desserts. Lin Xian didn't react for a moment. Ah Xian, you are my dessert after dinner. Su Huan licked Lin Xian's earlobe. Lin Xian's face turned red. This goblin. Looking at Lin Xian's reaction, Su Huan smiled. She took the opportunity to sit on Lin Xian's legs, face to face, and wrapped her soft arms around the man's neck. Ah Xian, I am yours. Always. She offered her red lips to the man, and the sweet scent of a woman surrounded his lips and teeth. Lin Xian couldn't help but touch the woman's back. The temperature in the air gradually rises. The woman's kiss became more and more passionate. Ah Xian, since you are willing to become my Su Huan's man, I will not allow you to escape. Ah Xian, we will be tied together for life and eternity. Don't you want to see me being moved by you? I will obey you, everything you say. Ah Xian, fall into the abyss with me. She enjoyed the moments when they were lost together, as if the two of them would never be apart. Crash. The kitchen door was opened. Lin Xian carried the woman out of the restaurant and carried her all the way back to the bedroom. Su Huan, what's wrong with your hand? Lin Xian looked at the woman's right hand. There were 2 deep scars on it, caused by a knife. I'm fine. Su Huan pursed her lips. This was just a minor injury for her. Lin Xian took out the medicine and applied it and bandaged her. Su Huan, you have to take care of yourself. Lin Xian said as he bandaged her, otherwise, I'll be heartbroken. Su Huan's beautiful eyes are as bright as stars. I feel bad that he also said these words 5 years ago. Is he really back? Seeing that Su Huan did not respond, Lin Xian's face turned cold. Su Huan, did you hear that? As soon as he said this, Lin Xian was stunned. He actually dared to order Su Huan like this. Was he just being arrogant because of his favor? Lin Xian looked at Su Huan cautiously. He thought Su Huan would look unhappy, but she looked calm and nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to you, Xian. Lin Xian, why does he feel like he has tamed a large beast? Lin Xian tied a beautiful bow on Su Huan's hand with gauze. Su Huan waved her bow-tied hand and pursed her lips and said, it's inconvenient to take a bath with one hand, and the wound will easily come into contact with water. Su Huan's wound was irritated by the powder and it was a bit painful. Her eyes were watery, and these words made her look pitiful. Lin Xian quickly looked away. Su Huan's appearance is so terrible. Then I'll help you wash it. Lin Xian said obediently. Su Huan, carry me, my legs are weak and I can't walk. The scene in the restaurant suddenly appeared in Lin Xian's mind. Su Huan was clinging to him like a koala. Stop, stop. Lin Xian didn't dare to think any further and carried Su Huan into the bathroom as Su Huan requested. Lin Xian thought that he would be seduced by the little devil Su Huan again, but he didn't expect that she would be so well behaved this time. Instead, it was the icy beauty in his hands that made him distracted. After taking a shower, Lin Xian helped Su Huan dry her hair, and Su Huan hugged Lin Xian's waist and fell asleep. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful woman who was sitting quietly in his arms. At this moment, she had let down her guard and looked harmless. In his impression, Su Huan was ruthless and cold-blooded. But after getting along with her these days, he found that she also needed warmth and love. In front of him, she seemed like an extraordinarily feminine woman. This contrast was quite cute. Lin family. Jiang Shuqing threw her Chanel bag on the sofa with a grim face. Mom, what's wrong with you? Lin Qingwan asked curiously. I was pissed off by that rebellious son Lin Xian. Jiang Shuqing gritted her teeth and said, he had a fight with someone at school, and I went to help him out of kindness, but my kindness was taken for granted. He said on the spot that he had severed ties with the Lin family, and I was treated as an outsider, and was kicked out of Shangqing University. Lin Qingwan's heart sank again and again. She thought Xiaoxian was just throwing a tantrum and would be fine in a few days, but so many days had passed and he still had such strong hostility towards the Lin family. Could it be that he really wants to completely leave the Lin family this time? Boss, let's not bother with him anymore. Jiang Shuqin sneered, now he still has a financial backer. When he is abandoned by the financial backer, he will come to us for help. Lin Qingwan felt very heavy. Mom, I'll go upstairs first. Lin Qingwan walked into Lin Xian's room and looked at the surrounding layout. A sour feeling came over her nose. This room is so small and simple, but it is the room of the eldest young master of the Lin family. He lives in the Lin family worse than an ordinary servant. Their Lin family owed him too much. But now, in the entire Lin family, except her, no one likes Xiaoxian, and they don't feel sad or painful at all when he leaves. She told others about Xiaoxuan's life in the Lin family, and they all felt that Xiaoxian deserved it. Lin Qingwan really wanted to know about Lin Xian's life in the Lin family, so she opened his drawer and found a diary on the top. This diary is very thick. When Lin Qingwan opened it, she saw that the paper had turned yellow, and it was obvious that this diary was many years old. On the first page, it was written crookedly. Today is my 9th birthday. I finally bought a diary by picking up bottles. I will keep good records in the future so that I will not forget what I have experienced. Also, when my parents find me, they can also understand me through the diary. Lin Qingwan suddenly remembered that Xiaoxian did take out the diary on the night he was brought back. But what did his parents do? They said they didn't have time to look at it and asked him to take it away, but they were looking at Xiao Li's homework seriously. Xiaoxian may have been disappointed after that and never took out the diary again. When he wrote these diaries, he hoped that his parents would see them, but in the end, everyone was dismissive. Lin Qingwan's eyes were red. She continued to flip through the pages. I saw my friend being picked up by his parents again. I wonder if my parents are looking for me. Can I find them? I heard from the dean that he picked me up when I was only a few days old. I have never seen my parents. Was I abducted? If I get lost, will they be worried? I'm so hungry, I want to eat meat, but the dean gave us money for our studies, so we don't have money to buy too much meat. It's okay, I'll just hold my stomach and I won't be hungry. Today I saw a girl eating a lollipop, and I wanted to eat one too, but snacks cost money, and the money from the lollipop was enough for me to eat a lot of rice. The tears in Lin Qingwan's eyes blurred her vision. It turns out that Xiaoxian had such a hard life in the orphanage. Not having enough food was something she had never thought about. Unconsciously, she came across Lin Xian's diary after he was taken back to the Lin family. My parents, sisters, and brother all wore clean and beautiful clothes, but I wore tattered clothes. They all seemed to dislike me. The eldest sister looks very gentle, she is so beautiful and has a good temperament, she seems to be studying at Harvard University, she is so amazing. My elder sister seemed to dislike my dirtiness. Whenever I touched her clothes, she would slap my hand away. My eldest sister has a very good relationship with her 3 older sisters and younger brother. My eldest sister doesn't like me. Is it because I did something wrong? My eldest sister graduated from college and came back to help my father manage the company. She is a workaholic and doesn't eat on time, which is bad for her stomach. I'll send her lunch at noon. Deliver food. Lin Qingwan was stunned. At that time, Lin Xian was in the first year of high school. During the summer vacation, Lin Xian came to the company and brought food from home. He sent her meals several times. She had mysophobia and felt that Lin Xian was unclean and unhygienic, so she threw away all the meals. The last time, she was upset because of the company's affairs and had no appetite, but Lin Xian still kept pestering her. In a fit of rage, she asked the security guard to kick him out and also specifically ordered that Lin Xian was not allowed to enter the company again. Keep flipping. I gave my elder sister her favorite food, but why did she throw it all away? Does she not like it? Or does she dislike me? Lin Qingwan covered her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes. It turns out he knew everything, everything. She is his eldest sister. It is said that an eldest sister is like a mother, but what did she do? She didn't know that he lived in a small and simple room, she didn't even know that he only had 300 yuan pocket money a month for living expenses, and she didn't care that he didn't eat at the table. She never took his concern for her seriously. She is really not doing a good enough job as the eldest sister. Lin Qingwan spent the whole day looking at Lin Xian's notes. She found that Lin Xian seemed to be becoming more and more inferior and lonely in this family. Later, he hardly recorded anything about the Lin family. For the next 3 years, he recorded nothing. Xiaoxian, big sister will definitely compensate you well, and let mom, dad and sisters know the real you. Lin Qingwan murmured with red eyes. The next day, Lin Xian went to school. On the way, he uploaded another 200,000 words to the website, and then went into the space to write the novel. This space is really useful. I stayed in the space for more than 10 hours and finished writing 100,000 words, but only 13 minutes had passed in the real world. Another 200,000 words updated. As soon as Lin Xian entered the classroom, he heard a boy exclaimed. Have you also read the novel, Spoiled by the Sickly Female Financial Tycoon, on the Feiyue website? Yes, this book is so sweet and refreshing. It makes me want to meet a Yandere girl. By the way, this author's updates are really amazing. Who can update 500,000 or 600,000 words in just 3 days? But this looks really cool. I used to like reading novels where the male protagonist was extremely awesome and had a harem, but I didn't expect that novels where the male protagonist was spoiled by girls could be quite exciting. Hiss, I want to eat soft rice too. Several boys were discussing it heatedly. When other boys heard that the novel was spoken so highly of and that the author updated the novel so quickly, they also became curious and opened the Feiyue novel app to search for it. Lin Xian walked over to Wang Dai as if nothing had happened and sat down. When he looked over, he saw that Wang Dai was also reading his novel. Is this novel interesting? Lin Xian asked with a raised eyebrow. It has to be good. Wang Dai pointed at his phone and recommended, Xian Zi, open this novel. You will definitely fall in love with it. I won't read it. Lin Xian said slowly, because I wrote this novel. You wrote this? Wang Dai gave him a look that said, do you think I'm stupid? Don't I know you? You've never written a novel before, and you wrote such an amazing novel for your first one. Impossible. Wang Dai snatched Lin Xian's phone and began to forcefully recommend it to him. Xuanzi, I'll help you search. Read the first 3 chapters for me, and you'll definitely fall in love with it. Wang Dai opened Lin Xian's Feiyue novel app and clicked on it. Why is there plus 999 marked in my? Wang Dai clicked in curiously and was immediately shocked. 80,000 fans. Xuanzi, you actually have 80,000 fans. The other students in the class looked over curiously. What 80,000 fans? Xian Zi, where did your novel software get so much attention? Wang Dai looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian, look for yourself. Wang Dai glanced at the name. Xian. Isn't this the author of Spoiled by the Sickly Female Financial Tycoon? Thinking of what Lin Xian said, that he was the author of that novel, Wang Dai's hands trembled. Could it be that what he said was true? Wang Dai exited the Feiyue novel app, then searched on the homepage of his mobile phone, and actually found the Feiyue novel writer assistant. When I clicked on it, I saw the author name of Xian, and then on the works page, the novel, Spoiled by the Yandere Female Financial Tycoon, was listed. Wang Dai further verified it and opened the novel again. It was indeed the one he was reading. Wang Dai was so frightened that he could fit a duck egg in his mouth. Xuanzi, are you really the author who is doted on by the Yandere female chaebol? Wang Dai swallowed. The rest of the class's eyes widened. This novel is extremely popular. Yesterday, several people gave more than 10,000 yuan in tips. Not to mention that it topped the male reading list in one day. It must be fake that Lin Xian is the author, he can't be that awesome. Yes. Lin Xian nodded and admitted it. There was nothing to hide. Boom. Those in the class who had read Lin Xian's novels were completely blown away. Luo Yuan also saw this novel. After knowing that Lin Xian was the author of the novel, he immediately opened the Feiyue novel app and deleted the novel. Also left a bad review. Yao Yao, I love you, what kind of bastard novel is this? As a man, I have no opinion at all, a pure gigolo, I really don't understand why there are so many 5-star reviews, 6 stars for you, no thanks. Li Siyu was surprised and said, Lin Xian actually went to write a novel. See You, is the novel they are talking about very famous? Qin Ruoyao asked with a frown. Wait, I'll go check it out. Li Siyu opened the QQ group. She had written novels for money for a while before, but they were all flopped and she lost patience and stopped writing. She still joined quite a few author groups. She would usually brag in them about how good her data was and even Photoshop her pictures to fool others. When people asked her which book it was, she always answered that the vest had to be kept secret, otherwise the novel would be reported by the red-eye disease. Lin Xian's novel has become popular among authors these days because of the amount of updates and amazing data. They are discussing it enthusiastically in the chat group. This author is amazing, the writing is so immersive. And the plot design is so sweet when it should be sweet, and so cool when it should be cool. I'm curious about how much he got paid for his writing these past 2 days, as his daily sales have already reached the top. I calculated that yesterday's subscriptions plus the reward price were 280,000. Although the automatic pop-up and homepage recommendations were removed today, his subscriptions have not decreased, and the rewards are more than before. He has more chapters, and many people are following him. It is estimated that today's income is 500,000. 500,000. Li Siyu's eyes widened. Yao Yao, an author said that he could make 800,000 in the next 2 days. What? Qin Ruoyao was stunned. How could one make so much money by writing novels? Siyu, are you mistaken? Qin Ruoyao looked suspicious. How could Lin Xian be so powerful? Otherwise, how could he earn so little money from working before? A month's salary was not enough for her to buy a bag. It shouldn't be wrong. Li Siyu shook her head. This guy is a famous data expert. His estimate can't be wrong. Qin Ruoyao showed joy. That means 400,000 a day, which means more than 10 million a month. The copyrights of these popular novels can also be sold. Once this book is finished, I will start the next one, and the money will keep coming in. Lin Xian is her bootlicker, and all this money will be hers in the future. Lin Li only spends a few thousand yuan on her a month. If she had Lin Xian's more than 10 million, she would never have to worry about having no money to spend. Qin Ruoyao had the idea of concentrating on being with Lin Xian. No. As soon as this idea came up, she denied it. Lin Li didn't have much money now, but Lin Li would inherit Xinhui Entertainment in the future, and it would be easy for him to earn more than 10 or 20 billion yuan a year. She was still the same as before, being with Lin Li while keeping Lin Xian hanging. Qin Ruoyao looked at Lin Xian with shining eyes. Lin Xian touched his arm. Why did he feel like he was being watched by a prey? Last night, Su Huan saw him eating like this. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all, but was just nervous. This time, the sight made him feel very disgusted. It took Wang Dai a long time to digest the news that Lin Xian was the author Xian. His heart was filled with pride that such an awesome author turned out to be his good brother. And Xuanzi won't have to worry about money anymore. Before, Wang Dai was happy that the novel he was following was updated with hundreds of thousands of words a day, but now he feels that updating so many words is inappropriate. Xianzi, you should write even fewer words. Wang Dai advised, just follow other authors and update 4,000 to 10,000 words a day. This way you will have more time to make money. I just want to make some quick bucks and run away. I need to shorten the money-making cycle, so I can only finish the novel as soon as possible. Lin Xian replied. He plans to create his own novel app. He came to Feiyuan novel website to write books. Firstly, he wanted to make money. Secondly, he wanted to raise his own profile and thereby attract readers to the app he founded. He has an explosive space, so writing more novels is no problem for him. After all, 1 minute in the real world is equivalent to 1 hour in the space. He can write several million-word novels in the space in 1 day and consolidate these readers through these novels. There are some regular readers of novel apps, and the website benefits are good, which can attract authors to start new books. With more good books, there will be more readers, which is a virtuous circle. Lin Xian opened this novel website mainly to provide novel IPs for his future film and television company, and earning reading royalties was a side job. Although the money earned from reading is a small amount, it's never too much money. Xianzi, are you short of money? Wang Dai asked worriedly, "Are you addicted to gambling?" There are many scams on the internet. Once you get addicted to online gambling, it is easy to fall into it. Those who lose want to turn the tables, and those who win want to continue winning. Whether you can win is all controlled by the dealer. Xian Zi, online gambling can easily ruin your family, don't believe it. What are you thinking? Lin Xian rolled his eyes, am I that kind of person? Oh, that's good. Wang Dai let out a breath. Then what are you going to do with the money? Wang Dai began to have wild thoughts again. Could it be that the female financier was tired of Xian Zi and wanted him to return the money? Lin Xian, start a company. Lin Xian actually wants to start a company. Some of the students in this class come from wealthy families, and there are also many from ordinary families. However, they are only juniors now, and starting a company is still a distant thing for them. Some male classmates showed admiration in their eyes. This Lin Xian is really awesome. Tisk, starting a company. This Lin Xian makes a little money by writing novels and he doesn't know how high the sky is and he thinks he can do anything. Yao Yao, just wait and see, I guarantee that he will lose everything. Luo Yuan showed disdain on his face and turned around and said to Qin Ruoyao with disdain. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. No, Lin Xian can't start a company. All his money was spent on her. He has lost all his money. What else does she have to spend? Xian Zi, after a summer vacation, why do I feel like you have become so awesome? Wang Dai almost knelt down and called him daddy. What do you think? Do you want to come to work in my company in the future? I will protect you. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Wang Dai, godfather. Did he find a job before he graduated? It's great to have a good brother to protect him. Good son. Oh, right. Lin Xian took out a printed book and threw it to Wang Dai. It contains some computer knowledge, you should learn it. These are all in the space, and the space is full of knowledge from another world. According to the contents of the space he looked through, he learned that there should be not just one alien world, but several. These alien worlds are relatively advanced in all aspects. It is just right for him to put those knowledge and successful experiences to use. It would be a waste if he doesn't use them. Wang Dai flipped through some computer books that Lin Xian gave him and fell in love with them, reading the contents with shining eyes. Xian Zi, where did you get all these good things? Wang Dai sighed as he looked at them. The bell rang. The radio in the classroom was also turned on, and a female voice with a broadcasting accent came out from the radio. Students, here is an important news. Our school director, the person in charge of the Su group, Su Huan, will come to our school this afternoon to attend the opening ceremony. At that time, please abide by the discipline, maintain a good spirit, and leave a good impression of us, the students of Shangqing University, to the school directors. Lin Xian was stunned. Why did Su Huan come here? Doesn't she hate attending these ceremonies? She actually came to give a speech. Is it for him? It's not his fault for being narcissistic. Su Huan might really have come for him, otherwise she wouldn't have acted so abnormally. The students in the class were once again in an uproar. Oh my God, the person in charge of the Su group. Rumor has it that she is only 24 years old, decisive in killing, and very pretty. Hiss, the Su group is the largest company in the country, and the benefits for its employees are very good. If I can work in the Su group, it will definitely be a blessing that I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. No, I have to dress up well when I go back at noon today. I want to dress up too. Maybe she will like me and ask me to be her boyfriend. No, I'd be happy even if she asked me to be her lover, a boy said jokingly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Being Su Hua's man. This position is his, no one else can get in. Yin Feng, you'd better forget about it. She already has a boyfriend and they are very much in love. Besides, she wouldn't like your looks. Lin Xian said dimly. Fuck. Lin Xian, do you think she will like you? Yin Feng wanted to retort, but he stared at Lin Xian's handsome face and swallowed the words in his throat. Not to mention, Lin Xian is so handsome now, it is possible that he will be noticed by the famous school director. Yin Feng changed the subject. Impossible, how could she have a boyfriend? I heard that she is the last one to be attracted to men. The media has even reported that once a man tried to seduce her, she sent security to throw him out of the company. People like her will never fall in love with a man. At most, she will treat men as playthings. Lin Xian was silent. In his previous life, he had always thought that Su Huan treated him as a plaything, until he saw her kissing his corpse and dying for him. Qin Ruoyao didn't know Su Huan, but when she heard her name, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She looked at Lin Xian again. She had to find time to have a good talk with Lin Xian, lest he spend all the money he earned from the novel. After the first class, the next class is physical education. The physical education class at Shanqing University is different from that at other schools. Other schools select physical education classes based on hand speed and interests, but at Shanqing University, all 100 students are mixed together and can play any sports they want. Lin Xian was playing basketball with his classmates. Now he has a handsome appearance and a strong body. His movements of dribbling the ball, stealing the ball, jumping and shooting have attracted screams from some girls. One boy was depressed. In the past, the girls would all look at him, and when he scored the ball, they would scream excitedly. But now, all their attention was attracted by Lin Xian. No matter how handsome his moves were, the girls did not react at all. Lin Xian just happened to run past him while dribbling the ball. Boy, well, Lin Xian is indeed very handsome. Qin Ruoyao was also sitting on a stool nearby, watching Lin Xian play basketball. Looking at his agile figure, Qin Ruoyao's heart was pounding. She had never realized that Lin Xian was so handsome. Lin Xian is liked by so many people, but he is devoted to her alone. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. A red Maserati drove into Shanqing University. The principal, along with several professors and administrators, hurried over to greet them. Mr. Su, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? So as not to neglect you. The principal said with a nod. I'm just taking a look. Su Huan said calmly, you guys go prepare a permanent residence. I'll rest here at noon. Yes, Mr. Su, I will arrange it right away. The principal responded respectfully. The principal glanced at the assistant, and the assistant hurriedly did as she was told. She also went to buy all the furniture. Su Huan walked to a classroom and looked at the empty space inside, frowning slightly. Mr. Su, it's like this. Today the computer students have been temporarily arranged to attend physical education class, which is right over there on the playground. I'll lead the way. The principal was more certain that Su Huan came for Lin Xian. Yeah. Su Huan walked towards the playground again. Su Huan remembered that Lin Xian liked to play basketball, so she walked to the front of the basketball court and stopped, scanning the faces of every player on the playground. She didn't see Lin Xian at all. She couldn't help but frown, and an unhappy aura emanated from her whole body. Go and find out where Lin Xian is. The principal ordered in a low voice. Those who were playing basketball inexplicably felt like they were being stared at by someone. The opponent's aura was so strong that we couldn't even dribble steadily. Pa! Suddenly a basketball flew towards Su Huan. Su Huan also saw it with a calm expression. Jiang Qin kicked the basketball that was about to fly towards Su Huan away. At this moment, the whole audience seemed to have pressed the pause button. They were all looking at the stunning woman standing in front of the playground, with an umbrella held by a secretary in a suit. The stunning woman is as cold as ice, extremely proud, and has a stunning appearance. She is so beautiful that people yearn for her, but her cold and aloof aura makes people stop. She gives people a sense of inviolability and sacredness, and she also has a sense of holiness. She is so beautiful, who is she? I saw the principal bowing to her. She must be someone extraordinary. And her aura is simply amazing. I almost couldn't help but kneel down to her just now. Even Qin Ruoyao can't compare to her in terms of looks. If I could be her boyfriend, I would wake up with a smile in my dreams. Don't even think about it. She doesn't like you. Anyway, should I take off my pants to seduce her? Lin Xian splashed several handfuls of water on his face. When he felt cooler, he walked out of the men's restroom. On his way back to the playground in his basketball jersey, Qin Ruoyao suddenly appeared not far in front of him. Lin Xian. Qin Ruoyao raised her chin proudly. Lin Xian frowned. It was so unlucky. Why did he meet her again? Lin Xian walked past her and wanted to leave, but Qin Ruoyao stood in front of him again. Is there something? Lin Xian said impatiently. Su Huan had already come under a tree with the principal and others. They were neither far nor close to Lin Xian and Qin Ruoyao, but Su Huan could hear their conversation clearly. The principal wiped his sweat. What was going on? President Su actually saw Lin Xian with another woman. As far as he knew, Lin Xian also liked Qin Ruoyao and was her bootlicker. Jiang Qing's heart suddenly lifted. I hope Lin Xian doesn't do anything stupid this time. Based on Lin Xian's performance in recent times, there shouldn't be any big problems. Lin Xian, I know you are acting. Qin Ruoyao blurted out. Lin Xian frowned. Acting? What kind of acting? You are playing hard to get, right? You are deliberately staying away from me and deliberately going against me so that I can find out my feelings for you and that I am still the person you love the most. Qin Ruoyao had a determined expression on her face. What is this? You must have read too many CEO novels. Qin Ruoyao, Lin Xian, I don't like your playing hard to get style. What I want is sincerity. If you continue like this, I will ignore you. Then just ignore it. I couldn't ask for more. Lin Xian said lightly. The coldness all over Su Huan's body faded away. Jiang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, young Master Lin still knew his limits. Qin Ruoyao's eyes widened. Lin Xian spoke to her like this. She had given him a way out, but he refused to do so. Did he feel a sense of accomplishment that she kept coming to him on her own initiative? Qin Ruoyao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She still needed the money Lin Xian earned from writing novels, and she couldn't fall out with him. Lin Xian, don't use the money you earn from writing novels to start a company. It's easy to lose money if you start a company. Qin Ruoyao ordered. I understand. I shouldn't use that money to start a company. Instead, I should keep it for you, right? Lin Xian asked with a raised eyebrow. Isn't it normal for you boys to spend money on the girls you like? Lin Xian, I have my eyes on a necklace. It's not much, just a few $100,000. I bought it at the Haizhu store on Fengxiang Street. She wanted to wear this necklace to show off to her high school classmates. The last time she went to buy a bracelet, she met a high school classmate, who bought her a necklace worth hundreds of thousands of yuan without blinking an eye. She still can't forget the look on the other person's face when he said she couldn't afford the necklace. Isn't it just a necklace worth hundreds of thousands? She wants to buy one worth 400,000. She wants to get back at her high school classmate. Qin Ruoyao, if there's something wrong with your brain, go get it fixed. Lin Xian said coldly, that's my money, what does it have to do with you? Qin Ruoyao, you're not as thick-skinned as the city wall, and you're actually thinking of taking my money. I'm telling you, even if I feed my money to the dogs, I won't give it to you. Lin Xian, you. Qin Ruoyao's face was full of hurt. Lin Xian, he actually spoke to her like this. Didn't he mean that in his eyes, she was worse than a dog? Jiang Qing was shocked. Every time she saw Lin Xian and Qin Ruoyao together, Lin Xian always looked like a dog licking Qin Ruoyao. Now he was actually treating Qin Ruoyao like this. I have to say, this is really refreshing. Lin Xian really didn't want to get entangled with this extremely narcissistic woman with a hole in her brain, so he walked around her and wanted to leave. Lin Xian, don't go. Say what you want to say clearly to me. Qin Ruoyao grabbed Lin Xian's wrist. Su Huan's eyes were fixed on Lin Xian's wrist, and there was a storm in her eyes. I really want to chop her hands off. Su Huan clenched her fists and suppressed the impulse in her heart. Lin Xian felt that his hand was entangled by a poisonous snake and pushed Qin Ruoyao away in disgust. Qin Ruoyao fell to the ground. She was wearing a short skirt and her knees were bleeding from being rubbed by small stones. Qin Ruoyao's eyes were red, and she said pitifully, it hurts, Lin Xian, it hurts so much. The Lin Xian of the past would have taken her to the hospital immediately, but the Lin Xian of today just gave her a mocking look and went back to the playground to continue playing basketball. The corners of Su Huan's lips curled up into a smile, and the gloom on her body disappeared again, revealing a sense of joy instead. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Lin Xian didn't care about Qin Ruoyao at all. Ah, Qin Ruoyao kicked the ground in anger. Lin Xian, why do you treat me like this? You are obviously my bootlicker. Wow, Lin Xian, I hate you. Qin Ruoyao couldn't help but shed tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Principal Chen. Su Huan opened her lips lightly. Mr. Su. The principal spoke flatteringly. If I remember correctly, Qin Ruoyao was the campus belle of Shangqing University, and Shangqing University once used her for recruitment promotion. Su Huan's tone turned cold. Well, this is the responsibility of the propaganda department. I don't know either. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was okay at ordinary times, but once Su Huan released her pressure, he could hardly bear it. Your publicity department needs to be reorganized. How can a student with only good looks but bad conduct be the recruitment publicity figure for Shangqing University? Su Huan's voice was dangerous. Yes, I will definitely reorganize the propaganda department, and such things will never happen again, the principal responded quickly. Also, the quality of students in your school needs to be improved. This is the first time I've seen a woman who pesters men for money like this. When Su Huan said this, her face was serious and there was nothing unusual about it. The principal knew that Su Huan was abusing her power for personal gain. However, she is a school director who holds the final say in Shangqing University with her absolute shareholding advantage. The president dare not disobey her words, and what Qin Ruoyao did was indeed too much. Mr. Su, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory answer. The principal promised. Su Huan walked away. A few seconds before Su Huan left, Qin Ruoyao saw her and her pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't this the woman who came to her wedding and snatched Lin Xian away? Why did she come to school? And the school leaders followed her, even the principal was there, and they seemed to be very respectful to her. Who is she? Qin Ruoyao's mind flashed back to what was said on the radio. Su Hua, the head of the Su group, would come to the school in the afternoon to attend the opening ceremony. Could this woman be Su Huan? No, that's impossible. As soon as this thought came to mind, it was denied by Qin Ruoyao. How could Lin Xian be associated with such a big shot as the head of the Su group? Seeing that Qin Ruoyao had not come yet, Luo Yuan came to find her. Yao, what's wrong with you? Seeing Qin Ruoyao limping to her feet, Luo Yuan's heart tightened and he quickly ran over to support Qin Ruoyao. Luo Yuan. Qin Ruoyao finally couldn't hold back when she saw her licking dog coming over. She lay on Luo Yuan's body and cried loudly, "Why did Lin Xian treat me like this? He pursued me like that before, and when I was attracted to him, he ignored me. I feel so uncomfortable, Luo Fei, woo." Yes, Qin Ruoyao was attracted to Lin Xian. These days, Lin Xian's figure always appears in her mind. Perhaps people are just like this, they treat things in front of them as worn-out shoes, and cherish things they have lost. Qin Ruoyao is a person who attaches great importance to interests. She used to think that Lin Xian was a waste. Even if she fell in love with Lin Xian, she would not take the initiative to approach Lin Xian. Now, after knowing that Lin Xian was so good at writing novels, she wanted to keep Lin Xian. Yao, don't cry. Even if Lin Xian doesn't want you, I'm still here. I will definitely treat you very well. Luo Yuan wiped Qin Ruoyao's tears with heartache. Wow, Luo Yuan, am I unlikable? Qin Ruoyao couldn't stop crying. How could that be? Yao, many people in this school like you. If you were not likable, they would not like you. Luo Yuan comforted. But Lin Xian doesn't like me. Qin Ruoyao felt uncomfortable in her heart when she thought of Lin Xian's disdainful look. He doesn't like you, he just has no vision. Yao, if you are with me, I will cherish you. Luo Yuan promised. Qin Ruoyao frowned and she got up from Luo Yuan's shoulder. I'm going back to my physical education class. Qin Ruoyao had no intention of being with Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan's family only had a small factory and earned only 400,000 a month. If it weren't for the fact that Luo Yuan was a bootlicker, she wouldn't bother with him. I'll take you back. Luo Yuan followed Qin Ruoyao closely like a lackey. After Su Huan returned to the residence arranged for her by the principal immediately called Qin Ruoyao's class teacher. Has Qin Ruoyao, a junior in the computer science department, class 3, done anything that violates school discipline in the past 3 years? This homeroom teacher had taught Qin Ruoyao from her freshman year to her junior year. She knew everything about the students' violations of discipline. She shook her head and said, "That's not the case. Principal, what's wrong with her? Today she pestered a boy named Lin Xian to ask for hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy a necklace, and was seen by President Su." The principal said in a calm voice. "Mr. Su?" the head teacher asked in confusion. "Yes, the person in charge of the Su group, Su Huan." The principal said, "You can ask Qin Ruoyao to write a 3,000-word self-criticism and read it at the opening ceremony at 3 p.m. to give an explanation to President Su." "Yes, principal, I'll do it right away." The head teacher's face was serious. This time it was about the school's image in front of Su Huan. In order to leave a good impression on Su Huan, their entire school had made so much effort, but it was all ruined by Qin Ruoyao. The head teacher went to find Qin Ruoyao with a grim look on his face. "Class teacher, are you looking for me?" Qin Ruoyao, wearing a white Chanel-style dress, walked over. The head teacher said, "Regarding the fact that you pestered Lin Xian to buy a necklace for hundreds of thousands of dollars, you should immediately write a 3,000-word self-reflection and read it at the opening ceremony today." "Teacher, I won't write it." Qin Ruoyao pouted in grievance, "This is so embarrassing, and I asked Lin Xian for money. That was only between me and Lin Xian. I didn't affect the school." The head teacher didn't waste any words and said coldly, "Write a self-review or drop out of school, it's up to you." Qin Ruoyao was shocked that dropping out of school was such a serious matter. Qin Ruoyao was scared, and immediately went back to the dormitory to start writing a self-criticism. She didn't dare to ask Luo Yuan to help her write it, for she was afraid that it would affect her image as a goddess in Luo Yuan's heart. Qin Ruoyao racked her brains and tried to make it as vague as possible about her asking Lin Xian for money. After the physical education class, Lin Xian was covered in sweat and he planned to go back to the dormitory to take a shower. He and Wang Dai talked and laughed all the way to the dormitory. At the dormitory door, Jiang Qing stopped him. "Secretary Jiang. Why are you here?" Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Jiang Qing smiled slightly and said, "Master Lin, President Su is waiting for you, please follow me." Jiang Qing brought Lin Xian to a 2-story villa. "Master Lin, this is the residence that President Su arranged for you. We have already moved your things from the dormitory here for you." Jiang Qing smiled. Lin Xian was puzzled. Why did Su Huan arrange a separate dormitory for him? Was it because Yili showed her the love letter yesterday? The principal just walked out of the villa. "Student Lin Xian." The principal greeted him kindly. Lin Xian was flattered. The principal always has a stern face and is extremely serious, but now he is so amiable. It must be because of Su Huan that the principal is so nice to him. It really is good to be rich and powerful. "Principal." Lin Xian responded politely. "Student Lin Xian, I've seen your grades. They're very good. Study hard and you'll have a bright future." The principal smiled even more kindly. The student had good grades, was polite, and was also a member of the school board member Su Huan's group. Who wouldn't like such a student? "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. "This is my business card." The principal took out his business card and stuffed it into Lin Xian's hand. "Student Lin Xian, if you have any needs or difficulties in school in the future, feel free to come and see me. Don't be shy." "Yes." Lin Xian took the business card. "Then I'll leave. You and President Su get along well." The principal looked at Lin Xian ambiguously. Lin Xian and President Su were really a good match. One was handsome and the other was a beautiful woman. They were very pleasing to the eye together. After the principal left, Lin Xian also walked into the villa. After Jiang Qing sent Lin Xian in, he left on his own accord. Well, she'd better stop being a light bulb. Su Huan was already sitting at the dining table. She was wearing a white short dress with a black leather belt around her slender waist, looking quiet and beautiful. Hearing the footsteps, Su Huan raised her head and saw that the person coming was Lin Xian. Her eyes softened. "Please sit down." Only when facing Lin Xian would she let down her guard and distance. Lin Xian pulled out a chair and sat opposite Su Huan. Su Huan frowned. Lin Xian touched his arm. Why was it so cold? Su Huan didn't say anything, just kept looking at him. Lin Xian was fidgeting. What was going on? Why was Su Huan throwing a tantrum again? Could it be? Lin Xian tried sitting next to Su Huan, and finally, the coldness from her disappeared. So, Su Huan was unhappy because I didn't sit next to her. He seemed to have discovered the childish and cute side of Su Huan. Su Huan, why did you ask me to move here? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Because I don't want to let my men down. I want to give you the best of everything. Lin Xian was just moved, the next second. Also, Su Huan put her red lips close to Lin Xian's ear, her tone slightly raised. It's convenient for us to have an affair here. Lin Xian, who would have thought that the powerful and ruthless leader of the Su group is so lustful in private? It's already past 12 o'clock, Su Huan, let's eat quickly. Lin Xian put food into Su Huan's bowl. Su Huan didn't move her chopsticks. She raised her right hand slightly and said, "My hand hurts. Let me feed you." Lin Xian picked up an oyster and placed it next to Su Huan's lips. "Be good, open your mouth." Su Huan opened her mouth obediently, with a hint of smile in her eyes. "Ah Xian, you are so nice to her." Su Huan's eyes were filled with undisguised possessiveness and extreme love. She really likes Ashuan more and more. It made her want to hide him so that only she could see him. But if that happened, she would not be able to see him being so lively and gentle. He would quarrel with her and make trouble with her again and again like before. Every time she spoke to him, his words and his disgusted and resistant look made her heart ache. Lin Xian smelled danger and looked up, only to see Su Huan's smiling eyes looking at him, looking harmless. It must be an illusion. Su Huan, this is also your favorite. Lin Xian picked up the abalone and continued to feed Su Huan. When Su Huan bit it, she looked like a gentle and lovely little wife. Qin Ruoyao's dormitory. Qin Ruoyao has been writing her self-criticism desperately, trying to write 3,000 words in 3 hours. She has to write quickly. Although Shangqing University is a private university, it is also ranked among the top in the country, which can gild her reputation, and there are many wealthy people in Shangqing University. She had finally gotten into Shangqing University, and she didn't want to be expelled from the university. Li Siyu returned to the dormitory and asked curiously, "Qin Ruoyao, what are you writing?" She leaned over to take a look. Self-review. Li Siyu was surprised. What self-review? Yao Yao, what happened? Qin Ruoyao's voice was full of grievance. I ran into him when I went to the bathroom. He proudly told me about the novel. He said he would buy me something when he had money. I asked him to buy me a bracelet, but the principal heard it. The principal asked me to write a 3,000-word self-criticism and read it at the opening ceremony. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip. Lin Xian, I don't want to push all this onto you, but reputation is too important for a girl, but not for a boy. And all this is caused by you, so don't blame me. Just for this matter, you are asked to write a self-criticism and read it out in public. Li Siyu widened her eyes, looking incredulous. Well, there is a woman following the principal. Maybe she can't stand me. Qin Ruoyao pursed her lips. Yao Yao, she must be jealous of your beauty, so she is making things difficult for you. Li Siyu said with hatred, she is relying on her relationship with the principal to suppress you. If this gets out, I will see how the school will deal with it. Beauty. Qin Ruoyao clenched the pen in her hand. Even she had to admit that the woman was very beautiful, much more beautiful than her, and had a stronger aura. Her appearance and temperament were not as good as that woman's, and she was also very rich. That woman must be targeting her deliberately because Lin Xian likes her. Lin Xian likes her, and this is the only thing that can help her win over that woman. But Qin Ruoyao's eyes dimmed. Does Lin Xian still like her now? It was so uncomfortable. Lin Xian had licked her for so many years, why didn't he keep licking her? This way, she wouldn't have to be so humble and ask Lin Xian to make peace, let alone write this embarrassing self-criticism. Li Siyu couldn't wait to write a post and post it on the forum. Princess Yu, this is too disgusting. Today, a woman who accompanied the principal couldn't stand Yao Yao's beauty, and she actually asked the principal to find a reason to punish Yao Yao, asking her to write a self-criticism and read it at the opening ceremony. Yao Yao is really wronged. As Qin Ruoyao is the campus belle of Shangqing University, many boys have a crush on her. What? They slandered their goddess and asked her to write a self-criticism. How could they tolerate this? Those followers rolled up their sleeves, took out their phones and started typing away on their keyboards, cursing. What the hell? This school is too hegemonic. Because of a woman's words, they are punishing innocent students. And they are reading their self-criticism in front of the whole school. Isn't this embarrassing for Goddess Yao Yao? This is invisible bullying of students. Shangqing University is a prestigious university, but it actually did such a shameless thing. This woman must be the principal's mistress. Li Siyu loves to attract attention and eyeballs the most. Seeing dozens of replies in just 10 seconds, she put away her phone with satisfaction. Yao Yao, don't write this apology. Just take Lin Xian to explain everything to the principal this afternoon. If the principal still wants to punish you for that woman, don't blame everyone for exposing this matter and damaging the school's image. Li Siyu was indignant. But, Siyu, Lin Xian won't explain. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip aggrievedly. He doesn't like me now, otherwise he wouldn't belittle me and tease me like this today. Yao Yao, he is playing hard to get. Li Siyu said firmly. No, I showed my kindness to him today, but he still ignored me. He really doesn't like me anymore. Blah. Qin Ruoyao's tears fell again in grievance. Why did God play such a trick on her? When she fell in love with Lin Xian didn't like her anymore. Yao Yao, this is where he's smart. Since he's using this tactic of playing hard to get, he won't end it so quickly, especially after he tastes the sweetness. He won't stop until you're completely devoted to him and love him to death. Li Siyu explained clearly. Really? Qin Ruoyao's red eyes were full of hope. Of course it's true. Li Siyu said affirmatively. Yao Yao, a bootlicker like Lin Xian would never stop so easily. He changed so quickly in a short period of time, there is only one possibility, that is, he is pretending. I have to say, he pretended very well this time. Qin Ruoyao pursed her lips and said, then according to what you said, Siyu, Lin Xian will continue to pretend, so why would he go to help me talk to the principal this afternoon? Wait, let me think about it. Li Siyu stroked his chin and thought for a while. Got it. Li Siyu's eyes lit up. What method? Qin Ruoyao asked hurriedly. Yao Yao, I told you that you were sick. Lin Xian would definitely not remain indifferent. He would definitely come to find you. Then do as you say, Siyu. Qin Ruoyao picked up the phone and prepared to call Lin Xian. It will be more realistic if I use your phone to call him. Li Siyu took Qin Ruoyao's phone and dialed Lin Xian's number. On this side, after Su Huan was fed by Lin Xian, a phone call came in. Looking at the note on the phone, Su Huan frowned. I'm going out for a while. Su Huan went out with her cell phone. Su Huan walked out of the villa. There was a small garden outside. She put the phone to her ear and said, "What's the matter? Tell me." Listening to the report on the phone, Su Huan's expression became colder and colder. Finally, the man asked, "Master, what should we do with these people?" Su Huan opened her red lips and said, "Kill them all and feed the black tiger and other wild animals." The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then responded respectfully, "Yes." Su Huan has a beautiful face, a proud figure, long straight black hair, red lips, a white dress, and a black leather belt around her slender waist. People can't help but be intoxicated by her stunning beauty and good figure. Crack. A male student passing by stared at Su Huan for a while, and couldn't help but take out his cell phone to take a picture of Su Huan making a phone call. Su Huan glanced at him indifferently, without paying any further attention, hung up the phone, and turned to walk into the villa. One of the bodyguards looked at him fiercely and wanted to chase after the boy and ask him to delete the photos. Wait. Jiang Qing stopped him. Secretary Jiang, what's wrong? The bodyguard asked in confusion. Jiang Qing, no need to chase him, just let him take the photo. Why? The bodyguard couldn't help asking. President Su doesn't like being photographed, and every time the photos of her are taken secretly, they ask the other party to delete them immediately, so until now no one knows what the person in charge of the Su group looks like. Why was this an exception? The bodyguard was puzzled. Because she wants to be photographed. Jiang Qing curled the corners of his lips slightly. Ah. The bodyguard became more and more confused. Why would Mr. Su want to be photographed? This dormitory will be Lin Xian's residence in the future. The photos of her staying in this villa have been leaked. Everyone will definitely associate it with the relationship between President Su and Lin Xian in the future. Jiang Qing explained, this way, she can assert her sovereignty and let everyone know that young Master Lin is already in love. Is Mr. Su such a childish person? The bodyguard was dizzy. Secretary Jiang had been with President Su for many years, so she must know him very well. What Secretary Jiang meant should be the same as what the young lady meant. But Secretary Jiang, why would President Su go to so much trouble? If he could just hold young Master Su's hand and walk out, wouldn't their relationship be clear at a glance? The bodyguard looked curious. Do you think President Su doesn't want to? Jiang Qing glanced at him. Because she is not sure whether young Master Lin is willing to make their relationship public, she can only use this method to secretly let everyone know that she and young Master Lin are boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Qing sighed. Who would have thought that Su Huan, who was known to be cold-blooded and heartless, was so humble in her emotions? It is said that whoever falls in love first loses, and President Su is the loser. The relationship between President Su and young Master Lin is destined to be unequal. Fortunately, President Su is powerful and influential. Even if young Master Lin does not like President Su can still force Lin Xian to stay by his side. After hearing what Jiang Qing said, the bodyguard silently said in his heart, my brother is awesome. The only person in the world who can tame President Su like this is probably Lin Xian. When Su Huan returned to the villa, Lin Xian had already eaten. He had just walked out of the restaurant and was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower. He was full of sweat smell and he couldn't stand it. At this time, his cell phone rang. Lin Xian took out his cell phone and looked at the note, Baby Yao. Damn. Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao never called him, and he almost forgot to delete her. Fortunately, Su Huan, the jealous girl, was not there, otherwise he would have to spend a lot of effort to explain. Lin Xian was about to hang up Qin Ruoyao's call when a cold female voice sounded from behind him. Ashwan, Qin Ruoyao called you. Su Huan narrowed her eyes. Lin Xian's hands trembled. Why did Su Huan come back? And she happened to see it. Every time Su Huan sees Qin Ruoyao's reaction, she gets nervous. Su Huan. Lin Xian said stiffly, this call was from Qin Ruoyao. I swear, I haven't had a single phone call with her since you took me away from the wedding. If you don't believe me, look. Lin Xian slid through the call records and accidentally slid to the very back. Except for a few calls with Wang Dai and Yi Li, the rest were all between him and Qin Ruoyao. The last place he stopped at was the record of Qin Ruoyao feeling wronged and crying to him for 3 hours in the middle of the night. Su Huan exudes a dangerous aura. Lin Xian looked at the call record in confusion. How did it get to this point? The cell phone stopped ringing and Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Su Huan, I swear, I really didn't have any phone contact with Qin Ruoyao, and I don't know why she called me. If I'm lying, God will punish me. Before Lin Xian could finish his words, his lips were pressed by Su Huan's jade finger. Be good, don't swear against yourself. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Su Huan was no longer angry. At this moment, the cell phone rang again. The phone screen was facing upwards, and both Su Huan and Lin Xian could see the 3 words "Yao baby" clearly written on the phone. Lin Xian, here we go again. Su Huan narrowed her eyes. Lin Xian was numb, really numb. He had finally managed to coax Su Huan into submission, but now this Yandere seemed to be angry again. He had never felt that Qin Ruoyao was so annoying before. She was like a dogskin plaster that could not be shaken off. Lao Deng, don't harm me. Su Huan, I blocked Qin Ruoyao. Wait a minute. Lin Xian said nervously. He wanted to press the hang-up button. Su Huan, I got it. Lin Xian, what's wrong with Su Huan? Let him answer Qin Ruoyao's call. Doesn't she dislike him and Qin Ruoyao getting along the most? Even when he talks to Qin Ruoyao, she gets jealous. Never mind, he should just do what she wants. He shouldn't try to guess what the Yandere is thinking. Lin Xian pressed the answer button. Lin Xian, something bad has happened. Yao Yao is sick. She fell down after coming out of the bathroom just now and is now unconscious. Come quickly. Li Siyu's anxious voice came from the phone. Lin Xian, go and call an ambulance. I'm not a doctor and I can't treat illnesses. Before he could finish, Su Huan suddenly grabbed his wrist, pushed him against the wall, and did a CEO-style wallbang on him. During the process, Su Huan accidentally pressed the speakerphone button on her cell phone. With a bang, Lin Xian failed to hold the phone firmly and it fell heavily to the ground. Lin Xian, are you there? Li Siyu shouted, but there was no response from Lin Xian. She pulled the phone away from her ear, frowned, and muttered, weird. What's wrong? Qin Ruoyao asked puzzledly. Lin Xian's phone seemed to have fallen to the ground just now, and he didn't pick it up. No matter how I called him, he didn't respond. I don't know what Lin Xian was doing. Li Siyu replied. Nothing will happen to Lin Xian, right? Qin Ruoyao nervously took the phone. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Qin Ruoyao shouted nervously. Qin Ruoyao's anxious voice came from the phone. A gleam of light flashed across Su Huan's beautiful eyes. Sure enough, Qin Ruoyao was there too. Su Huan licked her lips sickly. It was just right. She could let Qin Ruoyao hear how much love Xian had for her. Su Huan, what's wrong? Lin Xian was a little nervous about this posture. Qin Ruoyao frowned on the other end of the phone. Su Huan. This seems to be a girl's name. Lin Xian, what are you doing? Qin Ruoyao looked unhappy. Why was he talking to a woman? Shouldn't he be in the dormitory now? What's wrong? Su Huan smiled and breathed into Lin Xian's ear. Xian, of course I want to eat you. Changing to another place, at school is not bad either. Really? Lin Xian knew he couldn't refuse, so he could only agree. Indeed, school seemed particularly exciting, and Lin Xian's eyes were eager to try. Only. Su Huan, I just finished playing basketball this morning and I smell like sweat. Let me take a shower first. It's okay, I like the smell of you. Su Huan sniffed his neck obsessively. Lin Xian, Su Huan, this Yandere, is really different from other women. Even he himself dislikes the smell of sweat, but she actually likes it. The line is still connected. Su Huan, I'm going to hang up first. Lin Xian wanted to pick up the phone and hang up the call, but the woman had no intention of leaving him. Let her listen, how about that? Su Huan's red lips pressed against his, and the breath she exhaled was ambiguous and seductive. Hiss, what kind of perverted hobby is this, Su Huan? They were whispering, and Qin Ruoyao on the other end of the phone didn't hear it. Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Qin Ruoyao shouted again. Qin Ruoyao's voice at this time would only be a stimulant for Su Huan, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Su Huan's soft arms wrapped around the man's neck, and the unique fragrance of a woman lingered in Lin Xian's nose. Xuan, tell me, who pushed you against the wall, huh? Su Huan asked slowly, putting her finger against Lin Xian's lips. Lin Xian's body tensed up. It's Su Huan. Su Huan glanced at the phone on the ground with a smile in her eyes. Who do you like most now? Lin Xian, it's you too, Su Huan. Then do you still like Qin Ruoyao? Su Huan narrowed her eyes. Lin Xian, I don't like you anymore. You are the only woman in my heart now. This was the truth. He found that the more he got to know Su Huan, the more he liked her. So good. Su Huan's red lips kissed Lin Xian's thin lips, and her pearly teeth bit his lips. She wanted to leave her mark on a Xian's body. Lin Xian's lips were bitten and he let out a muffled groan from his throat. Su Huan frowned. She didn't want other women to hear Xian's beautiful and sexy voice. Su Huan hung up Lin Xian's phone call, then pushed him down on the sofa like a fairy. Looking at the sexy and beautiful woman on his body, Lin Xian said weakly, Su Huan, can we change seats? He wanted to be the boss for once. How could he, a man who stands tall and proud, always be inferior to a woman? Well, it's all up to Xian. Su Huan rolled around holding Lin Xian, so that she was at the bottom and Lin Xian was at the top. Xian, you will be in the lead this time. The woman's soft hands wrapped around the man's neck and teased him intimately in his ears. Purity dividing line. There was a beeping sound from the cell phone. Qin Ruoyao stood there in a daze. With a click, the cell phone fell from her hand and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Li Siyu's heart skipped a beat. Yao Yao, what happened? Li Siyu asked with concern. Siyu, Lin Xian really doesn't like me anymore. Qin Ruoyao shed tears of grievance. He was with a woman, and that woman pressed him against the wall. Lin Xian said that he liked the other person the most, and also said that he didn't like me anymore. Siyu, I heard Lin Xian's muffled groan at the end. He and that woman must have been entangled in an ambiguous way. Woo woo woo, I feel so uncomfortable. Qin Ruoyao covered her heart and felt a sharp pain in it. How could Lin Xian betray her? How could he? Lin Xian actually treated you like this? Li Siyu looked incredulous. Siyu, what should I do? Lin Xian doesn't like me anymore. Qin Ruoyao's tears rolled down her eyes like beads that had broken off the string. That's impossible. How could Lin Xian not be playing hard to get? He was clearly chasing you so madly before. Li Siyu frowned and thought. Woo! Qin Ruoyao was so upset that she lay on the table and cried. Li Siyu felt uncomfortable when she saw Qin Ruoyao like this, and could only frantically help Qin Ruoyao think of a solution. Yao Yao, I understand. Li Siyu said excitedly, I know how to help you win back Lin Xian. What method? Qin Ruoyao asked with red eyes. You take the initiative to chase him. Li Siyu replied. No, this won't work. Qin Ruoyao refused excitedly, how can I take the initiative to pursue Lin Xian? In the past, Lin Xian was like a dog, actively sticking to her, but now their roles have been reversed, and she can't accept it. Yao Yao, if you want to win back Lin Xian, you can only use this method. Lin Xian may feel that pursuing you is too tiring, so he is thinking about being with other women. In fact, he still likes you in his heart. As long as you take the initiative, he will definitely take the initiative to be with you. Li Siyu advised. Let me think about it again. Qin Ruoyao pursed her lips. Qin Ruoyao calmed down now and remembered that she had not finished writing her self-criticism, so she picked up the pen and wrote quickly. Li Siyu started browsing the forum. Yao Yao was a campus belle with a lot of traffic, and Yao Yao was deliberately bullied. There must have been thousands of replies under her post, and the forum should be full of discussions about this matter. When she clicked on the post, Li Siyu was dumbfounded. How could there be only hundreds of replies? What's going on? Li Siyu's face was full of confusion. She exited her post and did not notice that the forum was flooded with discussions about Qin Ruoyao. Instead, everyone was talking about a woman. The post with the most replies. Luo, I saw a peerless beauty, prettier than the school beauty. The post included pictures he took secretly. Li Siyu curled her lips. Even if she is she as pretty as Yao Yao? This guy is bragging too much, and he dares to say that Yao Yao is not as good as that woman. Yao Yao's followers must have scolded him in this post. Li Siyu clicked on it with the mentality of watching a good show. She didn't look at the photo and scrolled down to read the replies. The most handsome man in the world, this is so beautiful. Ah, my wife, I love you. I love beautiful women, the one upstairs, put on your pants first. Shashasha, so beautiful, I thought this person was bragging, she is really prettier than the school belle, and her figure is really amazing, those long legs, slurp. Iron Luban, this must be photoshopped, how could there be such a beautiful girl? Team battles can be lost, I am a junior student majoring in computer science, and I can testify that this morning she came to the gymnasium with the principal and other leaders. She is even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Luban must die, I don't know which guy can be her boyfriend, I will definitely wake up laughing in my dreams. I hope I am that guy. Li Siyu was stunned. Is it so beautiful? Li Siyu slid up in disbelief, and was struck by a beautiful photo at first sight. Li Siyu opened her mouth wide and felt her face making a loud noise when she was hit. Oh my God, this is too beautiful. Li Siyu exclaimed, she is several times more beautiful than the most beautiful actress in the entertainment industry today. Yao Yao, come and take a look. Li Siyu showed the phone to Qin Ruoyao, and Qin Ruoyao's pupils suddenly shrank. It's her. Seeing all the praises under the post, her face turned very ugly. What she hates most is people who are prettier than her. After Qin Ruoyao finished writing the self-criticism, her hands almost broke. She packed up her things and secretly went behind a big tree in front of the villa. Other students who wanted to come and watch were driven away by the bodyguards, except Qin Ruoyao, whom Jiang Qing deliberately allowed to stay and watch. President Su wants to attack his love rival, so as his secretary, she naturally has to lend a helping hand. Inside the villa, Su Huan had changed into a white suit, with her soft hair tied behind her head. She looked cool and pure, like a flower from the high mountains that could not be desecrated. She had completely lost the charm she had in bed. Lin Xian felt very happy, after all, he was the only one who could see Su Huan's charming appearance. Su Huan, I'm going to attend the ceremony first. Lin Xian said. Yeah. Su Huan nodded. She was in a particularly good mood after eating and drinking her fill, with a faint smile between her eyebrows. Wait. When Lin Xian was about to leave, Su Huan called him again. She walked up to Lin Xian, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips. Xian, this is a farewell kiss. Jiang Qing, who just walked in, there is no point in watching it, there is no point in watching it, and they are still having a farewell kiss. It will only be 40 minutes at most, and then they will meet again. Lin Xian walked out of the villa. Qin Ruoyao's face looked ugly. Lin Xian was really here at noon. How could he sleep with another woman, the same woman who ruined their wedding? If it weren't for that woman, she and Lin Xian would have been married now, and they would definitely be living a loving life. She really hated that woman. Qin Ruoyao bit her lip and secretly made up her mind. Didn't that vixen like Lin Xian? Then she would snatch Lin Xian back. She would also show her affection with Lin Xian in front of that woman and make her suffer and sad. Thinking of this, Qin Ruoyao felt that pursuing Lin Xian was not so difficult to accept. Su Huan also walked out of the villa and looked at the big tree sharply. Mr. Su, Qin Ruoyao is behind that. Jiang Qing explained. Yeah. Su Huan curled the corners of her lips and walked towards the conference hall. Wang Dai was waiting for Lin Xian downstairs in the dormitory. When he saw Lin Xian coming from outside, he asked curiously, Xuanzi, didn't you go back to the dormitory at noon? Yeah. Lin Xian nodded, I've moved to a new dormitory. I'll take you to see my new place some other day. Then Xuanzi, you don't have to live with that villain Yili anymore. Wang Dai was very good at judging people. He could tell at a glance that Yili was very good at pretending and was a typical green tea man. Unfortunately, Xuanzi was like a fool at that time. He was bewitched by Qin Ruoyao, tried his best to please the Lin family, and even regarded Yili as a good friend. Fortunately, Xuanzi has now dug out the shit from his brain. By the way, you haven't slept well these past few days. You have dark circles under your eyes, and your steps are a little unsteady. And what's wrong with your mouth? Lin Xian paused and raised his eyebrows. I was bitten by the sponsor. As for the dark circles under my eyes, it's because I overindulged myself. No way. He sighed, the sponsor's demands are too great. Although it was Su Huan who pushed him down first every time, Su Huan was too seductive and always made him sink into depravity and indulgence. I feel extremely refreshed from body to mind. You are so beautiful. Wang Dai rolled his eyes. By the way, Xuanzi, let me see a photo of your sponsor. According to his good brother, his sponsor was young, beautiful, rich, talented, and a perfect woman. However, the sponsors and rich women he saw on the internet were generally very fat. He was really curious about Lin Xian's sponsor and wanted to know if Xianzi was bragging. You'll see it soon. Lin Xian said mysteriously. Ever since Li saw Su Huan's photo on the forum, he came to the road she had to take from her villa to the venue. Su Huan appeared. Li looked at the woman he dreamed of every day, his heart pounding rapidly. He really wanted to talk to Su Huan and get close to him. But his face had been beaten black and blue by Lin Xian, and he couldn't appear in front of Su Huan in this state. Li could only hide in the dark and watch Su Huan secretly. He must drive Lin Xian away from Su Huan. He wants to replace Lin Xian and become Su Huan's man. The auditorium of Shangqing University is very large and can accommodate all students in the school. Su Huan did not appear in the venue directly, but was in a lounge on the second floor. The window of the lounge could see the situation in the venue. Before the opening ceremony began, the principal stood in the center of the stage. Before the opening ceremony, we have to inform a student who shamelessly asked another student for a necklace worth 400,000 new Taiwan dollars. Next, she will read the self-review. The students were whispering. Have you heard about what happened on the forum? Qin Ruoyao's friendly CU posted that a woman close to the principal was jealous of Qin Ruoyao's good looks and deliberately targeted her. Ah, there is such a thing. Why would the principal listen to that woman? I see everyone is saying that woman is the principal's mistress. I guess that's the case. Tisk, ugly people are more likely to do weird things. Lin Xian was surprised. Did Su Huan see what happened between him and Qin Ruoyao outside the bathroom? No wonder Su Huan was so easy to talk to today. However, Lin Xian was very upset when he heard his classmates call Su Huan the principal's mistress word by word. The word mistress was an insult to Su Huan. Shut up. Lin Xian scolded. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. The students were confused. What happened to Lin Xian? Why did he react so violently? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, she is not the principal's mistress, and she is not ugly. If you don't know the truth, don't make random guesses or you may get into trouble. Now that Lin Xian can afford Koenigsegg and Rolls-Royce, these students did not dare to provoke Lin Xian. Although they did not believe what Lin Xian said, they still kept their mouths shut. The principal said loudly, "Student Qin Ruoyao, please come on stage." Those students all looked at Qin Ruoyao. Qin Ruoyao was so embarrassed that she couldn't raise her head. She took the letter of apology and slowly walked to the stage. Today, I apologize to Lin Xian and the school in front of the whole school. I shouldn't have disregarded propriety and asked Lin Xian to buy me a necklace. After accepting the teacher's criticism, I deeply realized that I was wrong. Qin Ruoyao read the manuscript in her hand, not daring to raise her head the whole time. Su Huan upstairs didn't pay any attention to Qin Ruoyao at all. She was looking at Lin Xian the whole time. Jiang Qin, do you think a Xian is handsome and outstanding? The beautiful woman held her chin with a smile in her eyes. Jiang Qin's face froze for a moment. This was a life-threatening question. If he said he was not handsome, wouldn't that mean that Mr. Su had bad taste? If he said he was handsome, Mr. Su might think too much and think that he coveted young Master Lin. What should I do? Boss Su, you also know my childhood experiences. Jiang Qing said carefully, I am immune to love and men, and I can't tell whether they are handsome or not. But the person you like, Boss Su, must be very handsome and excellent. Yeah. Su Huan's lips curled slightly. Indeed, ever since I met him, he has always been excellent and handsome. Jiang Qing, Mr. Su, check your conscience. Was Lin Xian handsome in the past? Excellent. It is true that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Jiang Qing went to open the door and the person who came in was the principal's assistant. Mr. Su, it will be your turn to speak soon. the assistant said respectfully. Yeah. Su Huan stood up and walked downstairs. When she passed by the assistant was distracted. President Su is so beautiful that even a girl like her feels her heart beating faster. Qin Ruoyao finished reading her self-review in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Her eyes were red and she didn't dare to look up at all. Having grown up with everyone's attention, she was afraid of seeing everyone's mocking and disdainful eyes. Principal, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable. Can I leave for a while? Qin Ruoyao walked up to the principal and said with a sob. The principal sighed and said, "Go ahead." Qin Ruoyao lowered her head and went out through the side door. When she left, she happened to meet Su Huan, who was coming down from upstairs. It's her. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists with an unpleasant look on her face. This woman made her lose face in front of the whole school. She must be very proud of herself. Qin Ruoyao lowered her head and continued walking forward. Qin Ruoyao. Su Huan said coldly. Qin Ruoyao stopped and clenched her fists tightly at her sides. Su Huan walked over and said indifferently, I was the one who made you write a self-criticism today. I told the principal that you had bad behavior. Qin Ruoyao finally couldn't hold it back anymore, and she angrily scolded Su Huan with eyes full of hatred. Just because you are rich and powerful, you can do whatever you want. Even if I don't have much money, I am still a human being. Why should I be humiliated by you like this? Qin Ruoyao shouted loudly, looking like Su Huan using her power to oppress others. She just asked Lin Xian to spend money to buy her something. What was wrong with her? And didn't she fail? Jiang Qing shook his head. Qin Ruoyao was so bold that she dared to speak to President Su like that. If President Su hadn't been afraid that young Master Lin would break up with her, the grass on Qin Ruoyao's grave would probably be 3 feet high. The principal's assistant was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. You rich people are rich now, so what? Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. It doesn't mean you will be rich in the future. Besides, poor people like us may also become successful in the future, so don't be too proud. Now Lin Li likes her very much. Even if she marries Lin Xian, Lin Li will never leave her. Sooner or later, she will marry Lin Li and become the young lady of the Lin family. She just didn't believe that this woman was more powerful than the Lin family. When she married Lin Li, she would definitely trample this woman under her feet. Su Huan remained calm throughout the whole process. Qin Ruoyao also noticed the way Su Huan looked at her. What kind of look was that? It was as if she was a clown. Yes, a clown. She is the campus belle of Shanqing University, pursued by countless men, and her academic performance is also among the best. Everything she has now is earned by herself. This woman, on the other hand, relies entirely on inherited family power. Why does she look at her like this? Tisk. Su Huan chuckled. I am using my power to oppress others, so what? Who makes me powerful? You don't. Then you can only let me do whatever I want. Su Huan changed her previous lazy and casual attitude, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. The powerful aura almost made Qin Ruoyao unable to breathe. Qin Ruoyao, I originally didn't bother to deal with people like you, but who asked you to try to touch my men? Su Huan narrowed her eyes slightly. Lin Xian is my man. If you cross my red line, I will destroy your proud face, and even your life. Su Huan licked her lips morbidly. She had been trained to be a killer since she was young, and she loved killing people the most. Qin Ruoyao's eyes were filled with fear. For some reason, the image of Lin Li being tied to a cross by this woman and stabbed to death with each cut appeared in her mind, while she was bitten to death by a white tiger. No, that's not going to happen. This is a society ruled by law. How could this woman have the guts to kill them? Su Huan retracted her pressure and smiled faintly. Assistant Chen, is it time for me to go on stage? Yes. The assistant quickly extended his hand. Boss Su, this way please. Qin Ruoyao's eyes flickered. This woman actually wanted to attend the opening ceremony as well. When she cried to Luo Yuan assured her that he would definitely help her seek justice in public, and this woman would be completely humiliated. People of her status had better save their reputation, otherwise she would be embarrassed later. How could she not go to see such a good show? Qin Ruoyao changed her mind and returned to her seat. Yao Yao, are you okay? Li Siyu asked with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine. A cold light flashed across Qin Ruoyao's eyes. Li Siyu was full of confusion. She looked so painful when Yao Yao left just now, why did she look so happy now? On the stage, the principal held the microphone and racked his brains to make an impromptu speech. Dear students, in the next semester, you must study hard, be friendly to your classmates, don't study too hard, and participate in more practical activities. The principal wiped the sweat from his head. Why hasn't President Su come yet? He was almost out of words. The students in the audience looked impatient. From elementary school to university, these principals, vice principals, directors, etc., always give long speeches, repeating the same words over and over again. I really want to tape their mouths shut. How can they be so talkative? Isn't it? This is always the hardest time for me. Finally, the assistant appeared in the audience and nodded to the principal. The principal's eyes lit up, it was finally over. I believe you all don't want to listen to my nonsense anymore. The principal laughed and said this just for the sake of courtesy. Unexpectedly, the students in the audience shouted in unison, yes. I don't want to listen anymore. Principal, you really came. The principal's face froze for a moment, but he had seen big situations before and quickly adjusted himself. Haha, it must be because I'm too old. My classmates don't want to see an old man like me. I guarantee that the person who is going to go on stage next will be a feast for the eyes of everyone. The principal said with a smile. No matter who sees Su Huan, they will be amazed by her beauty. The principal glanced at Lin Xian in the audience. This kid was so lucky to be liked by President Su. Speaking of which, President Su started to buy shares in large quantities not long after Lin Xian filled out his college entrance examination application form. So, did President Su become the absolute controlling shareholder of Shangqing University for Lin Xian? The principal felt that he had revealed the truth. The principal's words aroused the students' curiosity. Who is it? Who is the principal talking about? Could it be that she is talking about the person in charge of the Su group? Didn't the school say that she would come to our school to give a speech this afternoon? Actually, I would rather that particularly beautiful woman give the speech. I really want to meet her. I just regret that I am not a junior in the computer science department. The principal smiled slightly and said, next, we will invite the much-anticipated head of the Su group, President Su, to the stage. He is indeed the person in charge of the Su group. I heard that she was the first female head of the Su family. Legend has it that she was extremely mysterious and had very powerful methods. She never appeared in the news media and no one knew what she looked like. The students looked around curiously, trying to see Su Huan. Wang Dai leaned over and said, Xian Zi, what do you think the head of the Su group looks like? Everyone says she is very pretty, but I don't think so. None of these CEOs, whether male or female, are handsome or pretty. I've been working late every day like this, my hair has fallen out, and I have an irregular diet. How can I look good? No, she is very beautiful. Lin Xian had a smile on his lips, she is the most beautiful woman in the world, kind and gentle. There was even a bit of pampering in his eyes. Xian Zi, you talk so convincingly, as if you have been with him day and night. Wang Dai rolled his eyes. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, if I say that she is the sponsor who supports me, would you believe it? Are you kidding? This is totally impossible, okay. She only cares about work and isn't interested in men. You'd better stop daydreaming. Wang Dai had never seen Su Huan, but he had read a lot of gossip. All the men who tried to seduce her were thrown out without exception. There are rumors that she is a lesbian, and as for the object, it should be her secretary. My dear son, don't ask me about my financial sponsor next time. You won't believe me even if I tell you. Lin Xian shook his head, but to be honest, he is still a little dreamy. How could such an outstanding woman like Su Huan fall for him? Wang Dai looked suspicious. Is this Xuanzi talking in a serious tone? Is this true? No, this is impossible. Wang Dai shook his head. It couldn't be anyone else but Su Huan. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels was heard, and it seemed particularly loud in the empty and silent hall. Everyone looked over there. The principal said respectfully from the audience, "President Su, please." Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked in shock at the young woman walking towards the stage. She is extremely beautiful, so beautiful that she is aggressive and breathtaking. Every gesture and movement is noble. Boom. Everyone was shocked. She turned out to be the beauty that was hotly discussed on the forum. It's even better looking than in the photo. Oh my God, are all CEOs so good looking now? Ah, beautiful sister, do you still need a woman to warm your bed? Get lost. Don't come and snatch women from us men. It's guys like us that Mr. Su should be interested in. You're overthinking it. Lin Xian is the most handsome boy in our school. Even if she falls in love with a boy in our school, it will definitely be Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows, he had good taste. Wang Dai looked at Lin Xian in shock. What Xuanzi said was right. She was very beautiful and the most beautiful person he had ever seen. Qin Ruoyao's face was now so ugly that it could be described as the color of liver. She is actually the person in charge of the Su Group, the largest company in the country, involved in many high-tech fields and finance, and even the heads of the country have to give her some face. Qin Ruoyao felt jealous. This woman was born with such a beautiful face and also controls the largest company in the world. God is so unfair. Especially, he snatched Lin Xian away. Qin Ruoyao looked at Lin Xian. Her face turned ugly again. What was that look in Lin Xian's eyes? Gentle. Doting. He had used this look when he looked at her before. He only used this look on her before. Qin Ruoyao covered her heart and fell into great panic of losing Lin Xian. She thought that Lin Xian and this woman were just playing around. Now it seems that Lin Xian is sinking in step by step. How could she look at other women with such eyes that belonged only to her? She couldn't wait any longer, she had to get Lin Xian back to her side as soon as possible. Su Huan walked up and stood in front of the podium. She didn't bring a speech with her. She had a photographic memory, so she memorized the content of the speech after only reading it once. She spoke slowly and leisurely on the stage, and almost all the students listened attentively. Hiss, she is not only beautiful, but also has such a nice voice. Listening to her speech, instead of feeling bored, I felt very enjoyable. Of course, these students do not include Yili, Qin Ruoyao and Luo Yuan. Yili looked at Su Huan's face with obsession, completely unaware of what she was saying. As for Luo Yuan, he was preparing to report the principal for arbitrarily punishing students for his mistress. All the school leaders and teachers were sitting here. He was about to face the person in charge of the Su Group. To be honest, he was a little scared and wanted to retreat. But he glanced at Qin Ruoyao, who had an ugly expression on her face, and clenched his fists. Yao Yao had suffered such injustice, and she was so upset that when she was in front of him at noon, her eyes were swollen from crying. He also promised Yao Yao that he would seek justice for Yao Yao. If he broke his promise, how would Yao Yao look at him? He can't retreat. Every time Luo Yuan wanted to give up, he would get bolder as soon as he took a look at Qin Ruoyao, whose eyes were red and she looked very aggrieved. After Su Huan finished her speech, Luo Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. The principal frowned and said, "Student, what's the matter with you?" Everyone in the audience looked at Luo Yuan. Su Huan looked at him with cold eyes, without a trace of emotion. Luo Yuan got scared and once again felt like retreating. Qin Ruoyao clenched her fists. Damn it, why did she forget to ask Luo Yuan not to report it? Su Huan is the school director, and reporting her and the principal is just asking for death. Qin Ruoyao shook her head at Luo Yuan, signaling him not to continue. Luo Yuan also saw that Qin Ruoyao didn't want him to continue to take the lead. He was deeply moved. Yao Yao must be thinking about him and afraid that he would be hurt. Yao Yao was so good to him, how could he let Yao Yao down? Mr. Su, I want to report someone to you. Luo Yuan said loudly in one go. Qin Ruoyao was stunned, and then her whole body began to tremble with anger. Luo Yuan, this idiot. Didn't she tell him to stop talking? Su Huan narrowed her eyes and said, "Speak." Luo Yuan wiped his sweat. Why is President Su's aura so strong? Boss Su, what I want to report is, Luo Yuan's voice weakened, the principal and his mistress. The principal looked confused. Mistress? What mistress? Young man, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say anything you want. If that tigress in his family gets to the ears, he will be in big trouble. Not only that, he will be forced to sleep on the sofa. The principal couldn't say anything at this time, for fear of being accused of being guilty. Mr. Su, this morning, the woman around the principal couldn't stand Yao Yao's beauty, so she asked the principal to punish her. She asked her to write a self-criticism and even made her read the self-criticism in front of the whole school. Luo Yuan's voice got louder as he spoke. Headmaster. Is Miss Su his mistress? He doesn't have the courage or the ability to make Miss Su his mistress. Where did this kid hear this? Principal. The assistant hurriedly came over with the phone to show the principal. After reading the contents, the principal's face suddenly darkened. Who sent this? The assistant replied, it's Li Xiyu from Class 3 of the Computer Science Department. She and Qin Ruoyao are friends. Li Xiyu had always appeared on the forum with her real identity, so there was no need for her to check. Okay, I understand. The principal said in a deep voice. Lin Xian already had an expression of enjoying the show. Luo Yuan is so bold to dare to provoke Su Huan. Lin Xian felt a little sympathy for Luo Yuan. He thought that in the past, he had also licked Qin Ruoyao like Luo Yuan, but was completely taken advantage of by Qin Ruoyao. Boss Su. Luo Yuan raised his voice, indignant, as the president of Shangqing University, you have a mistress. This is immoral. It is said that teaching is to educate people, but the president arbitrarily punishes students for a mistress. This is dereliction of duty. Such a person, Boss Su, you must punish him severely. Oh. Su Huan chuckled, then how do you think we should punish the principal and the mistress you mentioned? Luo Yuan, remove the principal, and ask the principal and his mistress to come here together. Apologize to Yao Yao. If you, Mr. Su, do nothing about this matter today, then I have reason to suspect that you are shielding the president. Shangqing University is a prestigious school. If this matter gets out, it will definitely damage the school's reputation. I believe that you, Mr. Su, do not want to affect the school's reputation. The following paragraph is a naked threat. Heh. Su Huan laughed softly, do you know who the mistress you are talking about is? Luo Yuan didn't know why, but when he looked into Su Huan's eyes, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This mistress is me, Su Huan. Su Huan opened her lips coldly. Boom. A loud thunder struck. Not only Luo Yuan, but also Li Xiyu and those students widened their eyes. Su Hua is actually the person who accompanies the principal. Then what are the words they used to insult President Su on the forum? Li Xiyu and other students took out their phones to delete the posts. They couldn't afford to offend President Su. Is this Li Xiyu a beauty in the eyes of her best friend? A female student complained. She actually said that President Su was jealous of Qin Ruoyao. How funny. She has both the looks and the family background. Is there any need to be jealous of her? Yeah, I helped Qin Ruoyao scold Mr. Su. I hope Mr. Su won't hold us accountable. Qin Ruoyao grabbed her clothes in embarrassment. She had always been the center of attention, but it seemed that things had changed this semester. Well, ever since Lin Xian's attitude toward her changed, everyone's attitude also changed. This time the main reason was also because of Lin Xian. No, it's not because of Lin Xian, it's because this woman took Lin Xian away. Luo Yuan was also panicked at this time, his face turned pale. If Su Huan is that woman, then everything he just said is not true. It is said that the head of the Su group is decisive and murderous, so how will she treat him? The principal said in a deep voice, Luo Yuan, I will answer your question now. Why did you give Qin Ruoyao that kind of punishment? Article 11 of the 3rd chapter of the Student Handbook says that you are not allowed to ask others for large amounts of money by improper means. If it is minor, you should reflect on your mistakes and admit your mistakes. If it is serious, you will be punished severely. The professors and leaders present at the time, as well as President Su, all saw how Qin Ruoyao pestered Lin Xian for money. We were already showing mercy by simply asking her to write a self-criticism. I didn't expect you to dare to cause trouble at the forum and the opening ceremony. Principal, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Luo Yuan admitted his mistake with a trembling voice. Li Siyu's face turned very pale, but she did not blame Qin Ruoyao. Until now, she still thought that it was the principal and other school leaders who were protecting Su Huan and distorting the facts. The principal walked up to Su Huan and asked respectfully, "What do you think about the treatment of these three people?" Su Huan said calmly, "Follow the school rules." Jiang Qin was not surprised by Su Huan's answer. President Su did not take these two little rascals seriously. Of course, if they were slandering Lin Xian, President Su would not have brushed it off so lightly. Yes. The principal breathed a sigh of relief. If President Su wanted to impose severe punishment, it would be difficult to handle. First, it would damage President Su's reputation, and second, it would have an impact on the school. Then follow the school rules and punish them severely. The principal said loudly. Li Siyu spread rumors on the forum, and Luo Yuan believed in them. Both of them will be punished severely. As for Qin Ruoyao, even if the punishment is changed, she will still be punished severely. The punishments of the three cannot be revoked. Suddenly, the faces of the three of them turned pale. This disciplinary record will be in their files and accompany them throughout their lives and will be a lifelong stain on them. Qin Ruoyao failed miserably in trying to steal a chicken. The lecture is over. Lin Xian returned to the villa to pack his things, and Su Huan stared at him with her forehead propped up. "Ah Xian, I can never get enough of looking at you." "Xian Zi." Wang Dai called Lin Xian, "Where are you? I don't understand a question in the computer book you gave me, and I want to ask you." "I'll send you the location, come over," Lin Xian said. "Okay." Wang Dai walked to the front of the villa according to Lin Xian's location. Looking at this magnificent little villa, Wang Dai wondered if he was mistaken. Wasn't this villa area used to receive foreign guests or for some respected professors to live in? As Wang Dai was looking around, Jiang Qing walked up to him and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, are you classmate Wang?" "I am." Wang Dai answered confusedly. "Master Lin is waiting for you, please follow me in." Jiang Qing led Wang Dai into the villa. Wang Dai's eyes widened when he saw the woman sitting on the sofa. "Miss Su. No, why is she here?" Xian Zi and Wang Dai remembered Xian Zi's words that Su Huan, the head of Su Group, was his financial backer. So this is true, Xuanzi is not bragging. Wang Dai was dizzy. Xuanzi was so powerful that he found a financial sponsor and directly found the most noble woman in the great Xia kingdom. "Hello, sister-in-law, I am Xuanzi's friend, Wang Dai." Wang Dai stood there and introduced himself in a proper manner. "Yeah." Su Huan curled her red lips in a good mood and glanced at Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing understood and walked over to ask, "Student Wang, what is your bank account number?" Wang Dai was puzzled. What was the bank account number for? Wang Dai took out his mobile phone and gave the account number to Jiang Qing. In less than 2 minutes, Wang Dai's mobile phone received a message from the bank. "Another bank remitted 100,000 yuan to your account ending with 347, and the total balance is 100,145 yuan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 zeros. 100,000 yuan. Wang Dai was shocked. He thought he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes, counted it again, and it was indeed 100,000 yuan. "Sister-in-law, why did you give me 100,000 yuan? Wang Dai swallowed. "Lin Xian, who was packing up, what do you mean by 100,000 yuan? Su Huan glanced at him calmly and said, "It's a reward for you." "Ah." Wang Dai was puzzled. What reward could he get? Wang Dai recalled what he had just done. There was nothing unusual about it. The only suspicious thing was that he called out sister-in-law. So, he called her sister-in-law and got a reward of 100,000 yuan. After Lin Xian packed up his things, he began to answer the questions on Wang Dai's computer. "Dai, why did Su Huan give you 100,000 yuan just now?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. "Well, I called her sister-in-law, and her secretary asked for my bank account number and transferred the money to me. After hearing Wang Dai's answer, Lin Xian felt a lump in his teeth. On the surface, he is now very prosperous, with food, clothing and daily necessities that cannot be more luxurious, but he only has a few $100s on him. But who made him do such a stupid thing and asked Su Huan to freeze his bank card? After leaving the villa, Wang Dai immediately rode his bicycle back home. He sat on the sofa and counted the zeros over and over again. The Queen Mother, who was cleaning, frowned in worry. After seeing Wang Dai grinning foolishly again, she finally couldn't help it. She sat next to her son, touched his forehead with her hand, and then touched her own. He doesn't have a fever. The Queen Mother was puzzled. Why did he become stupid? Mom, look. Wang Dai excitedly handed the phone to his mother. Son, did you rob a bank? The Queen Mother widened her eyes. Mom, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I was rewarded because of my sweet talk. Wang Dai suddenly remembered the watch. He kept the watch carefully and didn't dare to use it. Since she is the person in charge of the Su group, these more than 6 million are just 600 yuan to her. A reward of 100,000 for sweet talk. Who are you trying to fool? The Queen Mother didn't believe it at all. I got this reward thanks to Xuanzi's relationship. Mom, if you don't believe me, go ask Xuanzi. In his mother's eyes, Xuanzi was the son of someone else's family, and Xuanzi's words were much more credible than his. Wang's mother was afraid that Wang Dai would go astray, so she called Lin Xian and asked him again, and only then did she completely believe it. Is there such a good thing? Queen Mother was amazed. She couldn't help but ask, who is the person who gave you the money? Xian Zi's girlfriend. So rich. Could she be playing with Xiaoshuan's feelings? The Queen Mother sounded worried. Mom, don't worry. There's nothing good about Xian Zi being deceived. And the way she looks at Xian Zi, the love in her eyes is almost overflowing. She definitely likes Xian Zi very much. The next day happened to be Saturday. Lin Xian was sleeping soundly on the bed. He had been drained dry by Su Huan these days, so he needed to get some good sleep. It wasn't until 11:30 that he got out of bed. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he went downstairs to have lunch. Master Lin, the young lady has an appointment at noon and will not be back. Butler Wang said respectfully. Okay, I understand. After Lin Xian finished his meal, he entered the space and started writing novels again. He finished writing his 2 serialized novels, and then posted the remaining unupdated content on the Feiyuan novel website. The novel will be available on another website tomorrow, and he plans to publish all the chapters within one day. Dogtail Grass had 2 big dark circles under his eyes and was in the tea room, reading a novel and eating at the same time. Ever since he entered the editing industry, he has become disenchanted with novels. Xian's novel is the first time he has been so obsessed with a novel since he started his career. The infectiousness of the text and the plot design are really amazing. The parts that should make people cry, the parts that should make people happy, and the sweet parts make people want to fall in love. It makes people completely follow the ups and downs of the protagonist's mood. This Xian will definitely become a big name in the novel world. Alas, Xian has updated too many times, so he has been reading until 3 o'clock in the morning these days. He reads this novel whenever he has free time, which really tortures him. Fortunately, he was able to finish reading it quickly. Dogtail Grass wanted to see how many chapters were left to read, but the chapters kept increasing until there were more than 300 chapters. The title of the last chapter was followed by the words, Grand Finale. Guweiba was dumbfounded again and frantically contacted Lin Xian. Dogtail Grass, my brother, how did you finish updating the novel in one go? Didn't you promise me that you would not finish updating the novel in one day? Lin Xian, I didn't break my promise to you yesterday, so I finished the update the next day. Dogtail Grass, he was speechless. Dogtail Grass, when will you publish your next book? With his writing skills and plot design ability, his next book will surely be a big hit. Lin Xian, it's already open. Dogtail Grass clicked on Lin Xian's homepage and looked at it, and asked in confusion, why don't I see it? Lin Xian, on the eggplant website. Dogtail Grass, brother, you are really not shy. Dogtail Grass, brother, why did you go to another station to read books? Dogtail Grass was nervous. Could it be that he was too restrictive in his updates, and he was annoyed with him and ran away? Lin Xian, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Dogtail Grass breathed a sigh of relief, as long as he wasn't annoying him. Dogtail Grass, then will you come back to my place to open the book next time? Lin Xian, I'm not going anywhere. He's going to his own novel website. Dogtail Grass frowned. Is he going to quit the circle? Lin Xian opened Weibo and casually looked at the gossip in the entertainment industry. He was going to open an entertainment company in the future, so it would be better for him to learn more about the current entertainment industry. He saw a trending search. Orange News, Yu Wanqing from Su Jie's studio was eliminated in the first round of the singing competition. Now her studio has been repeatedly frustrated. Where should it go? According to gossip, Yu Wanqing still cannot succeed this time, and Su Jie is about to disband the studio. Lin Xian remembered Su Jie, who had always been suppressed, but later her songs became popular all over the country. Lin Xian checked the artists in Su Jie's studio, and found that several of them were talented singers who would become very popular in the future. If you can bring these people into your own company, you will get twice the result with half the effort. But their studio is about to be disbanded, and they have nothing. It seems that he has to find a way to convince Su Huan to invest in the company so that the benefits will not be lost to outsiders. After Lin Xian made up his mind, he went into the space again. A strong woman like Su Huan should have a clear distinction between work and love. If she is asked to invest in a studio, it seems that she has to do it in a fair and impartial manner. Lin Xian plans to make an investment plan to convince Su Huan. This was his first time doing this and he had to learn from scratch, but with this space, time was not a problem for him. It only took Lin Xian a dozen minutes in real life to finish writing the investment plan. Then he started writing novels again. He is now mainly writing novels about different worlds that have been very successfully adapted into movies and TV series. In addition to the slow flow of time in this space and the various learning equipment, another benefit is that the body will never feel tired. Lin Xian was typing frantically on the keyboard in the space, writing one book after another. Lin Xian's update speed on the Feiyuan novel website attracted a large wave of rewards. Author 666, it only took 4 days from publishing the book to finishing it. If it were another author, they would have spent thousands of years writing such a profitable novel. I will reward you generously. Let's go with love. Author, you should be a role model for other authors. New book, new book. I want to read the new book. Author, please go write some new words. Some readers even went to other authors' pages and urged them to update their works with whips. As a fellow Yandarin novel author, learn from others who write hundreds of thousands of words a day and finish the update in 4 days. How about you? You are still taking your time to write only 4,000 words a day. Other authors, they are just trying to escape by holding the pot lid on their heads. There is no comparison. Because Petunia had a conflict with her husband during her honeymoon, she ended her honeymoon early and returned to work. She sat down at her workstation with a grim look on her face. It is still break time. Dogtail Grass is sitting at his workstation, reading Lin Xian's novel with great interest. Morning Glory can't stand Dogtail Grass. Usually these editors will flatter her, but Dogtail Grass won't. Especially after Dogtail Grass signed a contract with Lin Xian, whom she disliked, she became even more displeased with Dogtail Grass. Dogtail Grass, since you think so highly of that novel, you must have given it a lot of recommendations, Morning Glory said sarcastically. How are the results now? Dogtail Grass was reading a novel with great concentration and had no time to pay attention to the Morning Glory. Morning Glory was even more certain of her thoughts. It must be that the data of the novel was not good, and Dogtail Grass did not answer her because she was afraid of being embarrassed. I've long said that the novel with only one female lead wouldn't be popular, but some people just didn't believe it and wanted to take advantage of it. Now, they've wasted the few recommendations they had on hand. Morning Glory said loudly. The other editors in the office were looking forward to what was to come. What would be the expression of Morning Glory if she knew that the novel she despised and pushed away would explode? Lavender pretended not to know that Morning Glory had returned to work. After she came in from outside the office, she walked straight behind Dogtail Grass. Dogtail Grass, how is the subscription volume of Xian's Yandere novel? Lavender asked with pretended curiosity. It's okay, it's okay. Dogtail Grass looked at the novel and answered perfunctorily. Not bad. Dogtail Grass, you are too modest. His novel has been at the top of the subscription list since it was put on the shelves. The popularity and subscription values are several times higher than the second place. Xian must make 1 million a day. I'm afraid your commission this month is the highest in our entire editorial office. Lavender deliberately glanced at the Morning Glory. Morning Glory looked surprised. The novel written by Dogtail Grass ranks first in the subscription list. When did Dogtail Grass sign such a great author? Morning Glory opened the rankings and saw the name of this novel. Why do these novels and their introduction look so familiar? Morning Glory frowned and clicked on the main text of the novel to read. When she saw the content on the first page, Morning Glory's pupils suddenly shrank. Isn't this the novel with a single female protagonist that she rejected and that was picked up by Dogtail Grass? Morning Glory continued to turn the pages. It really is his novel. Morning Glory opened the computer and began to check the data of this novel. She thought that this novel ranked first on the sales list because there were too many updates in a short period of time. After seeing the average sales of this novel, Morning Glory was completely dumbfounded. 350,000 average subscriptions. On average, one chapter has 350,000 subscriptions. This is data from only 3 days of being on the shelves. The hundreds of new chapters later on have lowered the average subscription, otherwise this data would be even higher. Morning Glory bit her lower lip tightly. This novel did not flop as she expected. Instead, it became a hit. No, it was a blast. Isn't this like a hard slap in her face? The face of the Morning Glory turned into the ugly color of liver. The other novel editors felt very happy when they saw the look on Morning Glory's face. Morning Glory relied on the support of the boss to do whatever she wanted, but this time she finally got humiliated. Dogtail Grass also finished reading the novel that made him feel anxious and put down his phone. Morning Globe, I was reading a novel just now and didn't have time to talk to you. Now let me answer you. Xian's novel did not fail, but it was a big hit. I came here to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to sign such an awesome author. Dogtail Grass said with a smile, and he was definitely sarcastic. Dogtail Grass, you'd better not be too proud too soon. Morning Glory suddenly stood up and went to the bathroom. She gritted her teeth and took the initiative to contact Lin Xian. It just so happened that she hadn't deleted Lin Xian's QQ yet. Morning Flower, I am the editor of Fei Yuan novel website. Morning Flower, if you transfer to my team, I will promote your novel on all platforms. Morning Flower, with the recommendation I arranged for you, your novel will definitely be much more popular than it is now. The money you earn will be several times more than it is now, and I will also push you to the position of platinum author. Lin Xian received a QQ message and came out of the space. Seeing these words sent by Morning Glory, Lin Xian sneered and replied, You looked down on me before, but now you want me to be your author. Where is your face? Big editor, your face is thicker than the city wall. Morning Glory was so angry that it was shaking all over. She had taken the initiative to show her friendship to him, so what was his attitude? Morning Glory suppressed the anger in her heart and continued to contact Lin Xian. Xian, think carefully, coming to me, you will have a better future than being under Dogtail Grass. Lin Xian, no need. Morning Glory was completely annoyed by Lin Xian's repeated rejections. You have no choice but to work for me, otherwise you won't be able to survive on Fei Yuan website. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh, this is a threat. But he just doesn't want to be threatened. If he can't make it, then he can't make it. Anyway, he will just run away after making a quick buck. Lin Xian, whatever you like. He still had to write a novel, but he didn't have time to deal with this so-called editor. After Lin Xian blocked Morning Glory, he returned to his space and continued working on his novel. When Morning Glory wanted to send something else, a red exclamation mark appeared. He actually blocked her. It was the first time that Morning Glory was treated like this by an author, and she was so angry that she laughed. Okay, I want to see how long you can hold on. Morning Glory put away her phone and walked towards the president's office wearing high heels and revealing clothes. It was almost 4 o'clock when Lin Xian came out of the space. As soon as he came out, he went into the kitchen and cooked dinner for Su Huan himself. After dinner, Su Huan worked in the study. Lin Xian was very nervous. He almost forgot that when he said he wanted to go out and make money to support Su Huan said that she would not help him. I don't know if she is willing. Is there something? Su Huan noticed Lin Xian's gaze on her and asked with a frown. Ahem. Lin Xian asked uncertainly, Su Huan, if I want you to invest in a studio, will you invest? Su Huan's face showed displeasure. After a long silence, Lin Xian gave up and said, if you don't want to, then forget it. He thought of other ways. Why do you think I don't know how to invest? Su Huan frowned, and her voice grew colder. Did she make him feel that she was so untrustworthy? It's just a small investment, I thought you wouldn't think much of it. Lin Xian replied. Su Huan pursed her lips and said, investment has nothing to do with the size of the project. I only look at whether it is worth investing in. Lin Xian thought to himself that Su Huan really had a clear distinction between work and personal matters. If Jiang Qing heard what Lin Xian said here, he would definitely roll his eyes. President Su has handled investments of over 1 billion, and she has personally intervened in investments of hundreds of millions or tens of millions. Is she still able to distinguish between official and private matters? Lin Xian placed the investment plan on Su Huan's desk. Su Huan, this is the investment plan I made, take a look. Su Huan just sat in the office chair and had no intention of opening it to read. Lin Xian could only introduce, I think Dream Maker Studio has important investment value for several reasons. First of all, the owner of Dream Studio, Su Jie, was once a queen in the entertainment industry. Although the employees in her studio have not made any big achievements, each of them is outstanding. This is their song. Lin Xian played 2 songs. Are they all girls? Su Huan looked dangerous. There are men. Lin Xian quickly played songs sung by 2 male singers. Su Huan expressionlessly flipped through the investment plan, which contained information on all the singers in the studio. Her eyes finally stopped at Su Jie's photo. These 3 girls are very beautiful, and they are still single. There was no emotion in Su Huan's voice, but Lin Xian knew that she was jealous. Su Huan was very jealous, and he seriously suspected that she grew up in a jealous environment. Su Huan, don't worry, I only have work in my eyes. Lin Xian promised. Besides, now that I have you, Su Huan, no other woman can catch my eye. Go on. Su Huan closed the plan and threw it back on the table. Lin Xian could see the joy in Su Huan's eyes and eyebrows. He let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had mastered the method to coax Su Huan. Lin Xian has already memorized this plan and has practiced it several times in space. They are now facing an embarrassing situation, and their studio is on the verge of disbanding, mainly due to the suppression of Star Entertainment. I have a plan to help them get ahead. I can guarantee that Star Entertainment will not be able to stop them from becoming a big hit in the entertainment industry. Su Huan leaned back in her office chair, looking at Lin Xian quietly. Lin Xian wondered what Su Huan thought of this investment. Lin Xian put his thoughts aside and continued to introduce the investment. If they become popular, they will hold concerts, release albums, take on business endorsements, and participate in variety shows. They will have a lot of income. At that time, your investment in them will be returned to us several times over. Lin Xian chattered on and on about the studio. He finished talking about the entire business plan, but Su Huan seemed unmoved. Su Huan, what do you think of this investment plan? Lin Xian asked. Su Huan, rotten. Su Huan began to use her professional knowledge to refute Lin Xian bit by bit. Su Huan is a veteran in the business world. Those old foxes in their 40s and 50s are no match for her. People like Lin Xian who have not had much exposure to business are naturally no match for Su Huan. He was speechless after hearing what Su Huan said. Lin Xian was a little disappointed. It turned out to be not so easy to get Su Huan to invest. Is he going to find someone else to invest? He really doesn't want to let others make this money. Butler Wang brought the milk over, and he had a general idea of what was going on. Master Lin, I have something to do, please come with me. The great assist from Butler Wang came online. Lin Xian followed Butler Wang to the outside of the study. Master Lin, are you looking for Mr. Su to invest? Asked Butler Wang. Well, it just didn't work. Lin Xian sighed. Su Huan, who had transformed into President Su, was too difficult to deal with. Master Lin, you actually have a special skill. Butler Wang said with an ambiguous look. What ultimate move? Lin Xian wondered. The ultimate move is you, Master Lin. Steward Wang said with a smile, in fact, Master Lin, you don't have to write any investment plan. You just need to seduce the young lady with yourself. Not to mention investment, the young lady will even find a way to pick the stars and the moon in the sky for you. That's impossible. Lin Xian frowned. Su Huan is very clear about her personal and public life. How can I get her to invest just by seducing her? Butler Wang glanced at Lin Xian. The young lady usually distinguishes between public and private affairs, but young Master Lin is always an exception. All of the young lady's principles become nothing in front of Lin Xian. Master Lin, how will you know if you don't try? Butler Wang said with a smile. Okay, I'll try it. Lin Xian returned to the study. Su Huan was looking at the computer screen seriously. She had put Lin Xian's investment plan aside. Lin Xian took a deep breath. There is no other way, I can only try this and hope it will succeed. But he really wasn't sure. Would he lose his virginity and fail to get Su Huan's investment? Lin Xian didn't notice that Su Huan's computer had opened a meeting, and several senior executives from branches in other countries appeared on the computer screen. Su Huan prepared to have a meeting with them. Lin Xian walked in front of Su Huan and suddenly leaned over, trapping Su Huan between the chair and his body. Their lips were very close. Bang, bang, bang. Su Huan, who could remain calm even when facing death, also felt her heart beating faster at this moment. This was the first time Xian treated her like this. What's wrong? Su Huan asked uncomfortably. Lin Xian, I want to seduce little Su Huan. Su Huan was slightly stunned. Bang. A senior executive in a computer meeting dropped a bottle of water on the ground. Su Huan frowned, and slammed the computer cover shut with a click. The computer pages of those senior executives were all black. It was a man just now, was I seeing things? The senior executives gathered in the conference room said in surprise. Another senior executive was stunned, you must be seeing right, I also saw a man knocking President Su to the ground. So President Su has a boyfriend. The senior executives fell into a dream. I just heard that man say he wanted to seduce President Su. Is that what I thought? That should be it. Look, President Su is in a hurry to turn off the computer. They must be coughing. It's not suitable for children. It's not suitable for children. Everyone has a mentality of eating spectators, and these senior executives are no exception, especially their simple-minded President Su. On this side, Lin Xian also noticed that Su Huan was about to start a video conference. So many people saw the scene where he threw Su Hua down. Lin Xian's anger just now was suddenly lost, and his face became a little stiff. He actually dared to pounce on Su Huan, a Yandera girl. He is so brave. Su Huan, let me sit up first and then talk to you. Lin Xian took his hand off the chair handle and wanted to stand up. The beautiful woman's soft arms were wrapped around his neck, preventing him from escaping. The breath she exhaled on his lips was ambiguous and seductive. Ah Xian, aren't you going to seduce me? You can't give up halfway. From the beginning, Su Huan had no intention of agreeing to Lin Xian's investment through legitimate means. She had been waiting for this moment, so how could she let Lin Xian give up easily? Now it was Lin Xian's turn to be in trouble. Seduction. How? Lin Xian tried to kiss Su Huan's lips. He had to admit that Su Huan was really sweet and had an intoxicating aura. After the kiss, Su Huan rested her forehead against Lin Xian's, her eyebrows slightly curved. I am very satisfied with Xian's performance. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If you are satisfied, then invest. But if Ashwan wants to get investment, this is not enough. The corners of Su Huan's charming red lips raised slightly. She opened the drawer of her desk and took out a very thin little book. What is this? Lin Xian was puzzled. He always felt that it was not a good thing. Su Huan's slender white fingers moved ambiguously over Lin Xian's body through his clothes. Xian, open it and take a look. You will know what it is, right? Lin Xian opened it and was dumbfounded. These are all kinds of ahem between men and women, and there are many and complete ones. Ah Xian, let's try out the contents of this book today, okay? Su Hua did not allow Lin Xian to refuse. She took Lin Xian to a huge French window, leading Lin Xian to sink and indulge step by step. Early the next morning, Lin Xian came down from upstairs with dark circles under his eyes. Young Master Lin. Butler Wang said respectfully. Butler Wang. Lin Xian lowered his voice, do you have any more of the tonic soup you cooked earlier? Master Lin, I have already made it for you. You can drink it after you finish breakfast. Butler Wang had an expression that said I understand. He is the ace butler and he has to solve his master's troubles in time. Lin Xian walked into the restaurant. Su Huan was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying her dinner elegantly. Lin Xian looked at the woman, who was full of energy and looked satisfied, with a resentful look in his eyes. Su Huan, this Yandere girl, is excellent in every aspect at work. Damn, even her physical strength is amazing. Although he persisted to the end, their conditions are now very different. He is a man. Su Huan is a woman. This is the opposite of Tiangang. Su Huan glanced at him and said, come and have breakfast. Lin Xian walked to the seat next to Su Huan with ease and sat down. Just like before, he prepared to feed Su Huan. This time Su Huan refused. Ashwan, you were tired last night. You should have a good rest today. There was a faint smile in Su Huan's voice. Lin Xian. Oh, okay. Lin Xian started to eat the bread depressedly. Be good. Su Huan placed her fingers on Lin Xian's brows, trying to smooth out his frown. I'll give in to you in the future. Lin Xian, even more depressed. After breakfast, Su Huan leaned back in her chair and looked at Lin Xian with a smile on her face. Lin Xian sat next to her, poking hard into the bread with his knife and fork. He wants to go to space. To practice martial arts. To build up his physical strength. The little maid on the side watched this scene excitedly. Ah, this scene is so sweet. Does it give you the visual sense of a domineering female president and her little husband? Su Huan curled her lips and said, Ah Xian, you seduced me last night and succeeded. Lin Xian's eyes lit up slightly, so the investment was settled. It was worth his efforts last night. Although he was also very happy. Su Hua, but I won't invest in the studio you mentioned. Lin Xian again. So he really lost his virginity and can't get investment. It's a huge loss. Su Huan took out a black card and gave it to Lin Xian. I have unfrozen this card. The password is your birthday, Xian. You can spend up to 10 billion. I don't invest because my money is yours, Xian. So how can there be any investment or shareholding? 10 billion. Lin Xian was stunned by the money. If it's not enough, come to me again. Su Huan said. Enough, absolutely enough. Lin Xian's depression was swept away. The sleep he had last night was worth it. He also didn't expect that Su Huan, who had previously frozen the black card, would hand it over so readily. Su Huan, aren't you afraid that I will use your money to buy things for Qin Ruoyao again? Lin Xian regretted it as soon as he said this. Isn't he shooting himself in the foot? Su Huan, because what you said, Xian, made me believe you. She chose to believe him again. Ah Xian, so don't do anything that makes me angry, okay? Su Huan's voice was very gentle, but Lin Xian could hear the chill in her tone. Don't worry, this will never happen, Lin Xian assured. So good. Su Huan curved her eyebrows. By the way, Su Huan, Lin Xian thought of something and said, in novels, the Yandere heroines will position the heroes. You can learn from that. Do you want to position me? Well, this will also make Su Huan feel more at ease. Su Huan, it has already been installed. It was installed more than 4 years ago. Lin Xian, pretending. He should know that Su Huan is a Yandere, and that Su Huan will also have the skill points that a Yandere has. Su Huan, did you remember the timeline wrong? Haven't we only known each other for 3 years? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. I think so. Su Huan lowered her eyes. She wanted him to remember what happened 5 years ago, but she also didn't want him to remember that she had shown him her bloody and brutal side at that time. She saw disbelief in his eyes. He is such a gentleman, he must not like her who is cruel and bloody. Thinking of this, Su Huan tightened her grip. If he knew about her illness, would he find her scary? After breakfast, Su Huan went to the company to handle work. Lin Xian also went to the bank to withdraw a large sum of money. Butler Wang and 2 bodyguards followed him. Lin Xian directly put the money in a sack without worrying about being robbed. He came out of the bank carrying a sack of money. Everyone's eyes were blinded by the light. Fuck, is this all money? He walked out of the bank. What else could this sack contain but money? Hey, he's really rich. Look at the bodyguards around him, his attire, and the car he drives. He's definitely a wealthy man. Damn, there are so many rich people in the world, why can't there be one more like me? To fill a sack with money, that's my dream. There were several spirited young men with colorfully dyed hair, staring at the sack that Lin Xian was carrying with envy on their faces. They wanted to follow Lin Xian and steal his money. But when they saw the 2 bodyguards, they got scared. Lin Xian drove the Koenigsegg all the way to the Dream Maker studio. At this time, the Dream studio was dead silent. Sister Die, I'm sorry, I was eliminated early this time. Yuanqing asked with red eyes. This has nothing to do with you. Su Die put out the cigarette on the ashtray. It's Xinghui Entertainment that's targeting us. No, to be more precise, it's targeting me. Because she was unwilling to accept the unspoken rules, Li Wei became angry and used her future to force her. She paid a large sum of termination fee and left Xinghui Entertainment without hesitation. All crows are black, so she did not choose to sign with the entertainment company again. She has won many awards in the music industry and tickets for her concerts are always hard to come by. However, before her first concert after leaving Star Entertainment, a lot of so-called negative information about her was exposed. Mistress, ungrateful, and heartless to parents. Countless charges were put on her, and for a time, everyone wanted to punish her. Her fans unfollowed her and refunded her concert tickets, and her singing career came to an end. But she refused to give up and founded a studio. She thought she could cultivate a popular singer, but she underestimated Star Entertainment. They would not allow her artists to develop at all. They were so powerful that she was just an ant under the sky, and had no ability to fight back. It's my fault that I have implicated you. Su Die said in a hoarse voice. Sister Die, what are you talking about? We should thank you for cultivating our singing ability. Without you, we might have retired from the entertainment industry long ago. Yuanqing grabbed Su Die's hand. Sister Die, as long as we work together, we will get through this together. It's useless. Su Die shook her head and smiled bitterly. No matter how much we put in, it's all in vain. Now I've sold my house and car, and I can't afford to keep the studio going. She invested all her income over the years into the studio, except for paying the penalty for breach of contract to Star Entertainment, but still got nothing in return. Sister Die. A man and a woman walked into the meeting room. Schwer, Gu Bin, you are here, please sit down. Su Die greeted them. Gu Shui and Gu Bin did not sit down. Sister Die. Gu Shui bit her lip. My brother and I came here today to terminate the contract with you, Sister Die. I don't want to delay it any longer. In the dream-making studio, she always saw darkness. There was no future here. If she wants to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, she must leave the Dream Maker studio. Sister Die, we won't pay the penalty. You promised us at the time that you would train us well, but we are in your studio and there is no bonus for us. Since the company can't give us anything, why should we pay liquidated damages? Gu Shui said confidently. Su Jie looked hurt, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of her lips. A long time. Okay, I agree to terminate the contract. Su Jie signed his name on the termination contract. Gu Shui and Gu Bin were extremely happy holding the contract. Sister Jie. Gu Shui changed her previous good attitude and pouted, I advise you to leave the entertainment industry as soon as possible. If you open the studio, it will only cause trouble for others. She was delayed for a year because of Su Jie. Yu Wanqing said in a deep voice, since you have terminated your contract with Sister Jie, you are no longer a member of our studio. Why don't you get out now? Just go, do you think we care about you? Gu Shui snorted coldly, and left the Dream Studio with Gu Bin and went to Xinghui Entertainment together. Sister Jie, don't take Gu Shui's words to heart. Yu Wanqing comforted. She's right. If I open a studio, it will only cause trouble for others. Su Jie raised the corners of his lips in mockery, Wanqing, Zhou Wei, you should leave too. If you leave me, Xinghui Entertainment will not target you anymore. I believe that with your abilities, you will definitely become very popular in the singing world. Sister Jie, I won't leave. Yu Wanqing cried, I don't need a salary. Zhou Wei sighed. Even if he was unwilling, he had to admit that disbanding the studio was the best option for them. Wanqing, even if you don't pay me, I can't maintain this studio. I need rent, water and electricity bills, and the food I eat every day. I can't afford it. The money from selling my RV is almost gone. She had no other choice but to disband the studio. Okay, don't be sad. All good things must come to an end. Besides, we are in the same city of Yundu and can see each other often. It's just that we don't work together anymore. Su Jie took out the red wine she brought today and said, let's have a drink. The few of them kept silent and just kept drinking. Before leaving, Yu Wanqing threw herself into Su Jie's arms and cried, Sister Jie, I can't bear to leave you. Su Jie smiled slightly and said, the house I'm renting now is only a few hundred meters away from your home. If you miss me, you can come to see me anytime. Sister Jie, goodbye. Yu Wanqing left the studio with red eyes. Su Jie stayed alone in this empty studio for an hour and a half. Her eyes were empty and there was no light in them. She still thought she could fight against capital, but she was naive. As long as Xinghui Entertainment exists, she will never be able to make a breakthrough. Su Jie smiled self-deprecatingly, stood up, packed her things, and walked out with a large cardboard box. She had just opened the door of the studio. Lin Xian appeared and waved to her, hello, Miss Su. Su Jie was puzzled, who are you? Lin Xian threw the sack on the ground and said, I'm here to talk to you about the future of your studio. Su Jie's face looked ugly, completely different from her previous pleasant expression. We don't need investment, and our studio has been disbanded. She established this studio in order to avoid being controlled by capital, and she will never jump into this fire pit again. Miss Su, I understand your concerns. Lin Xian smiled gently, I want to invite you to join our entertainment company. On the way here, he figured it out. What a bullshit investment. He might as well just sign them into his company. Su Jie said expressionlessly, I don't have this plan, you can find someone else. My entertainment company does not require artists to accompany drinking, nor will it let you be exploited. Lin Xian knew from his memories of his previous life that the reason Su Jie and Xinghui Entertainment had a falling out was because she did not want to be exploited by Xinghui Entertainment's artist competition director. To convince Su Jie, he has to prescribe the right medicine. Su Jie was indeed moved. Come in. Su Jie said. Su Jie returned to the office and Lin Xian sat opposite her at the conference table. Are you an actor? Su Jie stared at Lin Xian's handsome face and asked involuntarily. Lin Xian, I'm going to be the boss. Being an actor means being controlled by others. He didn't live this life to suffer such humiliation. How can being an employee be as comfortable and free as being a boss? Su Jie shook her head. She actually asked such a stupid question. This man is handsome. If he were someone in the entertainment industry, he would definitely not be completely unknown. Moreover, judging from the way he is dressed and the bodyguards he is obviously a nobleman. How could he be interested in the little money an actor makes? Sir, do you know who is targeting our studio? Su Jie asked with a frown. I know, Xinghui Entertainment. Lin Xian replied. Su Jie smiled bitterly. This Xinghui Entertainment is the leading company in the entertainment industry, occupying half of the entertainment industry. If you let me sign with your company, I will be targeted by Xinghui Entertainment. I know. Lin Xian leaned back in his chair and smiled slightly. Since I'm going to sign you and the artists in your studio, I will naturally investigate everything clearly. Ms. Su, I might as well tell you that Lin Chang, the chairman of Xinghui Entertainment, is my biological father. Su Jie was stunned. Didn't Lin Chang have only one son, Lin Li? She had never heard that he had another son. I have left the Lin family now. Lin Xian said easily, I have a grudge against the Lin family, and I want to destroy Xinghui Entertainment. I wonder if Miss Su is willing to contribute. Su Jie clenched her fists. It would be a lie to say that she didn't hate Star Entertainment. She had worked so hard to rise to the position of a superstar step by step on her own, but was surrounded by scandals because of Star Entertainment. She is now almost at the point of quitting the music industry. She is 30 years old now and doesn't have much time left to waste. Sir, is the contract you mentioned real? Su Jie looked at the young man in front of her, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. Of course it's true. You don't have to drink or sleep with me, and you don't have to accept unspoken rules. We won't force you to do the work you accept. We only talk about work, not life. You can arrange your life outside of work as you like. Lin Xian said calmly, as for the split between you and the company, it's 40% to 60%, the company gets 60%, and you get 40%. These will all be written into the contract. The conditions offered by Lin Xian are already very tempting. In ordinary entertainment companies, the profits of newcomers are split 28 or 37. The most important thing is that they don't have to accept unspoken rules, and they are also given the greatest freedom in other aspects. Didn't she leave Star Entertainment just to pursue freedom without unspoken rules? Lin Xian said, let me tell you in advance, my entertainment company has not yet opened, but it should be open soon. It's all right. Su Jie's voice was slightly hoarse. Nothing could be worse than her current situation. I'm willing to join your company. A determination flashed across Su Jie's eyes. She didn't want to retreat so quickly. She wanted to give it another try. Ms. Su, you are entering my company only as a singer, not as a boss. This point must be made clear. Su Jie is only suitable to be a singer, not a manager. Su Jie nodded heavily, I know. However, this is just my wish. I have 2 other singers in my studio. I want to ask them if they are willing to go. Okay, go ahead and ask. Lin Xian took out his computer and started drafting a contract. Yu Wanqing and Zhou Wei did not leave, but found a bar nearby to drink. Zhou Wei verbally agreed with Su Jie's decision to disband the studio, and he was reluctant in his heart. However, he knew in his heart that they had no other choice but to disband the studio. If this continues, it will only be a waste of money. Su Jie doesn't have much money left, and we can't ask her to lose her normal life just for the studio. Zhou Wei kept pouring wine into his mouth. Brother Wei, has our studio really been disbanded? Yu Wanqing said uncomfortably. She was unwilling to accept this fact. Zhou Wei remained silent. After a long while, he said, let's meet at the top like Sister Jie said. The cell phone rang and Zhou Wei answered the call. Zhou Wei, there is a company willing to sign us and they have offered very generous conditions. Do you want to come back to the studio and take a look? Su Jie's voice came from the phone. Okay, I'll go back right away. Zhou Wei's voice was filled with excitement. What's the matter? Yu Wanqing asked in a daze. Wanqing, we don't have to separate from Sister Jie. Let's go back to the studio now. Brother Wei, you are such a joker. Yu Wanqing didn't believe it. Their studio had been disbanded, Sister Jie had already driven them away, and everything was over. Why would I lie to you? Zhou Wei said helplessly, this is what Sister Jie said herself, but we are joining the entertainment company together instead of staying in the studio. Zhou Wei spoke seriously, and Yu Wanqing stood up from her chair abruptly. Vigo, let's go back quickly. It only took 2 minutes for Zhou Wei and Yu Wanqing to return to the studio. Su Jie told them the conditions offered by Lin Xian, and also told them about the relationship between Lin Xian and Xinhui Entertainment. Zhou Wei, Qing'er, whether you want to leave or stay, I support you. Please think about it carefully. Sister Die. Yu Wanqing shed tears of excitement. I was eliminated and it was you who taught me to sing. Sister Die, you are my spiritual support. Wherever you go, I will go. Zhou Wei also nodded, I am willing too. After waiting for more than half an hour, Lin Xian drafted the contract. There was a printer in the studio, so he printed out the contract. Take a look at this contract and see if there are any problems. Lin Xian placed the 3 contracts on the desks of the 3 of them. No problem, they signed the contract and put their fingerprints on it. Mr. Lin, we have a pleasant cooperation. Su Jie extended her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian glanced at it and didn't shake it. Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't like me to have physical contact with other women. He must destroy any possibility that Su Huan might lock him up. Butler Wang smiled with satisfaction. Now young Master Lin is really getting better and better. Su Jie also smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Lin dotes on your girlfriend very much. Your girlfriend must be very happy. She is indeed a favorite. A smile flashed across Lin Xian's eyes, especially when Su Huan occasionally acted like a spoiled brat, which could melt one's heart. Yu Wanqing felt very uncomfortable. She fell in love with Lin Xian at first sight. The first thing she saw when she entered the studio was him typing on the keyboard to write a contract. He looked charming when he worked seriously. Later in the conversation, she found that Lin Xian was well-spoken and gentlemanly in his every move, and she became even more infatuated with him. As a result, he has a girlfriend, and he looks like he loves his girlfriend very much. Her newly emerged love was strangled in the cradle. Lin Xian walked around the studio and said, I just took a look at the musical instruments you have here. They are too simple. Su Die, go buy some better ones. Lin Xian opened his sack and took out a large handful of money, estimated to be several million. Su Die. Yu Wanqing. Zhou Wei. They had noticed the gray sack very early on. It was totally out of place with him, who was wearing all branded clothes and had bodyguards with him. They were curious about what was in the sack, but it turned out to be money. Which good person would use a sack to carry money? Su Jie took the huge handful of red bills in a daze. By the way, take these too. Lin Xian threw a notebook to them. Su Jie opened it curiously. This is. She looked shocked, it turned out to be a song. Su Jie sang to the song in her heart, and the expression on her face became more and more shocked. Every song here is catchy and full of emotion, and there is a high probability that any one of them will become a hit. And not just one, but 10. These are all popular songs from another world that Lin Xian directly moved over and used. Since they are from another world, he had no psychological burden in using them. Lin Xian said, your main task next is to practice this song well. I believe you will be able to use it soon. I will burn you to death. His greatest advantage is that he owns countless songs, TV dramas, and other kinds of content and knowledge from other worlds. These will definitely help him build his own entertainment empire. Novels and entertainment companies are just the first few steps for him. Okay. Su Jie nodded. After Lin Xian arranged all this, he left. Su Jie looked at Lin Xian's leaving back, her eyes sparkling. Zhou Wei, Qing'er, this time we will get rid of Xinhui Entertainment's control together. Don't be discouraged, we will get better and better. This was the first time she had such a premonition since she was embroiled in scandals at Star Entertainment. She felt that today's choice would be the best one she had ever made. Well, Sister Die, as you said, we will meet at the top. Yu Wanqing nodded heavily. A strong sense of anticipation also arose in Zhou Wei's heart. Master Lin, where are we going now? Should we go back or? Butler Wang asked respectfully. Lin Xian, go to the cake shop. Butler Wang's eyes lit up. Today is the young lady's birthday. Did Master Lin remember? Master Lin, you actually still remember the young lady's birthday. The young lady will definitely be very happy. Butler Wang said with a smile. Lin Xian glanced at Butler Wang. It was impossible for him to forget this. Last year, he carefully made a gift for Qin Ruoyao early in the morning, and Su Huan thought it was for her. Later, after Su Huan found out the truth, she punished him severely. She bit his lips and almost ate him. Lin Xian walked into the cake shop. It would take a few days for his novel royalties to be paid, so Su Huan gave him a black card. However, using Su Huan's money to buy gifts was not sincere enough. He planned to bake a cake for Su Huan himself. Lin Xian had never made a cake before, so he gave some money to the cake chef and asked the chef to teach him how to make one. The cake maker had other work to do, so he waited on the side. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Huan. Huabao, I miss you during the 4 hours and 3 minutes we were apart. The senior management is reporting to Su Huan. Su Huan has set special attention for Lin Xian, and the messages sent by Lin Xian have exclusive ringtones. Su Huan raised her hand to interrupt the senior executive and took out her cell phone to look at the message sent by Lin Xian. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. The senior management was a little dumbfounded. President Su actually smiled so gently, like a little woman in love. Just like the rumors said, President Su treated her young boyfriend very differently. I don't know who the other party is, but she actually managed to win over a strong woman like General Manager Su who only cares about work. Su Huan's gaze lingered on the words Huan Bao for a long time, and she lightly tapped the screen with her fingertips and replied, yes. Lin Xian excitedly shared with her, I didn't invest in Dream Maker Studio. I signed them all. I will open an entertainment company, a game company, etc. in the future. Su Huan, I will become a man who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. He really wanted to be a gigolo, but God gave him an awesome golden finger, so he wouldn't be punished by God. Besides, it would be more satisfying to avenge himself. Most importantly, he couldn't become a burden to Su Huan. Even though Su Huan is the head of the Su family, she is still often targeted and assassinated, and he also wants to protect Su Huan. Su Huan's lips slightly raised, That's enough, sir. The cake maker came over and said. Su Huan, I have something to do, so I have to go now. Remember to come back early in the evening. I'll be waiting for you at home. Lin Xian put away his phone. Su Huan had a faint smile in her eyes and she hung up the phone. Go on, she ordered. Yes, President Su. The senior executives continued to report on their work. Suddenly, Su Huan's cell phone sent a photo. She clicked it casually and saw a person lying in a pool of blood. Su Huan was stunned and her eyes became redder and redder. You can go out now. Su Huan suppressed her voice, clenched her hands tightly, and suppressed the violent impulse in her heart. She understood that she was about to have a seizure. Yes, President Su. The senior executive agreed and left the office. Before closing the office door, he looked at Su Huan worriedly. When they walked to the secretary's office, the senior executive said, Secretary Jiang, has something happened to Ms. Su? I just saw that her eyes were red and she was not in a good mood. Jiang Qing clenched her fists in an instant, but she did not show too much panic. It seems that President Su is not feeling well. I'll go and take a look. Manager Liu, you go back first. Jiang Qing calmly watched the senior executives leave. As soon as the senior executives entered the elevator, Jiang Qing strode towards the office. Su Huan had already put on her suit jacket and was stumbling towards the office door. Boss Su. Jiang Qing hurriedly supported her. Go back. Su Huan gritted her teeth. Good. Jiang Qing helped her down from the president's special elevator and drove her back to Yuyuan at a very fast speed. Inside the cake shop, Butler Wang watched Lin Xian making the cake. He looked very pleased and his eyes were blurred with tears. It was not easy at all, the lady's sincerity was rewarded. He thought the young lady would be lonely all her life, but he didn't expect that one day Master Lin would see how good the young lady was to him. Butler Wang's cell phone rang, and he took the phone out to answer it. Secretary Jiang. Butler Wang, President Su is ill. Jiang Qing's anxious voice came from the phone. I'll go back right away. Butler Wang's face changed drastically. Every time the young lady had an attack, It was a painful torture for her. Jiang Qing. Su Huan leaned on the back seat of the car and said painfully, "Don't let him know." She didn't want him to see her scary side. Jiang Qing nodded, "Okay." She relayed Su Huan's words to Butler Wang. "Okay, I will help the young lady keep it a secret from young Master Lin." Butler Wang sighed. After putting away his phone, he returned to the backstage of the cake shop and said, "Master Lin, I have something to do and need to go back." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded. The cake had been baked. He followed the cake chef's instructions and carefully spread cream on it. Butler Wang returned to Yiyuan. "Secretary Jiang, where is the lady?" "President Su has locked herself in a secret room," Secretary Jiang said worriedly. The secret room was tightly closed, without a trace of light, and looked eerie. Every time the young lady got sick, she would lock herself in here and come out covered in bruises. They could only watch the young lady like this, without any way to do anything. "I've seen neurologists, psychologists, and other kinds of doctors, but it's no use." Butler Wang, when do you think President Su will be able to get better? Jiang Qing pursed her lips. "I don't know either." Butler Wang sighed, "Miss, this is a heart disease, and heart disease needs heart medicine to cure it." Jiang Qing thought of something, his eyes lit up. "Butler Wang, can you let young Master Lin come and try? Only he can enter the young lady's heart." Steward Wang shook his head. "I'm worried that Master Lin will be scared when he sees the young lady in this state. I'm afraid that Master Lin will return to his previous state of wanting to escape from the young lady. This will only make the young lady's condition worse." Jiang Qing's eyes dimmed. He raised his head and continued to look at the secret room with the door tightly closed. Cake shop. Lin Xian painted a circle of red hearts on the cake and carved a little Su Huan on it. "Sir, I didn't expect you could make such a good cake even on your first try." The cake maker praised generously. "Yeah." Lin Xian curled his lips. "Su Huan should like this cake. His gift now is a little simple, but when he receives the royalties from his novel, he will definitely give Su Huan a gift." Lin Xian brought the cake back to Yiyuan. As he walked towards the villa, he heard several maids discussing something. The lady's appearance when she was ill was really terrifying. Her eyes were red, she didn't recognize her relatives, and her fighting power was rising rapidly. "Hey, I heard that the young lady has been like this since she was taken back to the Su family. Later, no doctor could cure her. I don't know what the young lady went through during the time she was abducted." "Hush, let's not talk about it." Butler Wang said not to tell Master Lin about this. "If Master Lin finds out, we'll be in big trouble." Lin Xian frowned. "Su Huan is ill. She doesn't recognize her relatives. What happened to Su Huan?" Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang out, and the two maids were startled. "Lin, young Master Lin." They didn't dare to look up at all. "Tell me, what's going on?" Lin Xian spoke again. The maid said tremblingly, "I'm sorry, Master Lin, we can't tell you." Lin Xian knew that the maid didn't tell him because she was probably instructed by Su Huan or Butler Wang, so he didn't make things difficult for them. He thought of the anxious look on Butler Wang's face when he left the cake shop. "Where is Butler Wang?" Lin Xian turned and asked. "He's on the third floor," a maid replied. Lin Xian put the cake in the living room and strode towards the third floor. As soon as he went up, he saw Butler Wang and Secretary Jiang standing in a room at the end of the corridor. This room is locked all year round. Lin Xian has lived in Yiyuan for 3 years and has never entered it. The moment Jiang Qing saw Lin Xian, a hint of panic flashed across his eyes. "Master Lin." She pretended to be nonchalant. "Where is Su Huan?" Lin Xian asked. "President Su went out to discuss cooperation." Jiang Qing lied without changing his expression. "Is she in this room? Also, what disease does she have?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing looked at each other and remained silent. Butler Wang, "Secretary Jiang, I am her boyfriend and it is my responsibility to know all this," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Butler Wang hesitated for a while but finally told Lin Xian everything. He would know it sooner or later, and he couldn't keep it secret for long. The young lady is ill, a mental illness that occurs at least once a month, and sometimes as many as 4 times. Every time she has an attack, she has a desire to kill, so she locks herself in a secret room and hurts herself every time. Butler Wang's voice was choked with sobs. Originally, the attacks were only occasional, but after Master Lin moved into Yi Garden, the young lady's condition became more serious. Why don't I know? Lin Xian said hoarsely. He knew nothing from the beginning to the end, from his previous life to this life. No wonder he often didn't see Su Huan except when he was on business trips. Butler Wang replied, because the young lady is afraid that you will see her current state, she has asked us to keep it a secret from you. Therefore, she hopes that Master Lin will pretend that he doesn't know about this. Lin Xian laughed sarcastically. Fortunately, he didn't know it before, otherwise, he would definitely use this matter to hurt Su Huan. What does this secret room look like? Lin Xian felt uncomfortable. He didn't want her to get hurt or sick. Then, could the fact that she got a terminal illness 5 years later be related to her illness? Butler Wang, it's cold, dark, and depressing. There's not a single ray of light in there. The young lady has to stay here alone for more than 10 hours every time. There is no light in this secret room. Butler Wang clenched his hands. I've been in there before. It was very depressing. I couldn't hold on for less than an hour. Come to think of it, the young lady could have vented her anger on her subordinates, but she didn't want to hurt us, so she locked herself in there. Lin Xian asked in a low voice, Butler Wang, when did this start? Butler Wang's words were like needles piercing his heart, causing severe pain in his chest. What on earth did Su Huan go through? Ever since the young lady returned to the Su family, I have been serving her. From that time on, she has been like this. She is a loner and doesn't want to get close to others. She gives me the feeling of a walking corpse without emotions. Butler Wang's eyes gradually became moist. Master Lin, it was only after you appeared that I realized that the young lady could cry, laugh, and get angry. All her emotions fluctuate with you. It can be said that you are everything to the young lady. Master Lin, even if you see the bad side of the young lady, please be considerate of her. This is to give Lin Xian a shot of prevention. Otherwise he would see the young lady's violent and bloodthirsty side and be afraid and disgusted. Lin Xian clenched his fists. Butler Wang, I want to go in and accompany her. He couldn't let her stay in there alone. Steward Wang shook his head and said, Master Lin, no one can recognize the young lady now. If you go in, I'm afraid you will be hurt. The young lady has instructed us to protect you well. If young Master Lin was injured, the young lady would definitely feel pain and blame herself after she woke up. Butler, can you bear to let her stay alone in the secret room and hurt herself? Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Butler Wang was silent. Jiang Qing's words emerged in his mind. Perhaps Master Lin could try to untie the young lady's knot. Master Lin, I can let you in, but there is a condition. Your safety must be guaranteed by a bodyguard. Butler Wang made a phone call, and soon a dozen bodyguards dressed in black came over. They are all tall and strong. They used to be mercenaries and are very skilled. Not only them, Butler Wang also called a doctor over, with the doctor bringing a sedative just in case. Butler Wang knew that nothing must happen to young Master Lin, otherwise the young lady would not survive. At this time, Su Huan was standing in the center of the secret room. Her eyes were full of blood, and her eyes were full of blood. She had only one thought in her mind, to kill everyone. Click. The door lock of the room was unscrewed. Su Huan looked towards the door with blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw Su Huan in the room. The woman in front of him was still as beautiful as ever, but her eyes had turned blood-red. She drooped at her side, blood dripping from the back of her hand, and there were countless bloodstains on the wall. She exuded a gloomy and terrifying aura. Master Lin, you'd better leave. Butler Wang advised worriedly. The situation was not good with the young lady's current condition. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian smiled. He had seen with his own eyes how she tortured Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li to death, so he didn't find her appearance scary. Moreover, he had died once, so death was nothing to be afraid of for him. Lin Xian walked over, and all the bodyguards remained alert, ready to attack at any time. Su Huan, I'm your Xian, do you recognize me? Su Huan, don't be afraid. We are all yours, and no one will hurt you. Lin Xian approached Su Huan step by step. Su Huan was completely immersed in her own world. To her now, he was just someone she wanted to kill. She looked at the men in front of her, her eyes staring at her prey. No. Butler Wang shook his head, we can't go any further. Master Lin, come back soon. Butler Wang shouted anxiously. Lin Xian seemed not to have heard what Butler Wang said and continued walking forward regardless. Su Huan licked her lips. People are coming. You are really not afraid of death. She moved her feet lightly, and the bodyguards' hearts suddenly tightened when they saw her. They thought that young Master Lin must not get into any danger. Swish, the bodyguards blocked Su Huan's way and protected Lin Xian behind them. When Su Huan saw this scene, the excitement in her eyes became even more intense. There are more and more people coming. Her eyes changed from being casual before to becoming sharp. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Some bodyguards hit their backs against the wall, and there was a crack sound, which was the sound of broken ribs. In less than 10 minutes, they were all defeated. These bodyguards who used to be mercenaries could only be beaten in front of Su Huan and had no chance to fight back. The bloodthirstiness in Su Huan's eyes had not subsided at all, but had become even stronger. Oh no. The young lady has gone completely crazy. Butler Wang said nervously. It would be useless no matter how many bodyguards they brought now. No matter how many young ladies there are now, no one can beat her. In the blink of an eye, Su Huan came in front of Lin Xian, not giving others any chance to react. It's really beautiful. Su Huan's fingertips brushed across Lin Xian's face, but no matter how handsome he is, he still has to die. Su Huan's hand grasped Lin Xian's throat. She licked her lips and said, "You are very suitable to be made into a specimen or placed in a glass coffin as an ornamental object." Lin Xian, does this sickly Su Hua have an obsession with the specimen? Even when she was sick, she was still thinking about it. When Butler Wang saw this scene, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Doctor!" "Bodyguard!" Butler Wang shouted. When the bodyguards heard Butler Wang's order, they prepared to rush forward so that the doctor would have a chance to administer a sedative. "Get out of the way!" Lin Xian shouted. Butler Wang frowned. Lin Xian looked at the murderous woman in front of him. I believe she won't really hurt me. Butler Wang gritted his teeth and could only raise his hand to ask everyone to stop. You all must die. Su Huan's eyes were bloodshot, and the strength in her hands tightened step by step. The breath in Lin Xian's chest was also being taken away inch by inch. Su Huan, Lin Xian said with difficulty, you must be well from now on. Some tears from his eyes fell on the back of Su Huan's hand. Su Huan frowned. Why did she feel so bad when she saw him crying? He was obviously the one she wanted to kill. He deserved to die. Both Butler Wang and Secretary Jiang felt their hearts in their throats. Seeing that Lin Xian's expression was becoming more and more painful, and that he would die if this continued, Su Huan felt a huge panic in her heart. She pushed Lin Xian away. Lin Xian covered his neck and coughed a few times. As expected, his bet was right. Su Huan was reluctant to kill him. Get out. Su Huan's cold voice. Su Huan's emotions are very unstable now. Lin Xian is thinking about how to calm her down. He thought of a way, but he doesn't know if it is feasible. Never mind, he took the gamble. Lin Xian strode up to Su Huan. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing had finally put their minds at ease. If young Master Lin went up now, wouldn't he be looking for death? I've given you a chance. If you don't run, you will die. Su Huan narrowed her eyes and pinched Lin Xian's neck again with her hand. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Lin Xian suddenly grabbed the back of Su Huan's head with his big hands and lowered his head to kiss Su Huan's lips. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about romance? Su Huan stared blankly at the men in front of her, blinked, and the hostility in her body gradually faded away. This man is quite delicious. It would be nice to keep him as her bed slave. Butler Wang and the others were dumbfounded. Is this all that is possible? After Lin Xian found that Su Huan had turned into her harmless self again, he withdrew from Su Huan's lips. Su Huan, listen to me, calm down. Su Huan's eyes were filled with displeasure. She didn't listen to a word he said. All she could think about was why he wanted to leave. If he was so disobedient, then she should lock him up and lock him on the bed. I saw the violence in her resurfacing again. Lin Xian had no choice but to kiss Su Huan's lips again. Su Huan once again became as docile as a little deer. There are too many people here, Su Huan, let's go back to the room, okay? Lin Xian whispered in the woman's ear, his voice full of seduction. Su Huan's eyes darkened. This little bed slave is quite sensible. Su Huan was obedient and let Lin Xian lead her into the room. Butler Wang and Jiang Qing were stunned. The witch who just looked like she was going to destroy the world is now as docile as a deer. This is too dreamy. Butler Wang, you are wrong this time. Young Master Lin is not afraid of President Su, and young Master Lin can really cure President Su when he is sick. Jiang Qing swallowed. I underestimated the role of young Master Lin. The shock on Butler Wang's face has not yet faded. Butler Wang, no matter what, Mr. Su won't have to face the torture of illness alone anymore. Jiang Qing smiled easily. Yes. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Maybe the young lady can recover. I have to say that Master Lin is really a treasure. He took back what he had said before, that young Master Lin was a nuisance. In the room, Su Huan pushed Lin Xian directly onto the bed. Lin Xian originally wanted to vent her energy and was no longer obsessed with who was on top and who was on the bottom. This time he was willing to be the oppressed party. Little bed slave, I am very satisfied with your performance. Su Huan lifted Lin Xian's chin, her beautiful lips slightly curled, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian unscrupulously. So handsome. Everything about it really suits her aesthetic taste. Little bed slave. Lin Xian's face was full of black lines. Forget it, Su Huan is sick and now unconscious, he can only endure it. Su Huan's eyes fell on Lin Xian's lips. She remembered the throbbing in her heart when Lin Xian kissed her just now. She lowered her head and kissed Lin Xian's lips, not gently but with a biting touch. The temperature in the air gradually rises. Only after Su Huan was exhausted and fell into a deep sleep did Lin Xian begin to apply medicine on the back of the woman's bloody hand. What on earth had she been through in the past? Lin Xian frowned. He had always thought that Su Huan was a glamorous person with supreme power and wealth. He didn't expect that she was so lonely in her heart. What she had experienced in the past must be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Lin Xian felt distressed for Su Huan. Su Huan, in the last life, you killed my enemies for me. In this life, it's my turn to protect you. Not only does he want to build an entertainment empire, he also wants to improve his military strength. These may be fantasy to others, but he has the golden finger of space. Space has an extremely slow flow of time and can also provide him with everything for practice. Lin Xian walked out of the bedroom. Master Lin, how is the young lady? Butler Wang asked with concern. She's already asleep. Lin Xian frowned. Butler Wang, besides the madness, does Su Hua have any other problems? That's not the case. Butler Wang shook his head, but the doctor said that the disease may affect the young lady's organs in the future. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian made up his mind that he must take good care of Su Huan's health. Unfortunately, the medical skills in the other world were very poor, and he had no way to learn the medical skills from the other world to treat Su Huan. Lin Xian returned to the room and took care of Su Huan all night. At night, when Su Huan woke up, Lin Xian was lying beside her bed. She couldn't remember anything that happened after she fell ill. She looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Shouldn't she be in the secret room now? And her hands. Su Huan looked at her hands that were wrapped like dumplings, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. The bandage is so ugly, it must have been done by Ashwan. Seeing that Lin Xian was too tired, Su Huan did not wake him up. She got up from the bed quietly and covered him with a blanket. Su Huan walked out of the bedroom as if nothing had happened. In the past, after each attack, her face would be sickly pale and she would have to rest in bed for more than a day. In serious cases, she would even have to rest for 4 days. When Butler Wang in the living room on the first floor saw Su Huan, his eyes lit up. This is how energetic the young lady is after her first attack. "Miss, how is your health?" Butler Wang walked up and asked. "I'm fine." Su Huan shook her head. She was also wondering why she felt that there was nothing serious this time. "Uncle Wang, does Xian know about my illness?" "Yes, miss, I had originally kept it a secret from Master Lin as you instructed, but I don't know how Master Lin got the news. He was worried about you staying in the secret room alone and insisted on going in. I couldn't stop him. I was wondering if he could help Mrs. Condition, so I let him in." Butler Wang replied. "Did he feel scared or disgusted when he saw me?" Su Huan's voice was hoarse, and she clenched her hands into fists at her sides. His docility these days made her want more, and she didn't want to see his disgust towards her again. "Not really." Butler Wang smiled and shook his head. "Young Master Lin is worried about you, Mississippi." Butler Wang told Su Huan what happened yesterday, but he omitted the part where Lin Xian was strangled by Su Huan and almost lost his life. If he told her this, the young lady would regret it madly. The corners of Su Huan's lips curled up slightly. It turns out that Xian is not afraid. That's great. She really likes Xian more and more. After the onset of the disease, Su Huan became very crazy and her physical strength was amazing. Lin Xian was severely exploited. After Su Huan returned to the room, she moved him to the bed to sleep without him knowing. After Lin Xian got up and washed his face, he picked up his phone and checked the messages. He found that Wang Dai had sent him several messages. "Adopted son, Xuanzi, let me tell you, I don't know what went wrong with Qin Ruoyao today. She actually bought you breakfast and put it on your seat, and I ate it. Adopted son, this is simply red rain from the sky. You always brought her breakfast before, why did she bring you breakfast this time? Could it be that she has fallen in love with you and wants to pursue you? Adopted son, Xuanzi, I am telling you, Qin Ruoyao is just being false, you must not let her fool you. Adopted son, I think President Su is pretty good. He is powerful, rich, and pretty. He treats you well. I think you should just focus on being with her. And let's not be two timing scumbags. Well, the mouth that eats is soft, and the hand that takes is soft. He has to help President Su keep an eye on Xuanzi and prevent him from being seduced by other little bitches." Lin Xian replied helplessly. "Don't worry, I have no interest in her at all. He wouldn't accept it even if it was offered to him." Wang Dai responded quickly, "That's good. By the way, Xuanzi, why didn't you come to class this morning? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xian, my girlfriend is too clingy. She hugged me in bed and wouldn't let me leave." Wang Dai, who was fed a handful of dog food, he shouldn't have asked. Damn it, he wants to find a girlfriend too. Grass. He seriously suspected that Xianzi would often show off her affection in front of him in the future. At the dining table, Lin Xian fed Su Huan shrimp meat. "Huan Bao, you like this, eat more. Will this kind of a dress also be used for a young lady?" Dreamy, so dreamy. Su Huan's eyes also darkened. Huan Bao. This name sounds pretty good. In the afternoon, Lin Xian appeared in the school. He is now a celebrity in the school, handsome, rich, and the author of a hit novel. Many girls looked at him with excitement. Lin Xian is so handsome. Why didn't I realize he was so handsome before? If I had known, I would have gone after him. Don't even think about it. Lin Xian likes Qin Ruoyao. You have no hope. Qin Ruoyao has become a thing of the past. Do you think Lin Xian still cares about her now? Qin Ruoyao is here, stop talking. The girl touched her friend's shoulder. Qin Ruoyao walked past them with an unsightly look on her face, her hands clenched tightly. No, she did not become a thing of the past. Lin Xian just gave up on her temporarily. As long as she is willing to humble herself and pursue Lin Xian will definitely accept her again, and then she will definitely slap them in the face. As soon as Qin Ruoyao left, the two girls clicked their tongues. Who are you showing off your ugly face to? What's so great about it? You just rely on your face to seduce men every day. In their eyes, Qin Ruoyao is a green tea girl, disgusting and pretentious. As soon as Qin Ruoyao entered the classroom, she saw Lin Xian sitting at the desk sorting things out, and her heart was pounding. Lin Xian is really much more handsome compared to before. And he will become her boyfriend in the future and marry her, and Lin Li also hopes that she and Lin Xian will be together. These two brothers will be her men in the future. Qin Ruoyao gave Lin Xian the knee pads she had prepared early in the morning. Lin Xian frowned. Lin Xian, this is the knee pad I sewed for you personally. Of course, she didn't sew it herself, she bought it outside. Her hands are so delicate, how could she be pricked by a needle and have them covered in blood? You play basketball often, running and jumping, which causes great damage to your knees. It will be much better with this knee pad. After Qin Ruoyao finished explaining, she shyly returned to her seat. When the other students in the class saw Qin Ruoyao's actions, they all sighed. The sun is rising from the west. In the past, it was always Lin Xian who chased after Qin Ruoyao, but now Qin Ruoyao is actually taking the initiative to give Lin Xian something. Qin Ruoyao has fallen in love with Lin Xian, right? Hey, what do you think Lin Xian will do? Will he accept the knee pad? Many of the boys here have become fans of Lin Xian's novels, and when they talk about Lin Xian, their faces are full of admiration. I hope Lin Xian won't go back to his old lover. He is so outstanding now, he can have any woman he wants. Why would he need Qin Ruoyao? Wang Dai looked at the knee pads and became alert. That won't work. He couldn't give Qin Ruoyao the chance to hook up with Xian Zi, so he had to help President Su keep an eye on Xian Zi. Xian Zi, don't you have knee pads at home? This knee pad is ugly, so you'd better not get rid of it. Yeah, I think it's ugly too. Lin Xian picked up the knee pad and walked straight forward. Qin Ruoyao's heart was pounding and 2 blushes appeared on her face. Why did Lin Xian come towards her at this time? Was he here to thank her? Or, tell her that he likes the knee pad very much and ask her not to work so hard to sew the knee pad for him in the future? Sure enough, Lin Xian still couldn't let her go. Qin Ruoyao was thinking about how to respond to Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian walked straight past her, came to the front door, and threw the knee pads into the trash can. Lin Xian actually threw away his knee pads. Does he no longer like Qin Ruoyao? It's so refreshing. Brother Xian should be so tough. I found that Qin Ruoyao is not such a goddess. She is a very cliched woman. Qin Ruoyao's eyes suddenly turned red, and her face was full of hurt. This was a gift from her to him, how could he throw it away? When Lin Xian walked back to his seat, he passed by Qin Ruoyao's seat. Qin Ruoyao grabbed his arm and said in despair, Lin Xian, why? Why did he treat her like this? Lin Xian pushed Qin Ruoyao away in disgust. No reason, I just think that knee pad is rubbish, and rubbish should stay in the trash can, right? Lin Xian said mockingly. Rubbish. Lin Xian said the knee pads she gave him were rubbish. Wasn't that just saying she was rubbish? Qin Ruoyao's face looked ugly. Lin Xian returned to his seat, and Wang Dai said excitedly, Xian Zi, do you know that you looked so handsome just now? Ah. Lin Xian sighed, I have to stay chaste for my girlfriend, so I won't touch any gifts from other women. Wang Dai. Lin Xian, my girlfriend is quite possessive. If she knew, she would be angry. Wang Dai. Wipe. He suddenly wanted President Su to dump that arrogant Xuanzi. The students in the class started to get angry. Lin Xian has a girlfriend. Who is it? Who is it? No wonder Lin Xian ignored Qin Ruoyao. I don't know who his girlfriend will be. Xian Zi, can you please stop talking about you and your girlfriend in the future? Wang Dai's face was full of accusations, which made him feel sore. He didn't even have time to eat if he just ate dog food. Then find one for yourself. Lin Xian glanced at him. Wait. Wang Dai thought to himself, he must find someone better than Lin Xian's girlfriend. No, 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 there's no comparison. How could there be a woman whose wealth and family background can compare to President Sue's? But he can find a gentle girl to be his girlfriend. A strong woman like President Sue is definitely not gentle enough. Qin Ruoyao sat in her seat, feeling more and more aggrieved the more she thought about it. Crystal clear tears kept falling from her eyes, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which was heartbreaking. Luo Yuan asked for leave today because of something, otherwise he would be heartbroken when he saw Qin Ruoyao like this. Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Li Siyu asked with concern. Qin Ruoyao cried and told Li Siyu what happened in a low voice. Yao Yao, if you want to win back Lin Xian's heart, you have to persevere. Now is just the beginning. You will impress him over time. Li Siyu comforted. Qin Ruoyao wanted to give up, but when she thought of Su Huan, that woman, she didn't want to give up anymore. She likes Lin Xian, and also wants to give Su Huan a warning. Lin Xian, she will never give up. As long as she is nice to Lin Xian will definitely see it. After class, Lin Xian returned to the villa at noon and lay down, and started writing a novel in his consciousness space again. The library of his novel website must contain enough novels to retain readers. There were no books on the new website, so he needed to write some high-quality novels himself to fill it up. Lin Xian has written novels for men, women, urban, cultivation, fantasy, martial arts, romance, and all other types of novels. Lin Xian was typing away on the keyboard. He had already finished the novel app and was waiting for an opportunity to make it popular. I believe that Morning Glory will provide him with this opportunity. 2 days later. Lin Xian's royalties have arrived, more than 10 million yuan. His novels are now very popular on the internet. The president of Feiyuan novel website has also returned from a business trip. How are the novels doing recently? Meng Bo asked. The editor-in-chief of the female section replied, Boss, the female section novels are still the same. Meng Bo nodded, thinking that it was not bad to keep it as it was. What about the male channel? Meng Bo asked again. The male editor-in-chief seemed much more confident. He smiled and said, President, we have a big hit in the male section. It only took 4 days from the start to the end. The average booking has reached 500,000. It has become very popular. Meng Bo looked shocked. It was finished in just 4 days. And reached an average subscription of 500,000. Editor-in-chief Wang, you must treat the author of this novel well. Meng Bo reminded. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Meng Bo said loudly. Morning Glory walked into the office wearing a cheongsam and twisting her slender waist. President. She pinched her throat and called out tenderly. The two editors-in-chief looked at each other and tactfully left the office. This Morning Glory just got married, and now she's here to seduce the president, TSK. The female editor guessed, Editor-in-chief Wang, do you think she won't come here for Xian's novel this time? After hearing what the female editor-in-chief said, the male editor also began to worry. I hope this Morning Glory doesn't do anything weird. In the office. Morning Glory twisted her waist and sat on Meng Bo's legs, President. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Baby, what's wrong? Why are you so clingy as soon as I come back? Meng Bo's hands wandered ambiguously on her chest and waist. I've been wronged and I want you to seek justice for me, President. Morning Glory pouted. Huh? What injustice have you suffered? You dare to let my little baby suffer injustice. You are tired of living. Meng Bo smiled and pinched Morning Glory's hand. He's a novelist named Xian. I wanted to have him work for me. He's very talented, and I wanted to train him myself. This was for his own good. But he didn't want to do it. He even scolded me, saying that I was shameless and ugly. He even blocked me after that. I deleted him in a fit of rage, and I can't find the chat history. Morning Glory said aggrievedly. Xian. Is he the popular male author in the male channel? Meng Bo frowned. Yes, it's him, President. You don't know, this Xian is an author under Dogtail Grass. Dogtail Grass has always disliked me. Maybe it was Dogtail Grass who instructed him to do this time. This time he relied on his good grades and thought that the company couldn't do anything to him, so he scolded me. Morning Glory shed tears of grievance. Baby, don't cry. I'm here to help you vent your anger. Meng Bo wiped her tears with concern. President, you always say this. It's been a year, but Dogtail Grass is still showing off in front of me. Morning Glory turned away and got off. Meng Bo, it's normal for you to consider the company and not punish him. After all, I'm not as important as the company. President, I'm going back to the office first. How could Meng Bo let Petunia leave so easily? Petunia had the best looks and figure in the entire company, and she was also quite good in bed. And she had just gotten married, and the thought of playing with another man's newlywed wife was exciting. Meng Bo grabbed Morning Glory's hand and pulled it hard, and Morning Glory fell back into his arms. This is easy. I will directly assign him to your subordinates. I will also kill the Dogtail Grass. How do you think? The temporary change of editor requires the author's consent. Basically, no author will disagree with the website's arrangement. They still have to rely on the website for their livelihood. No author dares to say no. I believe Xian is no exception. As for Dogtail Grass, he is just an ordinary editor. There are many editors who want to join their Feiyue website, so they don't need one more. Really? Morning Glory's eyes lit up. Thank you, President. Baby, I miss you so much. Come on, let me kiss you. Meng Bo couldn't wait to kiss her. President Morning Glory pushed Meng Bo's chest coquettishly, trying to resist but also to welcome. Soon, ambiguous sounds were heard in the office. Half an hour later. Morning Glory came out of the office with a smug look on her face and walked to Dogtail Grass's desk. Winning now doesn't mean you will win in the future. Some people don't be too proud too soon. What belongs to me, no one can take it away. After saying this, Morning Glory returned to his desk triumphantly. Dogtail Grass frowned and asked, what does Morning Glory mean by this? Could it be related to Xian? After a while, Goosetail Grass was called to the Human Resources Department. Dogtail Grass, pack up and leave the company. The company will compensate you with 1 year's salary. Dogtail Grass's face turned ugly in an instant. As expected, the company could not tolerate him. To be precise, it was the Morning Glory that could not tolerate him. It's better to leave. He doesn't have to depend on others for anything. He's had enough of that. What about Xian? How to arrange it? Asked Dogtail Grass. I did hear about the CEO's arrangement. I heard that he was assigned to work under Morning Glory. The HR staff felt that Gowiko was quite pitiful. He had finally signed a contract with a popular author, but ended up making things difficult for someone else. Not only that, he was fired. It is true. There was a hint of worry between Dogtail Grass's brows. Dogtail Grass contacted Lin Xian. I was fired, brother. The company arranged for you to work for Petunia. You don't plan to continue writing novels at Feiyue, do you? If you do, I'm afraid Petunia won't give you a good face. He had already anticipated what Morning Glory would do. She would not give Lin Xian too many good recommendations for his novels. She would even check carefully whether the novels violated any rules and would remove them from the shelves if there were any problems. It was difficult for ordinary novels to withstand the magnifying glass to correct violations. Lin Xian replied to him quickly. It's a good thing that she did this. If she didn't transfer me to work for her, I would feel it was a pity. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be another step. He will make a big deal about this, and then his novel website will become famous. Dogtail Grass. What a pity. Dogtail Grass frowned. With Yixuan's personality, how could he be willing to run under the command of Morning Glory? While he was thinking, Lin Xian sent another message. I'm about to open a novel website, what do you think? Are you interested in becoming an editor? Dogtail Grass. It turns out that the reason he stopped writing novels at Feiyue was that he started a novel website. Dogtail Grass quickly replied, no problem. He would accept it even if the website could not be opened, because Xian had earned him hundreds of thousands of commissions. Brother, before you start a novel website, you need to collect a lot of novels to expand your library. Dogtail Grass kindly reminded. Lin Xian, I'm ready. I've written more than 20 novels so far, and I'll continue writing later. Dogtail Grass. You wrote this by yourself? Dogtail Grass swallowed his saliva. Lin Xian, yes, I have been writing novels for several years and plan to publish them all at once. Lin Xian did not say that he wrote them in just a few days, which would be too incredible. Of course, this is all thanks to space. Dogtail Grass, brother. I will follow you. There are more than 20 novels written by Xian, and they are all guaranteed to be a big hit. It will only take a few minutes to get Xian's novel website up and running. TSK Feiyue website is about to encounter a powerful opponent. Lin Xian also soon received the news that he was asked to work under Trumpet Glory. The editor-in-chief sent him a message and gave him Morning Glory's QQ business card. Editor-in-chief, add Morning Glory. She will guide you from now on. Lin Xian, I don't like her. The editor-in-chief frowned and kindly reminded, this is the company's arrangement. If you are unwilling to go, I'm afraid it will affect you and your novel. Lin Xian, whatever. It would be best to remove his novels from the shelves. His goal is to let Feiyue website help promote his novel website for free. The editor-in-chief had no choice but to report the matter to Meng Bo. Meng Bo always keeps his word. This is the first time that a novelist dares to disobey him. He is a little angry and embarrassed. Just tell him that if he doesn't join Morning Glory's team, his novel will be taken down, and Feiyue website will no longer accept his novels. He just didn't believe that, at this point, Xian would still dare not go under the command of Trumpet Flower. The editor-in-chief relayed Meng Bo's words to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, whatever. These two words again. The editor-in-chief had a headache. He liked Xian's novel very much and he had a strong talent for writing novels. He really didn't want him to be banned. But what should he do when he responded like this? The editor-in-chief had no choice but to say, CEO, Lin Xian said, whatever. Okay, very good. Meng Bo was so angry that he laughed, in that case, then remove his novel from the shelves. The editor-in-chief frowned, but, President, his ability is really strong. If he is blocked, it will be a big loss to our website. Do you want to reconsider it? Ridiculous. Meng Bo said with disdain, so what if he writes well? Feiyue is the largest website in the country. There are many authors who earn millions or even tens of millions a month. We don't need one more. The editor-in-chief had no choice but to remove his novel from the shelves. More than 200,000 novel readers were forced to leave when they were reading the novel with great interest. What's going on? What about novels? They searched but couldn't find the novel. They searched for the author's name but it didn't appear there either. It was as if Xian and his novel had never existed. Many people rushed to Weibo to post. Why is the novel about being spoiled by a sickly rich man gone? Why was it taken off the shelves? What's going on? I'm running out of spiritual food. Why did you remove Xian's novels? Feiyue Novel's official blog was attacked, and Feiyue Novel could only respond, the novel was removed from the shelves due to pornographic content and incorrect values. They also arranged for an army of internet trolls to guide public opinion. The general idea was that Xian's novels were very popular and could make money for the website, and the website had no choice but to remove the profitable novels. Lin Xian's novel fans were furious. Is this also called pornography and incorrect values? They were no pushovers and quickly dug out a number of Feiyue's popular novels with exaggerated content. They all at Feiyue Novels and asked them to remove these novels from the shelves. Come and take a look, we have already listed them for you, go and remove at. Don't play dead, come out at Feiyue Novels. No way, they only banned one novel. You said it was pornographic and had incorrect values, so you took down Xian's novel. Aren't these novels more problematic? The official Weibo account of Feiyue Novel started to play dead. They didn't expect that Xian had such a great influence, and that a big shot bought the hot search to be #1. The fans of Xian's novels are very powerful. The Public Relations Department reported the matter to Meng Bo. We removed the trending search, but they are still making a big fuss. President, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to handle. Meng Bo frowned tightly. Don't worry about it, they will be fine after this period of trouble. Wang Dai had finished reading Lin Xian's novel early, and he found out about the novel being removed from the shelves in the group. Xian Zi, your novel has been taken off the shelves? Wang Dai asked in disbelief. Yeah. Lin Xian nodded. They actually took your novel off the shelves. How dare they? Wang Dai couldn't help but swear. Lin Xian, just take it off the shelves. I'm going to open a novel website. You can come and take a look then. Novel website? Xuanzi, are you really going to open a novel website? Wang Dai was surprised. His novel website was developed a few days ago. He plans to apply for qualifications in a few days and then put his novels on the shelves. This time he wants to stand on the moral high ground, making everyone think that he was forced to leave, and also making people think that he is inspiring enough. When his novel was maliciously banned, he turned around and opened a novel website. He is definitely the male protagonist of a cool novel. By hyping it up in this way, his novel website doesn't have to spend a lot of money on promotion and can still attract a lot of people to download it. On the day the novel was removed from the shelves, Su Huan accidentally saw the author's account in Lin Xian's mobile phone. She read some of the novel in her spare time. When a senior executive was reporting to Su Huan, he scanned the mobile phone page that Su Huan placed on the desktop. Isn't this a novel? Or are they romance novels and brainless face-slapping novels? President Su actually reads this kind of novel. The top management was shocked. They didn't expect that President Su was like this in private. In the afternoon, Su Huan wanted to open the book and found that it was gone. Her beautiful eyebrows were tightly twisted together. Pick up the phone, come in. Xiao Xingfan came in. Boss Su, are you looking for me? Go and help me check something. Su Huan pursed her lips, looking very unhappy. What's the matter? Seeing Su Huan's serious expression, Xiao Xingfan couldn't help but start to worry. President Su has always been very calm, but this time she looked so grim. Could something earth-shattering have happened? Go check why the novel by an author named Xian was removed from the Feiyuan novel website. Su Huan's face darkened. Xiao Xingfan, Go check if the novel has been removed from the shelves. Doesn't this fit Mr. Su's domineering style? Any problem? Su Huan glanced at him. No. Xiao Xingfan shook his head wildly. I'll do it right away. Xiao Xingfan walked out of Su Huan's office with a look of shock on his face. Jiang Qing saw it and asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Why do you look like you were struck by lightning? Secretary Jiang, do you know that President Su just called me to his office and gave me a task? Xiao Xingfan still finds it unbelievable. What mission? She asked me to look up the reason why a male-oriented novel was removed from the shelves. What's its name? A novel about a man who is spoiled by a Yandere tycoon. Who is the author? Jiang Qing asked. My name is Xian. Xiao Xingfan replied. Jiang Qing understood. It seemed that young Master Lin had gone to write a novel. Since it's his words, it's not surprising. Jiang Qing smiled. Xiao Xingfan frowned. Assistant Xiao, it's not surprising that President Su would do anything for the men she loves. In fact, President Su is a love-brained person. As long as young Master Lin doesn't betray her, doesn't go against her deliberately, and only likes her, Ms. Su is just a little woman in front of young Master Lin. Otherwise, she is just a big Yandere. Secretary Jiang, the person you are talking about is Lin Xian, who came to act as a fire extinguisher that day. Yes, it's him. Jiang Qing did not deny it. Xiao Xingfan, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that they were not worthy. The men who could be with President Su should be very strong, not a gigolo. Xiao Xingfan couldn't help but ask, Secretary Wang, what do you think President Su likes about Lin Xian? And you seem to have a good impression of Lin Xian. You are not President Su, so you naturally don't know why she fell in love with Lin Xian. What President Su wants is not a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with her, but a man she likes, a man who can protect her and give her warmth. As for me, Jiang Qing smiled, as long as he treats President Su well, I will have a good impression of him. This is what it means to love someone and love his dog. Assistant Xiao, as long as you get to know Lin Xian seriously, your impression of him will improve. Jiang Qing smiled. Xiao Xingfan's expression was still disdainful. He is just a piece of trash, and his perception would rise, it's ridiculous. Jiang Qing raised her eyebrows. She was looking forward to the day when Xiao Xingfan would be slapped in the face. Although Xiao Xingfan didn't like Lin Xian very much, Lin Xian was the man Su Huan liked, so he still had to be respectful to Lin Xian on the surface. He followed Su Huan's instructions and honestly checked Lin Xian's novel. It only took him an hour to return to Su Huan's office. Boss Su, we have already found out. It was the Fei Yuan novel website that fired the editor in charge of young Master Lin and assigned him to work under another editor. Young Master Lin didn't want to do that, so they removed his novel from the shelves. Su Huan narrowed her eyes, with a storm in her eyes. Her fingertips tapped the tabletop, each click in a regular rhythm. Xiao Xingfan knew that someone was about to be in trouble. Call by Lin Jiang over. Su Huan ordered. Xiao Xingfan frowned. President Su really valued Lin Xian. Even such a small matter had to be handled by Lin Jiang. Yes. Xiao Xingfan agreed. Not long after he left, Lin Jiang also came to Su Huan's office. Mr. Su, he said respectfully. Please help me do something important. Su Huan said. Lin Jiang's eyes were filled with eagerness to try. It must be a very important matter for Mr. Su to personally give instructions. There must be some big case that needs him to handle. Of course, except for the time when he was asked to go to Tsinghua University to deal with a student fight. Su Hua, go take a look at the contract of Fei Yuan novel website, find out their mistakes, sue them, and help their novel authors protect their rights. For a novel written by an author named Xian, they terminated the contract with Fei Yuan novel website. Xian's novels are well written. He is very talented and it shouldn't be taken off the shelves like this. Su Huan's tone was filled with pride. Lin Jiang, a novel website's contract requires him to personally take action. Wait, Xian. Boss Su, are you talking about Master Lin Xian's novel? Yeah. Su Huan nodded. Lin Jiang was excited. He is not willing to take such a small case, but if it is related to Lin Xian, he can. Lin Xian is someone that President Su cares about, so there's nothing wrong in holding onto his thighs. Only. Mr. Su, Fei Yuan novel website is the largest novel website. If young Master Lin wants to write a novel, Fei Yuan novel website is a good place. Why don't I negotiate with Fei Yuan novel website and have young Master Lin's novels put back on the shelves? I believe they will not dare to look down on young Master Lin again. Lin Jiang suggested. No need. Su Huan's lips were cold, my men must not suffer any grievances. This Fei Yuan website can't accommodate him, and I won't let him stay any longer. He likes to write novels, so I will build a novel website for him. Lin Jiang exclaimed. Mr. Su's girlfriend is really strong. Young Master Lin must be in heaven being spoiled by her like this, right? Yes, Mr. Su, I'll do it. Lin Jiang stepped back. The news of Lin Xian entering and leaving the villa was also leaked. Gossip bro, shocking news, Lin Xian moved into the villa where the president of Su Group lived that day. According to my investigation, Lin Xian moved in that day. What a coincidence, I wonder what their relationship is. Could it be that the two of them? This post quickly went viral and sparked heated discussions. Lin Xian suddenly started driving luxury cars like Koenigsegg and Rolls-Royce. Could it be because of President Su? If this is true, then Lin Xian is really amazing. He can even win over the beautiful CEO of the Su Group. Someone tell me, is this true? So, Lin Xian is no longer following Qin Ruoyao around and being a licker. Is it because he has a girlfriend like President Su? On the other hand, if President Su could be interested in him, who would care about Qin Ruoyao? Now Lin Xian is already a celebrity in the school, and Su Huan is a top chaebol tycoon. Her appearance, figure, and abilities are all top-notch. They discussed the gossip about the two of them intensely. The front page of the forum was filled with their posts, and the first post that broke the news had more than 3,000 replies in just 10 minutes. Qin Ruoyao looked very unhappy when she saw these posts. She switched to her secondary account and began to refute those who belittled her and praised Su Huan. What do you know? Lin Xian has always liked Qin Ruoyao and has never liked any other woman. He has been pursuing Qin Ruoyao for so many years, how could he stop liking her so easily? Even if he is with another woman now, he still can't let go of Qin Ruoyao. Many people disagreed with Qin Ruoyao's statement and started to curse at her. The forum was divided into two camps, one saying that Lin Xian liked Su Huan, and the other saying that Lin Xian liked Qin Ruoyao. After Lin Xian learned about this from Wang Dai, posted a message on the forum. I liked Qin Ruoyao before, but I don't like her now, and I won't like her in the future. However, he did not dare to admit what was going on between him and Su Huan. Su Huan never liked appearing in the media and she probably did not want their relationship to be exposed. Lin Xian neither acknowledged nor denied his relationship with Su Huan. The students in the school began to imagine. Lin Xian denied his relationship with Qin Ruoyao, but did not deny his relationship with Su Huan. Are they really together? Not necessarily. Maybe Lin Xian likes her and is happy to see us say they are a good match. Lin Xian looked at the replies with satisfaction. This ambiguous effect was what he wanted, which could deter many attractive women. When Li saw that everyone had guessed the relationship between Lin Xian and Su Huan, he became jealous and went crazy. Why can Lin Xian be liked by Su Huan? Su Huan's man should be him, not Lin Xian. A cold light flashed across Li's eyes. He must get Su Huan back. During physical education class, the two of them bumped into each other, and Li looked unhappy. Lin Xian, you don't think that you can be liked by President Su, do you? What else? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Hee, President Su only treats you as her plaything. You have always disobeyed her before. What you can't get is the best. She is just interested in you for the temporary novelty. You will be abandoned soon. Li said sarcastically. He knew very well that Su Huan would not give up Lin Xian in a short time. He said this purely to make things difficult for Lin Xian. As long as Lin Xian was unhappy, he felt happy. Little did he know that Lin Xian would not be affected by him at all. A yandere like Su Huan would only like one man in her life and love him till death, so how could she abandon him? Oh, really? Lin Xian stretched lazily. What a pity, you can't even be his plaything. Seeing that Li's face was visibly ugly, Lin Xian passed by him in a good mood. After Lin Xian found that he liked Su Yan, he would not look at the men who stabbed her. If it wasn't for the school rules here, he really wanted to give Li a good meal. Li's face turned pale. Thinking of something, he suddenly smiled. There is no rush. Let Lin Xian be proud for a while. He has already thought of a way to deal with Lin Xian. After that incident, President Su will definitely abandon Lin Xian. As long as she no longer likes Lin Xian, she will definitely see him. The next day, Lin Xian only attended one class and then returned to Yiyuan. He went into the kitchen to cook. When Butler Wang saw this, he said, Master Lin, since the young lady won't be home for lunch today, you don't have to cook. If young Master Lin goes to school, the young lady basically won't come back at noon and stays in the company all the time. For the young lady, if Master Lin was not there, there would not be much difference between the company and the night garden. Lin Xian, I'll send her lunch at noon. Okay, Master Lin, thank you for your hard work. Butler Wang nodded with a smile. Lin Xian cooked Su Huan's favorite dishes and brought them to the Su group. Sir, who are you? The receptionist asked with a frown. Lin Xian, I'm here to see your CEO Su. The receptionist saw the lunchbox Lin Xian was carrying, and after hearing what he said, she looked at Lin Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Could it be that this man wanted to seduce President Su again? He was much more handsome than other men, but President Su was not a looker, so it was useless no matter how handsome he was. What's more, she heard that President Su already had a boyfriend, and President Su doted on her boyfriend very much. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely out of professionalism. Lin Xian frowned. Wait. Lin Xian was worried that it would affect Su Huan's work, so he did not contact Su Huan directly, but called Jiang Qing. Master Lin. Secretary Jiang's voice came from the phone. Secretary Jiang, I'm at Su Group and I'm downstairs. I'll be down to pick you up right away. Lin Xian was waiting for Jiang Qing near the front desk. The girl at the front desk was also obsessed with looks. Seeing that Lin Xian was handsome, she couldn't help but ask, Sir, do you like Mr. Su? Yeah. Lin Xian did not deny it, his lips slightly curled up, I like her. Sir, let me kindly remind you that Ms. Su has someone she likes. If you insist on getting close to her, you will probably be thrown out of the Su Group, reported by the media, and then laughed at by netizens. So I suggest you, sir, don't risk getting thrown out by approaching President Su. Usually there are some paparazzi squatting near the Su Group and the events that Su Huan attends, specializing in taking pictures of people being thrown out of the Su Group. This is also a source of fun for netizens. Once a photo is taken, it becomes very popular. Don't worry, I won't be thrown out. Lin Xian said with a curled lip. The receptionist shook her head. It seems that he is a tactless person. Never mind. He will know the consequences of seducing President Su soon. It's just a pity for such a handsome guy. Jiang Qing took the elevator down. Secretary Jiang. The receptionist called respectfully. Yes. Jiang Qing nodded, and then she said respectfully to Lin Xian, Master Lin, please follow me. Front desk. Although Secretary Jiang is just a secretary, her status in the company is second only to President Su. It is the first time she has seen Secretary Jiang be so respectful to someone other than President Su. Who is this man? Could it be that? The receptionist's eyes lit up instantly, with a gossipy gleam in them. When Lin Xian followed Jiang Qing upstairs, she quickly took out her cell phone to take a picture of Lin Xian's back and sent it to the company chat group. Guess what I saw? Today, CEO Su's boyfriend came to the company. I guess there is an 80% chance that he is CEO Su's boyfriend. Secretary Jiang went to pick him up in person. Oh, he is so handsome, and he is a perfect match for President Su. And he seems very gentle and gentlemanly. It turns out that the man who can win over President Su is not ordinary. Brothers and sisters, he is really handsome. Really. He is much more handsome than those so-called actors in the entertainment industry. The employees watching frowned. Is he really that handsome? It must be fake. Jiang Qing took Lin Xian to Su Huan's office. Young Master Lin, President Su is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. I will go tell President Su that you are here. Jiang Qing couldn't wait to tell Su Huan about this. If President Su knew that young Master Lin came to the company to see her, she would definitely be very happy. No need, I'll wait for her here. I want to give her a surprise. Secretary Jiang, you go and do your work first. Lin Xian said. Okay, Master Lin. Jiang Qing poured Lin Xian a cup of coffee and left the office. Lin Xian was wandering around the office casually, and before he knew it, he came to Su Huan's lounge. This lounge is very large and has a bed, a bathroom, a wardrobe, and everything you need. It can be seen that Su Huan regards the office as her second home. 20 minutes later, Jiang Qing knocked on the door and came in to remind Lin Xian. Master Lin, President Su will finish the meeting in about 5 minutes. Didn't you say you wanted to give her a surprise? You can prepare it. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't have much experience in dating, so he took out his phone to search, but after a while he couldn't find anything, so he posted on a dating forum. It's my first time to come to the company to meet my girlfriend. She will soon finish a meeting. How can I give her a surprise? Waiting online, urgent. Soon, many experienced and warm-hearted brothers left him messages. It depends on how good your relationship is. If it is, you can just give yourself to her. If it is not so good, then give her some expensive gifts. I've read this in novels. You can just knock her against the wall as soon as she walks in. Yes, 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 this is possible. Also, with the Waldong, the atmosphere is already like this, How can we not have a lingering kiss? After the passionate kiss, you must be pure. Waldong. This is indeed a good method. The last time he pressed Su Huan against the wall, Su Huan was very excited. Lin Xian thanked his elder brother who suggested to hold Su Huan against the wall, and began to lean against the door to prepare. Boss Su, regarding this project, a group of senior executives followed Su Huan to report. Su Huan nodded from time to time with a serious look on her face. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of Su Huan's footsteps was heard. The door handle was turned. It's finally here. Lin Xian was concentrating. As soon as Su Huan appeared, he grabbed the woman's slender wrist and pushed her hard against the wall. One of his hands tightly bound the beautiful woman's slender waist, and the other hand supported himself on the wall. The moment Lin Xian pulled Su Huan's hand, Su Huan subconsciously raised her hand, wanting to clamp Lin Xian, but after seeing that the person coming was Lin Xian, she relaxed her whole body. She let Lin Xian press her against the wall. Su Huan felt the solid chest and unique breath of the man in front of her. Her breathing almost stopped, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xian with burning gaze. She really likes the way her Xian forces her. When the senior executives saw Lin Xian pinning Su Huan against the wall, they were stunned. You're so brave to do Mr. Su against the wall. Jiang Qing swallowed his saliva and said, Master Lin, you are so powerful. The top executives were just waiting to see the show. He was in a miserable situation. President Su showed no mercy to any man who took the initiative to seduce her, even if he didn't touch her, let alone the men who pushed President Su against the wall. Even if this man doesn't die, he will shed a layer of skin. However, the next second, they actually saw their CEO Su actively hugging the man's waist. Groove. What's going on? The senior executives opened their eyes wide, looking at the scene in disbelief. Not only did President Su not do anything to this man, but he actively catered to him. They immediately thought of what President Su said in the conference room at that time, that Herman called her. Could it be that this man was President Su's boyfriend? Hiss. They thought that Ms. Su was in a dominant position in the relationship. After all, it was a female boss and a young man, but in the end, Ms. Su looked like a little woman in front of this man. Was it their illusion? These senior executives stared at the two men with shining eyes. Lin Xian was so nervous that he didn't notice that the senior executives were craning their necks to look into the office. Su Huan hugged Lin Xian's waist tightly and pulled him closer to her, with their bodies pressed tightly together. Their noses touched, and an ambiguous scent entangled between their breaths. What does Xian want to do, huh? Su Huan narrowed her eyes, and her had a slightly rising tone, carrying an ambiguous seduction for no reason. The reply to that post popped up in Lin Xian's mind, pushing her against the wall and kissing her forcefully. Thinking this way, he followed suit. Lin Xian lowered his head and kissed Su Huan's red lips. A smile appeared in Su Huan's eyes. She closed her eyes and enjoyed Lin Xian's clumsy kiss. Wow! The senior executives burst into uncontrollable and excited cheers. He turned around with a stiff expression and saw a group of senior executives in suits. Both men and women looked excited. Is there a hole? He wants to crawl into it. Su Huan saw Lin Xian stop kissing her and shot a cold look at those 1,000,000-watt light bulbs. If you don't have anything important to do, please go back to work. Jiang Qing coughed lightly and asked everyone to leave. The senior executives left with great satisfaction. Seeing what had just happened was totally worth it. Even if you use your toes to imagine, you can imagine what they would do when they are locked in the office. Siha. This is really exciting. I didn't expect that Ms. Su and her boyfriend would get along like this in private. Seeing Ms. Su's feminine look just now, it's like she has become a completely different person. The senior executives couldn't help but discuss as they walked. It's amazing. President Su is like a tame deer in front of that man. This is the first time I think President Su is cute. I have to say, that man is really handsome. Could it be that Mr. Su is obsessed with looks? The two of them together are really pleasing to the eye. By the way, who is that man? I want to curry favor with him. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Jiang Qing. Why are you looking at me? Without President Su's permission, I can't tell you his identity. If you want to know, you can go ask President Su. Jiang Qing said seriously. Only she can hold this thigh. No one else can compete with her. Those senior executives can only take a break. In the office, Lin Xian picked up the lunchbox and said, Su Huan, I'm here to bring you lunch today. I made all of this for you myself. They're all your favorite dishes. He brought 2 lunchboxes, with a total of 5 dishes, a soup, and 2 servings of rice, all placed on the table. Su Huan said nothing, just stared at him. Lin Xian frowned. What happened to Su Huan? Why did he feel that she was a little aggrieved? She was not in a good mood either. A bold idea popped into his mind. Could it be that their kiss was interrupted, so they got a little mad? Lin Xian tried to kiss Su Huan's lips again and coaxed her, Huan Bao, it's time for lunch. Yeah. Su Huan pursed her lips and nodded. The woman's mood improved visibly. Lin Xian. Su Huan is really so childish. Sometimes she is just like a little kid who needs someone to coax her. He quite liked it though. Which man doesn't like the woman he likes to depend on him? Throwing a little tantrum can also add to the fun. While feeding Su Huan, Lin Xian reminded her, Huan Bao, don't just focus on your work in the future. I'm not focusing on my work. Su Huan denied. Lin Xian looked puzzled. You are the only one in my heart, Xian. Su Huan looked at Lin Xian intently. She had long wanted to die. She had wanted to kill those people and then commit suicide, until she met him. She fought hard to seize the position of the head of the Su family. With power, she no longer had to worry about implicating him, and she could also get him back to her side. After dealing with all those people, she wanted to live a peaceful life with him. Lin Xian's heart beat faster. Su Hua's serious expression while speaking love words is really alluring. What I mean is, you should remember to eat and rest when you are working. Only if you take good care of your body can we grow old together, don't you think? Lin Xian and Su Huan have been together for a long time, and he knows which methods to use to coax Su Huan, so Su Huan is more receptive. Yeah. Su Huan nodded obediently. After Lin Xian fed Su Huan, he quickly finished the meal and put away the lunch boxes. Su Huan held her chin and looked at Lin Xian the whole time. I just feel that her Xian is perfect in every way. Lin Xian put the lunch box away, Su Huan hugged his neck, and they both fell on the sofa. The woman's black hair spread out on the snow-white sofa. At this moment, she was wearing a white shirt and a suit skirt, revealing an inherent charm. Gudong. Lin Xian swallowed. He felt like he had dug a hole for himself again. At this moment, he really wanted to pounce on Su Huan, but... Ashwan, can we stay in the office today? Su Huan's hands teased Lin Xian's body ambiguously. She had wanted to do this for a long time. She likes to hang out with her Xian, not because her desire is too strong, but because she likes to be inseparable from her Xian. Only in this way can she feel that she truly owns him and feels extra safe. Lin Xian, no. Xian has become bolder and dares to disobey me, huh? Su Huan narrowed her eyes dangerously. Lin Xian was fearless. Huan Bao, don't forget, you are on your menstrual period now. He dared to forcefully kiss Su Huan against the wall because of this reason. Su Huan could only look at him but not eat him. Lin Xian looked at the woman's annoyed expression and felt happy. He finally got his revenge. Su Huan bit Lin Xian's lips helplessly. I'll let you go this time, but next time, Xian won't be so lucky. When the two sat up from the sofa, their clothes and hair were already messy. You still have to work in the afternoon, Huan Bao, you should go to bed soon. Lin Xian said gently. You stay with me. Su Huan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. When they walked into the lounge, Su Huan just pushed open the door, then thought of something and closed the door again with a bang. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked puzzledly. Wait a minute, come in again. Su Huan walked into the lounge first. When Lin Xian entered, all the photos on the wall had been taken down by Su Huan. She was afraid that these things would scare her Xian. Lin Xian pretended to be unaware and lay in bed with Su Huan. Su Huan always suffered from insomnia and never took a nap at noon. Lin Xian stayed with her, and in less than a minute, she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xian went into the space to write novels, practice martial arts, compose songs, and practice computer calculations. Compared with Su Huan, he is too useless. He needs to grow up as soon as possible and become a man that Su Huan can rely on. At 1:40 in the afternoon, Lin Xian was ready to go to class. Su Huan wrapped one hand tightly around his waist and buried her face in his chest. "Don't go, Xian, stay with me." Su Huan's voice was tinged with tenderness and sleepiness. "Huanbao, be good. I'm going to class." Lin Xian coaxed him in a low voice. "No need to go, I'll just make a call." Su Huan picked up her phone, found the principal's number, and called. Mr. Su, do you have any instructions?" This was the first time Su Huan called him in person, and the principal was flattered. "Xian has to sleep with me, so he can't go to class in the afternoon." The principal was shocked. Was this what he thought? Cough, cough, cough. He should be more pure, just lying on the bed with a quilt and chatting, right? Yes, Mr. Su, I will tell the teacher right away," the principal said respectfully. Su Huan, also, it doesn't matter whether he goes to class or not in the future. He can arrange his time as he likes. Is this possible? Lin Xian, is this the convenience of having a backstage? However, he still planned to finish his classes peacefully and only skip classes occasionally, so that no one would make a big fuss about his affairs and affect the school's reputation. He would not care about other things, but Su Huan was the school's largest shareholder. The key is that he can be in class physically and his consciousness can enter the space to do his own things, so going to school does not waste much of his time. "Sure, Mr. Su, I will arrange it according to your instructions." The principal did not dare to refuse. Lin Xian accompanied Su Huan to handle work throughout the afternoon. There were a lot of people coming to Su Huan's office to report, and they all secretly looked at Lin Xian, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at his mobile phone. This time Su Huan left work early. Lin Xian took her hand and left, Su Huan smiling. Along the way, all the employees were watching them excitedly. "Oh, he really is President Su's boyfriend," Xiao Chen didn't lie. "They are such a good match. Their looks are several times better than the most handsome and beautiful people in the entertainment industry now. Look, Ms. Su, a female devil, is almost like a little wife in front of her boyfriend. It's true that being nourished by love is different. Lock it up. I'll move you to the Civil Affairs Bureau, get married, and have kids right here." 4 days later, Lin Xian's novel website was officially launched. Wang Dai ran to the group organized spontaneously by readers and yelled, "Brothers, Xian built a website and posted all his novels on it. It is called Palm Treasure Novel App. Go check it out. The novels there are so good." These readers saw it and thought he was joking. "How is this possible? You think you are the hero of a cool novel. It has only been a few days since your book was banned, but you have already built a website. Why don't you make up a more plausible rumor? Do you think we are fools? Wang Dai, if I lied to you, I will never be able to get hard again in my life." A poisonous oath. You have to believe this. Readers rushed to download the Palm Treasure Novel app. Lin Xian has 6 aliases, aiming to satisfy the tastes of various readers. One of the accounts is a novel about Yandere characters, and the pen name is also Xian. Just right. This Xian is indeed the male protagonist in the cool novel. Look, you guys blocked my novel, so I turned around and started a novel website. Lin Xian's readers and fans began to spontaneously help Lin Xian promote the Palm Treasure Novel app on major platforms. With the reputation of a cool male protagonist reflected in real life, it attracted many passers-by to download the app. The novels in it are all excellent and they read them with great interest. They enjoyed reading and started recommending the novel app to their friends. The snowball keeps getting bigger and bigger. Dogtail looked at the data with his mouth wide open. In just 2 days, the number of downloads has reached 3.5 million, and the daily active users are 3 million. The key is that Lin Xian didn't spend a penny on publicity. This is amazing. Lin Xian curled his lips, not enough. Boss, what are you going to do next? Dogtail Grass became interested. Judging from his boss's behavior in the past few days, his boss was definitely a sinister person. He didn't know what his next move would be. Establish a character. Lin Xian glanced at the Dogtail Grass. Ah. What kind of character setting? Dogtail Grass was a little confused. Lin Xian, a beautiful, strong, and tragic character. I will post in my book review section to tell readers why my book was banned and why I left the Feiyue novel website. A dark light flashed across Lin Xian. Now that Feiyue website has handed the knife to him, don't blame him for taking advantage of the situation. Dogtail Grass. Shameless. It was obvious that he was planning to leave, but Feiyue website deliberately blocked the book and drove him away. But the boss's actions are really satisfying. Lin Xian posted something that caused a stir in the novel circle. It also became a hot search on Weibo hashtag best-selling novel author forced to leave hashtag. Feiyue website's public relations department doesn't seem to be in a hurry at all. The Palm Treasure novel app was started by an author who did not have much capital. If they want to crush it, isn't it as easy as crushing an ant? They contacted Weibo officials calmly, gave them some money and asked them to remove the hot search. The Weibo account responded, Minister Liu, I will arrange for you to remove the trending search right away. Weibo Technology Department. No. Liu Hui frowned. What's wrong? Another technician, Wang Hai, asked curiously. I want to remove the trending search for the novel website Palm Treasure, but for some reason, I can't do it. I checked my computer and system, and there's nothing wrong with it. This is the first time that a strange thing like being unable to operate the trending search has happened while their system has not crashed. How is this possible? Let me try. Wang Hai helped him. As a result, the trending search still cannot be removed. This time, Wang Hai was also shocked. It was actually true. Other hot searches could be manipulated, but this one could not be removed. A bold idea popped up in Wang Hai's mind. Lao Lu, do you think our website will be hacked? Liu Hui immediately denied it. This is impossible. Our website protection was designed by several top hackers in the world. It has been more than 10 years and has not been cracked yet. And if the system was hacked, there would be no way there would be no warning at all. Wang Hai frowned. Let's go find the manager and deal with it. After listening to their reports, the technical department manager frowned and immediately asked all the technicians to check the system. In the end, I found that there was no problem anywhere. They concluded that it was very likely that they had been hacked by hackers, and that the hack was done without anyone noticing. They also tampered with their backstage. This conclusion made Weibo panic. The other party was too powerful. If their system was paralyzed, it would be a fatal blow to any internet website. While Weibo was looking for top computer masters to strengthen the protection system, it also sent someone to contact Lin Xian. We found a hot search related to you, but we can't operate it. Is this done by you, sir? Lin Xian sat in front of the computer with his legs crossed. Will he admit to this illegal thing? Lin Xian was typing away on the computer keyboard. His main trick is to play dumb. I am just a person who runs a novel website and writes novels, and I am still a student. How can I have the ability you say? Lin Xian started to turn the tables. By the way, it turns out that you guys are the ones who manipulate the trending searches. The last time my novel readers complained about me, were you also the ones who removed the trending searches? I am a person who holds grudges. If I really had the ability you said, I might paralyze your website. Although Lin Xian denied it, this was obviously a blatant threat. The official Weibo account is almost 100% certain that it was Lin Xian who hacked into their backend. But they couldn't do anything to him. They had no evidence to let the police arrest him. If you piss him off, he might actually bring the website down. Weibo can only swallow its anger for now. It won't be too late to settle the score with him after the website's protection system is fixed. Weibo was unable to remove the trending search, and Feiyue novel website could only watch the trending searches for the Palm Treasure app become higher and higher. The general manager was downloading the novels from the Palm Treasure website and got panicked when he saw the novels inside. What's going on? Where did Lin Xian get so many excellent novels? Many of them are suitable for adaptation into TV series and animations. The general manager hurried to the president's office. He pushed the door open and walked in. Manager Lin, a secretary, stopped him anxiously. But it was too late. The door was opened and the general manager saw Morning Glory sitting on Meng Bo's lap, and the two were kissing passionately. When Morning Glory saw the general manager, she calmly got off Meng Bo's body. "Boss, I have to go back to work first." Morning Glory said tenderly, "Remember what you promised me." Morning Glory returned to her workstation. There was an abnormal redness on her face, and Lavender and the others looked at her in strange ways. Morning Glory was applying lipstick in front of a small mirror. He sneered with a hint of meaning, "Some people don't say one thing to my face and another behind my back. If you mess with me, your fate will be the same as that of a dogtail grass." The people in the men's editorial department didn't dare to say a word. President's office. "What's the matter?" Meng Bo was disturbed and looked very dissatisfied. "President, Lin Xian, whose novel was removed from our shelves, has opened a new website," the general manager reported. "Heh." Meng Bo sneered, "He actually dared to go against our website. He overestimates his own capabilities. You must find a way to suppress him and prevent his website from having a chance to succeed," Meng Bo ordered. "Since he dares to open a novel website, I will make him lose all his money." Meng Bo looked gloomy. Anyone who dares to go against him is simply overestimating his own abilities. "Boss, we have found a way to suppress it. His novel website has been downloaded 3.5 million times in just 2 days." The general manager's brows were solemn. Lin Xian published a long article to accuse our website at this time, and the number of downloads quickly soared to 13 million. At the same time, our app was uninstalled by many readers. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. There was actually a website stepping on their novel website to gain popularity, and they had no power to fight back. Meng Bo's face changed slightly. "Now that it's on the hot search, won't you withdraw? Are those good-for-nothings in the public relations department here to eat for free?" He couldn't help but scold. 13 million downloads. That's a lot of numbers. It's unexpected that Lin Xian's novel website has grown to this point. "We contacted Weibo to remove those trending searches," the general manager pursed his lips and said. "Then why are these trending searches still on Weibo?" Meng Bo pointed at his phone and said angrily. The general manager bowed his head and said, "Weibo replied that we can't withdraw it." "How is that possible?" Meng Bo frowned. The general manager looked grim. "I read the novels on his website. The novels are very attractive. President, I'm afraid our website will really face a strong competitor this time." Meng Bo sat dejectedly on the office chair. Lin Xian is so capable that he can actually open a novel website. He thought he was just an ordinary author and his novel would be blocked. As a result, he stepped on the Feiyue website to get to the top. Meng Bo also downloaded the Palm Treasure novel app. When he saw the novels in it, his face turned even paler. "Boss, this is bad." The person in charge of the legal department rushed in. "What's wrong again?" Meng Bo scolded irritably. "President, Bai Linjiang from the Su Group's legal department has filed a lawsuit with the court." "What?" Meng Bo's eyes widened. "Su Group?" The head of the legal department lowered his head and said, "They sued us for the illegality of our contract. They listed many clauses and asked us to modify it and compensate the author of the novel for his losses. Also, they demanded that the copyright of the novel that was doted on by the Yandere tycoon be returned to the author himself." The head of the legal department's voice was shaking the entire time he spoke. "How could it be?" Meng Bo shook his head in disbelief. "How did he offend the Su Group?" The head of the legal department lowered his head and said, "President, our chances of winning this time against the Su Group's legal department are slim. Even if we have a good chance of winning, we can't go against the Su Group." Meng Bo's face turned pale. His family has more than one company, this novel website. If it is targeted by the Su Group, the rest of the family's business will be over. Go contact Bai Linjiang and tell him that we agree to all their requests. There is no need to go to court. Meng Bo ordered in a trembling voice. Yes. The head of the legal department breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't have to confront Bai Linjiang. Meng Bo slumped down on the sofa in dejection. This incident was undoubtedly a heavy blow to Feiyue website. The general manager kept frowning. After the head of the legal department left, he couldn't help but ask, "President, could it be that because of Lin Xian, the Su Group is targeting us?" Lin Xian. Meng Bo frowned tightly. Yes. The general manager nodded. I feel that Lin Xian is definitely not just an ordinary novelist. The legal department of the Su Group came to us and asked us to terminate the contract with Lin Xian's novels. Among so many novel authors, they only mentioned Lin Xian's novels. It is obvious that they came for Lin Xian. President, we have hit a tough guy this time. It is very likely that Lin Xian has a connection with the Su Group. After hearing what the general manager said, Meng Bo's hands and feet began to feel cold. Lin Xian is actually related to the Su Group. President, our novel website was doing well. Think about how we offended Lin Xian, the general manager reminded. Yes, it's her. Morning Glory. Meng Bo's face was full of anger. If it weren't for her instigation, I wouldn't have removed Lin Xian's novels from the shelves, and I wouldn't have driven him away, and then opened a novel website to fight against us. I won't offend the Su Group. It's all her. Meng Bo came to the male editor's office angrily. When Morning Glory saw Meng Bo, her eyes lit up slightly. Today the president told her that she would be promoted to editor-in-chief, and he must have come to announce the news. I didn't expect the president to come here in person to make the announcement. He must have come to save her face. A smile appeared on Morning Glory's face. Boss, why are you here? Morning Glory walked up to Meng Bo with a smile. When others saw how close Morning Glory was to the president, they all frowned. Is it true, as Morning Glory said, that she will soon become the editor-in-chief? But the president's expression doesn't look right. President. Seeing Meng Bo staring at her, Morning Glory couldn't help but remind him. Meng Bo suddenly raised his hand and slapped Morning Glory hard on the face. The Morning Glory was stunned. Everyone in the office was stunned. The president actually hit the Morning Glory. Hasn't he always been fond of the Morning Glory? In the past year or so since Morning Glory joined the company, she has been able to get whatever she wants. But this time, she was beaten by the CEO. Morning Glory came to her senses and tears kept falling from her face. Boss, why? Morning Glory's face was full of grievance. What did I do wrong? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for her if he beat her in public like this? Do you know? You're going to cause me so much trouble. Meng Bo was so angry that he was shaking all over. Morning Glory covered her face with tears in her eyes. Boss, I have always been a good editor. How could I have hurt you? Is there any misunderstanding? These past 2 days, the editors have been busy reviewing whether their authors have violated any rules. They have no time to go online and therefore do not know about Lin Xian's situation. The male editors all looked puzzled. Miserable. Miserable what? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have blocked Lin Xian's novel, and he wouldn't have targeted our website. Meng Bo's face looked very ugly. He always thought that Lin Xian's popular novel was just luck, but after reading some of the books Lin Xian posted on the Palm Treasure novel app, he found that every novel in it was capable of becoming a big hit and could be well adapted into film and television. Only then did he realize what a treasure their website had lost. If Lin Xian stayed on their website, he would at least be able to bring them hundreds of millions of profits directly and attract a lot of readers. Now all this has gone to waste, and instead a strong enemy has been attracted. He lost completely. Boss, he's just a novelist. Morning Glory looked disdainful. What if he targets our website? Are we afraid of him? A novelist? Do you know his background? The Su Group is behind him. He has now built a novel website specifically to compete with Feiyue.com. We can't suppress him at all. In 3 days, the novel website has reached 13 million views. The Morning Glory turned pale. How could it be? How could that Lin Xian be so powerful? The Su Group is the strongest company in the country. Lin Xian's backer turned out to be the Su Group. She had always thought that he was just an ordinary novelist, that's why she dared to treat him like that. If she had known that he had such a background and ability, she would have definitely tried to curry favor with him. Boss. Morning Glory held Meng Bo's hand, her tears kept falling, she cried like a pear blossom in the rain. I didn't know he was so powerful, boss, can you give me another chance, give me another chance, okay. Meng Bo shook the Morning Glory away. Get out of the company. Meng Bo's expression was as cold as ice, and return all the gold, silver, jewelry, and money I gave you. Morning Glory was cold all over. In the past year, she has earned several million from Meng Bo by using her body, but she earns a lot and spends a lot. She only had tens of thousands of dollars left on her now, and Meng Bo had given her 2 million. She didn't have any money to pay Meng Bo back. President, you can't do this to me. We have been together for so long, how could you do this to me? Morning Glory cried. If you don't give it to me, I'll sue you. I'll give you 20 minutes to pack your things, otherwise I'll ask the security to ask you to leave. Meng Bo didn't even look at Morning Glory and went straight back to the office. Morning Glory fell into the chair with a pale face. It's over. It's all over. Lavender shook her head. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. Seeing that the Palm Treasure website is very popular, many novel authors have submitted their works to the website. A few days ago, Lin Xian asked Guiko to form an editorial team. He found out that this Dogtail Grass used to be a senior executive of a company and was very capable. He was later deliberately targeted and banned, so he ran away to become an editor. Lin Xian simply let him be responsible for all matters related to the novel website. Lin Xian's novel website takes the high-quality route. There are few novels on the website now, and those who can sign a contract can basically make a lot of money. Lin Xian's dozens of novels earned him hundreds of millions of dollars in just 3 days. He spent some of it to rent a floor of an office building for the editors. Lin Xian entered the office building. An editor asked, "Excuse me sir, who are you?" Lin Xian was about to answer when Dogtail Grass just came out of the office. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes lit up and he said, "Boss." "Old, boss." Almost all the editors' eyes widened. This is their boss, Lin Xian. He looked so young, only in his early 20s. They thought he was at least in his 40s. "Boss, why are you here?" asked Guiko. He remembered that their boss was still a college student and had to attend classes. "I just came to take a look." Lin Xian replied. As the boss of the novel company, he felt something was not right if he had not been here once since he opened it. "Boss, I have something to talk to you about." In the office, Dogtail Grass poured Lin Xian a cup of tea. "Someone from Xinghui Entertainment contacted me today and said they wanted to buy the copyrights for our novels and movies. We have 5 or 6 novels. Should I sell the copyrights to them? This is the novel they want to buy, and the price is on it. The price they offer is quite high." Dogtail Grass pushed a document in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't even look at it and put it aside. "No, I won't sell any copyright of the novel no matter how much money they offer," Lin Xian said. "Boss, if the copyright of the novel is sold, it will bring us a lot of income," Dogtail Grass reminded. "Keep all these. My entertainment company will use them when filming dramas in the future," Lin Xian said. He opened a novel website with the goal of developing film and television copyrights. He posted his novels on it with the purpose of earning money from readers and also to increase the popularity of the novels. How could he possibly give up these film and television copyrights to others? Dogtail Grass widened his eyes. Filming a drama. Opening an entertainment company. So awesome. So, Brother Go, please support more novels that are suitable for film and television adaptation, Lin Xian said. Okay. Dogtail Grass nodded. He couldn't help but look at Lin Xian a few more times. He felt that Lin Xian's ambition was far more than just opening an entertainment company. Are today's young people so awesome? Also, I have a grudge against Xinghui Entertainment, so just ignore them if they seek cooperation with our website. A cold light flashed across Lin Xian's eyes. The main direction of the Lin family is entertainment, games, showbiz, and video software. He wants to destroy the Lin family's industry. Of course, he won't just do these, he will build his own business empire. But he would avoid the Su Group's business. Why? Dogtail Grass couldn't help but ask. I have a grudge against them, and I opened this entertainment company just to deal with them. When it comes to the Lin family, Lin Xian is able to face it calmly. Office of the Chairman of Xinhui Group. Lin Chang sat on a chair and Wang Yajun sat on his legs, and they were kissing passionately. A phone call came in. Lin Chang picked up the phone irritably. What's the matter? Chairman, your wife is here at the company. The assistant's voice came over the phone. Okay, I understand. Lin Chang hung up the phone, and Wang Yajun got off him and sorted out her clothes. She glared at Lin Chang. We are clearly the true love, but you make me look like a mistress. Juner, please be patient for now. Don't worry, if I have the chance in the future, I will definitely divorce her and marry you. Lin Chang comforted her. You've been saying this for 10 years. Just go ahead and give me a perfunctory answer. Wang Yajun snorted. Okay, I'm going to go out first, so your wife won't find out about our relationship. Wang Yajun picked up the documents and walked out of the office. Jiang Shuqin also came over. Yajun. Jiang Shuqin greeted Wang Yajun kindly. Shuqin. Wang Yajun pretended to be surprised. Why are you here today? They were good friends, and Jiang Shuqin didn't hide it from her. She smiled and said, today is Brother Chang's birthday. He's too busy, so I thought of bringing him a birthday cake. You and the chairman are so in love. Your relationship is really enviable. Wang Yajun smiled bitterly. It's a pity that my husband has been a vegetable. I want to celebrate his birthday with him, but I can't. Yajun, why don't you find someone new? Jiang Shuqin asked with concern. No. Wang Yajun shook her head. I want to wait for the day when he wakes up. Jiang Shuqin sighed. This friend of hers is good in every way, except that she is too infatuated. Her husband has been in a vegetative state for 5 or 6 years, but she still takes care of him without leaving his side. By the way, Shuqin, let me report to you that the chairman has been staying away from those women recently. Even if a woman fell on him, he would dodge in time. Wang Yajun said with a smile. He is just that kind of person. He is like a misophobe and can't wait to stay away from those women. A sweet blush appeared on Jiang Shuqin's face. When Wang Yajun saw the smile on Jiang Shuqin's face, a dark light flashed across her eyes. She wanted to see how long she could laugh. Shuqin, I won't disturb you in the chairman's world of two. I have to go and get busy first. Wang Yajun said. Yeah. Jiang Shuqin nodded. She looked at Wang Yajun's back. Wang Yajun was very charming and had a good temperament. Fortunately, she only had her husband in her heart, so she could rest assured to let her stay with Brother Chang as a secretary. After all, it was she who introduced Yajun to the Lin group. She believed that Yajun would not repay kindness with enmity and seduce Brother Chang. Jiang Shuqin entered the office carrying a cake. Wang Yajun looked at Jiang Shuqin's back from afar, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. So what if she had a good family background? Aren't her son and husband hers, Wang Yajun's? Do you want to come to my place for dinner tonight? Wang Yajun called Lin Li. Okay. Lin Li nodded. In the evening, Jiang Shuqin also cooked herself. Seeing that Lin Li hadn't come back yet, she called him and asked, Lear, what are you doing? Why haven't you come back for dinner yet? Mom, I'm outside with my classmates and can't come back yet. You eat. Lin Li replied. Okay, Lear, be careful. After Jiang Shuqin hung up the phone, she sat alone at the dining table. Apart from the servants, she was the only one in the entire restaurant. Jiang Shuqin felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She gave birth to so many daughters and sons, but Lin Xian never took her, her biological mother, seriously and went against her in every way. Her daughters were all busy with their own things and often didn't care. Only Lear is the most considerate and the best at making her happy. Lear is not here now. Jiang Shuqin ate the food on the table but found it tasteless. After a while, she couldn't eat anymore. She put down her chopsticks and said, "Pour all of this out." Jiang Shuqin went upstairs alone. Aunt Wang came out of Lin Xian's room with a broom and a garbage shovel in her hands. "Madam," Wang Ma said respectfully. "What are you doing?" Jiang Shuqin frowned. "The eldest lady asked me to come and clean the eldest master's room every few days." "Young master?" Jiang Shuqin sneered, "He has severed ties with our Lin family now. How can he be called a young master?" Mother Wang sighed in her heart. She didn't understand. The madam and the young master were obviously mother and son, so why did the madam treat the young master like an enemy? Also, didn't I tell you to move all the things in his room out? Why are you still keeping them? Jiang Shuqin didn't want to see Lin Xian's things at all. "The eldest lady asked us to keep it," said Aunt Wang. "Move all these away," Jiang Shuqin ordered with a grim face. Aunt Wang sighed deeply. The eldest daughter was still abroad and had not returned yet. When she was not around, no one would stop the lady if she wanted to move her things away. Are the traces of the eldest young master in the Lin family really going to be completely erased? I don't know how young Master Lin is doing now. And on Wang Yajun's side, Wang Yajun would pick up some food for Lin Li from time to time. "Eat more, these are your favorite foods, Lear. We, mother and son, can only meet in secret like this." Wang Yajun sighed, "Lear, when can you inherit the Lin family, then can we truly recognize each other. Lear, remember, you have to be careful in what you do. Don't let Jiang Shuqin and the daughters of the Lin family find out anything." Wang Yajun warned. "Mom, I will." Lin Li knew very well what the consequences would be if his identity was discovered, so he would never allow that to happen. Lin Li picked up a piece of chicken for Wang Yajun and said, "Now Lin Xian has severed his relationship with the Lin family. I am the only son left. I am already involved in the company's business. In a few years, I will be able to get the real power. Lear, you do the work, Mom is at ease." Wang Yajun smiled. Lin Li has been brainwashed by Wang Yajun since he was a child. He hates the Lin family, hates Lin Chang for abandoning them, and hates Jiang Shuqin for taking his father away. He wants to take control of the Starbright Group's assets, drive the Lin family out, and live a poor life. After Lin Xian finished writing dozens of novels, he threw them aside. These novels are enough to film several years of TV series. For the remaining dozen or so novels, he has set a scheduled release schedule and plans to update them slowly to whet the reader's appetite. Excluding the black card Su Huan gave him, he already had 100 million in his hands. These were all his royalties from Fei Yue and another novel website, as well as part of the money withdrawn from his novel website. He took the money and went to the mall to buy a gift for Su Huan. Su Huan fell ill on her last birthday, so he planned to give her another birthday. Lin Xian walked into the jewelry store. "Sir, what would you like to order?" the shopping guide greeted warmly. "I want to buy a pair of diamond rings," Lin Xian replied. The shopping guide looked at Lin Xian calmly, and found that the clothes he was wearing were very expensive and he had a noble aura, so he took him to a display window in the middle. "Sir, this is a pair of rings designed by Master Farlin himself. In the middle is an imperial emerald in the shape of a heart, dotted with diamonds around it, symbolizing a lifetime of love and growing old together," the shopping guide introduced. Lin Xian looked at the ring and was very satisfied with it. The size was just right. "How much?" Lin Xian asked. The salesperson knew there was something fishy going on when she heard this, and quickly replied, "Sir, this pair of rings will cost a total of 90 million. She was also a little nervous because the rings were too expensive. Several customers had taken a fancy to the rings before but were scared off by the price. "Sir, this pair of rings is perfect for your lover. Do you want to consider it?" The shopping guide tried his best to sell the ring to Lin Xian. "Sister, isn't that Lin Xian?" Lin Qingxiu, the third child of the Lin family, pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Qingwan's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xian. It's really Xiaoxian. She had wanted to have a talk with Xiaoxian for a long time. She wanted Xiaoxian to admit his mistake to his parents. Who knows, his parents might let Xiaoxian return to the Lin family. Then their family can live together happily again. It's just that she was too busy. She went on a business trip a few days ago. She was thinking of going to the school to find him, but she didn't expect to meet him in the mall. Big sister, this jewelry store is an international luxury brand. The cheapest item here costs 1 million. Why did Lin Xian come here? Lin Qingxiu pouted in disgust. Sister, do you think Lin Xian came here to pretend to be rich? Sure enough, he is still as vain as before. Fortunately, he left our Lin family, otherwise our Lin family would have been disgraced by him. Lin Qingwan felt upset. They are close relatives, not only the third sister, but all the people in the Lin family have a huge prejudice against Xiaoxian. Third sister, don't talk nonsense. Lin Qingwan scolded in a low voice. Xiaoxian is not the kind of person you think. We misunderstood him before. Then tell me, sister, what is he doing here? Does he have the money to buy these things? Lin Qingwan was speechless for a moment. Lin Qingxiu snorted. He has been like this since he came back. He keeps taking away the good things we gave to Xiaoli. He also wants everything that Xiaoli has. What else can this be but vanity? Okay, stop talking. Lin Qingwan said irritably. Let's go take a look. Lin Qingxiu wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself, so he followed Lin Qingwan to Lin Xian's side. The shopping guide has already packed the ring. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? Lin Qingwan asked with a frown. When Lin Xian saw the two sisters, he just felt unlucky. But it was just as well, he didn't have to make a trip to the Lin family. Lin Xian took out a bank card and said, there is 150,000 yuan in it. It is the money your Lin family spent on me. The extra money is just a gift to you. The password is 6 zeros. Xiaoxian, do you have to separate yourself and the Lin family so clearly? Lin Qingwan held the bank card in her hand, with a hurt look on her face. What else? Lin Xian said sarcastically, do you still want me to be grateful to you Lin family members? Xiaoxian, why don't you go back to the Lin family? I will convince mom and dad. They will definitely not mind your previous insistence on leaving the Lin family. Lin Qingwan advised. Her tone was guilty. I ignored you before. I'm sorry. I will treat you well in the future. Heh. Lin Xian sneered. Lin Qingwan, you'd better stop pretending here. The other members of the Lin family are not good people, and you are not much better. Lin Xian's eyes were full of sarcasm. At that time, you sisters created a group, and you often posted my ugly deeds on it and laughed at me together, right? He didn't know how to use Western tableware and they laughed at him. He didn't know how to use the shower, and it was posted in the group, and they laughed at him. He was laughed at by them because he went to the emergency room because he accidentally ate the wrong thing. There were so many of these things, and the funny thing was that he still thought he didn't do well enough at the time. Little did he know that no matter what he did, he was a joke in their eyes. Not only that, they would deliberately play tricks on him just to make fun of him. Lin Qingwan widened her eyes. Xiaoxian actually knew. Although she has never posted Xiaoxuan's jokes, she would sometimes laugh along in the group. He knew all this. How painful would he be at that time? But even though he knew all this, he was still very kind to the sisters and never showed any of it. Xiaoxian, Lin Qingwan said with difficulty, I'm sorry. Sister, why are you saying sorry to him? Lin Qingxiu frowned and asked, shouldn't he be laughed at for what he did? Lin Xian. Lin Qingxiu crossed her arms over her chest. What are you doing in this luxury store? Do you have the money to buy these things? Lin Xian was too lazy to waste words with Lin Qingxiu and ignored her. The shopping guide has already packed the ring. Sir, please follow me to pay. The shopping guide said respectfully. Lin Qingxiu sneered, you guys, don't waste your time on him. He's just a bumpkin. He has no money at all. He's just pretending to be rich and playing tricks on you. The salesperson frowned. No money. Is this possible? She glanced at Lin Qingxiu with a strange expression. She just noticed that the clothes worn by this male customer were of the Ozay brand. Each piece of clothing was unique and cost at least millions per set. And his shoes also cost hundreds of thousands, and his watch, millions. His outfit would cost several million. How could there be no money? The customers in the store were basically wealthy ladies and noble ladies, and they also noticed that Lin Xian was well dressed. They all frowned and looked at Lin Qingxiu. Whose family is she from? How rude. Yes, she is so ill-mannered. If I had a child like that, I would definitely beat her up. It's so embarrassing. Lin Qingxiu thought they were talking about Lin Xian, and sneered, Lin Xian, if you don't want to embarrass yourself, then leave quickly. Third brother, shut up. Lin Qingwan scolded. Lin Qingxiu frowned. What's going on, elder sister? She has been helping Lin Xian. Waiter, how much is this? I'll pay for it. Lin Qingwan asked. Xiao Xian was heartbroken by the Lin family, and now he is still unwilling to accept them. This is normal. She wants to use practical actions to let Xiao Xian know that she still has him as her brother in her heart. Lin Xian stood aside and prepared to watch the show. Miss, this gentleman is buying a pair of rings, for a total of 90 million. The shopping guide said with a smile. Lin Qingwan's face froze. What? 90 million. Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened in shock. A ring worth 90 million. The most expensive piece of her jewelry only cost a few million, but Lin Xian actually dared to ask for a huge amount and said he wanted to buy a ring worth almost 100 million. Miss, do you want to pay by credit card? The salesperson kept smiling. Lin Qingwan clenched her Chanel bag. She thought that Lin Xian only spent more than 1 million, but it turned out to be 90 million, so she only had 300 million on her now. Xiao Xian is young now and can't be too extravagant. She is worried that he will go astray. Xiao Xian, why do you spend so much money? Lin Qingwan frowned and said disapprovingly. Miss Lin, does this have anything to do with you? Lin Xian asked with a raised eyebrow. Lin Xian. Lin Qingxiu raised her head proudly, why don't you pick out the cheapest things? Maybe my elder sister will give them to you. I advise you not to pretend to be rich. Lin Xian calmly took out the card and handed it to the shopping guide, swiped the card. Okay. The shopping guide came over with a card machine. Lin Qingxiu was ready to laugh at Lin Xian's joke. She didn't believe that Lin Xian would be able to pay successfully. Lin Xian entered the password. Payment successful. A cold mechanical sound came from the card machine. What? Lin Qingxiu's eyes widened and she shook her head. Impossible, how could Lin Xian have so much money? This must be a mistake. Xiao Xian, where did you get so much money? Lin Qingwan suddenly thought of Lin Li's words that day. At the wedding ceremony, a woman took Lin Xian away. Thinking of this, Lin Qingwan's face was not very good. Xiao Xian, you are not really being kept by a woman, are you? You are a member of our Lin family, you can't lower yourself to be a lover. Listen to my eldest sister, go back to the Lin family, you can also live a rich life in the Lin family. The customers watching were shocked. What kind of train of thought is this? Seeing that your brother is rich, you think he is being kept by someone. Can't we just be boyfriend and girlfriend? Even if the money belongs to the girlfriend, isn't it normal for a girlfriend to spend money on her boyfriend? Miss Lin, the wealthy life you are talking about is from junior high school to college, with a living expense of 300 yuan a month, eating leftovers every day, and living in a servant's room. Lin Xian curled his lips and said sarcastically. The customers who were eating melons were shocked once again. The two sisters look quite rich, but their brother lives a life worse than that of an ordinary family. No wonder this man treated his two sisters so badly. What kind of family is this? No wonder that girl is so uneducated. From their conversation, this boy must have left his biological parents' home. It's good to leave. It's good to leave. It's better not to stay in such a family. Lin Qingxiu bit her lip and felt resentful towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian actually embarrassed these sisters in public. Lin Qingwan's face also became stiff. Xiao Xian, I'm sorry. I ignored you before. Can you come back? I will compensate you. Lin Qingwan said with red eyes. Lin Xian, go back, of course. Xiao Xian, Are you really willing to come back? Lin Qingwan's eyes were bright. If you want me to go back, the prerequisite is that you kick Lin Li out of your Lin family. Lin Xian said nonchalantly, I don't like him. Of course, even if Lin Li left the Lin family, he would never go back. The Lin family made him feel sick. Xiao Xian, can't you tolerate Xiao Li? You two can get along well. Lin Qingwan frowned. Since you don't want to drive him away, then stop bothering me. Lin Xian left with the ring. He had important things to do and didn't have time to waste with them. Lin Xian walked into a cake shop. He planned to make a new cake for Su Huan. The cake shop was located in a relatively remote area. Several men in black suits quietly came to the outside of the cake shop and pretended to be strolling outside the cake shop. They were noticed by Su Huan's bodyguards. One of them was recognized by Su Huan's men, who quickly took action, captured them, and brought them to Su Huan. In the living room of Night Garden, the beautiful woman was sitting on the sofa with a small hairpin on her head and wearing an elegant white cheongsam. Her figure was graceful and very tempting. Su Huan gently swirled the red wine in her hand, and glanced at the three men who were pressed to their knees on the ground. Aren't these second uncle's men? Why were they captured? Su Huan leaned lazily on the sofa, her tone indifferent. To her, these were nothing more than ants, not worth her wasting too much emotion on them. Master, they followed young Master Lin. I suspect they want to attack young Master Lin. The bodyguard replied respectfully. Su Huan's eyes narrowed dangerously in an instant. What do you want to do to him? Su Huan's voice was chillingly cold. The men kneeling on the ground were trembling slightly. Heh. Su Huan chuckled, since you won't tell me, then just send it to the snake cave. Snake cave. The kneeling man widened his eyes in horror. They had heard of this snake cave. There were tens of thousands of snakes in it, densely packed together in an area of 4 square meters. These snakes basically did not eat for more than 10 days. All the snakes in it were small snakes and non-venomous. Once a person is thrown in, he will be entangled by the hungry snakes, and his flesh and blood will be eaten, and he will die in fear. So scary. The bodyguards prepared to take the 3 men away. I'll tell you, a man shouted in fear. They were thrown back in front of Su Huan. Miss, he said that Lin Xian is the person you care about. He wants to capture Lin Xian and use Lin Xian to threaten you. If you don't accept his threat, he will torture Lin Xian to death and make you suffer. The men answered tremblingly. My dear second uncle is really naughty. Su Huan smiled gently, but her voice was filled with a chilling coldness. Since he is so naughty, there is no need to keep him. Originally, she wanted to keep him for a while so that she could use him to deal with other people. But since he dared to deal with her Xian, there was no need for her to keep him. Anyone who dares to hurt Xuan deserves to die. Su Huan tapped her fingertips lightly on the armrest of the sofa and her eyes narrowed slightly. When Butler Wang saw Su Huan's expression, he knew that someone was about to be in trouble. It is said that Su Hai could pick on anyone else, but he had to pick on the man that the young lady holds dear to her heart. Provoking the young lady herself is not as scary as provoking young Master Lin. Su Huan picked up the phone and ordered, "Catch my good second uncle for me. Remember, don't let him die." Su Huan's people had been lurking around Su Hai early on. They had already figured out Su Hai's situation, and it would only take a matter of time to capture Su Hai. At Su Huan's command, more than a dozen cars drove towards Su Hai's villa. In a villa in the suburbs. Where are the people? Why haven't they come back yet? Su Hai frowned. I can't contact them at all, boss. Do you think they were captured by Su Huan's people? The subordinate said worriedly. Su Huan must have sent people to protect him. Our people were discovered by her people. Su Hai sneered. It seems that Su Huan really has special feelings for Lin Xian. Su Huan, it turns out that you are also a person with weaknesses. Su Hai laughed. In the past, Su Huan was like an iron wall with no way to break through. I didn't expect that she would care so much about a man. It turns out that no woman can escape the word love. Now that we know her weak spot, it will be easy to deal with her. He will definitely capture Lin Xian in the future and use Lin Xian to force Su Huan to hand over the power in her hands. Su Hai's face was full of pride. Soon, Su Huan will fall into his hands, and the Su group will be his. Ha 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 ha. When Su Hai thought of this, he felt extremely happy. He had been suppressed by Su Huan for so many years, and he was finally able to turn things around. The smile on his face had not yet faded when one of his men ran in a panic. "Boss, this is bad." A group of people broke in. They must be Su Huan's people. What's going on? Su Hai's eyes widened. My villa has good security. Not even a fly can fly in. How did her people get in? And there was no movement before coming in. They entered his villa as if they were entering their own home. There should be a lot of Su Huan's people planted among our people. They just opened the door and let Su Huan's people in. The subordinate answered tremblingly. Su Hai's face turned livid. He was careless. Su Huan actually planted someone around him. At this time, a man walked in. Yuan Jie. Su Hai said excitedly, Su Huan's people are here, go and capture them all. Hong Yuan Jie is his most trusted right-hand man. He now places all his hopes on Hong Yuan Jie alone. But I belong to Su Huan. Hong Yuan Jie smiled coldly. Su Hai's pupils suddenly contracted. Su Huan's people. I trusted you so much, and you actually betrayed me. Su Hai gritted his teeth. I have always been Su Huan's person. She placed me by your side. How can there be any talk of betrayal? Hong Yuan Jie smiled with his lips curled. 3 years ago, it was also my fault that you were in danger. I risked my life to save you just to gain your trust so that I could work for President Su. Su Hai was so angry that he was shaking all over. It turned out that Su Huan had been plotting against him the whole time. Su Huan, this despicable and shameless villain. Master Su, my young lady wants to see you. Please come with me. Hong Yuan Jie said with a cold smile. Su Hai's face looked extremely ugly. Over the past year, he has relied heavily on Hong Yuan Jie, who holds a lot of power. For example, this time, Su Huan's people were allowed in, which must have been arranged by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan Jie must have cultivated a lot of people around him. Su Huan can catch him at any time if she wants. He had just sent people to capture Lin Xian when Su Huan attacked him. Su Huan must have treated him like this because of Lin Xian. Lin Xian is far more important in Su Huan's heart than he imagined. If he is caught this time, Su Huan will definitely torture him. No, it's not possible. He couldn't fall into Su Huan's hands. He, Su Hai, couldn't kneel down in front of Su Huan. Su Huan, you have a fatal weakness. Even if I die, you will be taken down by others sooner or later. I lost to you this time, I admit it. Su Hai took out a gun, pointed the muzzle at his temple, and pulled the trigger. With a bang. Su Hai's hand was hit, and a bloody hole appeared on his right wrist. Ah, Su Hai groaned in pain, holding his right hand. If you want to die, it's not that easy. Hong Yuan Jie sneered, take him back to the master, remember to keep an eye on him, don't let him die, the master wants him alive. Yes. Su Hai was tied up and sent to the car. In order to give Su Huan a surprise, Lin Xian sent her a message. Ah Xian, Huan Bao, I have something else to do. I will be back later today. You can have dinner by yourself. You don't have to wait for me. It took a long time. Hua Bao, yes. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. In the past, whenever he sent a message, Su Huan would reply immediately, and the time never exceeded 30 seconds. But this time, it took her 5 full minutes to reply. Lin Xian could already imagine Su Huan's angry and aggrieved look, and couldn't help but chuckle. Su Huan looks like a child, really cute. At this time, night garden. Su Huan was in a very bad mood, and felt cold all over. Butler Wang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Miss, what's wrong? She had a lazy look just now, but suddenly she looked as if someone owed her 8 million, no, 800 billion. Tell the chef not to prepare dinner for Xian tonight. Su Huan said coldly. Butler Wang was stunned. I see. Yes, miss, I'll tell him right away. Butler Wang was silently worried for Su Hai. The young lady was in a bad mood, and Su Hai would definitely become her punching bag. Su Hai is finished. An hour later, Su Hai was brought to Su Huan. With a bang, Su Hai was thrown to the ground by Hong Yuanjie. Uncle, long time no see. Su Huan narrowed her eyes slightly. Su Huan, you are so despicable. Su Hai stared at Su Huan with his eyes, and he looked as if he wanted to eat Su Huan alive. All is fair in war. Su Huan, wearing an elegant white cheongsam, stood up gracefully and took a knife from Butler Wang. This knife is very small and exquisite. If Lin Xian were here, he would definitely recognize this knife. It was the knife that Su Huan used to kill Qin Ruoyao and Lin Li that day.